I almost forgot. This is a Martin Myers movie. You've never failed. That's right. Just sit back and enjoy the fame and fortune coming your way. Martin winked. Thanks, Martin. And shoulders visibly relaxed. Her brown eyes lingered on him, twinkling with amusement. If I were 10 years younger, I'd definitely chase after you. Martin burst into laughter. I appreciate the compliment. And you're not old. And chuckled. Should I thank you for that compliment too? Jessica Alba and Lindsay Lohan walked over, hand in hand. What are you two talking about? As the female lead, Jessica was nervous too. But unlike Anne, she knew that even if the movie flopped, Martin would still look out for her. She'd never run out of roles to play. We were just saying this movie is going to be a huge success. Martin grinned. That would be great, Jessica said. Hopefully, the box office is as good as Mean Girls. It will be. Outside Grauman's theater, a 12 or 13-year-old girl stood gazing up at a massive movie poster. It was an image of Martin and Jessica locked in a passionate embrace. The girl had long brown hair, an oval face, and delicate features. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she muttered to herself. Martin is so handsome. Jessica Alba is so lucky to be the female lead. She gets to act with Martin and even fall in love with him in the movie. I heard they're dating in real life too. I wonder if that's true. Martin is kind of a playboy. He's only 16, but he already has so many rumored girlfriends. Sigh, if only I were older. Jenny, sweetheart. The movie is starting. We have to get inside early. A voice called from the side. The girl snapped out of her daze. I'm coming, she said, skipping over to the voice. Guess who this girl is, hee. Wow, so cool. Oh my God, Martin's muscles are gorgeous. This dance scene is incredible. His moves are so sharp. This isn't just regular street dancing. The movie had begun. For Martin, this was a film where he could just show off, unleashing his full charm. On the big screen, every movement, every glance he made, it all screamed one word. Beautiful. If Legolas had an ethereal, graceful beauty, then Tyler's beauty was raw strength, masculine power, overflowing with testosterone. The plot was simple. A street kid from the slums uses his dance skills to achieve his dreams and finds love along the way. But handsome men plus beautiful women, powerful street dance plus elegant ballet. Director and Fletcher wove these elements together seamlessly, creating a visual feast that showcased the human body's beauty in motion. No big-budget special effects. No high-intensity fight scenes. No steamy love scenes. Yet still, every audience member could feel their hormones surging. Oh, that was amazing! As Martin and Jessica finally kissed on the big screen, applause filled the theater. Martin leaned in and whispered to Anne. Fletcher, congratulations, Anne. You did it. Thank you, Anne replied, her voice shaking with emotion, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was the kind of woman who just couldn't seem to make it big in Hollywood. To be honest, her dance performance in Bring It On had been absolutely stunning. So much so that she had outshone the lead actress. But no one had ever cast her in a major role. She was always stuck as an extra, a dance double, or a minor character with a few lines. Now, at 37, she knew that if she didn't break through soon, she would be left with no choice but to retire from the industry, go home, become a housewife, and raise kids. But luckily, she glanced sideways at Martin, who was still watching the movie with rapt attention. Luckily, someone had recognized her talent. Someone had given her the chance to direct her first movie, and it looked like the film was about to succeed. Her career was finally about to take off. If only I were 10 years younger. She thought wistfully before turning back to the big screen. The movie was reaching its climax. When the male and female leads performed their fusion of ballet and street dance, the entire audience was stunned. This choreography had Martin's touch all over it. His artistic vision was simply leagues beyond anyone else in this world. With his input, he and the film's top choreographers had crafted a street dance routine that was far more visually striking than the original. It combined power and elegance. It had rhythm, energy, and a fluid beauty that captivated the audience. Excited cheers, whistles, and applause echoed throughout the theater. In the darkness, Jessica reached for Martin's hand, her voice carrying a hint of emotion. We did it again, didn't we, darling? Martin smiled. He ran his fingers over her smooth forearm and murmured, Yes, we did. You're going to be a big star, Jess. He knew what Jessica wanted. and he was more than willing to give it to her. Every succubus was generous with their favorite collectibles. Outside the theater, Ginny was still bouncing with excitement, her golden brown hair bouncing along with her steps. Mom, Mom, Martin's dancing was amazing. I want to learn too. Mom, I'm so jealous of Jessica. She's so lucky to be in Martin's movie. Mom, do you think I should become an actress when I grow up? I want to be in Martin's movies. Mom. Ginny's mother didn't say anything. She just stroked her daughter's head lovingly, a gentle smile on her face. Ginny's reaction was just one of many among the audience. Excitement, joy, the yearning to be just as dazzling as the dancers in the movie. Online reviews were already pouring in. This was awesome. Gave me the same feeling as when I watched Breakin' as a kid. Makes me want to learn street dance. Oh my God, Martin is so hot. When he lifted his shirt and showed those abs, I think I just ascended. I love Jessica. Her body is incredible. And that face? Gorgeous. I'm announcing it now. Jessica is my wife. Dude above, you're delusional. Jessica is my wife. Shut up, both of you. She's mine. LOL. Did any of you even ask Jessica? Or Martin? She's clearly Martin's girl. Wait, I thought Martin's girl was Nicole Kidman. Who said Martin can only have one girl? By the way, anyone know what style of street dance Martin was doing in that solo? I dance street, and honestly, I think it's original. Neither I nor my coach have ever seen those moves before. Who cares what style it is? It looked cool as hell. Who else wants to watch it again? Me. Me too. Count me in. Let's hit the midnight screening. Step Up was a hit. Audiences loved it. But critics? Not so much. With the exception of Kevin Thomas from the Los Angeles Times, every other critic gave the movie a negative review. Martin made a call. Kevin Thomas picked up. Martin, I heard that Roger Ebert and David Denby organized a bunch of critics to trash your movie. Supposedly, they're trying to prove that critics still hold power. Roger Ebert? Martin sneered. That old man still hadn't learned his lesson. Huh? Not good. When people got old, they should just retire peacefully. And David Denby? Martin frowned. Word was that Denby was close to Universal's production head, Kevin Johnson. The same Kevin Johnson who had clashed with Martin before. Could he be involved in this, too? Probably. That guy had been unwillingly forced to apologize last time. Martin had seen the resentment hidden in his eyes. A failed copycat film. A cheap imitation. A musical should not be filmed this way. And Fletcher clearly tried to make something unique, but ended up with a disjointed mess. Not even Martin can save this train wreck. No matter how much he flashes his perfect face and six-pack, it can't make up for the weak plot. This entire film is just one big music video. The leads spend the whole time showing off their bodies. There's no depth whatsoever. Kevin Johnson put down the newspaper, satisfied. Then he made a call. It's time to start promoting our movie. I'm going to crush Martin this time. He had full confidence in the Hulk. Big budget. Popular character. Acclaimed director Ong Lee, fresh off a success. There was no way some rookie director's teen dance movie could compete with that. Right? But reality was cruel. Step Up grossed $34.1 million in its 4-day opening weekend. By the end of its first full week, it had made $36.3 million. After just a week and a half, the total was over $70 million. Hitting $100 million was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, on its second Thursday in theaters, The Hulk was released. Its opening weekend? $52.4 million. Far below expectations. Despite critics singing its praises, calling it the most artistic superhero film and the deepest blockbuster of the year, the audience wasn't buying it. Drew, are we ready to begin? Martin, let me confirm this again. Are you sure you want to do this? Relax, I know what I'm doing. Go ahead. Martin hung up the phone and casually picked up a newspaper from the table. The World News. It featured a review by Roger Ebert. Even after being suppressed by Martin and losing his job at the Chicago Sun-Times, the old man had found a new platform. After bashing Martin's Step Up, he had now written an extensive review praising Hulk. Hulk is unique among Marvel superheroes because his abilities are more of a curse than an advantage. When rage overtakes Dr. Bruce Banner, transforming him into a towering green monster, it's not to battle evil or defend America. It's simply to lash out at those who torment him. Like his predecessor, Frankenstein, Hulk serves as a warning against the hubris of those who tamper with the mysteries of life. It is a tale of the agony that comes with possessing a power one never sought nor desired. As Banner tells his only friend, Betty Ross, "What scares me the most is that when it happens, when I lose control, I like it." Ang Lee's Hulk is the most thought-provoking comic book adaptation in recent years. More than a tale of a green monster, it is a psychological exploration of two wounded individuals suffering from the sins of their fathers. Banner's father, a scientist, experimented on his own DNA, unknowingly passing the altered genes to his son. Betty Ross, Banner's research partner and almost lover, is herself trapped in a toxic cycle, drawn to emotionally distant men. Her cold and domineering father, General Ross, is determined to destroy the Hulk. This film's heart lies in these two deeply Oedipal conflicts. We see not just superheroes and villains, but broken children at war. When the Hulk's astonishing power is revealed, the military naturally seeks to kill him, standard protocol in most alien or monster films. But another antagonist, Talbot, a greedy entrepreneur, has a more sinister agenda: to exploit Banner's secret and create self-healing soldiers, profiting immensely from it. This film raises questions about genetic experimentation, the misuse of scientific research, and our instinctive fear of those who don't fit in. And unlike most blockbusters, it actually discusses these issues. Remember, Ang Lee is the director of The Ice Storm, Sense and Sensibility, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He strives to genuinely explore the Hulk's deeper themes rather than simply relying on mindless special effects. Hulk contains numerous cinematic references. King Kong is undoubtedly a major inspiration, while Bride of Frankenstein is another, particularly in the scene where Hulk gazes at his reflection in a pond. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is the obvious literary precursor. Other references include Citizen Kane, Hulk's rampage in the lab, and The Right Stuff, a jet soaring high enough to see the stars. General Ross also carries echoes of General Jack D. Ripper from Dr. Strangelove, played with chilling restraint by Elliot. This film employs a visually elegant storytelling style, with a technique reminiscent of comic books, frequently switching angles within the same close-up. Rather than cutting to a new shot, it subtly shifts perspectives within the same frame, mimicking how graphic artists handle extended conversations. Without a doubt, this is a comic book adaptation unlike any other. Its depth and meaning surpass that of its genre peers. Ang Lee masterfully blends commerce with artistry, transforming them to serve his own vision. This is a superhero film for those who dislike superhero films. P.S. The above is Roger Ebert's actual review of Hulk. This is not the author sucking up to Ang Lee, huh? Wow, that's a lot of words. Martin chuckled, amused. They really went all out with the praise. The higher they were praised now, the harder they would fall later. The praise one, bash the other tactic was common among film critics, but Martin already knew Hulk would bomb at the box office while Step Up would soar. It was time to permanently bury the influence of film critics. Of course, some necessary measures had to be taken. The next day, a flood of negative reviews about Step Up suddenly appeared online. Martin does nothing but pose in this movie. No real talent on display. Martin's ugliest and worst film. Jessica is hideous. Can she even dance? This film is completely worthless. Hey, disgusting, brain-dead movie. And Fletcher should stick to being a dance teacher. She has no idea how to direct. Martin scrolled through the online comments, his smile widening. That's right, all these negative reviews. He had Drew hire a troll army to post them. He was blackening his own film. Savage move. And why? Just look at the replies under these comments. Martin does nothing but pose in this movie. No real talent on display. Reply 8871. Are you blind? That dance sequence was incredible. The romance was beautiful. You must be blind. Reply 2. On the contrary, Martin's dance moves were the best part of the film. I seriously doubt your taste. Martin's ugliest and worst film. Reply 1. Ugly? Worst? Do you even know what you're talking about? Reply 2. Obvious hater from a rival studio. Keep talking. I'm going to watch it again. Jessica is hideous. Can she even dance? Reply 1. How dare you insult my goddess Jessica? You must be some jealous old hag. Reply 2. Your comment just reveals how ugly you are inside. Look in a mirror before you insult others. A disgusting, brain-dead movie. Reply 1. I think you are disgusting. Reply 2. So many malicious reviews online, and people are giving it low ratings on IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. I bet a rival studio is trying to smear Step Up. Reply 3. These jerks. Everyone who loves Martin, Jessica, and Step Up, go rate it highly on IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. Let's restore its rightful score. Martin leaned back in his chair, grinning. People naturally rebel against negativity. The more you attack something, the more its supporters rally to defend it. And so, with just a few well-placed bad reviews, Martin had sparked an avalanche of positive responses. His movie's reputation was skyrocketing. And the film critics? Well, they had no idea what was coming. That's right, Martin's strategy was simple, self-blackening. Thanks to his past life's memories, Martin knew that internet users had a strong tendency to push back against criticism, especially when it targeted something they liked. The urge to defend their favorite things was almost instinctual. Early internet users, in particular, had a sense of mission when it came to defending what they loved. Once Martin's hired trolls spread poorly written, obviously malicious negative reviews about Step Up online, those who had actually seen the film couldn't sit still. They began countering the negativity, defending the movie, and encouraging more people to go watch it. Even those who hadn't initially cared much for Step Up found themselves compelled to type out justice-fueled responses when faced with such blatant, groundless attacks. People always sympathize with the underdog. And at this moment, the internet was painting Step Up as the underdog, being unfairly targeted. A massive online campaign to promote Step Up took off. Go watch Step Up. You won't regret it. Martin is ridiculously handsome, Jessica is drop-dead gorgeous, and the movie is amazing. Want to see Martin's abs? Watch Step Up. Want to see Legolas doing a dance-off? Watch Step Up. Want to see the stunning Jessica Alba move like a goddess? Watch Step Up. At the same time, a wave of backlash against Hulk was also brewing. People started connecting the dots. If someone was paying trolls to bash Step Up, it had to be its biggest competitor, right? And the only other major film in theaters at the time was Hulk. No way I'm watching Hulk. If its producers are this shady, their movie must be garbage too. Not watching Hulk. Competing through honest box office numbers is one thing, but resorting to dirty tricks? Despicable. I already saw it, and I deeply regret it. It's boring as hell. Same here. Hulk is a total snooze fest. The pacing is painfully slow, and the director shoehorned in way too much of his personal artistic vision. Hulk? More like romantic walks through lavender fields with Hulk or the coming-of-age tale of a poetic green giant. This is not a Marvel movie. It's nowhere near Spider-Man. At first, when the flood of negative reviews about Step Up began appearing, Kevin Johnson, Martin's industry rival, was thrilled. He genuinely thought the movie was bombing. But then, as the situation evolved, he started to sense something was wrong. Wasn't everyone supposed to be trashing Step Up? Why did it suddenly flip, with the internet now bashing Hulk instead? Overnight, all the haters of Step Up had vanished, replaced by a tidal wave of Hulk criticism. Martin's reckless self-blackening strategy not only fueled sympathy for Step Up and gave its box office numbers a huge boost, but it also silenced would-be detractors. After all, not every movie is universally loved, but when a film is already being unfairly attacked, who would want to pile on? On top of that, Hulk simply wasn't a well-made movie. Critics hailed it as a perfect blend of commerce and artistry, but in Martin's view, it failed at both. Ang Lee's ambition was too great, but he wasn't Christopher Nolan. His strengths lay in arthouse films, not in balancing commercial appeal with artistic depth. He overestimated himself this time. By the third week, Step Up had surpassed $100 million at the box office. Meanwhile, Hulk saw another catastrophic drop, earning just $12 million that week. With a $140 million production budget, its break-even point was nowhere in sight. How? How could this happen? In his office, Kevin Johnson clutched his head, sweat beading on his forehead. His tie was askew, his hair unkempt, a stark contrast to his usual meticulously polished appearance. The secretary who entered the room was startled. Kevin Johnson had always considered himself an elite businessman, keeping his image spotless. She had never seen him look this disheveled. What is it? His voice was sharp and tense, no trace of his usual flirtatious tone with the pretty secretary. The secretary quickly answered, "Mr. Johnson, the chairman's office just called. You're needed for a board meeting." Swish. Kevin Johnson's face turned pale, then ashen. He staggered out of the office, leaving his confused secretary behind. His career was over. His instincts were right. The moment he stepped into the boardroom, the verdict was handed down. After a unanimous vote by the board, "Kevin Johnson, you are hereby terminated." Not only did Universal fire Kevin Johnson, but the studio also wasted no time in reaching out to Martin to mend their relationship. Martin, however, barely acknowledged the gesture. With his current status, a small fry like Kevin Johnson wasn't even worth his attention. July rolled in. On July 9th, Disneyland in Los Angeles was bustling with excitement. This world's first ever Disney theme park, built in 1955, was still the largest amusement park on the planet. Today, its Grand Theater was hosting a major movie premiere. That's right, the premiere of Pirates of the Caribbean. Martin's version of Captain Jack Sparrow was about to make his grand entrance. Nearby, Jessica, Lindsay, and Scarlett giggled as they stared at the movie poster. Even though it was just a silhouette, they were so familiar with Martin that they could already imagine his quirky pirate look. Meanwhile, on the red carpet, Martin had his arm around Keira Knightley's slender waist, both of them flashing picture-perfect smiles for the cameras. Even as he struck poses, Martin leaned in to whisper to Keira, "You've been in England for so long. Didn't you miss me?" Keira chuckled. "Of course I did. Did you miss me?" "I did. Then why didn't you come visit me in London?" Martin paused for a split second, so this was what she was getting at. He quickly explained, "Weren't you busy filming Love Actually? You could have visited me on set." "Okay, my bad." Martin immediately raised his hands in surrender. The truth was, during his time in London, he had completely forgotten about Keira. "Humph. Your punishment is to spend an entire week with me." "No problem." Martin exhaled in relief. As Martin and Keira walked toward the press area, the first question was immediately directed at him. "Martin, how do you respond to the negative reviews from critics like David Denby and Roger Ebert regarding Step Up?" Martin raised an eyebrow. "Hey, this is the premiere of Pirates of the Caribbean." Then, he broke into a smile. "All right, I'll answer that." His expression turned serious. "I know that recently, critics have published their reviews of Step Up, and between the lines, their disdain is practically dripping off the page. I still remember a particular line from Roger Ebert's review. He wrote, 'Watching this film was an agonizing experience, its sheer mediocrity unbearable. Perhaps 2 or 3 moments were mildly entertaining at best.' To Roger Ebert and his peers, Step Up is a shallow, childish story with meaningless dialogue. He mocked the way the characters spoke, saying the mix of British, Brooklyn, and hip-hop accents made them sound like aliens. He even described the dancers as nothing more than a gang of street thugs." Ebert also wrote, "If you want to know what this movie is about but don't want to waste your money, just walk into your kitchen, gather a choir of men to sing hellish hymns, have a child bang pots and pans loudly, then close your eyes and let your imagination run wild." At this point, Martin chuckled. "Now, as an ordinary actor, I have a response for these great and noble critics." In the spring of 1977, at the test screening of an upcoming sci-fi movie, the critics and many industry professionals mocked the film mercilessly, branding it as one of the dumbest things they had ever seen. They declared it dead on arrival. But that film, which was doomed before it even hit theaters, embarked on its journey amidst the ridicule and sneers of the media and industry elites. 26 years later, those who once dismissed it as worthless are either long gone or pretend they never said anything. And that dead-on-arrival movie was Star Wars. I'll be the first to admit that Step Up is not a masterpiece. It's not revolutionary. It has its flaws. It may never leave a legendary mark on cinematic history like Star Wars did. But if you truly love dance, if you love life, if you love romance, if you genuinely enjoy thrilling films and just want an electrifying escape from this chaotic world, then Step Up is the movie for you. Watch it once, twice, 3 times. The more you watch, the more you'll realize how much more it has to offer. Do you know what kind of people exist in this world? There are those who believe they are the ultimate authority, thinking their words alone can manipulate the minds of the so-called ignorant masses. There are those whose thinking has become so outdated that they can no longer keep up with the times. Yet they still believe their opinions are the ultimate measure of all things. There are those who sit atop a throne gifted to them by the public, looking down upon the people, forgetting who put them up there in the first place. And what happens to people like that? When they refuse to acknowledge they've been left behind, when they cling desperately to their so-called authority, when they insist on looking down on the very people who once uplifted them, they are discarded, forgotten, left to rot in the seats the public once placed them in, until they are nothing more than relics of a bygone era. To those self-proclaimed great film critics, I say this: your venomous words cannot break me. They only make me stronger. And your critiques of Step Up? They're nothing but dust on the hem of my pants, completely insignificant. The audience votes with their feet, and they already have. The box office speaks for itself. And you, Martin paused for a moment, scanning the cameras. You critics have already been abandoned by the people. His words were like a thunderclap. It was a scathing takedown. Standing at the theater entrance, Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire were both stunned. They had taken time off to attend the Pirates of the Caribbean premiere, but now they found themselves frozen in place, listening to Martin's bold declaration. Tobey Maguire sighed. I respect Martin for having the guts to say this. But isn't he afraid of backlash during awards season? These critics might not have as much sway over the box office anymore, but they still hold influence over the aging Academy voters. Some of them are even Oscar voters themselves. Leonardo's face was flushed with excitement. He had been waiting to hear someone say this for years. As someone constantly dismissed as a pretty boy actor, he had been at the mercy of critics for years. Yet, for the sake of an Oscar, he had no choice but to endure it. Even when critics trashed his performances, he had to pretend to be grateful for their guidance. Of course, it felt awful. But unlike Martin, he didn't have the guts to fight back. So all he could do was silently cheer in his head. Damn right. Hearing Tobey's concerns, Leonardo's eyes widened. Why should Martin care? He's not just an actor. He's a major player in the industry. He's rich. He's powerful. And he's a voting member of the Academy himself. Hell, he's the youngest Academy member in history. So what if he pisses off these critics? What can they do to him? Tobey raised an eyebrow, then smirked. You must be loving this, huh? I still remember you cursing out the critics after Titanic got snubbed during awards season. Leonardo immediately glanced around to make sure no one was listening. Everyone was still focused on Martin. Only then did he sheepishly reply, Ugh, that was in private. I'd never dare say something like this publicly. But damn, listening to Martin go off? That feels good. Both of them burst into laughter. Back in the interview area, Martin delivered his final words. The times have changed. With the rise of the internet, everyone now has a voice. The days when critics could single-handedly dictate a movie's fate are over. If those people can accept this reality, maybe they'll find new ways to survive, perhaps online. He gave a small shrug. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. Inside the theater's banquet hall, Martin met Michael Eisner, the once mighty lion of Disney, who now looked far older and weaker than before. This year, caught between Roy Disney and Robert Iger's attacks, he was having a rough time. Martin, let's talk about your voting rights again, Eisner said, pulling Martin aside to a quiet corner as soon as he saw him. Martin shrugged and smiled. No rush, no rush. The contract deadline hasn't arrived yet. Eisner's gaze locked onto Martin. Martin, on the phone you said you'd discuss it in person. Now that we're meeting face to face, you say the contract isn't up yet. You're obviously stalling. Be honest. Have you sided with Roy Disney and Robert Iger? Martin shook his head. Michael, you need to understand, I don't get swayed by anyone. I just do what benefits me the most. Handing over your voting rights to me is the most beneficial choice for you. Don't forget who helped you get your shares in Disney in the first place. Michael, I'd never forget what you did for me. But, Martin shook his head. You're old. Haven't you noticed? Under your leadership, Disney is declining. Maybe stepping back while you still can is the best option. Eisner's face instantly darkened. Straightening his slightly hunched posture, he adjusted his clothes, lifted his chin, and looked at Martin with a cold, condescending gaze. Martin, the only person who decides when I step down is me. I understand your position now. I just hope you won't regret it. With that, he walked away, head held high. Martin watched him go, feeling a little nostalgic. The Michael Eisner of old would never have relied on such posturing to assert his authority. He truly was getting old. His grip on Disney was slipping. Not long after Eisner left, Robert Iger approached with a bright smile and waved at Martin. "Hello, Martin. Long time no see." "Long time no see, Robert. What were you and Michael talking about just now?" "Huh. Just discussing when he'll retire." "Oh, and what did he say?" "It doesn't matter. What matters is when you make your move." Martin's deep blue eyes seemed to pierce through Iger, making him uneasy. Forcing a smile, Iger replied, "Soon. Just a few loose ends to tie up." Martin nodded, then issued a quiet warning. "Good. And don't pull any tricks with Pirates of the Caribbean. That's not just Michael's movie. It's my movie too." Of course. I'm part of Disney too, after all." Watching Martin walk away, Iger wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly pulled out his phone. "Cancel the plan." At the Pirates of the Caribbean premiere, Martin's old rival Harvey Weinstein was also in attendance. Lately, Harvey had been feeling restless. The company he co-founded with his brother Bob, Miramax, had been acquired by Disney back in 1993. Since then, it had functioned as a Disney subsidiary. But starting last year, tensions between Miramax and Disney had escalated daily, reaching a breaking point after this year's Academy Awards. Harvey had heard rumors that Robert Iger had personally confronted Michael Eisner, demanding clearer boundaries for Miramax's operations. He didn't care whether Disney remained his corporate backer. He was confident that, with his connections, he could thrive even without Disney's support. What he did care about was the growing sense that Disney's board wanted him out of Miramax entirely. Miramax was his life's work. He had no intention of handing it over to anyone. And considering that tensions had skyrocketed after Martin bought shares in Disney, Harvey was almost certain that Martin was behind all of this. So today he was here to test the waters, see if there was a way to reconcile with Martin. Truth be told, he was tired of their feud. As Martin's power and influence had continued to rise, Harvey had started to realize how foolish he had been in the past. What he didn't know was that Martin had never taken him seriously in the first place. Their conflict? Just a bit of entertainment for Martin. And Miramax's problems with Disney? That was entirely Harvey's fault for being too overbearing. While Miramax was a Disney subsidiary, it had always acted independently, ignoring corporate directives. Disney's board had long been fed up with it. "Hello, Martin. Long time no see." After circling the room, Harvey finally found a moment when Martin was alone and pounced on the opportunity. "Oh, Harvey," Martin smirked. "Didn't we just see each other at the Oscars?" Harvey forced a laugh. "That doesn't count. I mean as friends." "Friends?" Martin chuckled. "Of course. I've always considered you a dear friend," Harvey said earnestly. "Being your dear friend must be pretty unfortunate." Martin was referring to Harvey's past attempts to undermine him. Feigning ignorance, Harvey said, "How could that be? I've always treated my friends with sincerity and kindness. Just ask anyone around me. If there were any misunderstandings in the past, I assure you I knew nothing about them." Martin was stunned by the sheer audacity of this man. Back in the Divine and Demon continent, the Demon clan had a faction known as the Stone-Skinned Fiends, a race infamous for their shamelessness and thick skin. Martin suddenly felt that Harvey might be even more shameless than them. "All right, enough with the pointless small talk. What do you want?" Harvey grinned. "Martin, there's been some friction between Disney and me lately. Would you be willing to step in and mediate?" "You want me to mediate?" Martin raised an eyebrow. He immediately understood. Harvey must have assumed that Martin had orchestrated his conflicts with Disney. "Harvey, are you joking?" Martin's expression darkened. "Let me be clear. I have nothing to do with your disputes with Disney. And as for mediation, you'll have to find someone else. I'm not interested." The smile on Harvey's face stiffened. His expression darkened as well. "Martin, are you really going to disregard our past relationship entirely?" "Relationship?" Martin sneered. "If we ever had one, you burned that bridge yourself." Harvey stormed off, fuming. Michael Eisner was now overwhelmed, dealing with one crisis after another. This only made him invest even more into the release and promotion of Pirates of the Caribbean, hoping to use it as a comeback. But Martin knew the Disney board had long had enough of this tyrant. Even if Pirates of the Caribbean became a massive hit, it wouldn't be enough to save his position. The theater was packed as the film was about to begin. Due to Martin's ongoing feud with film critics, Disney hadn't even bothered inviting them to the premiere. Still, Many critics had bought tickets with their own money, eager to find material to continue attacking Martin. One might wonder, Martin was now such a major power player. Would critics still dare to target him? Of course, they would. These critics knew that as long as they only attacked Martin's movies, he wouldn't retaliate too harshly. They weren't touching his core business interests. Even if Martin fought back, he'd do so in conventional ways, and their critiques might even bring them more attention. It was just like how people constantly criticized Rockefeller, Buffett, or Bill Gates. If you pay attention, American media's negative coverage of major capitalists often focuses on trivial matters, tabloid gossip, family scandals, and the like. If you ever see media outlets openly attacking a corporation's core business, it's usually because of a rival corporation pulling the strings. Film critics were no different. David Denby walked into the theater with the crowd. Even though Kevin Johnson had been ousted, he had no intention of stopping his attacks on Martin. He saw this battle as essential to protecting the influence of film critics. If critics lost this war, their entire profession might face extinction. And after hearing Martin's scathing remarks about critics earlier, his hatred for the man had only deepened. But to Martin, this conflict with critics was nothing more than a game. Seated inside the theater, Denby scribbled in his notebook before the movie had even started. The moment Disney chose to go the PG-13 route, this project was doomed to fail. It's hard to imagine a company that specializes in family-friendly films suddenly excelling in a genre outside its expertise. By abandoning its strengths, Disney is setting itself up for disaster. Meanwhile, Kevin Thomas of the Los Angeles Times, one of the few critics on good terms with Martin, was also in the audience, courtesy of a ticket gifted by Martin himself. Thomas wrote in his notebook, "Another masterpiece." After jotting this down, he glanced around and smirked in disdain. He recognized many fellow critics, but their expressions were far more serious than his own. What's the point of this? He thought. We're all just trying to make a living. Working with Martin is so much easier than fighting him. Unlike the others, Kevin Thomas had been smart about his position. By publishing positive reviews about Martin's movies, both in print and on his blog, he had not only gained financial rewards, but also a growing online following. With his blog now attracting advertisements, he was making at least an extra $100,000 a year. Add to that the PR fees from Myers Pictures, and his income had surpassed what it used to be. More importantly, because Martin's films never flopped, Thomas's consistent praise for them had earned him credibility. As a younger film critic, his influence had started to exceed that of veterans like David Denby and Roger Ebert. He recalled his private conversation with Martin before the screening. Conservatively, I expect Pirates of the Caribbean to make around $300 million in North America and surpass $600 million globally. Martin had said it so casually, yet with such confidence. Inside the theater, Orlando Bloom felt a mix of nerves and excitement. This was his real breakthrough film. His role as Faramir in The Lord of the Rings had been too small to count, and in Pirates of the Caribbean, he was billed as a co-lead alongside Martin. Thinking of this, he shot a grateful glance toward Martin's seat. Rumor had it that Martin had specifically recommended that Disney market the film as a two-lead production. Then, he noticed Martin sitting close to Keira Knightley, the two of them whispering to each other. Orlando felt a pang of envy. If only I were a woman, he thought. Maybe I could get closer to Martin too. On set, everyone had noticed the unspoken chemistry between Keira and Martin had certainly never pushed her away. The lights dimmed. After the Disney and Myers Pictures logos appeared, the screen filled with a misty ocean at dawn. In the haze, a massive ship slowly emerged, flames flickering in the distance. Kevin Thomas's eyes lit up. He jotted down. The ocean, the fog, the ship, stunningly realistic effects. On the other hand, Denby wrote, dull opening, shamelessly flaunting special effects with no substance. Meanwhile, Martin watched the big screen, captivated. As the ship sailed through the fog, young Elizabeth sang softly at the bow, setting the film's eerie and mysterious tone. Martin sighed internally. If only 3D and IMAX technology were more advanced right now. Technically, those technologies already existed, but the cost of implementing them was prohibitively high. Plus, IMAX screens weren't yet mainstream in cinemas, making such an investment hardly worthwhile. This thought led Martin to recall a specific movie, one that would single-handedly revolutionize the industry, leading to a global explosion of 3D and IMAX technology. James Cameron's Avatar. As Cameron's most ambitious project, Avatar had been an idea brewing since 1994. However, technological limitations had forced him to shelve it for over a decade. It wasn't until 2006 that he finally decided to restart the project. Even then, the available technology still wasn't ideal, but Cameron couldn't wait any longer. He worked tirelessly with his team, advancing filmmaking techniques as they went. New motion capture animation systems for more lifelike Nausicaa characters. Enhanced large-scale lighting systems for the lush jungles of Pandora. Revolutionary texture and rendering software to create unparalleled CGI. Realism. Innovative 3D filming techniques and IMAX camera applications. Before Avatar, 3D films were seen as expensive gimmicks with little return, and IMAX cameras, film, and screens struggled to gain traction. But after Avatar, 3D and IMAX became the industry standard. Simply put, Avatar and James Cameron didn't just make a movie, they ushered in a new era. James Cameron's Avatar. At this point in time, he probably hasn't secured funding yet. He must still be buried in research with his team, trying to push technology forward for the film. Martin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He recalled that 20th Century Fox had taken a full year to decide on investing in Avatar. After all, it was a $237 million budget. Side note, the official figure is $237 million, but rumors of a $500 million budget likely include marketing and distribution costs, estimated at around $150 million. Even with that added, the total doesn't quite reach $500 million. It was probably exaggerated for promotional hype. Maybe I should get involved in this film that's destined to make history. I could fund it entirely, but I know Cameron and 20th Century Fox wouldn't agree. The two are too deeply tied together. As the film continued, some audience members in the theater began to frown. What's going on with this story? In the Caribbean, the most handsome, charismatic, flirtatious, humorous, and cunning pirate, Captain Jack Sparrow, was the captain of the Black Pearl. On an unknown island, he and his crew discovered a cursed treasure chest filled with Aztec gold. Unfortunately, after claiming the treasure, Jack was betrayed by his first mate, Barbossa, and the crew. They marooned him on a deserted island, leaving him with only a pistol and a single bullet. After Barbossa seized control of the Black Pearl, he and the crew recklessly squandered the gold, unaware of the curse attached to it. The more they spent, the more insatiable their desires became. Eventually, no matter how much they ate or drank, it turned to dust in their mouths. Those who had taken the Aztec gold lost all sense of feeling. They became undead, unable to die. Among them was Bill Turner, who secretly remained loyal to Jack. He constantly argued that betraying Jack violated the pirate code, cursing the crew for their fate. This enraged Barbossa, who tied Bill to a cannon and sent him to the depths of the ocean. Only later did the crew realize that to break the curse, they not only needed to recover all 882 Aztec gold pieces, but also required Bill Turner's blood, an ironic twist. Before being punished, Bill had secretly passed a piece of the treasure to his son, Will Turner. Years later, in the royal port, Governor Swan's daughter, young Elizabeth, discovered a near-drowned Will in the sea. She ordered him to be rescued. Upon noticing the gold piece around his neck, she secretly took it, fearing that Will might be executed as a pirate. Years passed, and both Will and Elizabeth grew into adults. Will became a blacksmith in the port city. At this point, nearly 10 minutes of the film had passed. Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley's characters had already appeared, yet Martin's Jack Sparrow was still nowhere to be seen, only talked about by others. Is this really a lead role? David Denby smirked and wrote in his notebook. Overly long setup. Yawn-inducing. He sneered inwardly. Disney clearly doesn't know how to make this kind of film. PG-13 movies aren't children's films. You can't win audiences over with warm-hearted moments, beautiful scenery, or tales of innocent young love. But then, Jack Sparrow appeared. A wave of murmurs rippled through the theater. Jack Sparrow's entrance stunned the audience. The first thought that crossed many viewers' minds was, "Is that Martin?" The second, "What the hell? That's Martin." There he was, wearing a red bandana, his hair tied in intricate braids, dark kohl-rimmed eyes making him look perpetually sleep-deprived, yet standing proud at the helm of a ship. His look was so unique, his presence so full of swagger, that he immediately captured everyone's attention. Many audience members recalled the narrator's words from the beginning. The most handsome, charismatic, flirtatious, humorous, and cunning pirate in the Caribbean. Laughter erupted across the theater, because this wasn't at all the image of a pirate they had in their heads. Even more surprising was that Disney had been extremely secretive about Martin's look in Pirates of the Caribbean. The first official poster focused mostly on the Black Pearl, with only a small silhouette of Martin standing on the mast, his back turned to the audience. Even in the trailers, Martin's shots had been brief, mostly distant, fleeting glimpses. No one had expected this to be the final result. The shock only made the moment more impactful. The scene continued, and the theater erupted with laughter. At first, Jack Sparrow looked utterly majestic, standing tall at the helm, looking every bit the commanding captain of a grand ship. But then the camera panned out. The ship he was captaining was nothing but a tiny, sinking dinghy, and he was desperately using a bucket to scoop out water. The contrast was hilarious. "This is interesting." Kevin Thomas couldn't help but chuckle. He thought back to Martin's past roles: Legolas in The Lord of the Rings, Neo in The Matrix, Peter Parker in Spider-Man, Tyler in Step Up. All of them were cool, charismatic, and stylish. Ever since Martin entered high school, he had seemingly abandoned serious, dramatic roles in favor of blockbuster leads. But Pirates of the Caribbean had proven something else. Martin could break out of that mold. Martin's versatility is astonishing. Jack Sparrow's eccentric appearance had been shocking at first, but as the scene played out, it no longer felt out of place. It felt right. Kevin Thomas shook his head and jotted down in his notebook: "Martin's entrance is dazzling. His take on Captain Jack Sparrow redefines our perception of pirates." By now, the audience had caught on. This movie wasn't going to be a dark, gritty pirate film. It was a light-hearted adventure full of humor and charm. And then came the next brilliant moment. As his dinghy sank, Jack Sparrow stood atop its mast. At just the right moment, when the boat fully submerged, the mast perfectly aligned with the dock. Jack stepped off effortlessly, completely unbothered, as if this absurd situation was all part of the plan. Cool. It gave the impression that Jack Sparrow was the kind of man who could dance through chaos without breaking a sweat. Moments later, he was already bantering with dock workers and outwitting two clueless guards, his mischievous charm setting the tone for the character. The audience was already hooked. Kevin Thomas finished his notes. "This is Martin's charisma. This is Captain Jack Sparrow's magic." David Denby hesitated, unable to put pen to paper. Martin's entrance, no, Captain Jack Sparrow's entrance, was too stunning. As he watched that witty, roguish figure on the big screen, it was hard to believe this was the same Martin. Legolas Martin, the chosen one Martin, the cool and stylish dancer Martin. How do I criticize this? After a moment of thought, he finally scribbled a few words in his notebook. Overacted, too exaggerated. As the film progressed, Martin's portrayal of Captain Jack continued to elicit laughter from the audience, and the film's charm began to shine through. The light-hearted humor persisted, until Elizabeth fell into the sea. And the reason? Well, it was clear: her corset was far too tight. This scene was already beautifully shot in the original version, but under Martin's influence, with special effects handled by Weta Digital, it became even more breathtaking. The ocean, the ships, the island, even the pirate skeletons swaying from cliffs, dried by the wind, all carried an unexpected beauty. But the most stunning visuals came from the underwater scene, truly mesmerizing. Especially when Jack Sparrow cradled Elizabeth as he swam toward the surface, schools of fish passing below, the camera capturing the scene from beneath. It was breathtaking. For a brief moment, it almost stole the spotlight. Truth be told, many viewers instinctively thought that Elizabeth would end up with Jack Sparrow. Next came the sequence where Jack Sparrow, trying to escape, took Elizabeth hostage, leading to his encounter with Will Turner at the blacksmith shop. This sword fight was largely improvised by Martin, filled with humor, yet still thrilling. Laughter filled the theater. Two handsome men engaging in a battle of skill was truly a feast for the eyes. It was strange, despite Martin's bizarre makeup, ragged pirate attire, and occasional flamboyant gestures, he still oozed charm and charisma. David Denby lifted his pen, intending to write something, but ultimately he set it down again. Then came the attack on the town by the Black Pearl. The pace of the film picked up. By now, nearly 30 minutes had passed. Barbassa and his cursed crew invaded the royal port, kidnapping Elizabeth, mistakenly believing she was Bill Turner's daughter, whose blood was needed to lift the curse. At the same time, the coin in Elizabeth's possession was the final missing piece of the Aztec treasure. Meanwhile, from his jail cell, Jack quickly deduced from Will Turner's name that he was actually Bill Turner's son, the real key to breaking the curse. Seizing this opportunity, Jack manipulated Will, who was desperate to save Elizabeth, into freeing him. The two then stole a ship and set off to chase down the Black Pearl. Of course, Jack had no real interest in rescuing Elizabeth. His true goal was reclaiming his beloved ship. Thus began a grand high-seas adventure. By this point, the audience was completely immersed in the film. The curse of the Black Pearl, the pirate treasure, the high-stakes sword fights, the chilling skeletal crew illuminated by moonlight, undead pirates walking along the ocean floor. This fantastical world had only begun to unfold, and already, no one could look away. The sword fight between Jack Sparrow and Captain Barbassa was especially thrilling, both comedic and intense. David Denby, however, forced himself to write in his notebook, two world-class fools engaging in a meaningless duel. But when Barbassa finally uttered, "I feel cold," the film seemed to take on a deeper significance. At that moment, Pirates of the Caribbean was no longer just a light-hearted pirate comedy. It carried something more profound. David Denby exhaled slowly, lifting his pen, lowering it, lifting it again, repeating the process 3 times before finally writing. Jack Sparrow. He is a peacock flaunting his feathers. Meanwhile, Kevin Thomas, after some thought, penned the following. Jack Sparrow is an incredibly difficult role to play. Even though Pirates of the Caribbean is just a commercial film, Martin has infused this character with something entirely unique. I genuinely believe that only Martin could have portrayed him so perfectly. Frankly, I can't even imagine what this film would have been like if Martin had played the role in the style of Errol Flynn or Douglas Fairbanks. It would have been insufferably dull. Through Martin's performance, Captain Jack Sparrow carries a touch of the Rococo, light, refined, intricate, and elaborate. What makes this character so compelling is that Martin never plays him as a joke. He never mocks him. He plays him with absolute sincerity, which elevates Jack Sparrow beyond a mere clown. He lives. After writing this, Kevin Thomas continued watching with new eyes. This wasn't a tightly wound, high-stakes thriller, but it was irresistibly charming. Every time Jack Sparrow was on screen, he seemed to shift the entire atmosphere of the theater, drawing the audience's full attention. The delicate, exaggerated steps, the flamboyant gestures, the darkly lined eyes, all exuded a strange, tangible allure. At that moment, Kevin Thomas realized Martin had created yet another unforgettable character. As the film neared its conclusion, after the grand sea adventure, the Royal Navy still sentenced Jack Sparrow to hang, but Will Turner saved him. Though Will's actions were a clear violation of the law, the governor ultimately turned a blind eye, recognizing Will and Elizabeth's love for each other. Commodore Norrington, who had long harbored feelings for Elizabeth, could only accept his defeat in silent heartbreak. In the end, Will and Elizabeth lived happily ever after, while Jack Sparrow, aboard the Black Pearl, sailed off toward boundless freedom. The film's opening and resolution might have felt a bit drawn out, but there was no denying. This was a great story. A mysterious treasure, a skeletal curse, noble naval officers, magical adventures, handsome heroes, beautiful heroines, a legendary tale, and undead pirates illuminated by moonlight. All the classic pirate elements seamlessly blended together, infused with personal heroism and absurd humor. Without a doubt, Pirates of the Caribbean was destined for success. As Kevin Thomas clapped along with the audience, he thought to himself, "This is going to be big." Meanwhile, David Denby's expression twisted with inner turmoil. He was stuck. How should he write his review? Continue to criticize the film? That would make him look foolish. Praise it? That would be like surrendering to Martin. Martin patted Keira Knightley's thigh and whispered with a smile, "No need to worry." Then, he leaned back into his chair, adopting a relaxed, casual posture, forming a stark contrast to the stern-looking, stocky man below him. Even though Martin hadn't spoken yet, David Denby suddenly felt like he was already losing ground. What the hell? He shook his head slightly, locked eyes with Martin on stage, and pressed, "Please answer my question, Mr. Myers." Martin crossed his hands on the table and gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, why do people keep lining up to get slapped? This isn't some online novel. Why are there always fools begging to be humiliated? Then he spoke. You say I've changed, but in reality, it's you who have changed. From 1910 to 1930, cinema experienced an explosion of culture. The biggest movie stars became global ambassadors of entertainment. Film criticism emerged in this period as well. At first, film critics were simply passionate moviegoers who shared their thoughts. Some had a way with words and got hired by media outlets to publish reviews. In those days, film critics were sincere. They wrote what they truly felt about a film, a genuine analysis. But over time, some clever critics realized something. Their words had the power to influence box office numbers. And that's when things changed. These critics started using their media influence to serve their own interests. Their reviews were no longer honest reflections of a film, but strategic opinions designed to maximize their personal gains. They started accepting public relations fees from studios, using their platforms to subtly push certain films while undermining others. What they didn't realize was that they were eroding public trust, destroying their own credibility. Now, critics like you, yes, you, David Denby, can you honestly place your hand over your heart and say, my film reviews are my most sincere words, and they will be preserved for future generations as a true record of cinema? No, you can't. The truth is, film critics have never been the most important part of cinema. You were simply debate partners, someone to spark discussion among audiences. But now, even that role is fading away. You have an easy job, little risk, yet hold immense power. Filmmakers must offer up their work, exposing it to your judgment. But here's what you refuse to admit. From a value perspective, your reviews are often less meaningful than the very movies you criticize. When your praise and criticism are no longer genuine, but calculated for profit, you're not a film critic anymore. You're a businessman. And when the public sees through that, when they realize you are no longer fair, your credibility collapses. And now, with the rise of the internet, the audience has their own platforms. They no longer need you, because each one of them is their own critic. Wake up and smell the coffee. The times have changed. You're not as important as you think. Face reality. The reality is, while you keep trashing my movies, audiences vote for them with their feet. And when you no longer represent the majority, it means your time is over. This isn't fear-mongering. History has proven time and again. Those who fail to keep up with change are doomed to be left behind. Thunderous applause. As soon as Martin finished speaking, the entire film crew burst into applause. Many journalists in the audience joined in. Martin's words had just flipped the critics' table. But so what? What the hell can they do about it? Relax, I know what I'm doing, Martin told Drew Barrymore in his office at Myers Pictures. The power of traditional film critics is fading. The internet has taken over. Audiences can now share their thoughts instantly, exchange opinions freely. What's the point of critics anymore? Drew Barrymore laughed. You're ruthless, Martin. That speech of yours completely dug up the roots of film criticism. I heard those old farts at the Critics Association were furious. Martin waved dismissively. Let them rage all they want. At the end of the day, they're nothing but parasites clinging to filmmakers and audiences. Without us, they are nothing. He wasn't worried. This was just critics making their final struggle. When Bruce Almighty and The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King dropped, both films would shatter their credibility again. And most importantly, Martin had a major stake in multiple internet media companies, Twitter, Blogspot, and more. If critics wanted to transition online to stay relevant, they'd have to rely on him. When that time comes, it's simple. Follow me and prosper. Oppose me and perish. Martin's fiery takedown of film critics at the Pirates of the Caribbean press conferences went viral. He gained massive support from netizens. Film critics? What do they know? All they do is praise obscure indie films to act superior. David Denby and Roger Ebert are dinosaurs. The only critic I trust these days is Kevin Thomas. Who are these critics to judge Martin? His achievements dwarf theirs by 1,000 times. Face it, Martin is right, and even if he weren't, he'd still be right, because he's Martin. Damn, Martin's movies are coming out one after another, and somehow I don't feel tired of them. Critics say he's lost his spark. Look at his recent films. Neo in The Matrix Reloaded, Tyler in Step Up, Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. Each one has distinctive traits. So many iconic roles packed together, and yet he never feels out of place. Martin's acting is easily Oscar-worthy. I'm obsessed with Tyler. Too damn sexy. Nah, Jack Sparrow is the real deal. How the hell is Martin not even 17 yet, but playing this eccentric old pirate so perfectly? Damn, you're right. Watching Pirates of the Caribbean, I completely forgot Martin is still a teenager. Now that is real talent. Those critics saying Martin has no acting skills, let's see them try it. Ang Lee had been feeling troubled lately. The disastrous box office failure of Hulk had hit him like a ton of bricks. Studios that had been in talks with him suddenly vanished, as if overnight he had gone from being a celebrated director to an industry pariah. What now? He thought of Martin's promise once again. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found Martin's number, but his finger hesitated over the call button. He regretted it so much. He should never have gotten carried away. Why did he even take on a big-budget effects-heavy blockbuster? He should have just accepted Brokeback Mountain, a project that was perfect for his directing style. And yet, Ang Lee felt too embarrassed to contact Martin. Back when he had rejected the offer, he had done so confidently. Now, he felt so conflicted. If Martin really meant it when he said he would wait, why hadn't he called? Martin hadn't forgotten about Ang Lee. He still intended for him to direct Brokeback Mountain. But first, he wanted to make him sweat a little. It would make the negotiations easier later. At the tail end of the summer movie season, Bruce Almighty premiered. After spending some time back in New York filming Spider-Man 2, Martin once again took leave to attend the event. Frankly, only Martin could get away with taking time off this frequently. Any other actor would have been fired long ago. AMC Lincoln Square Theater. At the red carpet event, Jennifer Aniston clung to Martin's arm as they walked forward. Martin could feel her tension. He gently patted Jennifer's hand in reassurance. Relax, we've seen the final cut. It's definitely going to be a hit. You do remember who I am, don't you? I'm Miracle Martin. Jennifer let out a laugh, her body instinctively leaning closer to Martin. That was the natural dependence that a collection piece felt for its owner. You're right. You're Miracle Martin. You've never failed before. After the red carpet, a brief interview, and some mingling at the reception, Martin was greeting the guests when Leonardo DiCaprio approached. Leo was dressed in a sharp silver-gray suit, his handsome face wearing a charming smile as he politely conversed with a few hopeful young actresses. But as soon as he spotted Martin, he quickly ditched the crowd of rising stars trying to use him as a stepping stone. Jesus Christ, Martin, Leo groaned. I think I'm going to puke if I have to attend one more of your premieres. You're insane. I do one film a year, and even that exhausts me. But you? Let me count. Step Up, The Matrix Reloaded, Pirates of the Caribbean, Bruce Almighty. Oh, and The Lord of the Rings. Return of the King in December. My God, you're not acting in movies, you're mass-producing them. Then Leo gave Martin an odd look. Seriously though, he continued, why the hell aren't audiences getting sick of seeing your face? My acting coach always said an actor needs mystique. If the audience sees you too often, they'll start blending all your characters together. It ruins immersion. But you? I've watched 3 of your movies this year, and not once did I feel like your roles clashed with each other. He was bewildered. By all logic, this shouldn't be possible. What Leo didn't know was that this was the natural ability of an incubus. Martin's inherent charm made it so that every role he played felt completely distinct to audiences. When people saw him as Neo, they believed he was Neo. When they saw him as Tyler, they believed he was Tyler. And when they saw him as Jack Sparrow, they believed he was Jack Sparrow. An incubus was simply born to be an actor. Of course, Martin couldn't tell Leo that. So instead, he slung an arm over Leo's shoulder and grinned. That's just pure talent, my friend. Leo looked deeply offended. Back when Titanic blew up, he'd spent years trying to break free from Jack Dawson's shadow. And yet Martin could jump from blockbuster to blockbuster without any baggage? Leo wallowed in self-doubt for a moment before snapping out of it. He playfully punched Martin's shoulder. You bastard, cut the crap. Even veteran actors don't take on this many roles back-to-back. Are you saying they don't have talent either? Martin smirked, putting on a serious face. Not at all, he said. It's just that they don't have my stamina. Plus, most actors take forever to detach from their last role before moving on to the next. Otherwise, they risk carrying over traces of their previous character. But me? I'm just built different. He gestured proudly at himself with his thumb. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Leo, once again, found himself spiraling into an existential crisis. At that moment, Jennifer Aniston, who had been quietly listening, suddenly tugged at Martin's arm. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Oh my God, Martin, Jim Carrey is here. I only sent him an invite as a long shot. Martin followed her gaze. Sure enough, Jim Carrey, dressed in a sharp suit, was mingling with guests while subtly scanning the room. It didn't take long before he spotted Martin and Jennifer. His eyes locked onto them, and he smiled as he strolled over. Both Martin and Jennifer quickly put on their professional smiles and stepped forward to greet him. Watching from the sidelines, Leo glanced at the two of them and squinted. Why do they kind of look like a married couple greeting guests at their own wedding? Jim Carrey reached them first. Hello, Mr. Myers. Hello, Ms. Aniston. Jim Carrey was famously serious off-screen. His tone and mannerisms here only reinforced that. Martin and Jennifer responded with equal formality. Hello, Mr. Carrey. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Carrey. Jim Carrey waved a hand. Oh, please, just call me Jim. You do know that Carrey doesn't care why, right? A classic Jim Carrey pun. Carrey doesn't care why, which he often used when introducing himself. Martin and Jennifer played along, laughing at the joke. In that case, you can just call me Martin. And you can call me Jennifer. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Jim Carrey was a master at breaking the ice. Even when he was putting on an act, it was something very few could do as effortlessly as he did. Jim Carrey looked at Martin, feeling a wave of emotion. A simple moment of arrogance had caused him so much trouble. Yes, back when he rejected Bruce Almighty, claiming he didn't want to do another comedy. It had just been an excuse to raise his asking price. He and director Tom Shadyac had already secretly agreed on this tactic. But to his surprise, Jennifer Aniston had brought in Martin instead, who then forcefully removed Tom Shadyac from the project. What followed was a full-on media battle, which eventually ended with Jim and Tom publicly apologizing. Now, as Martin's influence in the energy sector continued to rise, Jim felt more and more uneasy. Why the hell did I let my emotions get the best of me and piss off this guy? So after much deliberation, he had come to the premiere, not only to personally make peace with Martin, but also to gauge his attitude. And so far, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. To Martin, Jim Carrey was nothing more than a tiny, insignificant figure now. Why would an elephant hold a grudge against an ant? After a bit of small talk, Jim finally relaxed. He grinned and said, Martin, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Martin chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. Once Jim left, Leonardo DiCaprio, who had been lurking nearby, sighed. Man, you've really become one of those untouchable figures, Leo said. That guy was definitely here to make amends. I could see how nervous he was. Even a superstar like Jim Carrey is willing to bow his head just because you might be unhappy with him. You should be running for president, not just acting. Martin put on a thoughtful expression. I'll consider it. Dude, I was joking. Leo's eyes widened in panic. President? Why not? Martin shrugged. Haven't you heard? That bodybuilder, Schwarzenegger, is running for governor. And I think he'll win. You actually believe that? Of course. At the very least, he won't be worse than Davis, that idiot. Martin scoffed, completely unconcerned about openly trashing the sitting governor. At this point, in California, insulting Davis was practically politically correct. That guy had completely wrecked the state's finances. But an actor as governor? Leo frowned. So what? It's not unprecedented. Actors have become presidents before. Reagan did pretty well, didn't he? As the lights dimmed, the movie began. Buffalo, New York. Bruce Nolan was a TV news reporter. Though well into his 30s, he was still a mess, clumsy, unkempt, and constantly complaining about everything. Fortunately, he was handsome, charming, and incredibly talented. His show was hilarious, winning over countless viewers, including his girlfriend, Grace. Grace adored Bruce. She desperately wanted him to marry her. But even after years of living together, Bruce never showed any interest in marriage. Even worse, he was a chronic complainer. No matter what happened, he always found something to blame. And the biggest scapegoat of all, God. Bruce's day was absolute hell. It was just one unlucky thing after another. Getting tangled in his bedsheets, choking on his awful breakfast, his dog peeing on the couch, getting punched for no reason, stepping into a filthy puddle. The entire sequence was a comedy goldmine, and the theater was filled with laughter. Though, to the film critics lurking among the audience, it was just lowbrow humor. And then, he finally got to work. But the news was depressing. African refugees struggling to survive, economic crises in developed nations, terrorists releasing deadly gas. It was too much. Bruce snapped. He screamed at the sky, blaming God for everything. And that's when God decided he had enough. He gave Bruce divine powers for a day, so he could see for himself how hard it was to run the world. And that's when the real fun began. A mere mortal with God's power. What could possibly go wrong? Bruce went wild. He pulled the moon closer to impress his girlfriend. He caused a meteor strike just to land an exclusive news story. He parted a bowl of soup like Moses. It was hilarious. For the audience, it felt like watching a wish-fulfillment fantasy novel, pure, unfiltered satisfaction. Finally, Bruce achieved his dream. He became a top news anchor. His life seemed perfect. But God's job? He was absolutely terrible at it. The movie continued. Buffalo, once a peaceful city, descended into chaos thanks to Bruce's reckless use of divine powers. By granting every single person's wish, he had unknowingly set off a disaster. Millions of people won the lottery, but the jackpot was split so many ways that each winner only received a pitiful sum. People felt cheated. Riots broke out. Some started predicting the end of the world. It didn't take much for people with miserable lives to make the world even more chaotic. Bruce, after experiencing a car accident and hearing Grace's inner thoughts, finally understood what he truly needed in life. It turned out that even God wasn't omnipotent. People wished for miracles, but they never stopped to ask themselves, did they deserve those miracles? Were they even capable of handling them? Parting a bowl of soup? That wasn't a miracle, just a cheap magic trick. But a single mother, working 2 jobs yet, still making time to take her child to soccer practice? That was a miracle. If Bruce wanted to win Grace back, he had to rely on himself. The laughter in the theater began to fade. By the time Bruce started self-reflecting, the audience, once thrilled by his godlike powers, grew quiet. At the film's climax, they weren't just watching Bruce bare his soul. They were also listening to their own. It felt like a baptism. Everyone in that theater was a working adult. All of them chased their dreams. All of them pursued wealth. And in that pursuit, how many of them had lost sight of what truly mattered? How many had drifted away from their original selves, becoming impatient, irrational, or even downright unbearable, just like Bruce? At first, when Bruce gained God's powers and started messing around, the audience had felt excited. But by the end of the film, they had learned something profound. No one else controls your destiny. Only you do. Powers given by others, without the wisdom to use them, will only destroy your life. Even the critics in the audience were silent. They had come here to tear the film apart. Instead, they found themselves moved. *P.S. Bruce Almighty isn't some brainless slapstick comedy. It made huge money worldwide, including in Europe, where audiences usually dislike American-style absurd humor. The story may not be as brilliantly structured as The Truman Show, but its message is anything but shallow. As they watched, the critics realized the film had ambitions. It wasn't just about making people laugh. It wanted to say something deeper. Of course, that didn't mean they wouldn't criticize it. But they were hesitant, because now they were afraid. If they trashed this movie, but it still became a huge box office success, then their credibility as critics would completely collapse. Jim Carrey was just as surprised. But unlike the critics, he wasn't thinking about film analysis. He was thinking about Martin. Jim had never believed that Martin could outshine him in comedy. He had assumed that Martin would tone down the comedic aspects of Bruce Almighty. Even if his Jack Sparrow was funny, that was just one character. Sustaining an entire comedy film was an entirely different skill set. A comedy film could explore deeper themes, sure. But first and foremost, it had to be funny. People could walk out of the theater crying. But they had to laugh first. And Martin's performance. Jim had to admit, it shocked him. Martin didn't use exaggerated expressions or over-the-top body language like Jim did. So how the hell did he manage to make people laugh so easily? With just a single glance? With just a simple line? Martin, watching the big screen, smirked. He was very satisfied with his performance. Huh. A cambion isn't just someone people like. A cambion's charm can do more than that. It can make people laugh, cry, or even rage. He didn't need Jim Carrey's wild facial expressions or exaggerated physical comedy. All it took was precise gestures, subtle expressions, and well-timed delivery. And he could amplify the comedic effect effortlessly. Jim had acting skills. So what? I have magic. The film ended, and the applause began. It was thunderous. It was endless. The cast and crew took the stage. Jennifer Aniston beamed. Not just her usual Hollywood smile for the cameras, but a genuine, pure smile. After all, this was her first major box office hit. Her career had been smooth. After landing a few minor roles, she had immediately scored the lead in Friends, a cultural phenomenon. It made her famous. It made her rich. But it also trapped her. No matter what movie she starred in, she could never escape the shadow of Rachel Green. No matter what character she played, audiences always saw Rachel Green. And her box office numbers? Always underwhelming. Asterisk P.S. Honestly, Jennifer's movies never really had any blockbusters. Most were just decent, but never huge hits. Even Bruce Almighty. Most people only remember Jim Carrey. The only other movie where she truly stood out was We're the Millers. And, well, let's just say that pool scene was unforgettable. But now, Bruce Almighty was a massive success. Martin had done it again. Not just in bed, but at the box office, too. Huh. She was going to reward him tonight. Thinking of this, her smile grew even sweeter. After the press conference, the premiere wrapped up. Jennifer gave Martin a look. He understood immediately. They left separately, and later, reunited at Jennifer's farmhouse in the countryside. Under the moonlight, bodies entwined, lost in passion. It was yet another blissful night. Meanwhile, the internet exploded. I never expected Martin to have comedic talent. This movie was hilarious. Not just funny, it was so satisfying. Man, I wish I could have God's powers for a day. I always knew Martin had humor. Just look at his interviews. And Jack Sparrow. The ending broke me. I actually cried. A comedy made me cry. Martin chose a non-cute role, but somehow, I saw myself in Bruce. The next day, reviews for Bruce Almighty were released. To Martin's surprise, they weren't all negative. Martin Myers is a true genius. Even the most ordinary material shines in his hands. With its clever plot design and perfectly cast actors, the success of Bruce Almighty was inevitable. Martin Myers can confidently pop a bottle of champagne. His performance was outstanding, and the script gave him plenty of room to showcase his talent. A predictable success, this isn't just a regular comedy. It's a film that hits you right in the heart. It makes you laugh, it makes you cry. Clearly, its box office performance won't be weak. The most interesting review came from David Denby. The film takes inspiration from religious culture, crafting a series of brilliant comedic moments. For instance, Bruce parting tomato soup instead of the Red Sea is absolutely hilarious. The film is packed with comedic elements that constantly aim to tickle the audience's funny bone. However, its sentimental ending is far too obvious in its attempt to draw tears. Rather than elevating the emotional core, it disrupts the film's overall tone. Aniston set down the newspaper and smirked. Most of these reviews are actually praising the movie. You won, the critics have surrendered. But what is David Denby even trying to say? Is he complimenting us or criticizing us? Martin chuckled. That guy wants to follow the other critics in acknowledging me, but he just can't swallow his pride. So he wrote this awkward, half-baked review. Ignore him. Oh, fine. Let's not bother with him. But hey, honey, do you want to go for another round of exercise? Absolutely. Wearing only a bathrobe, Aniston squealed as Martin swept her up into his arms. She buried her face into his chest, giggling. Returning to the Spider-Man set, Martin finally had an uninterrupted stretch of filming. Director Sam Raimi was nearly in tears of gratitude. He had no doubts about Martin's box office appeal, but having to constantly readjust the shooting schedule for Martin's frequent absences had been a nightmare. For Raimi, it meant more work. For the other actors, It meant struggling to maintain consistency. Just when they got into the groove of a scene, they had to switch to a completely different one. Of course, no one dared to complain. Martin, understanding the situation, always brought back expensive gifts for the entire crew, from the lead actors down to the production assistants. That gesture helped smooth over any resentment. Scarlett Johansson approached him. Martin, Lost in Translation is premiering next month. Can you come? Ugh, another break? Martin rubbed his nose, but still nodded. Damn, I'm way too busy. He started thinking about cutting down on acting commitments. Maybe Leonardo was right. Doing too many movies in 1 year really wasn't sustainable. Leonardo DiCaprio. You weren't saying that when I brought it up. September. Greenwich Village, Manhattan. The New York Cinema. This historic theater, dating back to the 1930s, was regarded as one of the most artistic cinemas in the United States. It frequently screened independent and foreign films, drawing in serious movie lovers. The Lost in Translation premiere was held here. Technically, Lost in Translation was an indie film. These kinds of movies usually didn't have big premiere events. If they did, they rarely attracted major stars. But Sofia Coppola had a powerful last name. In Hollywood, the Coppola name was solid gold. The Godfather franchise alone could sustain at least 2 generations of success. No surprise that James Cameron, Steven Spielberg, and George Lucas all showed up. Even Nicolas Cage, the so-called black sheep of the Coppola family, had made an appearance. He was enthusiastically chatting with Sofia. When Martin arrived, Sofia immediately abandoned her cousin to greet him. Thank you for making time for this, Martin. Scarlett's in this film, and I'm also curious about a movie that's been in post-production for nearly a year. Sofia looked a little sheepish. I was just too nervous about it. It's my first feature, and every time I finished an edit, something always fell off. That sounds like the start of a serious case of OCD. A smooth voice interjected. Both turned to see Nicolas Cage standing nearby, extending his hand to Martin. Nicolas Cage. Nice to meet you, Martin. You can call me Nicholas. Nice to meet you too, Nicholas. You can call me. Oh, wait, I guess you already did. They both laughed. Martin, I heard you're adapting Brokeback Mountain into a film? Nicholas asked. You interested? Martin raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I want to challenge myself. Try playing a gay character. Nicolas Cage was a true acting fanatic. Coming from a wealthy family, he had never needed to worry about money. He joined Hollywood purely out of passion. Later, he ended up broke due to financial mismanagement, forcing him to take on a string of terrible films. But even in those, he never phoned it in. He always gave it his all. He had a peculiar blend of aristocratic and rebellious energy, an odd mix of refined and rugged. Strangely enough, he was especially popular in China. You're too late. The role's mine. A voice cut in. Martin glanced over. Leonardo had arrived. Wow. If it isn't Jack Dawson himself, Nicholas teased. He had once accompanied his friend Johnny Depp to audition for Titanic, which is how he first met Leonardo. Over the years, they had crossed paths at parties and auditions, but never worked together. Wow. If it isn't Nicolas Coppola? Leonardo shot back. All right, I surrender. Nicholas raised his hands in mock defeat. Then he turned to Martin with curiosity. So it's confirmed? You and Leonardo as the leads. Martin nodded. Yep, it's locked in, Leo and me. Nicolas Cage shook his head before grinning. No chance you'd reconsider? Honestly, I'm a better actor than Leo. Leonardo's eyes widened, but to his horror, he couldn't find a way to argue. Martin clapped him on the shoulder. Nope, Leo's my friend, and I believe in his talent. Leonardo immediately straightened up, puffing out his chest. Good man, Martin. Solid bro. As the film began playing in the theater, Martin watched for a while and nodded to himself. Sofia Coppola's directing skills were undeniably solid. Her strong personal style, delicate cinematography, and an acute sensitivity to emotions was evident throughout the movie. Although it had only taken a month to shoot, the final product exuded a sense of ease and refinement. Its attention to detail and exquisite use of color made for a visually impressive experience. However, such an overwhelming directorial presence wasn't necessarily a good thing for actors. Even a veteran like Bill Murray seemed to be more of a supporting element to the cinematography and storyline rather than the driving force of the narrative. For a still budding actress like Scarlett, the challenge was even greater. That said, Scarlett was very pleased with her own performance in the film. She even believed it was the best she had delivered in recent years. Before its theatrical release, Lost in Translation had participated in the 60th Venice International Film Festival, where it won the Human Rights Film Network Award, a consolation prize at best. When the film ended, Martin hugged Sophia and whispered in her ear, "It's a great film, Sophia. You did an amazing job." At that moment, a shiver ran down Sophia's spine as though an electric current had coursed through her body. A warmth spread through her, leaving her momentarily flustered. Martin paused slightly, sensing a familiar scent in the air, and was taken aback. He swore he hadn't used any magic just now. Sophia's face turned red as she silently prayed, "I hope Martin didn't notice. I hope he didn't notice." By the time they separated, Martin's expression had already returned to normal, giving nothing away. Sophia let out a small sigh of relief, until she became aware of the uncomfortable dampness between her legs. Afterward, the cast and crew took the stage to thank the audience and answer questions. In the crowd, Nicolas Cage couldn't shake the feeling that his cousin was walking a little oddly. Why is she walking with her legs clamped together? Trying to act ladylike all of a sudden? September 6th. Step Up finished its theatrical run, grossing $223 million domestically and $382 million worldwide. October 20th. Pirates of the Caribbean: The Curse of the Black Pearl concluded its box office run with $398 million in North America and a staggering $743 million globally. November 3rd. Bruce Almighty wrapped up its release with a domestic total of $298 million and a worldwide gross of $562 million, another massive hit. 3 films, one a teen dance movie, one a fantasy adventure, and one a comedy, each belonging to different genres, yet all achieving massive success. After analyzing every possible factor, the media concluded that the common denominator behind all 3 films' triumphs was Martin himself. And so, the media once again began singing his praises. But it didn't stop there. In mid-November, another film tied to Martin hit theaters, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The young cast temporarily paused production on the 3rd installment to embark on a global promotional tour. Meanwhile, director Chris Columbus approached Martin with an unexpected proposal. "Martin, we've begun auditions for Cho Chang. Quite a few young Chinese actresses have come in for the role. Since I hear you're familiar with China, would you like to sit in on the auditions?" Martin was about to decline when a thought crossed his mind. "Who's on the audition list?" "I sent it to your email," Columbus replied. "All right, I'll take a look when I have time and decide then." While Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was making waves with its promotional campaign, Martin returned to his home on 222 Trumbull Street. Inside, his parents were chatting with his Uncle Frank. His aunt, Chris Kerr, and Miranda Kerr were also present. As soon as she saw Martin, Miranda's face lit up, and she greeted him enthusiastically. Chris Kerr sighed at the sight. She had always been against her younger sister dating Martin, not because of their familial connection. Westerners didn't care about that, but because she had heard plenty from Frank about Martin's extensive romantic history. However, Miranda was absolutely determined. She insisted that she didn't care how many women Martin had. What could Chris do? If her sister was happy, that was all that mattered. "Martin, Victoria's Secret invited me to join their angel training program. Should I accept?" Martin thought for a moment before replying. "Miranda, I don't think you need to model for someone else's brand. Why not create your own clothing line, like the Olsen twins did?" He knew Miranda had done well at Victoria's Secret, and he didn't personally mind if she strutted down the runway in lingerie. But for the sake of certain readers' feelings, he figured he might as well nudge her onto a different career path. Miranda was stunned. "Me, start my own brand?" At just 20 years old, she had never even considered such a possibility. "I don't think I'm famous enough to support a brand." She hesitated. Martin chuckled. "That's what I'm here for. Plus, you've got a great group of friends: Nicole, Jessica, Brittany, Scarlett. They'd all help promote it. Would you invest? Do you want me to?" "Of course. Then I will." Miranda beamed with excitement. Martin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, we could also form our own modeling team, like Victoria's Secret. Adriana Lima's contract with them is expiring soon. We could poach her. As for the rest, Leo can help." He knows plenty of models. We don't need superstars, just women with great figures and stunning looks. Within moments, he had mapped out an entire business strategy. Uncle Frank, who had apparently been eavesdropping for quite some time, suddenly chimed in. Starting a clothing brand is a great idea. The modeling industry is a mess. It's better to get out sooner rather than later. Miranda jumped in surprise, then shot him an annoyed look. Martin joked, Uncle Frank, why don't you invest too? 3 shareholders are more stable than 2. Frank actually gave it serious thought. That might not be a bad idea. All right, I'll put some money in. Martin shrugged. No problem. And in the future, whenever your wealthy friends need to buy gifts for their girlfriends, they can come straight to Miranda. Huh, that alone could make a fortune. Frank laughed, then asked, how are we splitting the shares? Miranda gets 50%. I'll put in $1 million for 30%. You invest $2 million for 20%. Wait a minute. Miranda gets the biggest share? Fine, I can live with that. But why do you get more than me when I'm putting in more money? I've got name recognition. Do you? Fair enough. And just like that, the shares were settled. They even picked out locations for the first stores, one of Martin's properties in Manhattan and one of Frank's stores on Fairfax Avenue in Los Angeles. Since the stores weren't included in the equity distribution, rent would still need to be paid. Meanwhile, Miranda was still in a daze. Wait, did I just become a business owner? That night, after Frank and his family finished dinner at Martin's house, they left. Frank looked eager, brimming with the excitement of a man about to embark on a new business venture. As they got into the car, Miranda Kerr finally snapped out of her daze. Frank, am I really going to start a fashion business? Of course. And not just fashion. With Martin and his network of female celebrities backing us, we're going straight into the luxury market. Clothing, watches, jewelry, handbags. We can do it all. What brand? What business? Chris Kerr had the same bewildered expression Miranda had earlier. Frank explained his new business collaboration with Martin. Chris nodded approvingly. This is a good opportunity. I may not like Martin's playboy ways, but I do admire his business acumen. He's never failed at anything so far. In the West, success, and following successful people, was the way of life. After bidding farewell to Frank's family, Martin went upstairs to his study. He turned on his computer, opened his email, and clicked on the message from Chris Columbus. The list of names was long, but Martin skimmed through it quickly. In no time, he had selected 3 names: Crystal Liu, Katie Leung, and Yang Mi. Crystal Liu, Chinese, born in 1987, recently starred in the TV series Demigods and Semi-Devils. Katie Leung, a British-Chinese actress, was the original Harry Potter film series Cho Chang. Yang Mi, Chinese, born in September 1986, was 17 years old and had appeared in the TV drama The Story of a Noble Family and the TV movie Beijing Fairy Tale. The next day, Martin called Columbus. When do auditions begin? The first round is scheduled for mid-November. Move the second round to after Christmas. Got it. So, you're skipping the first round? Yeah, just notify me before the second round starts. Also, I have a list. Put these names straight into the second round. No problem. Send it over. Throughout November, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was raking in massive box office revenue. In December, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King hit theaters, stealing the spotlight from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. With Legolas making his grand return, the Elven Prince once again captivated audiences worldwide. At the same time, a surprising announcement surfaced. Martin would be taking the SATs in December. SAT exams are held on the first Saturday of March, May, June, October, November, and December, as well as the last Saturday of August. At the premiere of The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, reporters swarmed Martin. Martin, rumors say you're taking the SATs this year. Is that true? Are you planning to go to college? Have you chosen a university? What will you study? You've spent the entire year acting and handling business affairs. Have you had time to study? Are you worried about your scores? Liv Tyler, who was standing beside Martin, was completely ignored. But she didn't mind. She was just as curious about his answers. Yes, I'll be taking the December SAT. I've always planned to attend college to broaden my knowledge. If I had more free time, I would have taken the test in June. What? Which university? No, not NYU. Not USC either. These 2 universities have the most renowned film programs. I'll probably apply to Harvard Law. And the SAT? I'm not worried. Just wait and see my scores. The next day, media outlets were flooded with reports about Martin's decision to attend university. Is Martin abandoning his acting career to pursue higher education? Will this be a mistake, like Natalie Portman's decision? Martin's overwhelming success in various fields makes us forget that he's still a high school student. According to his teachers, despite his busy schedule, he always makes time for key exams, and his grades are excellent. To those who doubt him, don't forget, besides being a successful author, actor, musician, and entrepreneur, Martin is also a top student. Even though he rarely attends class, he's always ranked first in his grade. A reporter interviewed the dean of Harvard Law School, who expressed enthusiasm about Martin's potential enrollment. The Return of the King might be Martin's farewell performance. If he truly focuses on his studies, we may not see another film from him for 4 years. The hype around The Return of the King skyrocketed, and so did its box office performance. Warner Brothers was overjoyed. "Martin, are you really leaving Hollywood?" Natalie Portman asked over the phone. "Of course not. The reporters are just making things up. It's just college. I can handle both." Natalie sighed in relief. "That's good. You know, when I left the industry to study, I didn't realize how much 4 years away would erode my hard-earned reputation. It was incredibly difficult to restart my career." Martin wasn't worried about that. He simply didn't want to lose his massive source of magical energy, his fame and influence. Los Angeles. In a rundown apartment, 2 men lay sprawled on a worn-out couch, completely motionless. After a long silence, one of them, a scruffy-haired man, suddenly erupted. F asterisk asterisk asterisk, F asterisk asterisk asterisk, F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are all those Hollywood executives blind? Our script is amazing, yet they won't even consider it. The other man, an Asian with dyed blonde hair, glanced at him. "Face it, man. We're out of luck. We should probably head back to Australia and look for jobs. F asterisk 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 that. I refuse to accept this." The man crushed his beer can and hurled it at the wall. James Wan and Lee Hwanel weren't just university classmates. They were lifelong friends. Both had majored in film during college. After graduation, they pursued further studies at RMIT University. During their time there, they joined an underground film collective called Splat Pack, which specialized in modern-style, brutal horror films. The group was a haven for young filmmakers passionate about horror and thriller genres. In 2003, the duo co-produced a horror short film, Saw 0.5. Hwanel wrote the script, and Wan directed. The short film was well received within niche circles, inspiring them to expand the story into a full-length feature. Eager to turn their vision into reality, they traveled to Hollywood to seek opportunities. But reality hit them hard. They submitted their screenplay, but no studio responded. Now, after 6 months, their savings were nearly gone. If they didn't earn money soon, they wouldn't even be able to afford a plane ticket back to Australia. Maybe we should try submitting it to Myers Pictures? Hwanel glanced at a newspaper on the table and suggested. James, full name James. Wan. Hwanel, full name Lee Hwanel. Both were 27 years old. After spending years struggling in Australia, they decided to take on Hollywood. But while their dreams were ambitious, reality was harsh. They arrived in Hollywood with their completed Saw script, submitting it to numerous studios and film funds, yet received no promising responses. Chances were, their script was just collecting dust in some executive's trash bin. Lionsgate had at least spoken to them, but once they insisted on James Wan directing the film, the discussions went cold. Should we try sending it to Myers Pictures? The newspaper headline was blindingly flashy. The world's wealthiest super genius, Martin Myers, to take the SATs. At just 16 or 17, the guy was already among the world's top 10 richest people. Meanwhile, James and Hwanel were pushing 30 and teetering on homelessness. The gap between people was just unfair. Still, the article sparked an idea in Hwanel. Maybe this so-called genius would actually appreciate their script. "We never sent Saw to Myers Pictures," James Wan asked in surprise. "I don't think so." Hwanel looked a bit embarrassed. He had been in charge of submissions, but maybe, just maybe, seeing Martin's name constantly splashed across every newspaper had triggered a rebellious instinct in him. He had deliberately skipped Myers Pictures. Why not? James sat up straight. I forgot. Shit, get up. We're sending it now. James yanked Juanel off the couch. Hey, Jim. From afar, Martin spotted James Cameron, clad in work overalls, tinkering with a large machine. Hey, Martin. What brings you here? To continue our last conversation, Martin replied. Cameron's eyes lit up. The two had last spoken at Lost in Translation's premiere, where Martin had expressed interest in investing in Avatar. Cameron had conceived Avatar as early as 1995, and within industry circles, it wasn't exactly a secret. That's great. I thought you were just making conversation. Cameron tossed his tools aside and was about to lead Martin elsewhere when Martin pointed curiously at a large, circular machine. What's that? Rather than getting annoyed, Cameron's face lit up with excitement. This is a one-man submersible, one of my prized possessions. I used it to dive down and search for Titanic's wreckage. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? As he spoke, he ran his hand lovingly across the machine's rough surface, as if caressing a lover. Martin didn't see anything particularly attractive about the submersible, but it did remind him of Cameron's deep-sea obsession. In the original timeline, on March 26, 2012, this man piloted a submersible solo to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, becoming the first person in history to reach Earth's deepest point alone. He successfully descended 10,972.8 meters to the Challenger Deep and conducted a series of exploratory studies. At that time, he was already 58 years old. It was an astonishing feat. To put it into perspective, 12 people have walked on the moon. Over 500 have been to space. But only 3 have ever reached the deepest part of the ocean. The deep sea is as mysterious as outer space. After his successful descent, Cameron had described it as like the surface of the moon, desolate and lonely. He had felt completely cut off from the rest of humanity. It felt like I had traveled to another planet and returned, he had said. Why had so few attempted such a deep dive? Because it was incredibly dangerous. For ordinary divers, the maximum safe depth was about 20 meters. Professional divers could push it to 40 meters. At 40 meters below sea level, the water pressure was already 4.9 atmospheres. To put that into perspective, that's like having over 400 adult men pressing down on your body. The greatest obstacle and danger of deep-sea diving is pressure. At 10,000 meters below, the pressure reaches 1,097 atmospheres. For comparison, imagine flipping the Eiffel Tower upside down and balancing it on your toe. At this depth, seawater can tear through HY-80 steel hulls with ease. A human body? It would be crushed into pulp in just 2 milliseconds. To reach these depths, Cameron spent 7 years and an astronomical $35,000 per day to hire a professional team and design a deep-sea submersible capable of withstanding the crushing pressure. Despite all that, it took him 10 attempts before he successfully reached the Challenger Deep on his final dive, and he stayed there for over 3 hours. During his time on the ocean floor, he observed a barren yet breathtaking landscape and collected 68 new material samples. His expedition laid the groundwork for humanity's continued exploration of the unknown deep sea. Frankly, for this man, filmmaking was just a side job, a way to fund his deep-sea adventures. For the first time, Martin found himself respecting this old man, who was passionately rambling about his underwater exploits. It's like my child, you know? I handcrafted many of its components myself. Sorry, Martin. I get carried away when talking about diving. No worries. It's actually really interesting. Oh, really? Then I'll take you diving sometime. The world beneath the waves is incredible. Maybe someday, Martin chuckled, but the idea intrigued him. Any true artist was fueled by curiosity, and that included demons and elves alike. Finally, they settled in a lounge area and got down to business. You know, Cameron began, the world's first 3D movie was The Power of Love in 1922. But I suspect that was just a fake 3D film. From what I've read, they achieved the effect using gimmicks like pointing guns at the audience or throwing objects toward the screen. Martin was familiar with The Power of Love, the film James Cameron had just mentioned. Before coming here, he had done his homework. Martin nodded. Unfortunately, the film reels have been lost, so we'll never know exactly what it looked like. James Cameron chuckled. Exactly. That's why the 1952 adventure film Buona Devil is officially recognized as the first true 3D feature film in history. You've seen it? Martin asked curiously. Yeah, I have. Cameron replied with a strange expression. Oh, what was 3D like back then? How do I put it? The technology was crude, relying on red-blue color separation to create a 3D effect. Honestly, in terms of visual impact, it was even worse than the 1962 Chinese 3D film The Adventure of a Magician. Personally, I think The Adventure of a Magician was the first truly mature 3D film, both in terms of storytelling and technique. But even that was too primitive for my taste. Note, The Adventure of a Magician was a 1962 3D film produced by Tianma Film Studio. A remastered version is still available online. By the standards of its time, it was an impressive film. Cameron's face filled with pride. The 3D film I want to make will have truly immersive visuals, the kind that makes you feel like the characters and scenery are right next to you. Can today's technology achieve that? Martin asked. It's possible, but it still needs improvement. Cameron was brimming with confidence. By combining CGI with live-action performances, we can create a whole new visual experience. He launched into an enthusiastic explanation, but Martin quickly felt his head spinning. Looks like even demons have weaknesses, at least in the realm of technology. He was completely clueless. When Cameron finally finished his lecture, Martin quickly said, "Okay, Jim, I'm not a tech expert. Why don't you put together a detailed project plan? What technologies are needed? What has to be developed from scratch? What needs to be purchased? And the estimated budget. Send it all to Drew." "So you're investing?" "Yes, I'm in." Cameron's face lit up with excitement. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Fantastic. Now it'll be much easier to secure funding from 20th Century Fox. After all, if the legendary Martin Myers is backing this, it's bound to be a moneymaker." Martin silently added, "It's going to be a massive hit." 2 days later, Drew Barrymore called. "Oh my God, Martin, what did you have James Cameron send me? That ridiculously long list of incomprehensible technical terms. What the hell is it?" "It's CGI-related stuff. Find an expert to review it. As long as the budget checks out, Myers Pictures will invest in Cameron's new movie," Martin explained. "Wow, so our King of the World is finally making a new film. I can't wait to see it next year. Titanic was a masterpiece." Next year might be too soon." "Oh right, I forgot. This is James Cameron we're talking about. The king of delays. All right, I'll just keep my expectations for the year after that." "Actually, the year after might not work either," Martin said awkwardly. "Jim told me it might not be ready until 2009 or 2010. "What the F***? Drew's shriek came through the phone loud and clear. "You're joking, right?" she asked cautiously. "No, this is the reality. No joke." "What the F***? Drew shouted again. "Martin, are you sure Cameron isn't just playing you?" "Relax, he's not. This film involves developing new technology, so it's going to take time." "Take time? This is basically an eternity. Trust me, my dear general manager, this investment will be worth every penny." Fine. You're always right, at least until you fail. Damn it. A movie that takes 6 or 7 years to make. I need to see what the hell he's working on." "You'll be blown away," Martin assured her. "How much are you planning to invest?" Drew suddenly asked. "At least half." "Wow, you really believe in this project." "I do. I have a suggestion," Drew said. "It's best to spread out this investment over the years. You know Cameron. If you give him all the money up front, he'll spend it like crazy, and the production budget will turn into a black hole." Martin nodded. "Good point. I've thought about that too. I plan to assign a producer who's good with numbers to oversee the finances." "Who?" "Jimmy." Drew burst out laughing. "Oh, Cameron is going to lose his mind." "Is that so? Then Jimmy it is." Martin laughed along. He wasn't stupid. Locking up a massive amount of capital in a long-term project without oversight would be foolish. There was no way he'd just hand over a blank check to Cameron, a man notorious for extravagant spending. After wrapping up the conversation, Martin was about to hang up when Drew suddenly said, "Wait, Martin, we recently received a script, and I'm unsure about it. Can you take a look?" "Sure, send it to my email." "Will do." 2 days later. Same old apartment. Same old couch. James Wan and Lee Hwanel were still lying there, looking utterly dejected. Still no response. "James, do you think Martin even saw our script?" Hwanel muttered impatiently. "Damn, I don't know. All I know is that I'm starving." "Lee, How much money do we have left? Not much. We need to save some for a plane ticket back to Australia. Just then, Juanel's phone, which had been sitting on the coffee table, suddenly rang. Please don't be the landlord asking for rent. Juanel answered the call lazily. Hello, this is Lee Juanel. Who's calling? His eyes widened immediately. Then, in an instant, he shot up from the couch, his voice filled with nervous excitement. Yes. Absolutely. What the hell? James once sat up too, looking confused. Oh my God, James. Myers Pictures saw our script. Martin saw our script. We don't have to go back to Australia. After hanging up the phone, Lee Juanel jumped off the couch, shouting excitedly. James Wan's eyes lit up. So they agreed to use our script and let me direct? Not exactly. Juanel's excitement dimmed slightly. The call was from someone at Myers Pictures. They said to be at their office. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Martin will be there waiting for us. So, Martin wants to meet us in person? Now it was James Wan's turn to get excited. He had been a huge fan of Martin's early horror films. To James Wan, The Sixth Sense, Hide and Seek, and the others were real horror movies. The rest of Hollywood's so-called horror films that relied on gore were nothing more than blood-soaked shock flicks. True horror was psychological, not just splashing fake blood around to disgust the audience. Relax, James. If Myers Pictures doesn't let you direct, we'll just go back to Australia. I'd rather not make the movie at all. Juanel said firmly. Thanks, man. But James hesitated before continuing. Maybe I shouldn't insist on directing. I could work as an assistant director or even just part of the crew. I don't want Saw to lose its chance just because of me. Juanel, however, was resolute. No, man. This movie has to be directed by you. Not just because we're friends, but because I truly believe only you can capture its essence. As he spoke, Juanel waved his arms passionately. James Wan looked deeply moved. Don't worry, Juanel added. I have a feeling Martin will recognize your talent. Bring your short films with you. The next morning, two scruffy-looking guys stood outside the towering Myers Pictures office, nervously peeking inside and pacing back and forth. James, did we come too early? Lee, I told you we should have waited. It's not even 9 a.m. yet. Whatever. We were just sitting at home doing nothing. Maybe if we get here early, Martin will see us and be impressed by our dedication. You really think Martin Myers, a billionaire, just walks in the front door? He probably takes a private elevator from the parking garage straight to his office. Good point. As they chatted, a black Mercedes drove past them on the street, then suddenly stopped. The car window rolled down, revealing a face so handsome it would make men feel inferior and women go weak in the knees. James Wan and Lee Juanel? Yeah, that's us. Hello, Mr. Myers. James greeted him quickly, nudging his friend, who was still frozen in shock. Mr. Myers. Hello. I'm Lee Juanel. Juanel stammered. You guys sure are early, Martin chuckled. Get in. I'll take you upstairs. Is that okay? James' hesitation made Martin pause for a second before he laughed. Why wouldn't it be? Hop in. The car door opened. James instinctively slid into the back seat, while Juanel awkwardly took the front passenger seat. The driver, Gordon, glanced at the two nervous men and thought, these guys sure are timid. He conveniently ignored the fact that, these days, most people were nervous around Martin Myers. They took the elevator up from the parking garage. James Wan and Lee Juanel followed Martin into the conference room at Myers Pictures, looking around anxiously. Soon, Drew Barrymore arrived, carrying a printed copy of Saw's script. A secretary served coffee, but James and Lee were too nervous to even touch their cups, staring at Martin and Drew like students awaiting judgment. Drew was the first to speak. First, let's confirm. This script is entirely your original work. Juanel nodded quickly. Yes, it's completely original. Did you register it with the Writers Guild? Yes, it's already been registered. Good. Next question. You want this film to be directed by some guy named James Wan. Who is that? Ms. Barrymore, that's me. James Wan raised his hand awkwardly. Actually, it doesn't have to be me. No, it has to be James, Juanel interrupted. He understands this script better than anyone. If he doesn't direct it, the movie won't capture its essence. We'd rather not make it at all. James, show them your short films. James shot Juanel a grateful look before turning to Martin and Drew. Is that okay? Drew looked at Martin, who nodded. All right, she said. We have a VCR here. Let's watch them. James pulled 3 VHS tapes from his bag, all horror short films he had directed. He inserted the first tape and pressed play. This is something I made when I was 22. It's a witch story, kind of rough, to be honest. The short was about 10 minutes long. When it ended, Martin remained neutral, but Drew's expression showed slight disappointment. It seemed pretty average. James quickly inserted the second tape. This one's from when I was 25. It's about a haunted puppet. I called it Dead Silence. As the short played, Drew, who had been disinterested at first, gradually straightened up in her chair. Her eyes locked onto the screen, and her fingers began tapping the table rhythmically. By the time the film's shocking twist was revealed, that an entire family had been turned into puppets, Drew felt chills down her spine. Then came the third tape. This is Saw 0.5, a prototype for Saw, shot last year. Drew was now fully focused, giving this unassuming Chinese-Australian director her full attention. 30 minutes later, she let out a deep breath. That was amazing, she said sincerely. A brilliant concept. And your directing skills are already quite mature. Martin agreed. James Wan finally relaxed, exchanging a triumphant glance with Hwanel. Martin's approval made James Wan and Lee Hwanel breathe a sigh of relief. Martin looked at the Asian guy with the dyed yellow hair thoughtfully, his interest piqued. James Wan was undoubtedly a genius director. Not only did he excel at horror films, but he also had an uncanny ability to handle different genres. Insidious, The Conjuring, Furious 7, Aquaman. This guy barely ever missed. Even Dead Silence, though not a box office hit, was highly praised within the industry. And James Wan wasn't just a director. Later, as a producer and executive producer, he was equally successful. A talent like this couldn't be allowed to slip away. Martin said, willing to have James direct this film. James Wan's face lit up. Mr. Myers, just call me James or Jim. Martin smiled. All right, James. How much funding do you need? James was momentarily stunned and turned to Hwanel. The two exchanged looks before Hwanel hesitantly said, Mr. Myers, we only need 200. No, 120,000 would be enough. Martin chuckled. Let's make it 200,000. James will direct, Lee will write, and Myers Pictures will assign a producer to oversee the budget. So, gentlemen, you can start preparing. Yes. James Wan and Lee Hwanel jumped up excitedly, high-fiving and hugging. Then, they turned to Martin with grateful expressions. Thank you so much, Mr. Myers. As soon as they stepped out of the Myers Pictures office, James and Lee glanced at each other and erupted into cheers again. Wow, we actually got 200,000. I thought getting 100,000 would already be amazing. Now we can afford better cameras, more realistic props, and even some professional actors. This is our lucky day. Hwanel shouted in excitement. James Wan also yelled. We're going to shock everyone, Lee. We're going to make it. Yes, we're definitely going to make it. If the first movie is a hit, I think we can turn this into a series. Haha. By then, we'll be famous, a top director and a top screenwriter. Every major Hollywood studio will open their doors for us. But while some were celebrating, others were hitting rock bottom. In his home in Los Angeles, Ong Lee lay slumped on his couch, his house in a mess, beer cans and newspapers scattered everywhere. This timeline's Hulk had performed even worse than in the original. In the original timeline, the movie had a budget of about $140 million, and after adding marketing costs, it was even higher. It grossed $131 million domestically and $240 million worldwide, barely breaking even. But in this timeline, thanks to Martin's 3 consecutive blockbuster films overshadowing it, Hulk still had a similar budget of $140 million, but its domestic box office was only $101 million, and worldwide it barely reached $202 million, causing Universal to lose $20 million. As one media outlet put it, the 2003 Ong Lee version of the Hulk has been proven to be a complete and utter disaster. Not only were Universal and Marvel executives publicly expressing disappointment, but even Eric Bana, who played Bruce Banner, joined in the criticism. He made me shoot one scene 140 times, and no one knew what he was doing. Working with Ong Lee was like a nightmare. The avalanche of criticism and betrayal nearly crushed Ong Lee. With his movie performing even worse than in the original timeline, he found himself out of work, with no new opportunities. At that moment, The sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. It opened, and a plain-looking woman walked in. It was Ong Lee's wife, Jane Lin, who had just arrived from Taiwan. If Ong Lee had managed to make it this far as a director, Jane Lin had played an undeniable role. They had met in 1978 while both studying in the U.S. and had fallen in love at a friend's gathering. A talented young man and a strong-willed woman, they quickly bonded. By 1983, before either of their parents had even met, they had already gotten married. After college, Ong Lee struggled for 6 years without a stable job, but Jane Lin stood by him, supporting him both emotionally and financially, raising their children while working to provide for the family. During that time, Ong Lee, feeling ashamed that he wasn't earning money, secretly went to study computer science, thinking of changing careers. When Jane Lin found out, she doused him with cold water, both literally and figuratively, and scolded him. There are already plenty of computer scientists. The world doesn't need another Ong Lee in IT. Ong Lee, deeply ashamed yet comforted, swallowed his tears, hugged his wife, and continued honing his craft, waiting for his chance. He had once promised her, "I will win an Oscar for you." In the original timeline, when he won Best Director at the Oscars in 2013 for Life of Pi, he famously said, "I am a man who fears his wife. Without my strong wife, I wouldn't be where I am today." Now, as she stepped into their messy home, Jane Lin said nothing. No complaints, no scolding. She simply started cleaning. At first, Ong Lee remained on the couch. Then he sat up. Finally, he stood and silently picked up a broom to help her. Once the house was tidy again, Jane Lin spoke calmly. "You've vented enough. Time to get back up. Ong, never think of yourself as a successful director. That's how you keep moving forward." Ong Lee was stunned before realization struck him. "You're right. I'm not some big-time director. Right now, I'm just a guy looking for a job." He had finally cleared his mind. Picking up his phone, he dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Myers." "Haha, Mr. Lee. Why so formal all of a sudden? Just call me Martin." "Sorry, Martin. I should have called sooner. I wanted to ask, have you found a director for Brokeback Mountain?" "I have." Ong Lee's heart sank. But then, Martin chuckled. "Isn't that you, Mr. Lee?" Oh, thank you. Thank you, Martin. So you're available now? Come by Myers Pictures to sign the contract. You can pick up the storyboard script while you're at it." "Okay, when would be a good time?" "Tomorrow. Just ask for Drew." "Got it. Thank you so much." Hanging up, Ong Lee turned and lifted his smiling wife into the air. "Honey, I've got a job again." Meanwhile, at Myers Pictures, Martin told Drew, "Ong Lee will be here tomorrow to sign the contract. Make sure to push for a lower price. He's at rock bottom right now." Drew smirked. "Oh, I'm good at that." Martin laughed. "Nice. You're starting to think like a real capitalist." The next day, Ong Lee arrived at Myers Pictures and signed a contract for Brokeback Mountain. His director's fee was set at $1.8 million, far lower than the $8 million he earned for Hulk. But Ong Lee didn't care. Right now, money wasn't the priority. What he needed was an opportunity. And since Martin and Myers Pictures were willing to give him that chance, he was incredibly grateful. This was the perfect example of selling someone out and making them thank you for it. With Brokeback Mountain and Saw settled, Martin flew to London to oversee auditions for the role of Cho Chang in the fourth Harry Potter film. Yes, the script had already been completed even before the novel was published. In fact, Martin had written scripts for the entire Harry Potter series, just as the novels had already been fully completed. However, to maximize profits, they were being released one book per year. Outside the audition room, Lu Xiaoli had been anxiously waiting. When she finally saw her daughter emerge with a smile, she rushed up to her. "Cece, how did it go?" "Mom, the director said I performed really well. I'm the first choice." Lu Yifei repeated what she had told Yang Mi earlier. Lu Xiaoli was overjoyed, her pretty face breaking into a smile. "I knew my daughter was the best." At that moment, Yang Mi, carrying the mindset of someone about to face their doom, stepped into the audition room. After learning that Lu Yifei had essentially secured the role, she had already begun planning her next move. Oddly enough, she was no longer nervous. She just wanted to get this audition over with. Walking in, she calmly glanced at the judges seated behind the table. Her gaze lingered briefly on Martin, silently marveling at his looks before launching into her self-introduction. She had practiced this introduction countless times, so it rolled off her tongue fluently. Hello, esteemed judges. My name is Yangmi. I'm from China, and I'm auditioning for the role of Cho Chang. Columbus stroked his chin and asked, You're Chinese? Mixed race. No, I'm not mixed. I'm fully Chinese. Yangmi stammered, not out of nervousness, but because her English wasn't great. Columbus shook his head slightly in his mind, but still handed her a script with Cho Chang's lines. As Yangmi clumsily stumbled through the lines, Columbus was surprised to notice that Martin had already marked her name with a check, and even added a small dot. And so, just as Yangmi finished her awkward reading, fully expecting rejection, she heard Columbus say, Your line delivery needs improvement, but your appearance is quite suitable. Go home and wait for notification. If you don't hear from us in 3 days, assume it didn't work out. Wait, what? What does that mean? Does this mean I still have a chance? Yangmi was stunned. Her dazed expression was rather amusing to Martin. The girl hadn't been fully shaped by the industry yet. Though she was already a bit slick, there was still time to salvage her rawness. Her acting, too, hadn't fallen into the rigid patterns she would develop later, meaning she was still moldable. That said, Liu Yifei remained the first choice. Unless she turned down the role, Yang Mi or Katie Leung would only get in based on luck. The next day, Liu Yifei's agent, her mother, Liu Xiaoli, received a call from the Harry Potter production team. However, after hanging up, Liu Xiaoli's expression wasn't as thrilled as Liu Yifei had expected. Liu Yifei's face fell. No way, Mom. They said I was the first choice. They wouldn't go back on their word already, would they? Liu Xiaoli quickly put on a reassuring smile. No. The production team called to confirm that you got the role. But they want you to report to set within a week. Liu Yifei was first excited, but then something clicked in her mind. A week? But doesn't that clash with the return of the Condor heroes? Yes, it does. That's exactly why I'm troubled. Can't the schedules be adjusted? Most likely not. After answering, Liu Xiaoli decided to give it a try anyway. She first called Zhang Jizhong, but he refused outright. Then she called the Harry Potter team, who also rejected any schedule changes. Now things were tricky. A choice had to be made. If Yangmi had known about Liu Xiaoli's dilemma, she probably would have rolled her eyes. This is what we call a humble brag. Mom, what do we do? Which one should we choose? After thinking for a while, Liu Xiaoli made up her mind. Let's go with the return of the Condor heroes. Xia Longnu is the leading role, while Cho Chang is just a minor character. Even though Harry Potter is hugely popular, the return of the Condor heroes has a deeper cultural foundation in China. Cici, you'll be working in China for the next few years. It's better to choose the return of the Condor heroes. Oh, okay. Liu Yifei had her own thoughts, but didn't object. She was used to letting her mother make the decisions. Elsewhere, Yangmi was discussing things with her agent. Sister Liu, I probably won't get Cho Chang. Let's head back to China and try for Xia Longnu in the return of the Condor heroes. Before my audition, I casually asked the staff about the Harry Potter filming schedule. It overlaps with the return of the Condor heroes. If Liu Yifei takes the Cho Chang role, she won't be able to play Xia Longnu. This is our chance. Wait, really? Are you sure Liu Yifei got the role? Sister Liu's interest was piqued. To be honest, Sister Liu had never supported Yangmi wasting time auditioning for Harry Potter. First, her English wasn't good enough. Second, while Harry Potter was famous, Cho Chang was just a minor role. But she hadn't expected this stubborn girl to spend 6 months cramming English, at least to the point where she could hold a basic conversation. Yangmi had even paid her own way to London for the audition, and actually made it through the first round. Even though she ultimately failed getting through, the first round was still something to brag about in China. A few well-placed media articles would boost her reputation. And now, there was even a chance for Xia Longnu. Could this girl really have some luck on her side? 3 days after the audition, Yangmi and Sister Liu were packing up, preparing to leave. Then, Yangmi's phone rang. Yes, she had given the production team her personal number. Hello? This is Yangmi. What? Really? Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. I'll report on time. Hanging up, Yangmi stood frozen for a moment. Then she suddenly leaped into the air. Oh yeah, I got the part. I passed the audition. Sister Liu stood there in disbelief. Wait, what? But wasn't Liu Yifei chosen? Liu Yifei must have given up the role. She couldn't resist the chance to play Xia Longnu, Yangmi said smugly. Honestly, She should have checked for scheduling conflicts before auditioning. She must be regretting it now. What about the return of the Condor heroes? Sister Lou asked. Of course, we'll turn it down. This is Harry Potter, a Hollywood blockbuster. Compared to Liu Yifei's lead role as Xiaolongnu, Yang Mi didn't hesitate at all in rejecting the role of Guixiang. After all, both were supporting roles, but one was in a Chinese TV drama, and the other was in a Hollywood blockbuster. Wasn't the choice obvious? Sister Lou, looks like we'll be staying in London for a while. We should find a place to stay. All right, I'll take care of it. Now that Yang Mi had secured the role of Cho Chang, Sister Lou started taking her much more seriously. Hello, is this Liu Yifei? It's Yang Mi. I just got a call from the Harry Potter crew. They told me I got the role of Cho Chang. What happened? Did you give it up? Oh, I see. That's really a shame. All right, I wish you success too. Goodbye. After hanging up, Liu Yifei looked up to see her mother watching her, and an uneasy feeling rose in her heart. Sometimes, her mother was just too controlling. But habits are hard to break. Despite feeling a slight sense of rebellion, Liu Yifei still dutifully relayed the conversation to her mother. It was Yang Mi, the girl who auditioned for Cho Chang with me. She called to tell me she got the role. Yang Mi? That slick little girl? Huh. She got lucky this time. If Cece hadn't turned it down, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Mom, don't say that. She's actually quite nice. Cece, you're still too naive. Trust me, that girl is not someone you can truly be friends with. Though Lu Xiaoli spoke as if Yang Mi had just stumbled into a golden opportunity, a bit of uncertainty still gnawed at her. What if that girl actually becomes a big star from this role? What if the return of the Condor heroes doesn't do well? Was choosing Xiaolongnu really the right decision? Liu Yifei, however, remained calm. She had made her choice and wasn't going to dwell on it. She was used to her mother making decisions for her. Hello? I'm Yang Mi, playing Cho Chang. You can call me Mimi. Hello? You must be Hermione, right? Wow, you're even prettier in person. I'm Yang Mi, playing Cho Chang. You can call me Mimi. Hello, Harry Potter. Where are your glasses? You look so different without them. I'm Yang Mi, playing Cho Chang. You can call me Mimi. Hello, Ron. Is your red hair natural, or do you dye it? I'm Yang Mi, playing Cho Chang. You can call me Mimi. From the moment she entered the set, Yang Mi went full social butterfly mode, energetically introducing herself to everyone she met. Columbus, who had brought her in, couldn't help but chuckle. Martin was right. This girl was a natural at making connections. Liu Yifei could never have pulled this off. She had been too well protected growing up, too proud to lower herself like this. The Golden Trio had just finished their promotional tour and returned to set, only to find a new East Asian girl among them. Emma Watson's natural mean girl instincts kicked in. She started scheming about what prank she could pull on the newcomer for fun. But before she could act, she saw Martin stride over. In an instant, she switched to her sweetest, most well-behaved expression. Hi, Mimi. You're so pretty. No, you're the pretty one. You actually remind me of Audrey Hepburn. Your features have a similar elegance. Really? Of course. Hasn't anyone told you that before? Emma Watson beamed, instinctively touching her face. This new Chinese girl wasn't so bad. Maybe she'd make a good sidekick. She's Chinese. Rupert Grint whispered to Daniel Radcliffe. She said Emma looks like Hepburn, but don't you think she actually looks more like Hepburn? Daniel glanced at Yang Mi and was pleased. He'd have to do romantic scenes with her, after all, and she was definitely beautiful. He nodded. She does resemble her a bit. But she was just flattering Emma. Emma looks happy, so I guess we won't get to see any drama today. As time passed, Emma Watson's little devil nature became more obvious. Plenty of people on set, both adults and kids, had fallen victim to her pranks. Sometimes, Daniel even wondered if Martin's frequent visits were the only reason Emma hadn't crossed the line from pranks into full-blown bullying. Just then, Martin walked over. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Emma's face immediately flushed. She was almost 14 now, old enough to have a crush. With puberty hitting hard, her feelings for Martin were getting harder to control. Yang Mi quickly picked up on it. Wow, Western girls mature fast. She's already got a crush? She's only a few years younger than me, but she looks almost the same age. She hesitated. Should I keep my distance from Martin? If this little brat gets jealous, I could be in trouble. Before she could decide, Martin reached out and ruffled her hair. Yang Mi, are you settling in okay? Your English tutor will be here soon. Study hard. I picked you personally. So don't embarrass me. For some reason, as soon as Martin's hand touched her head, Yangmi felt a strange, electric-like sensation, pleasant, almost intoxicating. She instinctively squinted, an expression of pure enjoyment appearing on her face. Hearing Martin's words, she realized that he had personally chosen her for the role. A surge of gratitude welled up in her heart. But then she snapped back to reality. Crap. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at Emma Watson. She must be furious right now, right? For a moment, she worried. Then, a tiny bit of smugness crept in. Sure enough, Emma Watson's expression had darkened. But then Martin turned to her, gave her a brief hug, and, just like that, her icy expression melted into pure bliss. She scrunched up her little nose like a kitten being petted by its owner. Yangmi froze. Wait, was that my face just now too? She instinctively looked at Daniel and Rupert. The two boys, as if reading her mind, immediately nodded. Yangmi's face burned. Nearby, Martin was chatting with Emma, who was laughing joyfully, patting her still-growing chest. Don't worry, Martin. I'll take good care of our new friend. Yangmi found it unbelievable. She had actually become friends with Hermione. Even more incredible, she was now a guest at Martin's luxurious London apartment. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. She wasn't the only one there. Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, Rupert Grint, Tom Felton, Draco Malfoy, and several other young actors were also present. Does Martin do this often? Yami asked curiously. Daniel Radcliffe nodded. Yeah, he often gathers us together like this so we can bond. He also keeps reminding us. We're a family, and we don't bully each other. Rupert Grint chimed in. I think he does it mainly because of Emma. She loves playing pranks. Every new cast member has been a victim, except for you. He turned to Yangmi with a puzzled look. Weird. Martin seems to treat you differently. Are you one of his girlfriends? Hey, don't say that. Before Yangmi could respond, Daniel Radcliffe protested. I have to fall in love with Cho Chang in the movie. If you say that, how am I supposed to get into character? Yangmi gave Daniel a skeptical look. This guy is really short. Then she asked curiously, Martin has a lot of girlfriends? Care to share? Rupert immediately shook his head like a drum. No. Absolutely not. You can find out for yourself, but I can't gossip. Tisk, you're loyal, Yangmi scoffed. Of course. It's Martin we're talking about. If he let me be his follower, I'd crawl over and lick his toes. Ew, that's disgusting. Yeah, that's gross. Get away from us. Daniel pushed Rupert's head away. Then he turned to Yangmi. You still haven't answered the question. What question? Are you one of Martin's girlfriends? Daniel was genuinely curious. Yangmi's eyes twinkled mischievously. Martin personally picked me for this. Roll. What do you think? This girl clearly knew how to take advantage of the situation. Daniel looked disappointed. I was hoping we could have a real-life romance. It would help us get into character. TCH, I don't like little boys. Yangmi wrinkled her nose. Hey. I'm not a little boy. I'm older than both of them. Daniel pointed at Rupert and then at Emma, who was clinging to Martin nearby. Rupert, annoyed, gestured at their heights. Who are you calling a little boy? Ugh, damn it. Height was a sore subject for Daniel, and it would remain so forever. Yangmi burst out laughing. She really liked the atmosphere of this cast. Then she suddenly thought of Louis Fay. If she knew I not only met Martin but also became friends with Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, how would she feel? Would she be jealous of me? Hee. She knew that Louis Fay was also a huge Harry Potter fan. All right, I've decided. I'm going to write her a letter. Dearie Fay, how's the Return of the Condor Heroes set? I miss you a lot here in London. I'm doing great on the Harry Potter set. Everyone is really nice, and I've made friends with Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, and Rupert Grint. I even met Martin. He invited me to his London home as a guest. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. He didn't just invite me. He invited all the young actors in the cast. Martin is so handsome. He looks even better up close. I didn't dare stare at him during auditions, but this time, I secretly admired him for a long time. Hee. Oh, you won't believe this. Emma Watson has a secret crush on Martin. Her eyes light up every time she sees him. Well, I can't blame her. Martin is just so charming. That's all for now. How's everything at Return of the Condor Heroes? Right back. When Louis Fay received Yangmi's letter, she was actually quite happy and eagerly wrote a reply. Lu Xiaoli, however, saw through Yang Mi's intentions. This girl is totally showing off. Still, she didn't say anything to her daughter. Ife has never really had friends her age. This Yang Mi might be a bit slick and have some little tricks up her sleeve, but, sigh. Let's see how their friendship develops. Before long, Yang Mi received a reply from Louis Fei. Dear Mimi, I'm so happy to hear you've made friends on the Harry Potter set. I'm doing well here on Return of the Condor Heroes. Everyone takes good care of me, especially brother Huang Xiaoming. But something terrifying happened during filming. There was a waterfall scene, and director Zhang insisted on filming on location. I bravely stepped onto a rock under the waterfall. The waterfall had multiple tiers, and I was standing on the middle one. Not far from me was another steep drop, and below was a deep pool. The rock was too slippery, and I lost my balance. In an instant, I was swept away by the current. At that moment, I thought, I'm doomed. If I got carried over the edge, I'd definitely fall. A 7 or 8 meter drop. I'd either drown or break something. I vaguely remember hearing people screaming. My mom told me that the crew panicked, and a bunch of them jumped in to save me. Huang Xiaoming was one of them. Luckily, a deputy director managed to stop me in time. Otherwise, it could have been really bad. The whole incident scared Director Zhang. Later, whenever there were dangerous shots, even if I said I could do them myself, he insisted on using a stunt double. Hee. By the way, is it really true that Emma Watson has a crush on Martin? She's so bold. But I guess it makes sense. Martin really is handsome. Even more so than brother Xiaoming. Mimi, what kind of person is Martin? Is he easy to talk to? How's your relationship with him? Can you get me his autograph? If possible, a signed photo would be even better. Am I asking too many questions? Hee. I'm just curious. That's all for now. Don't forget to write back. Let's keep in touch. About half a month later, Louis Fei received another letter from Yang Mi. This time with a signed photo of Martin. She was so excited that she showed it off to everyone. Huang Xiaoming, seeing her enthusiasm, felt a pang of jealousy. Has Gugu stopped loving Guo? At the same time, he was a little confused. Why don't you guys just email each other? Wouldn't that be faster? Louis Fei replied. We just enjoy the process of writing everything out by hand. The truth? Yang Mi didn't really know how to use email properly, classic case of a school slacker. Martin didn't stay in London for long before returning to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Charlize Theron's new film, Monster. This ill-fated movie, after 2 years of production, had finally been completed and released. Charlize's shaved eyebrows hadn't fully grown back yet, but the one she drew on looked surprisingly realistic. Her figure hadn't completely returned to its former slender state after gaining weight for the role, but she now carried a different kind of voluptuous beauty. When she saw Martin, Charlize eagerly approached him, a hint of pride in her voice. Martin, you have to watch this film. I feel like my acting has reached a whole new level. Martin chuckled. Was she already campaigning for votes? Don't worry, Best Actress at the Oscars, right? I'll help you out. Just like you helped Nicole? Charlize's eyes sparkled. Exactly, just like I helped Nicole. Thanks to Martin's influence, Monster's premiere was attended by numerous A-list celebrities, making it a grand event. The film itself was excellent, worthy of Charlize Theron's sacrifices. In the movie, the once glamorous beauty transformed into an overweight, disheveled lesbian serial killer, complete with fake buck teeth, shaved eyebrows, freckles, and frizzy, straw-like hair. Honestly, if Martin hadn't known beforehand that the character was played by Charlize, he wouldn't have recognized her. The film was based on the true story of female serial killer Aileen Wuornos, who was often compared to a real-life Harley Quinn, America's Highway Black Widow. Director Patty Jenkins' style was uniquely striking, delicate yet infused with a raw, rugged intensity, unusual for a female filmmaker. The first part of the film depicted Aileen Wuornos' tragic life. Her childhood was horrific. Eileen's mother gave birth to her at 16, and by age 4, she was handed over to her grandfather to raise. At 11, she was assaulted by her brother, and at 13, by her grandfather. By 14, she was pregnant with the child of her grandfather's friend. Her dream of becoming a star faded under the relentless abuse and verbal attacks from her grandfather's family. Her suffering pushed her into a life of crime. Aileen became addicted to drugs and, to support her habit and survive, turned to sex work, waiting by highways to offer services to truck drivers. She once fantasized about finding true love among the passing drivers, but they only saw her as a tool for their pleasure. When Aileen, feeling utterly hopeless, was about to spend her last few dollars before committing suicide, she met another lonely soul, Selby, in a gay bar. They fell in love, but Selby was unemployed, so to support them both, Aileen had to return to sex work. During one encounter, she was assaulted by a violent client. In self-defense, she shot and killed him. That moment seemed to unleash the demon inside her. From then on, Aileen, unshackled by morality, became increasingly ruthless, killing without hesitation for money and survival, eventually becoming the infamous monster. Aileen undoubtedly deserved her fate. To avoid accusations of glorifying her crimes, director Patty Jenkins took great care in her approach. At the same time, Jenkins didn't want to simply tell the story of a deranged killer. She wanted the audience to understand why this woman, who could have lived a normal life, became a monster. Balancing these elements was tricky, but Jenkins pulled it off masterfully. Charlize Theron's performance was also pivotal. It was nothing short of breathtaking. In the end, the film didn't just dwell on Aileen's misery or portray her as a one-dimensional madwoman. Instead, it painted a raw, unfiltered picture of a victim trapped in society's underbelly, staying true to reality. When the film ended, it received warm applause, though it was still a niche movie. After the customary Q&A with the cast and crew, Charlize Theron followed Martin home and did everything in her power to please him, giving him a night to remember. The next day, in high spirits, Martin even penned a personal review of Monster and had it published in the Los Angeles Times. With its controversial subject matter and bold, innovative direction, Monster is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Director Patty Jenkins faced protests from victims' families while filming this true story. Many feared that portraying a criminal's life would glorify violence and encourage copycats. But Jenkins persevered. What's most admirable is that she didn't just make another serial killer flick. Instead, she explored why this woman became the notorious murderer behind 7 highway killings. She wanted the audience to understand the roots of crime, not just revel in bloodshed, though the latter would have likely sold more tickets. The film's core isn't about killing. It's about killing for love. Aileen craved love above all else, which was why she was willing to sacrifice everything for Selby, even refusing to implicate her after her arrest. Aileen's life was never her choice, just like her nightmarish childhood. No one loved or cared for her. Selby was the only warmth she ever knew, and that's what led to the tragedy. We can never truly understand Aileen's psyche, but this film at least lets us glimpse her world. If any of us endured what she did, how many could honestly say they'd turn out any better? So when Aileen raises her gun in the film, fully aware there's no turning back, she isn't just shooting at a person, she's firing bullets at this damned world. Charlize Theron's phenomenal performance elevates the film. Before this, audiences knew her as stunning, seductive. Her previous roles always highlighted her beauty. But here, she buries her glamour, destroys her sex appeal, and becomes a freckled, buck-toothed, overweight woman with wild, greasy hair. If you didn't know it was Charlize, you'd never guess. Her fearless transformation brings Aileen to life, not a sanitized version, but the real, ugly truth. It also showcases the determination of modern women to sacrifice for their craft and ambitions, making her all the more extraordinary. How much influence did Martin have? The film's box office jumped by 12% after his review was published. Meanwhile, the Oscar campaign had already begun. After Nicole, Charlize would be the second best actress Martin helped crown. Over its 4-day opening weekend, Monster grossed $27.7 million across 2,847 theaters in North America, ranking second at the box office, trailing only The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. This performance far exceeded its original timeline counterpart. However, being a niche film, its earnings dropped nearly 50% in the first full week, bringing in only $16.4 million. But Martin didn't mind. As long as the film made a small profit, that was enough. The real purpose of Monster was to enrich Myers Entertainment's film library and elevate its prestige. Box office earnings were secondary. Warner Brothers headquarters. In the conference room, a dozen Warner Brothers executives sat in discussion. A middle-aged white man was speaking confidently. It's time to reboot our DC superhero franchise. Just look at Marvel. X-Men and Spider-Man have both been massive successes. It's clear that audiences are hungry for comic book adaptations again. I propose we start by rebooting one of DC's most popular heroes, Batman. This character can usher in a new era for Warner's DC films. What about the director and the casting for Batman? Asked Alan Horn. For the director, I suggest Christopher Nolan. His directorial skills are outstanding. You can see that from Memento. As for Batman, I propose Martin Myers. Martin Myers? Someone immediately raised an objection. That doesn't seem quite right. It's not about his looks or acting ability. Those are fine, but he's already played Marvel Spider-Man, and that film was a major hit. If he then plays Batman, won't it be jarring for audiences? The middle-aged man hesitated. He hadn't considered that. It was indeed a valid concern. Another executive chimed in. Honestly, who plays Batman isn't the most important factor. The role mainly requires good looks, a strong physique, and some decent acting. There are plenty of actors in Hollywood who fit that mold. What really matters is the director and, most importantly, an excellent script. The executives nodded in agreement. The man continued. When Tim Burton left the Batman franchise, the films declined year after year. Even before Burton, Batman's live-action adaptations weren't particularly impressive. Clearly, having the right director is crucial. The middle-aged executive nodded. That's exactly why I suggested Christopher Nolan to direct this Batman reboot. Back in 1989, big-budget superhero films weren't unusual. There were so many that even a popular character like Superman had become tiresome. But Burton's Batman stood out because he redefined the character. Under Burton's direction, Batman was dark and dangerous. The film itself was violent and filled with elements of German expressionism. Gotham was depicted as a metropolis straight out of Fritz Lang's imagination, blending absurdity with seriousness, reality with fantasy. This gothic, noir aesthetic was the key to Burton's Batman becoming a phenomenon. And Christopher Nolan, though he has yet to prove himself with big-budget films, has already demonstrated his ability to handle dark, complex narratives with Memento. I believe he is the right choice. What about the script? A dark film can't just be hollow brutality. It needs satire and social commentary. Otherwise, it becomes a subpar underground film. Good screenwriters for this style aren't easy to find. The middle-aged executive thought for a moment. His eyes lit up. How about we ask Martin Myers to write it? As soon as he proposed this, the entire room nodded. Martin is an excellent choice, someone agreed. His scripts for The Sixth Sense, Hide and Seek, and the others all had a touch of darkness. And look at his new book, The Hunger Games. It's clear he's skilled at satire and social critique. Another executive added, but Martin always insists on investing in the projects he's involved in, and he never asks for small sums. Are we prepared to let him invest in Batman as well? This question made several people frown. Since DC Comics was acquired by Warner Brothers in 1969, its superheroes had been an essential money-making asset, especially Batman, one of the company's biggest cash cows. His merchandising brought in billions. Warner Brothers wasn't keen on letting an outsider take a piece of the pie. But, wait a minute, everyone, Alan Horn interjected. You're forgetting, Martin isn't an outsider. He's Warner Brothers' largest individual shareholder. We absolutely cannot accept Myers Entertainment as a co-investor, but as a Warner Brothers shareholder, Martin working for us is just him making money for himself. I'll personally handle negotiations. Even if we have to offer him a higher screenwriting fee, I believe Martin won't refuse. He understands that a successful Batman reboot is a win for Warner Brothers, which means a win for its shareholders, and therefore a win for him. He then turned to the middle-aged executive. Since you're recommending Christopher Nolan, you'll be in charge of approaching him. If you truly believe in his abilities, sign him for multiple films at once. New directors can be squeezed for better deals. Understood. I'll handle it, the man nodded. News headlines. Warner Brothers to reboot Batman. Christopher Nolan in talks to direct, and Martin Myers may write the script. The Dark Knight returns. Perhaps feeling the heat from Marvel's success, Warner Brothers finally moves forward with a Batman reboot. Who is Christopher Nolan? Why is he directing Batman? Perhaps Memento and Insomnia hold the answers. At home, Martin received a call from Alan Horn. Myers Entertainment can't invest? That's fine. But I want to recommend someone for Batman, Ben Affleck. He's a good guy. Also, once I finish the script, I don't want Christopher Nolan making changes without my approval. You know my stance on this. You're agreeing to everything? Fine. Then I have no issues. After hanging up, Martin chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected that the Dark Knight trilogy would become part of his legacy. Now, there was one more question to consider. The Joker was an incredible character. Should he play him? Matt Damon's apartment. Ben Affleck, lounging on the sofa with a beer in hand while watching TV, suddenly received a call from Martin. Hello, Martin. Oh, Okay. I will. Don't worry. But, hanging up, he noticed Matt Damon looking over. Was that Martin? What did he want? Ben Affleck, with a mix of excitement and nervousness, replied, Martin told me to carefully study Tim Burton's Batman films and the two classic Batman comics from the 80s, The Dark Knight Returns and The Killing Joke. Matt Damon's eyes lit up. Buddy, this is your chance. I heard Warner Brothers has already approved the Batman reboot, and Martin is likely writing the script. Looks like he recommended you for the role. You think so too? Haha, then I must be right. My chance has really come. Damn, I need to hit the comic book stores. I hope they still have those 80s issues available. Oh, and I need to find tapes of Burton's Batman movies. Ben Affleck's excitement was practically radiating off him. Don't forget to start training. Batman is a top-tier martial artist, Matt reminded him. You're right, I almost forgot. Looks like I'm going to be busy. Ha ha ha. In front of his best friend, Ben Affleck didn't bother hiding his elation. Good luck, man, Matt Damon said sincerely. UCLA Exam Center. Located in downtown Los Angeles, UCLA's Exam Center serves as a testing site for high school students taking the SAT during exam season. But today, the security was tighter than ever. Because today, the superstar and billionaire Martin Myers would be taking his SAT here. Some concerned parents had called the district government and the school, worried their kids would be distracted. Some even demanded that Martin be given a private testing room. In response, the local police had to dispatch over 100 officers to maintain order outside the test center. It turned out to be a wise decision. On exam day, early in the morning, hundreds of Martin's fans, along with paparazzi armed with cameras, had already gathered around the venue. About 40 minutes before the test was set to begin, the roar of an engine caught the crowd's attention. A blazing red Ferrari sped down the street, flanked by two Cadillac SUVs. The crowd erupted, pushing forward toward the Ferrari. The police formed a human barrier to keep order. Several nimble reporters managed to squeeze through and sprint toward the car. Just as they were about to get close, 8 burly men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out of the Cadillacs, easily grabbing the reporters and tossing them back beyond the police line. Martin stepped out of the Ferrari but didn't head straight into the test center. Instead, he approached the excited crowd and spoke loudly. Everyone, I really appreciate your enthusiasm, but today is an exam day. Let's not disturb the other test takers. Please disperse. And to my journalist friends, I won't be giving any interviews today. Sorry you made the trip for nothing. His words were polite, yet somehow carried an undeniable authority. The crowd instinctively followed his instructions. One by one, the fans dispersed and the reporters left. Parents and students who witnessed this couldn't help but marvel. Martin's words actually worked. After dispersing the crowd, Martin entered the test center. As he walked past, a few mothers, full-time housewives, couldn't hide their excitement. They were obsessed with Twilight and the Hunger Games, so seeing their idol in person was overwhelming. Fortunately, they had enough self-restraint not to rush up to him for an autograph. Otherwise, their kids might have died of embarrassment. Inside the test hall, the students stirred at the sight of Martin, especially the girls. Blushing faces, starry eyes, pounding hearts. Who knew what they were? Imagining. The test room had 26 students in total, 14 girls and 12 boys. Even the boys couldn't help but sneak glances at Martin. One student in the front row even raised his hand, seemingly about to greet him. Before he could say anything, Martin casually gave him a high five and said, "All right, guys, let's focus on the test. No distractions." Then he calmly walked to his seat, took out his exam supplies, and ignored the gazes around him. Meanwhile, the housewives outside had started chatting. "Oh my God, he's even more handsome up close. How does he have such flawless skin? No acne, no freckles at all. His skin is perfect, like polished marble. Have you read The Hunger Games? Of course. Martin is clearly a strong advocate for feminism. You can tell from Twilight and The Hunger Games. Both feature fiercely independent female leads. His Ferrari is gorgeous. I heard it's a limited edition, only 599 in the world. That must have cost a fortune. Oh, did you see the news? There were photos of Martin and Natalie having dinner together. Looks like our boy is quite the playboy. And just like that, their conversation drifted off into gossip. Strangely enough, no matter where it starts, a conversation among housewives always seems to end in gossip. Could it be that the ultimate destination of all things is gossip? The SAT exam. The SAT consists of two parts. SAT 1, reasoning test, a standardized test assessing students' readiness for college level education, a required component for applying to top U.S. universities. SAT 2, subject tests, assessments in specific subjects like math, physics, and chemistry. Most schools don't require SAT 2 scores unless specified for certain majors. Today, Martin was taking the SAT 1. As for SAT 2, he had already arranged an exemption with Harvard Law School. After all, law schools aren't particularly concerned with math or science scores. Harvard Law had been eagerly anticipating Martin's enrollment. Don't be fooled into thinking American universities are completely fair. In reality, celebrities, billionaires, and elites have a much easier time getting in than ordinary students. Plus, if a family has an alumnus from a prestigious school, their children's admission chances increase significantly. That's why so many American families have multiple generations attending the same elite universities. The SAT-1 exam was a breeze for someone like Martin. The test was 3 hours long, but he finished everything in just 1 hour. Feeling refreshed, he walked out of the test center and drove straight to Myers Pictures. He needed to finish the new Batman script quickly and then head to the nearly assembled Brokeback Mountain production team. Just as he entered the Myers Pictures headquarters, he spotted a young girl. No, a teenage girl, jumping up from the lounge sofa and running toward him. Elizabeth? What are you doing here? Martin asked, surprised. The 14-year-old girl had developed a striking figure, much curvier than her two older sisters. She had already grown past 1.64 meters, her body well-proportioned and mature beyond her years. The girl ran up to Martin, blushing. I came to audition for a small role in The Village, just a minor character. The audition's over, but I thought I'd wait and see. Maybe I'd get lucky and run into you. And look, you really showed up. The Village was a horror film invested in by Myers Pictures, directed by M. Night Shyamalan, the same director behind The Sixth Sense. Back when The Sixth Sense was released, Shyamalan had skyrocketed to fame, hailed as the next great master of suspense and horror films. For a time, he was considered a potential genre-defining filmmaker. But no one expected his peak to be so short-lived. After The Sixth Sense, Shyamalan's films steadily declined, each performing worse than the last. In reality, after The Sixth Sense, his movies carried an eerie, mystical atmosphere, less about gore and more about psychological suspense. He was skilled at building tension, but if he miscalculated, his weak plots could easily turn his films into dull or even ridiculous flops. The Village was meant to be his comeback film, but no Hollywood studio was willing to finance its hefty $70 million budget. In the end, Martin had stepped in and backed the project, but he cut the budget down to $50 million. Martin knew about The Village. It wasn't as impressive as The Sixth Sense, but it was still a decent horror film. It grossed around $260 million worldwide, making a modest profit. So, did you get the role? Need me to put in a good word? Martin asked. No need. Director Shyamalan said I did great. The role is mine, Elizabeth said proudly, her face practically saying, come on, praise me. Not bad. You're amazing. Martin gave her a thumbs up. Elizabeth giggled happily. Then, she asked, Martin, do you have any plans later? Mary wants to treat you to dinner. Spending her older sister's money to win favor. This girl was a pro at it. Clearly, she'd done it many times before. Oh, Mary's here too? Where is she? She's upstairs, chatting with Drew. All right, let's go get them. Although Martin was eager to write the script, he didn't mind taking time for a meal. Guisado's, a famous taco joint in Burbank. Martin, Drew, Mary, and Elizabeth sat in a cozy booth in the corner. The shredded chicken taco here is fantastic, and the beef taco is great too, Mary recommended. I'll have a beef taco. I'll take the shredded chicken, Drew said. After placing their orders, the group began to chat. Did you hear? Bill O'Reilly, the top anchor at Fox News, has been accused of sexually harassing his O'Reilly Factor producer, Andrea Macris. She allegedly tried to extort $60 million from him, but he refused to pay, so now it's in court. Drew shared the latest gossip. Mary shook her head. Both of them are terrible people. Andrea Macris used her body to climb the ranks, while Bill O'Reilly not only exploited her, but also engaged in some disgusting behavior. That said, $60 million is outrageous. Even if she wins, she'd be lucky to get $10 million. At this moment, Elizabeth's eyes twinkled mischievously. She turned to Martin and asked, I heard from Mary that some actresses in Hollywood will do anything to land a lead role. Is that true, Martin? Without giving Martin time to think, she quickly followed up. Have you ever encountered that? Without hesitation, Martin replied, I have. But my relationships with women have never been transactional. Then, in his mind, he added, well, maybe they started as transactions, but they definitely didn't stay that way. Drew silently pinched his thigh under the table. Elizabeth burst into laughter. Drew smirked. This kind of thing is completely normal in Hollywood. Usually, the more disadvantaged the actor, the more common it is. For example, there's a widely circulated rumor that when Julia Roberts auditioned for Pretty Woman, she straight up asked her agent, who do I need to sleep with to get the lead role? Mary was annoyed. When did I ever tell you this stuff? Elizabeth playfully stuck out her tongue. Okay, fine. You didn't tell me. I overheard you talking about it. Then, she asked again, will I have to deal with this in the future? Martin chuckled. No one would dare. You're my friend. Mary sighed. It's extremely difficult for actors without connections to break into Hollywood. Whether willingly or unwillingly, they have to give up something. That's just the nature of the game here. Attractive newcomers always get certain invitations. You can refuse, but most people don't, because those invitations are often the fastest way to stardom. Martin suddenly recalled a notorious industry scandal. During the filming of Transformers 3, Victoria's Secret model Rosie Huntington-Whiteley was frequently spotted sneaking into Michael Bay's hotel room at night. Later, while the cast was traveling for promotions, a flight attendant caught her allegedly giving Michael Bay a blowjob in the first-class cabin. The flight attendant took a secret photo and posted it online, causing an uproar. Michael Bay and Rosie later denied everything, saying she had just dropped her hair clip and bent down to pick it up. Bay even swore to God that nothing happened. God, there's an old saying in Hollywood. Behind the glitz and glamour of the Walk of Fame lies a red casting couch in the shadows. Where there are people, there are conflicts, and where there are conflicts, rules will emerge. Martin had already reached a level where he could set the rules himself. He could protect his girls. Hearing Martin's bold statement, Elizabeth's face heated up slightly. She instinctively pressed her legs together, lightly brushed her fingers through her hair, and whispered softly, Martin, I believe you can protect me. Her sister, Mary, immediately cast a suspicious glance, shifting her gaze between Elizabeth and Martin. Martin was an old hand at this. His expression remained completely neutral, making Mary suspect that her little sister might have a crush on him. It was understandable. A teenage girl encountering a man like Martin, someone with a charm that far exceeded his age, was practically defenseless against it. No, Martin might be a great guy, but he was way too much of a playboy. He was definitely not a good choice for a serious relationship. Mary had already decided. Once they got back, she would have a serious talk with Elizabeth and convince her to drop any unrealistic fantasies. Elizabeth didn't notice her sister's change in expression. Her gaze lingered on Martin with a trace of shyness. Suddenly, a scene from a movie flashed through her mind, and in a moment of impulse, she did something even she hadn't expected. She slipped off her shoes under the table and, taking advantage of the cover, slowly extended her small foot onto Martin's thigh, gently rubbing against it. Martin didn't expect the little girl to be this bold. Without hesitation, he reached down and effortlessly caught the smooth little foot in his hand. Drew and Mary were completely unaware of their little exchange and continued chatting about other gossip, such as Tom Cruise breaking up with Penelope Cruz because she refused to join Scientology or how Steven Spielberg's rumored illegitimate son, Vin Diesel, was allegedly bullying lead actor Paul Walker on the set of Fast and Furious. Martin's fingers moved subtly. Elizabeth's face turned bright red. Meanwhile, Martin casually asked, "Drew, if Vin Diesel goes too far, don't hold back. We can't let him affect the production." "Don't worry, I already told the producer and director to keep him in check. He won't cause much trouble," Drew replied with a smile. Neither of them even mentioned helping Paul Walker. In America, bullying happened everywhere, and no one would step in. You either endured it or fought back. There was no one to rely on but yourself. By the end of lunch, Elizabeth felt like she was running out of breath. "You okay?" Mary looked at her suspiciously. "Oh, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong." She glanced at Martin, who was discreetly bringing his fingers to his nose for a quick sniff. Her face turned crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, hurrying off with her sister. Martin chuckled to himself. This little fox was getting bolder by the day. Wasn't she the one being all daring just now? Huh, too cute. Back at the office, Martin shifted his focus back to work. He silently contemplated Warner Brothers' decision to reboot DC's superhero movies. In the 1990s, DC Comics was king when it came to superhero films, while its longtime rival, Marvel, was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Back then, Superman, Batman, and The Flash were pop culture icons. If people thought of superheroes, those were the names that came to mind. Meanwhile, Marvel's Spider-Man, Iron Man, and the X-Men were barely known to the mainstream. Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne ruled the big screen, while Marvel's heroes collected dust in the shadows. But as time passed and the 21st century began, the tides shifted. Sidney J. Fury's Superman 4 had effects so laughably bad they looked like they came from a middle school play, nearly killing the franchise. Meanwhile, Joel Schumacher turned Batman into a ridiculous, campy mess, burying the character in a dead end. These two massive failures forced Warner Brothers to put both franchises on ice. At the same time, Marvel's characters started gaining momentum. Starting with Blade, followed by X-Men and Spider-Man, Marvel became the dominant force in superhero movies. Martin's portrayal of Spider-Man shattered the Lord of the Rings opening weekend records, pulling in a global box office of $935 million, setting a new standard for comic book films. Seeing Marvel's rapid success, Warner Brothers was getting antsy. They needed to bring back Batman to challenge Marvel's rise. If the Batman reboot was a hit, DC's other top hero, Superman, would inevitably follow. In the original timeline, Superman Returns was released in 2006, with Warner Brothers poaching Bryan Singer from the X-Men franchise to direct it. But Batman wasn't the only DC character they were testing the waters with. There was also Catwoman. Rumor had it that Warner Brothers was close to sealing the deal with Halle Berry for a rare black female superhero film. However, Martin knew this project was doomed to fail. Fortunately, the new Batman trilogy would succeed, restoring The Dark Knight and elevating Christopher Nolan's career. The Dark Trilogy, Martin mused with a smirk. This kind of film was right up his alley. As a demon in disguise, a succubus's mind was filled with chaos and desire. Even revealing just a fraction of that would shock audiences to their core. Not to mention, he had the original trilogy as a reference. There was no way he could mess this up. With inspiration surging, Martin began writing. Nighttime. Location, the dark streets of Gotham City. Event, a young Bruce Wayne witnesses his parents being gunned down before his eyes. A tragic event that will change his life forever. Burbank, Warner Brothers headquarters. Has Halle Berry responded yet? Alan Horn asked. Yes, sir. She has accepted the role of Catwoman, his assistant replied. What about Martin? Mr. Myers has already started writing. He says he'll finish within 2 weeks. The assistant hesitated before asking, should we remind him that this Batman project is extremely important? Won't 2 weeks be too rushed? No need. Alan Horn shook his head. Don't interfere with a genius at work. Martin writes quickly and delivers quality scripts. We can trust him. Understood. Since Halle Berry is on board, we can move forward with Catwoman. I just hope this decision was the right one. Alan Horn had his doubts about making Catwoman black, but with Batman as the main focus, he felt reassured. After all, Martin's scripts had never failed before. Hopefully, this time wouldn't be an exception. 2 weeks later. Martin, carrying a black backpack, arrived at Warner Brothers headquarters in Burbank with Jeff Raymond and Drew Barrymore. He strode confidently into the Warner Brothers building. Jeff, walking beside him, whispered, "When we discuss compensation later, you don't need to say anything. I'll handle everything." Martin nodded. "Got it." Drew chuckled. "We have to squeeze Warner for every penny this time. They won't even let us invest." Martin replied, "Batman and Superman are Warner's prized possessions. There's no way they'd share a piece of those lucrative franchises. No matter how well or poorly the films do, they've already made a fortune from merchandising." Drew added, "Our Harry Potter and the Matrix merchandise are just as profitable." "Of course." Martin smirked. "Hello, Mr. Myers." As they stepped out of the elevator and approached the meeting room, a Warner Brothers staff member greeted them warmly. Martin recognized him. It was Alan Horn's assistant manager, a promising 33-year-old. "Hello, Mr. Rossetti." "Mr. Myers, Mr. Raymond, Ms. Barrymore, Mr. Horn and the others are already inside waiting for you. Please follow me." With that, Rossetti quickened his pace, reaching the meeting room door first. He pushed it open and led the trio inside. Martin's eyes quickly scanned the room, taking in everyone present. It was a standard conference room, with a long meeting table in the center. 5 people were seated on one side, with the oldest and most authoritative figure sitting at the head, Alan Horn. At the far left sat a middle-aged white man with a square face, double chin, and sandy blonde hair. He was staring intently at Martin. Though Martin had never met him before, he recognized him immediately. It was Christopher Nolan, a director so revered that he had more fans than some Hollywood stars. Before Rossetti could speak, Alan Horn took the lead. Smiling, he said, "Martin, you're a Warner Brothers board member. You're one of us. I don't think I need to introduce everyone here, do I?" Martin played along, smiling as well. "I do recognize most of you, except this gentleman here. Let me guess, you must be the future director of the new Batman project, Mr. Nolan?" Christopher Nolan stood up immediately, nodding respectfully and extending his hand. "Yes, I'm Christopher Nolan. Please, Mr. Myers, just call me Chris." Martin shook his hand. "Then you should call me Martin." After the pleasantries, Martin took a seat on the right, alongside Drew and Jeff. Once they were settled, Alan Horn continued, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." He turned to Martin. "Martin, the Batman franchise is incredibly important to Warner Brothers. I truly appreciate you agreeing to write the screenplay." Martin joked, "Come on, don't treat me like an outsider. You just said I'm part of Warner Brothers too." Everyone chuckled, including Christopher Nolan. That was the power of influence. It didn't matter if the joke was funny, people would laugh. It didn't matter if the speech was compelling, people would applaud. Once the laughter died down, Martin stood up and pulled a thick stack of documents from his backpack. To be honest, some in the room had barely suppressed their laughter earlier when they saw Martin carrying a backpack. It made him look like a college student rather than a media mogul. "It's been 6 years since the failure of Batman and Robin," Martin began. "That's more than enough time for audiences to forget about that disaster. Now is the perfect moment to reboot the franchise." As he spoke, he divided the documents into separate copies. Drew, playing the role of a capable assistant, handed them out to the Warner executives. Once everyone had their copy and began flipping through the pages, Martin continued. "Superman and Batman were the films that truly brought comic book movies into the mainstream. Their significance in film history is undeniable, not just for financial gain, but also as beloved icons of pop culture. That's why rebooting Batman must be done carefully. If we fail, it could be even more disastrous than before." Before writing this script, I studied nearly every Batman comic and Tim Burton's Batman films. I found that Bruce Wayne always carries an air of melancholic tragedy. He's naturally suited for a darker, more serious tone. This was precisely where Joel Schumacher went wrong. Batman is not just a simple champion of justice, nor is he some shallow playboy. He embodies both light and darkness. He's a deeply conflicted man. Have you ever wondered why Bruce Wayne captures criminals, but never kills them? Why does he always send them to prison or Arkham Asylum instead? Some might say it's because DC heroes follow a no-kill rule. But I have another theory. Batman needs his villains. Without them, he has no purpose. If Gotham had no crime, Bruce Wayne would just be Bruce Wayne, a rich playboy. So what if he spares his enemies not out of justice, but because he needs them, the way a child needs toys? A sharp inhale filled the room. Martin's interpretation shattered many of their childhood perceptions of Batman. Christopher Nolan, however, looked more intrigued than ever. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Martin continued, "Of course, we can't explicitly state this in the film. It wouldn't be politically correct. Superheroes can't be the bad guys, after all. But when we're developing this project," Martin turned to Nolan, "especially when Chris is directing, I hope you'll keep this idea in mind. If you do, I believe the film's tone will be truly unique. My script will not follow the storylines of Tim Burton or Joel Schumacher's films. I'm starting from scratch. As for the style," Martin paused to think for a moment. "It won't be gothic. It will be dark and oppressive, but with moments of cathartic release. I believe this film will be groundbreaking in cinema history." Christopher Nolan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was now beyond eager to read Martin's script. Burbank, Warner Brothers headquarters. Inside the conference room, Martin continued speaking with ease. "In my opinion, neither Tim Burton's gothic dark style nor Joel Schumacher's flashy fashion show approach fits the current market. Why do I say this? Tim Burton's style is too frenzied and gory. For Americans who have just endured a terrorist attack and 2 failed wars, that's not what they want to see. As for Joel Schumacher's fashion show-like spectacle, there's no need to even mention it. It was never successful. In fact, it nearly killed Bruce Wayne as a character." Alan Horn nodded. Having witnessed the rise and fall of the Batman franchise firsthand, he still vividly remembered the box office and critical disaster that was Batman and Robin. He also recalled how much backlash Tim Burton's dark, violent style had received. Parents had even gathered outside Warner Brothers headquarters in protest, calling for a boycott of the film. Martin was right. Neither of these styles was suitable anymore. If they restarted the franchise and stuck with either of these approaches, it could lead to another failure, and Batman couldn't afford to fail again. "But Martin, won't a gloomy and oppressive style put off audiences?" one Warner executive asked. Martin responded, "That's why I said the film must have moments of release and catharsis. The heavier the build-up, the greater the emotional payoff. The key difference between our version and Tim Burton's is this: his Batman was surreal and exaggerated, while ours will be more grounded and realistic. Bruce Wayne won't be an unstoppable god. He'll be human." Realistic? A human Bruce Wayne? Many in the room looked deep in thought. If we want this franchise to escape its slump, we must take a different approach. Gothic absurdity won't work, flashy idol film aesthetics won't work, and the lighthearted, comedic tone of Marvel's Spider-Man clearly isn't right for Batman. Instead, I believe a dark and grounded style is worth exploring. We need to pull Bruce Wayne down from his pedestal and make him an ordinary man, one who's highly skilled in combat and equipped with cutting-edge technology. He should be more like James Bond. Christopher Nolan suddenly interjected. Martin smiled, pointing at Nolan. "Chris is absolutely right, like James Bond, but even more powerful, both he and his enemies. But Batman's villains aren't normal humans. If Bruce Wayne is just an ordinary man, how could he possibly take on these monsters and lunatics?" another executive questioned. Martin chuckled. "Think about it the other way around. Doesn't it make the story even more compelling? The audience, who are also ordinary people, will relate to him even more. Imagine the thrill of seeing a mere man triumph over the chaos. I have this idea. What if we depict Gotham City in a way that makes audiences feel like, oh, this looks just like our own American cities? And while watching the film, they should think, my God, this could actually happen in real life. Bruce Wayne will no longer be an untouchable icon. We will give him real human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, hesitation, self-doubt. He's a superhero, but he's also a man. These flaws and struggles will make him more relatable to the audience. But relatability alone isn't enough. There must also be a sense of power and catharsis. Batman must have abilities beyond those of ordinary people, his immense wealth, mental resilience, and unparalleled combat skills. These will help him overcome his weaknesses, failures, and inner turmoil, giving audiences a sense of release. My script will be a trilogy. The central theme will be Bruce Wayne's journey from an ordinary wealthy man to a true superhero. Perhaps, in the future, Batman can stand alongside Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash as one of the DC Universe's Big Four, but not yet. Maybe, in the distant future, Batman can transcend human limitations and fight gods and demons, but not yet. Right now, Batman is still just a man. The Dark Knight trilogy will be the story of a fragile young man's transformation. Bruce Wayne wasn't born a superhero. He had moments of doubt, weakness, and confusion. Only after confronting his own demons and redeeming himself will he become the guardian of the night, Batman. Bruce Wayne should never be a flawless, godlike figure. If he were, what would differentiate him from Superman? Martin concluded, in short, this is a story about a man who becomes something greater, but not a god. In the documents I just handed out, you'll find the outlines for all 3 films. Feel free to review them and give feedback. The full scripts have also been sent to Warner's script review department and are available for download. The room filled with the sound of pages flipping. Then, silence. A few moments later, an excited voice broke the stillness. This is exactly the Batman I want. It was Nolan. He stared at Martin, visibly thrilled. Martin, do you know? Ever since I was given this project, I've been thinking constantly, what kind of Batman should I create? Should it be just another invincible, larger-than-life superhero? In previous films, aside from the chin and lips visible beneath the mask, every Batman felt interchangeable. I don't want to make that kind of Batman. I refused to. But I had no direction. I was stuck, unable to make up my mind. Now I understand. I want to make a Batman who is flesh and blood. Strip away the mask, and Bruce Wayne is first and foremost a human being. One who, even without his armor, is a formidable fighter. Unlike other superheroes, he has no superpowers, no mutated genes from some experiment. He relies solely on his own body and mind, enhanced only by technology, but ultimately, his physical prowess is what defines him. Unlike Marvel's Iron Man, who depends entirely on his suit, Bruce Wayne, though also a billionaire, has near unparalleled hand-to-hand combat skills. Nolan was growing more and more animated. At first, the executives thought he was simply flattering Martin. But as he continued speaking, it became clear Martin's vision had struck a chord deep within him. Burbank, Warner Brothers headquarters. The meeting had ended. Martin's script was approved on the spot, and his fee was settled, an absolute record-breaking sum. $10 million plus 5% of the North American box office revenue. This was far more than what Ben Affleck would earn for starring in the film, placing Martin's earnings on par with top-tier superstars like Tom Cruise, Jim Carrey, and Leonardo DiCaprio. A regular screenwriter could never command such a price. But Martin wasn't just any screenwriter. Since Warner had refused his request to invest in the project, they had to compensate him in other ways. At least this way, although they had to give away a slice of the box office pie, they could still keep the merchandising profits intact. Of course, since Martin was also a Warner Brothers shareholder, any profit Warner made was essentially profit for him as well. That was why he was so easygoing in negotiations. Matt Damon's apartment. Ben Affleck had been crashing there for a while. While chatting with Matt, he suddenly received a call from his agent. The next moment, he was bouncing around, shouting excitedly, "Damn it, I got the role. I got the role. Batman. I'm going to be Batman." But isn't the casting process still ongoing? Matt asked, puzzled. Yes, they're still holding auditions, but Raymond and my agent told me the audition is just a formality. As long as I meet the basic standards, the role is mine. Ha ha ha. Don't get ahead of yourself. Stay composed, call Martin to thank him, and start studying Batman properly. Don't worry, Matt. I will. I won't let this chance slip away. Ben clenched his fists, his expression determined. He had been waiting for this for far too long. TL/N. Please skip this chapter if you are not into some gay shit acting. In early February, Martin joined the Brokeback Mountain production. Drew Barrymore personally served as the producer. As she put it, she wanted to be on set to watch two handsome men fall in love. When Leonardo saw Martin, he felt a bit awkward. He had memorized the script, but found it difficult to fully immerse himself in the emotions between Jack Twist and Ines Del March. The thought of playing out a romance with Martin, including intimate scenes, gave him a strange feeling. Martin, on the other hand, remained completely at ease. When he saw Leonardo, he casually greeted him. That irritated Leo. Damn it. How can he be so relaxed when he's supposed to be playing my lover? Does he not care about me at all? Wait. Shit. What am I even thinking? Damn it. I only love women. Tall, blonde women. Although, Martin does have long legs, just not blonde. No, stop. Enough of this nonsense. I must be going crazy. Leo knocked himself on the head, his expression conflicted. Martin raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Leo groaned. Regretting my life choices. I shouldn't have let you talk me into this movie. Martin laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Relax, I won't make you fall in love with me. I don't like men, even beautiful men. Damn it, me neither. Leo shot back, his annoyance fading slightly. That evening, after dinner, director Ong Lee gathered the cast for a script reading session. The actors shared their insights about their characters, and the discussion became lively. But Leo couldn't help but notice Martin's little gestures with Anne Hathaway. His hand was resting on her thigh, gently stroking it. Damn it, Leo fumed internally. Next time I act in a movie, I'm bringing my own girlfriend along. He followed through on that thought. When filming Blood Diamond in the future, he brought Bar Refaeli to set. Ironically, Anne Hathaway was playing Jack Twist's wife in Brokeback Mountain, meaning she was supposed to be Leo's on-screen wife. Grand Teton National Park, often called the most beautiful national park in the world. The Teton Range boasted 8 peaks over 3,600 meters, with Grand Teton standing at 4,198 meters, its summit covered in snow year-round. Beyond the towering peaks, rolling hills stretched endlessly. 7 pearl-like lakes nestled at the foot of the mountains, resembling a necklace dropped by a celestial maiden. The valleys at the base of the Tetons were lush with flowers and birdsong year-round, making them a paradise on earth. Jackson Hole was known as the Valley of Wildflowers. Walking through it felt like stepping into a dreamlike realm, detached from the ordinary world. This area was home to over 200 species of birds and a variety of mammals, including American bison, elk, and pronghorn antelope. This breathtaking landscape was chosen as the filming location for Brokeback Mountain. After 5 days of table reads, Ong Lee had a firm grasp of everyone's performances. Most of the actors were in good shape. But among the leads, while Martin had no issues at all, Leo seemed unable to fully let go, especially during the emotional scenes. So, Ong Lee made a decision. The very first scene they would shoot would be an intimate moment between Ines Del Mar and Jack Twist. At the foot of the mountain, by the lake, Martin, wearing a cowboy hat, stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against a truck while gazing at the distant mountains. I think I'll head back home for a few days, visit my parents, he said. Leonardo, playing Jack Twist, had one hand on his hip and the other resting on the truck door, his head lowered as he listened. Upon hearing Martin, Ines, speak, he lifted his head, his expression unreadable. Martin avoided his gaze, lowering his head slightly. He took his hands out of his pockets and absent-mindedly rubbed the truck's door handle, his nervousness evident. Then he said, I should tell you, I probably won't be able to come back before November. Not until the livestock is moved and winter feeding begins. As he spoke, Martin, Ines, bit his fingernail, glancing at Leonardo, Jack, with uncertainty. November? Leonardo asked. Yeah. Martin averted his gaze, his expression tinged with guilt. What about our August meeting? Leonardo pressed. Martin hesitated, looking away again, biting his fingernail. Leonardo turned around, hands still on his hips. Cut. Ong Lee interrupted. Leo, your emotions aren't quite right. In this scene, Jack shouldn't just be angry. There should be more grief and reluctance. You need to show that. Martin smirked. You hear that? You need to show your longing for me. Shit. I can't do this. Leonardo groaned, tossing his cowboy hat onto the ground. This just means you haven't fully stepped into Jack Twist's emotions yet, Martin said, suddenly serious. I know. But what am I supposed to do? Martin thought for a moment before saying, Try imagining me as Bar Refaeli. How about you imagine me as Bar Refaeli? Martin's suggestion made Leonardo freeze for a moment before he said, I'll give it a try. Ong Lee agreed. That's actually a good idea. Just transfer your feelings for your girlfriend onto Martin. Right now, he is your girlfriend. No, your boyfriend, Martin corrected. Childish, Leonardo muttered, picking up his hat from the ground. Let's go again. Action. November. Yes. What about our August meeting? Cut. Ong Li interrupted again, his voice rising in frustration. It's still not right, still not right. Damn it. Leo, I need emotion from you. It seemed that no matter how gentle a person was, once they became a director, they inevitably turned into a tyrant. I'll try again. Leonardo admitted it was his own issue and raised his hand apologetically. The third take. November. Yes. What about our August meeting? Cut. The fourth take. November. Yes. What about our August meeting? Cut. By the 16th take. November. Yes. What about our August meeting? This time, Ong Li didn't call for a cut. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Leonardo seemed to have found the right emotion. Pacing beside the car in frustration, Leonardo questioned, "You had a whole week to tell me this. Damn it. And you didn't say anything." Then he turned angrily and walked toward the lake. Fuck. Why do we always end up in these cold places? We should go somewhere warm, like Mexico. As he spoke, the anger on his face gradually faded into bitterness and helplessness. Martin followed him toward the lake, sensing his reluctance. His tone became almost playful, his expression caught between a smile and hesitation as he said, "Mexico? You know I've never been that far." Leonardo stopped in his tracks, staring at the mountains across the lake, silent. Martin's playful expression turned anxious. "Come on, Jack, don't push me. We can go hunting in November, bag a big elk. I'll try to borrow Don's cabin. We had a good time there, didn't we?" The camera focused on Leonardo's face as Jack Twist fell into nostalgia. Something clicked inside Leonardo. Suddenly, he felt himself getting into character, an intense need to express the moment surging through him. He slightly lowered his head and, with a wistful tone, said, "Good times are never enough." Then he turned around, hands on his hips, and asked, "Man, you've been acting weird this time. You used to be so relaxed when you came. Now it's like you're meeting the Pope or something." Martin hesitated before spreading his hands. "Jack, I have to work. Before, I could just quit my job to see you. You've forgotten what being poor feels like, haven't you? Ever heard of child support?" Leonardo turned away, and Martin shook his head. "Listen, I can't quit my job. I can't take time off either. I'm lucky to even be here now. I've got business to take care of in August." This scene required Martin to convey three emotions. First, Ines Delmar's frustration at Jack Twist for not understanding his struggles. Second, guilt over keeping Jack waiting for so long. And third, a sense of hesitation, not wanting to argue with Jack. Ong Li had expected to shoot this scene several more times before getting it right, but Martin's subtle micro-expressions and small physical gestures captured every nuance perfectly in one take. "Brilliant," Ong Li silently praised. As soon as the scene wrapped, Leonardo excitedly ran toward Martin. "Fuck, I finally found the feeling. My dear honey." With his arms wide open, he went in for a hug. "Get lost." Martin flipped him over with a shoulder throw. "Good, keep that feeling. That's exactly the restrained love I need. Something more than friendship, but not quite passionate romance. Tomorrow, we'll shoot Jack and Ennis meeting for the first time." Ong Li laughed. That evening, back in his lodging, Ong Li received a call from his wife, Jane Lin. He chuckled into the phone. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Martin and Leo aren't the type to throw diva tantrums. I can control the set. Honestly, it feels much better than working on Hulk." Indeed, the Brokeback Mountain set was a far more pleasant experience for Ong Li. Once production got rolling, everything flowed smoothly. This was definitely the type of film he was best at making. Meanwhile, Martin and Leonardo went into town for coffee. "By the way, you really nailed it on that last take," Martin remarked. "Who were you thinking of?" Leonardo smirked. "You don't want to know." "No, I do." "Really?" "I was channeling my feelings toward my dad. That mix of love and resentment. It was weirdly fitting." "Ha ha ha." He shot Martin a playful look, expecting him to react with irritation. Instead, Martin casually responded, "Oh? Then call me daddy." "Fuck you." "Excuse me, am I interrupting something?" A clear, feminine voice cut in. Martin and Leonardo turned to see Drew Barrymore and Anne Hathaway approaching together. Martin grinned and gestured to the seats beside him. "Of course not. In fact, we were just talking about how we needed some female company. Otherwise, I was afraid this guy would fall too deeply in love with me." "Fuck off." "Never." Not in a million years, Leonardo retorted. Drew and took the seats on either side of Martin. Drew's hand immediately wandered somewhere inappropriate, only to be swatted away by Martin. And, on the other hand, scooted her chair closer, practically leaning against him. Leonardo scowled at the trio. You bastards, are you doing this on purpose? Trying to provoke me? The thought that he had been avoiding bringing Bar Raffaele to set to stay in character, while Martin was shamelessly enjoying both work and play, made his blood boil. But what puzzled him even more was how effortlessly Martin slipped into the emotions of a gay romance. Could it be that this guy was secretly bi? Leonardo shivered at the thought. He abruptly decided to excuse himself, retreating to his hotel room to turn on the pay-per-view channels for a very heterosexual night of entertainment. As Leonardo gradually found his rhythm, filming progressed more smoothly. One day, Ong Li suddenly had the idea to shoot a scene of sheep drinking from a stream. Drink the water. Lower your heads. Hurry up and drink. Damn it, aren't you thirsty? The herd had been driven to the creek by the hired cowboys, but instead of drinking, they just stood around, uncooperative. Frustrated, Ong Li found himself talking to the sheep. The crew watching from the sidelines couldn't stop laughing. Martin quietly asked one of the cowboys, So, when are you going to tell him that sheep don't drink from moving water, only from ponds and reservoirs? The cowboy chuckled. What? You guys don't want a day off? Oh, so we have a free day? Drew leaned in and whispered into Martin's ear. I know a hot spring nearby. Martin's eyes lit up. Tell me the location. I'll head over first. You go find Ann, and you two come over later. That evening, when Martin, Drew, and Ann returned to the lodge feeling refreshed, they were met with Leonardo's resentful glare. You bastards really went out to have fun without me? Martin chuckled. Oh, trust me, what we did wasn't something you'd want to join in on. Leonardo instantly understood, and his expression grew even more mournful. Damn it, I can't take this set anymore. It's just couples flaunting their love in my face every day. Screw this, I'm going back to my room to watch some premium cable. More than half a month passed. The filming pace was steady, not too fast, not too slow, mostly because Ong Li had too many specific ideas for shots, and because Leonardo kept needing retakes. His performance fluctuated like waves, sometimes high, sometimes low, making Martin constantly tease him. But Leonardo wanted to complain too. Wasn't it normal for actors to have ups and downs? The real anomaly was Martin, who somehow maintained a consistently high level at all times. Soon, they were set to film the most critical scene, Ines Del Mar and Jack Twist's intimate moment. Ong Li had already shot a few kissing scenes between them to help them get into character. For Leonardo, kissing a man on screen wasn't that big of a deal, but an intense love scene. He paced alone in the hallway, mentally preparing himself over and over, trying to construct the scene in his head and find the right mindset. Martin found it annoying and, without Leonardo noticing, subtly infused him with a tiny amount of magic. Moments later, Leonardo approached Ong Li and said, Director, I'm ready. All right, let's set up for the shot. Inside the cabin, Leonardo looked at Martin, and suddenly, a strange thought popped into his mind. Damn, why does Martin look so good? Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. As Martin moved closer, Leonardo was surprised to find that he didn't feel much resistance in his heart. Looks like all that mental preparation really paid off. Ong Li's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Leonardo to slip into character at such a crucial moment. Excellent. Just excellent. Drew Barrymore's eyes were also wide open. The scene unfolding before her was, I should ask Director Ong Li for a copy of this footage later and take it home to watch slowly. When it was all over, Leonardo looked devastated, staring blankly at the air. What the hell did I just do? He turned to glare at Martin with deep resentment. Martin shivered. Did that little bit of magic accidentally awaken something inside him? That would be a disaster. Amazing, just amazing. Ong Li, still sweating from excitement, checked the footage and then quickly said, Leo, Martin, since you're in the right headspace, let's film the other two love scenes right away. Leonardo. Martin. Okay. Drew. Oh ho ho. To Ong Li's complete surprise, they finished all the intimate scenes in just one day. He had expected them to take at least 10 days to get through them. This production was going way too smoothly. It was honestly thrilling. He thought once again, I really shouldn't have made Hulk. That night, In Martin's hotel room, Drew animatedly described the day's events to Anne Hathaway and rested her chin on her hand, her eyes unfocused, clearly picturing the scene in her mind. These two pervy women. Martin couldn't take it anymore. He scooped them both up and tossed them onto the bed, where they soon found themselves rolling in waves of passion. Meanwhile, in another room, Leonardo sat in front of his TV, staring blankly at the mature content playing on-screen, repeatedly questioning his own identity. It wasn't until the middle of the night that he finally reassured himself. No, he hadn't been turned. He was still the same straight man who loved tall, blonde women. With that realization, he let out a sigh of relief. A week later, they wrapped up filming in Grand Teton National Park and prepared to move to a new location. Drew Barrymore, as the producer, went to settle the hotel bill. What? Why is the final bill so high? Are you messing with me? Premium channel charges? Who's been watching premium channels? She turned around and questioned the crew. Leonardo instinctively shrank back. Martin, ever perceptive, immediately understood what was going on and said, "It's fine, Drew. Just pay the bill. We've been here filming with barely any entertainment. Watching a little premium content is normal." All right. He got off easy. Drew grumbled, but paid the bill. Martin is such a good guy, Leonardo thought to himself. Back in Los Angeles, filming continued in a studio. With their return, more visitors started dropping by the set. Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Miranda Kerr, Jessica Alba, Lindsay Lohan, Scarlett Johansson, Natalie Portman. Leonardo was dumbfounded. He knew Martin had a lot of women, but this many. They're all your girlfriends. Take a guess. Fuck you, you lucky dog. Once again, Leonardo wondered, how the hell did Martin manage to keep so many women happy and coexisting peacefully? But this time, he didn't bother asking. He already knew what Martin would say. It's a gift. And that was just blatant showing off. No point in feeding into it. By March, between Brokeback Mountain shoots, Martin spent his free time either indulging with his collectibles or making calls to Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin. In February, Yahoo had abandoned Google's search engine in favor of developing its own. As a result, Google's market share took a temporary dip. Over the phone, Martin reassured them, "Remember, dropping Google is Yahoo's loss, not yours." And he was right. Yahoo's attempt at independent search, Yahoo Slurp, was underwhelming at best. While similar to Google's keyword-based indexing system, Yahoo Slurp still relied heavily on manual input, adding too many unnecessary services. It clashed with the internet's growing demand for simplicity. After a brief downturn, Google's search volume skyrocketed again, capturing 48% of the market, leaving Yahoo far behind. Martin had already coordinated with Larry and Sergey. Google would be going public on NASDAQ in August. March. The Oscars arrived as scheduled. On the red carpet outside the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles, the stars shone brightly. To promote Brokeback Mountain, Martin chose to walk the red carpet with Leonardo DiCaprio. As expected, they attracted a frenzy of camera flashes and deafening screams. The fangirls went wild, chanting, "Be together! Be together!" Leonardo wore the expression of a man marching to his doom and muttered, "I have no idea why I agreed to walk the red carpet with you. I must be out of my mind." Hey, buddy, think of it this way. The more famous our movie gets, the higher your chances of winning an Oscar. Martin grinned. Fuck, if I walk away empty-handed next year, I swear I'm going to kill you. Leonardo smiled for the cameras while making threats. Martin chuckled. You should kill those old Academy members instead. I bet Tom Cruise would even thank you and hand you a gun. At the mention of Tom Cruise, Leonardo smirked. As long as that guy is around, I'll never be the most hated pretty boy actor. It's honestly kind of sad. Tom Cruise is what, 40 now? And those old bastards still put him in the pretty boy category? That's rough. Martin laughed. Once a pretty boy, always a pretty boy. Look at me. No one ever puts me in that category. Shut up, Leonardo snapped. When they reached the interview area, the reporters' eyes gleamed as they fired off their questions. Martin, did you and Leonardo develop feelings for each other during filming? Are you two together? Leonardo, rumor has it you got too deep into the role and no longer like women. Is that true? Martin, you chose to walk the red carpet with Leonardo. Are you two planning to come out? Leonardo, have you really fallen for Martin? Martin and Leonardo reacted very differently. Martin smiled calmly. Leonardo looked like he wanted to strangle someone. Martin answered, I don't know if Leonardo has fallen for me, but honestly, even if he did, it wouldn't be surprising. I mean, look at me. I'm irresistible. Even while bragging, Martin somehow remained likable, making the fangirls scream even louder. Leonardo shot Martin a glare, which, unfortunately, was immediately interpreted by reporters as Leonardo casting a loving glance at Martin, Leonardo being coy with Martin, or even Leonardo is definitely the wife in this relationship. If he had known, he probably would have exploded on the spot. He quickly clarified, I'm straight. If you want to see me and Martin together, it'll only happen in Brokeback Mountain, not real life. Professional as always, Leonardo was committed to that Oscar chase. Inside the Dolby Theater, Martin sat with the Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King team. Meanwhile, Drew, as the producer, sat with the monster team. Charlize Theron looked a bit nervous. Drew reassured her, relax. Martin already promised, and he never makes empty promises. I know, I trust him, but I still can't control it. Charlize raised her arm. Look, I've got goosebumps. Drew chuckled. That's excitement, not nerves. At last year's Oscars, host Steve Martin made a joke about Hillary Clinton that sparked controversy. Hillary herself didn't react much, but feminist groups tore Steve Martin apart, calling him a clueless donkey who doesn't respect women. So this year, the Academy swiftly replaced him with actor and comedian Billy Crystal. Oscar ceremony producer Gil Cates told the media, Billy has the humor, intelligence, and social awareness we need. I think these qualities are essential for the Oscars. I'm looking forward to working with Billy and hope he delivers a night of laughter and reflection. And Billy Crystal's entrance did not disappoint. Please welcome the host of the 76th Academy Awards, the legendary comedian, actor, and producer, Billy Crystal. However, Billy didn't appear on stage right away. Instead, his voice suddenly echoed from the speakers around the Dolby Theater. What is real? What is illusion? If you define real as what you can feel, smell, and taste, then reality is merely electrical signals interpreted by your brain. So, folks, are you ready to take the red pill and enter a beautiful dream? As the voice faded, a chubby man in a black trench coat descended from the ceiling on wires. It was Billy Crystal. As he landed, he dramatically flung open his coat, revealing plastic grenades strapped to his chest. Then, he mimicked Neo's signature The Matrix move, spinning, shedding the coat, and tossing the grenades. If Martin's portrayal of Neo had been cool and stylish, Billy Crystal's version was just goofy and ridiculous. The cameras instantly cut to Martin. Martin didn't mind the parody at all. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Billy then launched into his opening monologue. I know tonight is a special night for all of you. I want you to have fun. I want you to feel safe. But most importantly, I want to feel safe. That's why we've implemented a strict new policy. If anyone commits an act of violence during tonight's ceremony, you will immediately be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and allowed to give a 19-minute acceptance speech. By that logic, do I get the Best Actor award for throwing those grenades earlier? If not, then judges, how about this? I'm overweight. I've got wrinkles. Surely that qualifies me for Best Actress? I swear, I wouldn't mind switching genders for an Oscar. The audience roared with laughter. Even Charlize Theron, the target of the joke, was laughing and shouting, Give it to him! Give it to him! Clearly, Billy had learned from Steve Martin's mistake. His joke stayed within safe boundaries, poking fun at movies and actors without straying into risky territory. After a few more jokes, Billy Crystal announced the start of the awards. Compared to previous years, which saw unexpected upsets, the 76th Academy Awards were quite predictable. The final installment of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Return of the King, swept the Oscars, taking home 10 awards, including Best Picture, an outcome that felt like the perfect ending. Of course, in the original timeline, Peter Jackson should have won Best Director, but since he had already won last year, he didn't get it this time. Meanwhile, Charlize Theron won Best Actress for her phenomenal performance in Monster. When she took the stage to give her acceptance speech, she seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, with a playful smile, she added at the end, Martin, I love you. The crowd erupted in applause and laughter, delighted by the spectacle. 3 Best Actress winners. Nicole won twice. 1 Best Director, 1 Best Picture. Myers Pictures is making a name for itself. The day after the Oscars, headlines were everywhere. And the biggest winner? Myers Pictures. Since entering the film production industry, Myers Pictures had already secured 3 Best Actress awards, 1 Best Director, 1 Best Picture, and 1 Best Original Screenplay, thanks to Martin. Their dominance in awards season was becoming undeniable. Drew was busier than ever, with party invitations booked out for the next 6 months. Actors, directors, and producers who wanted to get closer to Myers Pictures, unable to reach Martin, turned their attention to Drew instead. Drew's hands were practically sore from accepting invitations and gifts. Martin reminded her, "Woman, don't forget you have a job to do. Don't waste all your time socializing." Drew giggled. "Are you jealous?" "A few. Handsome guys invited me to their parties." Martin clenched his fist. "Sounds like someone needs a spanking." Drew stuck out her backside and patted it. "Yeah? Then come hit me." Martin grinned wickedly. "You asked for it." And soon, the sound of firm punishment filled the air. On the Brokeback Mountain set, Martin noticed Leonardo DiCaprio frowning and couldn't help but ask, "What's up with you these past couple of days? You've been in good form, but you keep looking all gloomy." Leo sighed. "You know about the Kingdom of Heaven script?" Martin shrugged. "Yeah, it's an English-led megaproduction. I think 20th Century Fox is involved too." "Why? You got a casting invite?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, ever since watching The Lord of the Rings, I've been fascinated by epic films. This one is supposed to be directed by Ridley Scott. I really want to be a part of it, but the competition is fierce. Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt. Oh, and your buddy Orlando Bloom. I have no idea how to stand out." Martin sighed, patted Leo's shoulder, and said, "Leo, do you trust me?" Leo paused, then nodded. "Of course." "What?" Martin said, "Don't get involved in this project. Seriously, don't." In Martin's memory, Kingdom of Heaven was a massive financial disaster. With a budget of over $130 million, its North American box office didn't even hit $50 million. Orlando Bloom, whose career had just started to rise, saw it crash overnight because of this film. Most of his upcoming deals were put on hold, and if not for Pirates of the Caribbean, he might have struggled to stay relevant. "You're serious?" Leo's eyes widened. Martin raised 2 fingers and pointed to his eyes. "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? I've read the script. It's too bloated and all over the place. The screenwriter tried cramming in everything. Unless they make it over 200 minutes long, it's going to be a mess." Author note: the final director's cut by Ridley Scott was 191 minutes, and he claimed it couldn't be trimmed further. But at that length, it was impossible to release in theaters. 20th Century Fox had to cut it down to a 2-hour version, which resulted in a massive box office flop. Originally, Ridley Scott suggested splitting it into 2 parts, which could have made the story clearer, but Fox rejected the idea. They feared audiences would lose interest after the first part, preferring to just cash in with a single release. The next day, Leo seemed much more relaxed. When he saw Martin, he greeted him with a smile and said, "Hey man, I pulled out of the audition. I hope you're right about this. Otherwise, I'm going to look like an idiot." Martin reassured him, "Trust me, when the movie comes out, you'll be thanking me." Elsewhere, Orlando, Jack called last night. He said Martin doesn't think highly of this project and advised us to drop the audition. Inside the CAA headquarters, Agent Robin Baum spoke to Orlando Bloom. "Jack? Jack Raymond. Yes, that's him. Martin really doesn't think Kingdom of Heaven is a good project?" "Nope. He even got the script himself and refused to audition." Orlando Bloom fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, "If I insist on auditioning, will that offend Martin?" Robin chuckled. "Not at all. Martin just had Jack give us a heads up. The final decision is ours." "I see." Orlando exhaled. "So, what's your call?" "No, we're out." Orlando was firm. "I trust Martin's judgment. He has no reason to lie to someone like me." Robin nodded. "All right, I'll call them now." At Tom Cruise's mansion in Beverly Hills, his agent, Brian Kay, set down the phone and smiled. "Tommy, good news. Leonardo DiCaprio and Orlando Bloom have both dropped out of the Kingdom of Heaven audition." Tom Cruise's eyes lit up. "So my only real competition is Brad Pitt now?" "Exactly." Brian grinned. Ever since The Lord of the Rings, epic war films have been on the rise. Troy just finished test screenings, and word is it's getting good feedback. We have to secure Kingdom of Heaven. Tom nodded. Brad Pitt already has Troy, and now he wants Kingdom of Heaven too? That's greedy. I couldn't audition for Troy, but I won't let him take this one. But then, Brian's expression suddenly turned thoughtful, his brows furrowing. What's wrong? Tom asked. I just realized. It's odd that both Orlando Bloom and Leonardo DiCaprio dropped out at the same time. And they're both close to Martin. Tom's face darkened. You think Martin doesn't rate this movie? I don't know, Brian admitted. It's just a theory. Tom clenched his jaw. Go investigate. Got it. I'll head back to CAA now. Brian quickly left, leaving Tom deep in thought. The next day, still at Tom Cruise's mansion, Brian K. wore a serious expression. Tommy, I found out. DiCaprio doesn't know, but Orlando Bloom definitely backed out of the audition because of Martin. So Martin really doesn't think highly of this film? Tom Cruise stood up and paced around, clearly agitated. He might not like Martin, but even he had to admit, the guy had a damn good eye. Every film Martin backed had been a success. So what about the ones he didn't believe in? Could Kingdom of Heaven fail? But Ridley Scott was directing it, an acclaimed director known for epic films. Gladiator was proof of that. Then again, Ridley Scott had flopped before. Take Blade Runner, for example. Critics loved it, but it bombed at the box office. The more Tom thought about it, the more unsettled he became. He couldn't make a decision. He stopped pacing and turned to Brian. Do we know why Martin doesn't like this project? Is it the script, the director, or something else? I couldn't find that out. Then go find out. That kind of information isn't easy to get. Tom's face darkened. Brian quickly raised his hands in surrender. Fine. I'll go ask around. As he walked out, he grumbled to himself. If you hadn't ruined your relationship with Martin, this wouldn't be such a hassle. Brian left, but Tom still couldn't focus. He pulled out the Kingdom of Heaven script and started reading. A few pages in, his frustration boiled over. His dyslexia had improved, but reading still wasn't enjoyable. Damn it! He flung the thick script onto the table. Maria, come read this to me. Maria, his housekeeper and part-time reading assistant, rushed over. Tom paid her double, one salary for housekeeping, another for reading to him. The reading session lasted from noon till evening. Still, no word from Brian. On the Brokeback Mountain set, Leonardo smirked at Martin. Dude, word's out that you don't think Kingdom of Heaven will do well. I heard Fox is panicking and reviewing the script again. It's too late. Martin shook his head. Contracts are signed, money spent. Their only option now is to rewrite the script completely. So you think it can still be saved? No idea. You want to bet on it? Yeah, no thanks. At 20th Century Fox, screenwriter William Monahan scowled. This is ridiculous. Just because of some unverified rumor, we're supposed to change the script? My script is fine as it is. A studio executive chimed in. We called DiCaprio and Orlando's agents. They both said they withdrew for personal reasons. We even asked Martin's agent, Jeff Raymond. He denied that Martin ever said he didn't like the script. So it's just fake news. Monahan sighed in relief. At this point, Martin's reputation in Hollywood was borderline mystical. If he really didn't believe in something, even Monahan would start feeling uneasy. Ridley Scott remained silent. As a director, he liked the script's expansive world building and complex plot lines. Sure, it might be a bit dense for audiences, but it gave him plenty of creative freedom. Scott had a strong personal style. He focused on artistic vision over audience appeal. That's why his box office results were so unpredictable. With a commercially solid script, Alien, Gladiator, he could deliver a hit. With an overly ambitious or convoluted one, Blade Runner, Kingdom of Heaven, he'd flop. But what if the rumor is true? Someone else said. Martin's influence is huge, and Orlando and DiCaprio both quitting isn't a coincidence. Monahan's face darkened. If we have to rewrite the whole script over every little rumor, then what's the point? Look, I can tighten it up a bit, but I'm not doing a full overhaul. After the meeting, Fox decided to let Monahan trim the script slightly, but not make drastic changes. Back on the Brokeback Mountain set, with no more outside distractions, Leonardo fully immersed himself in filming, and the shoot progressed faster. One evening, after wrapping up for the day, Drew approached Martin. She didn't even bother avoiding Leonardo. and said, "Babe, James Wan just called. Saw is wrapped and already in rough cut." She sounded a little skeptical. They only finished assembling their crew last month, and now they're already done? Those two Aussies aren't scamming us, are they? Martin chuckled. They wouldn't dare. They've been working on this project for years. Saw started as a short film. That's why they could shoot it so quickly. Still, if you're worried, just wait until the rough cut is done and send someone to check it out. Drew said, "I'll go myself." Leonardo, who had been listening, was shocked. "Wait, you invested in a movie by total newcomers? And you gave them full control over editing? You're not worried?" Martin grinned. "That guy's a genius. When the final cut is ready, I'll organize a screening. You should come. You'll be blown away." Leo was intrigued. What kind of person could Martin, a genius himself, actually call a genius? A few days later, Drew returned to the Brokeback Mountain set looking astonished. "You were right, Martin. James Wan and Lee Hwanel are geniuses. Even in rough cut, the film is incredible. Oh, and get this, they built all 27 sets in just 3 weeks. James had the production designer construct them all inside a single studio. Every shot was filmed in the same place. He's insanely fast. He barely even pauses while editing. Says the entire movie is in his head already. It reminded me of you." Martin could see it. Drew was genuinely impressed. It was early May. The filming of Brokeback Mountain was nearing its end. It was a weekend. The production team had a break. Martin drove, bringing Drew Barrymore, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Anne Hathaway to Myers Studios. Saw had already finished filming, and James Wan had completed the editing. Today was the film's first test screening. By the time they arrived at the screening room at Myers Studios, representatives from the major North American theater chains were already there. They immediately stood up and greeted Martin upon his arrival. AMC, Regal, Cinemark. Wow, all 3 major North American theater chains are here. Is Myers Studios venturing into distribution? Leonardo whispered to Drew. Not yet. The distribution of this film will be handled by Warner Brothers. These people are all invited by Warner. Drew whispered back. They seem pretty enthusiastic about Martin, Leonardo said. That's just for Martin, not for Myers Studios, Drew replied. But we're also in talks with these theater chains, establishing good relationships for when the time comes. And Hathaway, unlike the other two, didn't linger on the outskirts chatting. As soon as the theater representatives approached, she linked arms with Martin, adopting the role of the hostess, greeting the Hollywood bigwigs with an air of superiority, making it seem like she was riding on his coattails. Martin indulged her. The girl had a bit of vanity, but it wasn't a big problem. The theater representatives, seeing Martin, were courteous toward Anne Hathaway as well, flattering her, which caused her to become quite pleased with herself. She even started speaking more freely. It wasn't until Martin discreetly pinched her on the backside that Anne Hathaway snapped back to reality, rubbing her chest against his arm in a playful manner, asking for forgiveness. "Everyone, let's watch the movie. I'm sure it won't disappoint you," Martin said, and the group of theater representatives dispersed, taking their seats. Martin sat next to 2 newcomers, James Wan and Lee Hwanel. Seeing their nervous expressions, he laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. You'll be famous soon. Saw will be released in October. After October, no one will ignore you." "Thank you, Mr. Myers," the 2 replied in unison. "Call me Martin," Martin corrected. Then, the movie began. In the dark screening room, there was complete silence, with only the flickering light from the screen and the sound from the speakers filling the air. Including Leonardo DiCaprio and Anne Hathaway, everyone in the screening room was completely focused on the screen. James Wan and Lee Hwanel were growing anxious at the quiet atmosphere behind them. Finally, James Wan couldn't help but glance back. He saw that all the theater representatives were fully absorbed in the film. Many of them had their notebooks on their laps, scribbling notes now and then. He was mainly observing the representatives from AMC, Regal, and Cinemark, the big 3 North American theater chains. Because of the darkness, he couldn't see their expressions. But from their stiff, unmoving postures, it was clear that they hadn't changed positions for a while. What did that mean? Were they asleep? That wasn't possible. If they were asleep, they wouldn't be sitting like this. So then, James Wan thought of something that made him very excited: their complete absorption in the film. In order to appeal to North American audiences, James Wan had kept the core suspense elements of the script, but also added plenty of bloody, graphic scenes. He knew that North American audiences loved this. They were far more frightened by blood than Eastern audiences. At that moment, a loud gasp echoed in the screening room. James Wan turned around, smiling faintly. On the screen, they were showing the scene where Adam used a hacksaw to frantically saw off his own leg, blood and flesh flying everywhere, and screams filling the air. The forced self-mutilation made everyone in the room shudder. Martin noticed that Anne Hathaway had her eyes closed, clutching her arm tightly, clearly frightened. Leonardo, who had found a corner to sit in, had straightened his back, sweat dripping down his face, but he still couldn't bring himself to close his eyes. But the true climax of the movie hadn't come yet. What they thought was the killer's caregiver wasn't the real culprit. When the corpse, lying in the secret room, suddenly stood up, the whole room erupted in shocked gasps. The corpse was an elderly man, hunched over, looking frail and weak. But as the camera zoomed in, a close-up of his eyes revealed a pair of indifferent eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Then came a flashback montage. When the audience heard the police officer's line, "The killer likes to watch his masterpieces up close," everything clicked. The old man pretending to be dead was the true killer. Leonardo's hand gripped the armrest of his chair, leaning forward, his handsome face filled with utter astonishment. Despite watching countless films, this ending still completely surprised him. He glanced toward Martin, thinking, where did this guy find such a genius? This ending was absolutely fucking amazing. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the screening room was having the same thoughts. For example, John, the representative from AMC, wrote in his notebook, an amazing little-budget horror film with an unforgettable ending. If the first part of the film could be considered a top-tier horror movie, the ending elevated the entire film to a new level, turning it into a superlative horror masterpiece. No exaggeration. The representative from Regal, a middle-aged white man, wrote, "The director is definitely a genius. The use of cross-cutting montages was exceptional, and the suspense elements in the main plot were nearly perfect. Especially the ending, simply astonishing." Of course, the film wasn't flawless. Because the budget was so low, the sets were rough, and the props were a bit crude. But these flaws didn't detract from the film. The brilliant plot and clever cinematography covered up these imperfections. The screen went black. The lights were turned on, and the curtains were drawn, bringing light back into the room. The room erupted into applause. Martin noticed that Leonardo was applauding the loudest. The representatives from the theaters couldn't sit still anymore. One by one, they stood up and walked toward the front row. "Hello, Director Wan. Mr. Hwanel, you're the screenwriter for this movie, right? Such a brilliant concept." Looking at James Wan and Lee Hwanel surrounded by the crowd, Martin smiled. As for Lee Hwanel, James Wan was undoubtedly a gold mine. He had already signed a deal with them for 5 films. Of course, they would pay him well. He wasn't one of those bottomless vampires. He was a vampire with limits. "Where did you find these 2 guys?" On the way back to the set, Leonardo couldn't help but ask. Martin replied calmly, "If you bloom, butterflies will come to you. They didn't come to me. They came to find me. F***CK, can you not show off?" "Nope." Leonardo couldn't help but turn to Drew and Annie, saying, "I really don't know how you 2 put up with him." Drew replied with a matter-of-fact tone, "He's strong." Annie said with admiration, "He's amazing." Leonardo, completely speechless, thought to himself, "I was wrong, really. It turns out I'm the odd one in this car." Martin glanced at the 2 women in the rearview mirror, feeling they weren't quite saying the same thing. Any news? Why doesn't Martin think highly of Kingdom of Heaven? In a CAF, Tom Cruise didn't even look at the expensive Blue Mountain coffee on the table, but instead focused on the middle-aged man in front of him, his agent, Brian Kell. Brian spread his hands. "No news. As I said, it's really hard to get any information, and Martin wouldn't be stupid enough to talk about it everywhere." "Damn it." Tom Cruise angrily slapped his thigh. Brian continued, "But I did hear something. 20th Century Fox asked William Monahan to revise the script. Also, Brad Pitt is doing PR for Ridley Scott. They've already had dinner and coffee together." Tom Cruise calmed down and began to think. After a moment, he looked up and said, "Forget it. Let's go all in on this project. You also set up a meeting with Ridley Scott, and, oh, William Monahan too. I want to talk to them. No problem. Brian sighed in relief. In mid-May, Brokeback Mountain wrapped up filming. On that day, Martin met with Christopher Nolan at the new Batman set. Yes, the dark version of Batman's crew was already assembled. In a conference room beside the studio, Ben Affleck was chatting with Katie Holmes, who would play his childhood friend in the movie. It seemed like something Ben had said made Katie laugh so hard she was leaning back and forward. Gary Oldman, sitting at the other side of the table, was reading through the script occasionally, murmuring a few lines to himself and occasionally discussing with Michael Caine, who played Alfred, Bruce Wayne's butler. After reading through a few lines, Gary turned his head, about to say something to Michael, when suddenly, Michael Caine stood up from his seat, looked toward the door, and gave a humble smile. "Hello, Director Nolan." "Hello, Mr. Myers." Michael Caine's movement caught everyone's attention. All the actors in the conference room, including Ben Affleck, stood up to greet the two men entering the room. Of course, they were mostly greeting Martin. Katie Holmes, who had been flirting with Ben Affleck just a moment ago, now had flushed cheeks, eyes full of admiration, and looked as though she wanted to leap into Martin's arms to secure a worry-free life. "Mr. Myers, Mr. Nolan." "Hello, Mr. Myers." "Mr. Myers." Everyone greeted them enthusiastically. Nolan and Martin walked to the front of the long table. Nolan clapped his hands and smiled at Martin, saying, "All right, everyone, you've seen it. Today, I've invited Martin to join our script reading session. Let's all pay attention." As the creator of the new Batman script, Mr. Myers' understanding of the story and characters will obviously be much deeper. Let's hear what he has to say. Applause erupted. Martin waited for a moment before raising both hands and gesturing for quiet. Once the room settled down, he spoke. "Everyone doesn't need to be so excited. As the screenwriter of this film, I will be here with the crew for a while. After interacting more with me, you'll know that I'm actually a very approachable person." Laughter filled the room. Martin continued, "Speaking of the script, I think everyone has already read the full script. The Bruce Wayne I've created is no longer an all-powerful superhero hidden behind armor and a mask. He is first and foremost a human, and during his growth, he will struggle with the complexities of humanity. This film is not just a simple popcorn movie. It is a movie that strikes at the darkest sides of human nature and society, showing the collision of different ideologies and personal philosophies. Darkness will be the tone of this trilogy. You might wonder, will such a film, so different from previous superhero movies, really perform well at the box office? Believe me, it will. In today's superhero films, which are often homogenized, a unique dark-themed superhero film could even become synonymous with high prestige. Plus, the film isn't without commercial elements. Otherwise, all those futuristic gadgets, the exciting action scenes, gunfights, and car chases would be pointless, wouldn't they? Laughter. This film will combine both commercial and artistic elements, and I believe director Nolan will be able to strike the right balance. All right, let's talk about the specific characters now. The script discussion lasted for 3 hours. Martin delved deeply into each main character and answered many questions. Christopher Nolan was very satisfied. If it had been any other screenwriter taking such a central role, Nolan, as the director, might have been upset. But this was Martin. Moreover, what Martin said aligned perfectly with the ideas Nolan had in mind, ideas that he hadn't yet systematized, giving him the joy of a pleasant surprise. After the session, Nolan even took some time to discuss his thoughts on filming with Martin. "I want to use more long takes for this film, to better showcase the inner struggles and changes of the characters. As for the color grading, I'll go for a predominantly dark tone, though some shots will use an orange filter to soften the audience's emotions. I can see, Martin, that you want to express some philosophical and ideological elements under the dark tone of this film, and I'll try my best to bring them to life. And I've noticed that the villains in this trilogy truly break free from the stereotypical mold. They all possess the same level of introspection and philosophy as the heroes. Each villain has a tragic past, which gives Batman's no-kill rule a much stronger justification. This wavering of values and the contemplation of good versus evil will certainly be beyond what previous superhero films have attempted." Nolan became increasingly excited as he spoke. During this process, he also cleaned up his own thoughts. Especially the Joker, I can't even describe his brilliance. This might become an innovation in film aesthetics, dark aesthetics. During the in-depth conversation with director Nolan, Martin was completely reassured. At least this guy wouldn't turn the film into some kind of cult movie associated with dark, sick, strange, violent, bloody, mysterious, religious, or alternative themes. Well, that was his film to begin with. It was just me overthinking. Martin smiled at Nolan, embarrassed, and said, "Director Nolan, I believe in you. The new Batman will certainly shine with a unique brilliance under your hands." Nolan was unexpectedly moved. It wasn't until they returned to his residence that Nolan kept reflecting on what Martin had said just before he left. You don't have to worry about the box office. With the constant bombardment of popcorn superhero blockbusters, audiences will eventually experience a certain level of aesthetic fatigue. So, our film, a dark, realistic superhero movie with serious cinematic features and creative tendencies, has come into being at just the right time. As long as you manage the storyline and the pacing between restraint and explosion, balancing philosophy and commercial appeal, the box office will definitely surprise everyone. I know Warner has put a lot of pressure on you, but leave all of that to me. Just focus on making the film well. Emma Thomas looked at her husband's complex expression, puzzled. Wasn't today the script reading session? What had happened? What's wrong, Chris? She asked. Nolan snapped out of it, hugged his wife, and said, "Darling, I had a chat with Martin today. He's really a great guy. He has a mind that's far beyond his years, and he's kind-hearted and righteous. No arrogance at all, not like those rich folks. He's really a good person." Emma Thomas laughed. "Sounds like Mr. Myers left quite an impression on you today. It's the first time I've heard you praise someone so much." "Definitely made an impression." Nolan laughed as well. At that moment, a young man who looked about 50 to 60% like Nolan walked out from a nearby room, dressed in pajamas, hair messy, eyes still sleepy. Don't misunderstand. This was Christopher Nolan's younger brother, Jonathan Nolan, a talented screenwriter. Christopher Nolan's breakout film, Memento, was actually based on a short story Jonathan had written, and he adapted it into the screenplay. "Who's so great?" Jonathan Nolan asked, having just come out of the bedroom, overhearing his brother and sister-in-law talking about someone. "Just woke up." Christopher Nolan looked at his younger brother and couldn't help but scold. "You stayed up all night again. Don't you care about your health?" "Ugh, I don't want to either, but Martin's script was so good I couldn't stop reading it. I ended up finishing the entire trilogy of Batman. How did he think of this stuff? He's really a genius. The part where the Joker blows up the boat in the second movie was so well written. Honestly, after reading it, I absolutely fell in love with the Joker. I think he's even more compelling than Batman. No wonder he admired the second film's script so much. In the original timeline, The Dark Knight's script had actually been written by him. He even won the 35th Saturn Award for Best Writing for The Dark Knight. This guy was truly talented. It could be said that Christopher Nolan's future success owed a great deal to him. Writer of Memento, The Prestige, The Dark Knight, co-writer of The Dark Knight Rises, and screenwriter of Interstellar, these films were what made Christopher Nolan famous. In addition to that, Jonathan also produced two popular TV shows, Person of Interest and Westworld. He even directed the third season of Westworld himself. But at this point, he wasn't yet the big shot of Hollywood's screenwriting scene. He was more like a fanboy, praising Martin's script. After chatting for a while, Jonathan finally stopped, patted his stomach, and said, "Is there any food? I'm hungry. Wait a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon." Emma Thomas smiled. 15 minutes later, the Nolan brothers and Emma Thomas sat at the dining table, and after a prayer, they started to enjoy their meal. Emma's cooking is still as delicious as ever. Jonathan Nolan, who was just there for the food, didn't forget to flatter, then asked, "Who were you two talking about just now?" "Your idol, Martin. Your brother met him today and said he's a really great guy." "Really?" Jonathan Nolan looked at his brother. Christopher Nolan nodded. "Exceptionally talented. What's more, he's not arrogant at all." Jonathan Nolan suddenly said, "Chris, take me to the set tomorrow. I really love The Matrix. By the way, I even bought the Matrix novel adapted after the movie's success. Maybe Martin could sign it for me." Christopher Nolan thought for a moment and said, "Bringing you along is fine, but don't cause trouble." "Don't worry, Chris. I'm not the type to make a scene. Jonathan Nolan said confidently. Emma Thomas, also a producer, was very interested in the new Warner Batman movie and asked, "Where are you going to shoot? Are you doing it all in the studio?" Christopher Nolan replied, "We might go to New York." In Martin's vision, Gotham City is actually a reflection of real-life New York. Great idea. Jonathan Nolan chimed in. It will make the audience feel more immersed. Filming in New York isn't going to be easy to arrange. Emma Thomas recalled an independent film she once worked on, where they originally planned to film in New York but ended up shooting in New Jersey instead. Don't worry, this is a Warner film, and Martin has great connections with the City Hall and Police Department in New York, Christopher Nolan said confidently. Jonathan Nolan suddenly got excited. Is it because of that bank robbery incident? Do you think the Joker's bank robbery scene in the second film was inspired by that event? Christopher Nolan paused, then nodded. Could be. They continued discussing the topic of box office. Emma Thomas said, "Martin's right. The big screen is indeed full of one popcorn blockbuster after another. With the new Batman being so different, it can really offer the audience a fresh and thrilling experience. Honestly, Chris, I suddenly feel that your future films can take this kind of route." Jonathan Nolan agreed. Emma's right. Chris, you should make more commercial films with artistic qualities. Distinguish yourself from the growing number of popcorn films, and it might yield unexpected results. I think this style suits you. Not every director can pull it off. Christopher Nolan thought for a while, then nodded. Definitely worth a try, but let's wait until the first Batman film comes out. Let this one pave the way for me. Hello, Mr. Myers. I'm Chris's brother, Jonathan Nolan, also a screenwriter. You can call me Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Just call me Martin. I've watched your screenplay for Memento. Very interesting ideas, though a bit obscure. I had to watch it 3 times to understand it fully. Did Martin just compliment me? Jonathan Nolan got a bit excited and quickly replied, "That was Chris's editing. Honestly, my script wasn't that hard to understand. Not sure if he's complimenting or criticizing me." Ha ha ha. Martin laughed. Chris loves to play with the audience in his films, I can see that. This was indeed Christopher Nolan's quirky style. Memento was like this, and later the Prestige and Inception had similar twists. The ending of Inception, with that spinning top, caused endless debates and confusion. Mid-June, the new Batman crew had moved to New York. In a small meeting room at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan, Martin, the Nolan brothers, Ben Affleck, Katie Holmes, Gary Oldman, Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, and other main cast members were gathered, all watching the television intently. On the screen, former U.S. President Bill Clinton, who had just undergone heart surgery and was still in recovery, appeared with high energy at a Democratic Party campaign rally in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Clinton smiled and enthusiastically shook hands with some of the voters, looking completely energetic despite having just undergone heart surgery. These political animals sure have resilience. He then started campaigning for Democratic candidate John Kerry. You must make a clear choice between 2 powerful men. Their policies will bring different results to this city, this state, our country, and the world. Sometimes, people have called me a child recovering from illness. In 5 months, John Kerry will bring America back from its suffering. On security, Mr. Kerry will strengthen our military, provide more support, manage Iraq better, focus more on homeland security. He'll search more intensively for weapons of mass destruction and focus efforts on fighting terrorist organizations. In 5 months, John Kerry will make America an indestructible nation. Our friends on the other side, Republicans, say they want a world where wealth and power are concentrated in the hands of the elite. They only cooperate with those they want, but we can do better. The Republican camp, led by George W. Bush, is trying to scare undecided voters away from John Kerry, even trying to frighten those already decided to vote from the polling booths. George W. Bush should reflect. The same mistakes should not be repeated. I believe, in 5 months, both Bush and I will be former presidents. He then talked about his health. I feel great. My chest feels a little weak in the mornings, but after getting up and moving around, it's fine. I just sleep, walk, read books, and watch basketball. That's what I do now. When asked if he thought John Kerry would win, Clinton replied, "I think so, but the polls are still really close. I know that my single voice won't change a single vote, but I hope the reasons I've given will influence a few votes. After the rally ended, the television shifted to a speech by the candidate John Kerry. When the main speaker began, no one seemed to care much. They began chatting enthusiastically among themselves. It had to be said, John Kerry's popularity didn't match up to Bill Clinton's at all. Clinton might have stepped down, but he wasn't ousted due to losing an election, but because of a scandal created by political enemies. Why did his enemies target him? It was because his popularity was so high, and they couldn't beat him in an election. Clinton, while unable to control his lower half, was one of the most beloved presidents in American history. He had excellent rhetoric, humor, and, most importantly, sharp intelligence. His great memory allowed him to dominate debates with large amounts of data, leaving his opponents speechless. The public loved this. For example, Katie Holmes said, "Clinton is so handsome. If he were running for president, I'd definitely vote for him." Ben Affleck added, "Clinton steals the show. He completely overshadows John Kerry." Standing next to Clinton, Kerry seems invisible. Of course, that's the indestructible guy. Morgan Freeman said with a knowing smile. When Clinton ran for president in 1992, he earned the nickname the Comeback Kid for his resilience in politics. Unfortunately, the Comeback Kid ultimately fell to the pomegranate skirt of a woman. "What do you think, Martin?" Nolan asked. Martin replied, "The Democrats don't seem too eager to win this election. George W. Bush left a mess behind, and no one wants to clean up after him. That's why they're running John Kerry, who has average rhetoric and popularity. This guy is trailing far behind Bush, whose popularity has significantly dropped. I don't think he has much of a chance. This election is really a competition of who is less bad." Compared to the presidential race between George W. Bush and John Kerry, Martin was more focused on the upcoming congressional election. He had already made some connections with the candidate as an alumnus, even though he had never attended a class at Harvard Law School. The candidate, Obama, was thrilled to receive Martin's support for campaign funding. Obama was eager to connect with this famous tycoon, who was about to become his junior at Harvard. The two had even arranged to meet in September after Harvard Law School's new term began. The presidential election in the United States was like a national spectacle, more entertaining than the best popcorn movies. A grand show with a full entertainment quotient. The mutual attacks between the two candidates provided plenty of gossip for the masses. The U.S. presidential race was essentially a process of exposing scandals and tearing each other down. For example, John Kerry claimed that George W. Bush was arrogant and not only wanted to be president, but also aspired to be king of America. His evidence was that Bush frequently referred to the White House as the president's palace. Kerry even called Bush an ugly hermaphrodite, neither possessing the strength of a man nor the tenderness and sensitivity of a woman. Bush quickly retaliated. 3 days later, the media exposed that, before the election, Kerry had demanded a woman leave America for personal reasons. This mysterious woman was Kerry's mistress, and their affair had started in the spring of 2001 and lasted for 2.5 years. Under pressure from Kerry, the woman had to leave America before the election and went to an African country. The media went wild, and major outlets labeled the mysterious woman as their top target. The Boston Herald even republished the National Enquirer's investigation into Kerry. The National Enquirer's report claimed that Kerry admitted to smoking marijuana and was interested in some Hollywood actresses. The report also mentioned a 22-year-old blonde woman was seen at Kerry's house late at night, while Kerry's wife was not home. Kerry then struck back, claiming that Bush was desperate to take down bin Laden because they had once been friends, which was true, as bin Laden had funded Bush's campaign, and that Bush had known about the 9/11 attacks in advance, but did nothing to stop them in order to start a war. Bush, in turn, mocked Kerry as a liar, a sex addict, and someone who had an affair with his subordinate's wife. The back and forth continued, and the public couldn't get enough of the drama. The filming of the new Batman proceeded smoothly amid the chaos. With Martin's backing, Christopher Nolan quickly took control of the set, avoiding the actions from the original timeline, where he had dismissed 9 crew members, including the director of photography, to establish his authority. However, this might not have been a good thing. In the second week after arriving in New York, the crew was scheduled to assemble at 9:30 a.m., but by 10 a.m., the Shooting still hadn't started. Nolan kept checking his watch, and his growing frustration was evident. The director of photography, Murphy Raphael, had not shown up, and worse still, his phone was unreachable. Raphael, a New Yorker, didn't stay in a hotel like the other crew members, but instead lived at his own home. The problem was, no one on set knew where he lived. The role of a director of photography in a film is crucial, and without one, production comes to a halt. Nolan wasn't the type to remain passive. After another failed attempt to reach Raphael, he finally exploded in anger. I'm going to fire him. Fuck, I'm definitely firing him. Steve, the producer sent by Warner, asked, is everything okay? Should we call the police? Call the police. Martin responded. Before they could make the call, however, the NYPD was already on the line. It turned out that during a routine check earlier that morning, they had found Raphael's car and discovered large quantities of leaves and white powder in it. In the chaotic North American entertainment industry, using drugs wasn't a big deal, but hiding them was. What made it worse was that he had been caught red-handed by the police. Damn it, Nolan, now calmer, turned to Steve. Get him out of here and make him leave. We can't afford a scandal on this set. Steve looked at Martin. Martin nodded slightly. Nolan's response was entirely justified. If a crew member turned out to be involved in drugs, it would likely be exaggerated by the media as crew members caught using drugs or drug-fueled parties. Such negative press might not harm other films, but what were they making? A superhero film. Batman. If the Batman crew was involved in a drug scandal, it would be a slap in the face. If Raphael wasn't fired, this evidence would definitely be used against them by their competitors. Nolan had certainly thought of this, and he acted decisively. Martin watched him appreciatively. Raphael was fired. Until the new director of photography arrived, Nolan decided to take the reins himself. Most directors have some understanding of cinematography, as it's a necessary skill. Nolan, in particular, had an in-depth understanding of cinematography. Many of his films feature shots that he himself has personally filmed to achieve the desired effect. Although many directors have this skill, it's rare for one to fully take on the role of cinematographer. The workload is too heavy, and it's easy to become distracted, especially on a big production like Batman. So, the next day, when the new director of photography arrived, Nolan handed over the camera. Production was back on track. The Moment of War, Scene 22, Act 3, starting now. The lighting on set had a slightly eerie vibe. An orange light cast on Katie Holmes' face gave her portrayal of Rachel Dawes a holy aura, reflecting her inner, unwavering faith. At the edge of the orange light, where darkness met light, several burly men in black suits lay motionless on the floor. A tall and muscular man hidden in the shadows spoke to Rachel Dawes, Katie Holmes. When your strength doesn't match your sense of justice, so-called perseverance is just a joke. First, you must protect yourself before you can protect others. Katie Holmes paused for a moment, turned to look at Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck, in the shadows, and spoke with the same unwavering determination in her voice as in her expression. I have strength. The law is my strength. Crime should be judged by the law, not like you, resorting to violence to resolve them. The tall figure in the shadows suddenly rose. His black outfit made him blend in with the darkness, as if he were the shadow itself. Law? Who is the law? Who represents the law? Who enforces the law? In this city, the law is just for show. Only when people fear them will they relent, and then the law can be enforced. Otherwise, it's all just talk. Cut. Ben, that was fantastic. Katie, I need your emotion to be a bit more intense. Nolan calmly directed Katie Holmes. Tim Burton and Jack Nicholson walked into the abandoned hotel, and after turning down a dark hallway, they saw the Batman crew filming in the lobby. This was an abandoned hotel in New York that the Batman crew had rented and turned into a studio to shoot scenes set in Arkham Asylum. Jack Nicholson took a look around and shrugged. This atmosphere, you can tell it's another dark-themed Batman. Tim, what do you think? Tim Burton, his hair messy like tangled weeds, shook his head. I'm not sure. Dark-themed superheroes are tough to shoot, but I've seen Martin's script, or I wouldn't have come. Tim then gave Jack a puzzled look. Why are you here? Did they invite you too? No, not exactly. Jack Nicholson shrugged. I'm here to find Martin. I'm here on behalf of another Martin. Another Martin? Tim Burton didn't quite get it. Martin Scorsese. Jack Nicholson revealed the answer. Scorsese? What does he want with Martin? He's interested in a Hong Kong film, but I heard the rights have already been bought by Martin. Since I'm coming to New York, he asked me to meet with him. A Hong Kong film? Seriously? Tim Burton, who had grown older and watched fewer films recently, still associated Hong Kong cinema with action and comedy, not something that would pique Martin Scorsese's interest. Scorsese, the small Italian-American director, had become obsessed with winning Oscars. The films he wanted to make were those that could contend for awards. Yes, I recommended the film to Scorsese. I've seen the original, and honestly, it's amazing. But the Eastern style of storytelling is too restrained for me. That film is called Infernal Affairs. In a temporary meeting room, Martin met with Jack Nicholson. Yes, the rights to adapt Infernal Affairs are in my hands, or rather, in my Myers Productions' hands. If Scorsese is interested, I'd be happy to hand him the director's chair for this movie, Martin said to Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson studied Martin. They had seen each other at premieres and parties, exchanging pleasantries a few times, but this was the first time they were having a one-on-one, close interaction. A flawless, handsome face, a tall and strong physique, sharp eyes, an aura of quiet authority. Honestly, aside from the face, it was hard to believe this guy was only 17. He spoke. Martin, if Scorsese is willing to take on this film, how much control will he have? Martin smiled. For casting, I want one lead role for myself, the other lead for Leo, and he can make decisions for the rest. As for editing, he will have final cut, but Myers Productions will retain final veto power. The film's budget will not exceed $90 million, and the producer will be from Myers Productions, though we won't interfere during shooting. That's about it. Jack Nicholson took note of everything and then nodded. I'll relay this to Scorsese and get back to you as soon as possible. There's no rush, I can wait, Martin said nonchalantly. Upon leaving the temporary meeting room, Jack Nicholson saw Tim Burton standing outside a small room across the hall, looking into it seriously. He walked over quietly. Inside the room, filming was underway. The scene being filmed was in an Arkham Asylum room. The mob boss Carmine Falcone, in an attempt to show his mental instability and attract the attention of Jonathan Crane, played by Cillian Murphy, pretends to attempt suicide. Nolan sat behind the monitor, closely watching the performance of the two actors. This scene was important, as it marked the first appearance of Scarecrow. On the monitor, Cillian Murphy wore a strange smile. Half of his face was lit by the orange light, while the other half was shrouded in darkness. Despite his handsome features and the smile, the lighting created a creepy, eerie atmosphere. When Jack Nicholson arrived, he caught this moment and couldn't help but gasp. The atmosphere was perfectly created. Next, Cillian Murphy fully stepped into the light, still smiling. He took a Scarecrow mask from his briefcase and put it on. Soon after, a specially designed toxic gas was sprayed into Carmine Falcone's face, effectively driving him insane. The camera zoomed in quickly, giving a close-up of Cillian Murphy's still smiling face before Nolan called, "Cut." Standing up, Nolan clapped his hands and said loudly, "Great. No issues with this take." "How was that?" Jack Nicholson whispered to Tim Burton. "I've only seen a few shots, but he's definitely a talented guy. I don't think Warner needs to worry. Nolan's a pro." "Oh, I just remembered, Memento was his film." "No wonder." "Ah." Hearing Memento, Jack Nicholson nodded with understanding. That film earned Nolan quite a bit of fame, and the flashy technique in it added a lot of prestige in the eyes of old-school directors, filmmakers, and critics. In mid-June, Martin returned to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Ready Player One, a joint production between DreamWorks and Myers Productions. Spielberg was in high spirits. The film had received great reviews during the test screenings, and the box office predictions from data companies were also high, making him feel quite triumphant. As one of Hollywood's highest-grossing directors, Spielberg's work had been on a downward slope since Saving Private Ryan. His produced film Jurassic Park 3 failed both critically and commercially. The directed Minority Report, with a budget of $120 million, earned $320 million worldwide, not a huge profit. The media had begun to proclaim that Spielberg's talent had run its course. Fortunately, the $55 million investment in Catch Me If You Can grossed $352 million worldwide. giving Spielberg's reputation a much-needed boost. And now, Ready Player One was his big comeback project. It seemed to be going well, but whether it truly would succeed, the market would decide. At the premiere, celebrities crowded the event. Martin and Leonardo arrived together again, seemingly intent on continuing to stir up the male-male duo talk. Tobey Maguire stood proudly in front of a giant poster, posing for photos with his two friends. Leonardo teased, "Toby, weren't you always dismissive of big commercial blockbusters? You said there's no room to act in these kinds of films. Why the big smile now?" Tobey Maguire didn't mind Leo's teasing and grinned. "Back then, no one offered me commercial blockbusters. What could I say? Now it's different. Ready Player One got such a great reaction in the test screenings, it's definitely going to be a box office hit. I'm going to be a box office star now." Leonardo, deliberately trying to put him down, smirked. "How do you know it'll be a hit? Test screenings are just test screenings. The market might not agree. It could crash and burn, and you'll be stuck producing." Tobey Maguire feigned surprise. "I'm telling Spielberg that you don't believe in his movie." Leonardo shrugged. "Well, I won't admit it." Tobey Maguire pretended to be upset and turned to Martin, saying, "Martin, you're the writer. Aren't you going to defend me?" Martin replied, "I've already taken care of him in the script." Tobey Maguire paused for a moment before realizing, then laughed. Leonardo, mockingly, said, "It's supposed to be me taking care of you." The two started bickering. Tobey Maguire, the good-natured one, started to play peacemaker. He shifted the topic. "Martin, do you think Ready Player One will be a big hit?" "I still trust your judgment." Martin confidently replied, "Of course it will. It's a Martin screenplay with Spielberg directing." At the banquet hall, Martin and Leonardo were surrounded by women, especially Martin, who had helped Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron land the Best Actress Oscar, making him the most coveted man for all actresses, who now viewed him as a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Tobey Maguire, who was supposed to be the center of attention that night, was left standing alone. Martin finally managed to escape the sea of women. Well, he was saved by his two guardians, Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron. "Those bitches, Martin. Can't you just show them some respect?" Nicole said indignantly. Charlize nodded in agreement. "They're all like demons, eating people and leaving no bones behind." Martin laughed. "More like demons than you two." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pinch on either side of his waist. Nicole and Charlize had grabbed him from both sides, spinning him around. Martin maintained his usual calm demeanor, but cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "What did you say?" Nicole said sweetly. "Say it again." Charlize's voice was soft and seductive. Martin quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was wrong." In his mind, he thought, "I'll deal with you two later. Make sure you both scream tonight." Steven Spielberg walked over. "Hello, Martin. How's Brokeback Mountain coming along?" "We've finished shooting. We're just working on the post-production now." Martin had regained his usual business tycoon demeanor. Nicole and Charlize released their hold on him, each leaning on him like little birds. "Really? I'm looking forward to your and Leo's performance. I heard there's a romantic scene between you two." At this point, Spielberg winked. There was a playful side to Spielberg's personality, but due to his current stature, fewer people got to see that side. Martin winked back. "Yes, that will be my eternal shadow. Don't talk nonsense. You were the one who had the easiest time. I'm the one left with the shadow, okay?" Leonardo appeared out of nowhere, fuming. Tobey Maguire silently stood aside, watching, quite looking forward to the movie's release to see how his friends would handle their intimate scene. After chatting for a while, a crowd began to form around them, occasionally bursting into laughter or nodding in agreement as if they were part of the conversation. This was the attraction effect brought on by powerful people. In the theater, the lights gradually dimmed, and the giant screen lit up. The movie began. When Martin published Ready Player One, online gaming had already become widespread. In the second year after Ready Player One was published, Blizzard Entertainment released the real-time strategy game StarCraft. Whether it was for popularity or not, Blizzard claimed that they drew a lot of inspiration from Ready Player One during the creation of StarCraft. Blizzard's president, Mike Morhaime, also claimed to be a fan of Ready Player One, saying he had read the novel at least 10 times, and each time, the book's creativity inspired him. In fact, Some game companies even announced plans to create a game inspired by the Oasis concept in Ready Player One. Honestly, Ready Player One had become quite popular among veteran online game fans. Over 30% of the audience at the premiere were avid gamers. Leonard Hofstadter and his good friend Simon Helberg were among them. Wow, the movie hasn't even started, and I'm already shaking with excitement. I wonder if Spielberg's Oasis will be like what I imagined. Simon Helberg said excitedly to his friend. Leonard pushed his glasses up, teasing, "No way, Spielberg's Oasis is definitely not going to match what you imagined. In your version of Oasis, there's probably a bunch of women in sexy bikinis or tight outfits walking around, throwing flirtatious looks at you. Hey, I'm not that perverted." "Really? What about that fat guy we interacted with in the Little Island game in Japan? What was his name again? Hubie? Huss. Damn it, I didn't know he was a guy." "You heard his voice too, that damn hermaphrodite." Simon Helberg got furious. "Haha," Leonard Hofstadter laughed. "Shut up, the movie's starting. Keep it down. You're distracting me." Their laughter drew some stares of disapproval. Leonard quickly apologized, his face turning bright red. Now, it was Simon Helberg's turn to laugh, silently. At that moment, the screen flickered, and a huge steampunk-styled slum appeared in front of everyone. The camera zoomed in on a long metal house. The door opened, and Tobey Maguire, wearing glasses and carrying a backpack, walked out. The camera followed him, revealing the slum scene to the audience: metal houses, delivery drones, and residents wearing virtual reality glasses, playing games. There were adults, children, men, and women. Leonard Hofstadter and Simon Helberg went quiet, focusing on the screen. Tobey Maguire's character, Wade Watts, arrived at a junkyard full of abandoned cars. He entered a broken-down van, put down his backpack, took out his virtual glasses, and prepared to enter the game. Next was a dazzling game sequence, with a voiceover introducing the Oasis game. "In here, you can do anything, go anywhere. Like vacation planets, surfing on 50-foot-high waves, sliding down pyramids, climbing Mount Everest with Batman. Check out this place. This casino is as big as a planet. You can lose money, get married, get divorced, or even have a one-night stand here." Leonard Hofstadter and Simon Helberg were captivated by the cool visuals, eyes glued to the screen, deeply impressed. If online games could really develop to this level, that would be amazing, Leonard Hofstadter thought. Simon Helberg murmured, "Oh my God, this realistic virtual reality game is perfect for online. Wish it would be invented soon." The voiceover continued. "People come to Oasis because they can do anything." "Yeah, anything," Simon Helberg whispered, following along. Leonard Hofstadter gave his friend a suspicious look, thinking his friend's lewd expression didn't seem to be about thinking of good things. But soon, his attention was drawn back to the movie. "People stay in Oasis because they can become anyone." "Yeah, anyone." Simon Helberg's voice continued, sounding increasingly perverted. "Tall, beautiful, scary, change gender, even change species." "Changing gender, that's not good." Simon Helberg's murmurs turned strange, maybe remembering his incident with the fat guy in the game. "You can choose between real people or cartoon characters." That's good. I like cartoon characters," Simon Helberg said. At this moment, the camera switched to focus on a young man walking confidently. The young man's features were about 70 to 80% similar to the character played by Tobey Maguire, but combined together, he looked even more handsome than the character from reality. Voiceover. "That's right, this is me. Okay, it's my character. Maybe next time I'll look different." As the voiceover continued, Tobey Maguire, while walking, began changing his hairstyle, hair color, and clothing. His face subtly adjusted as well, transforming from a boyish handsome look to a cool, stylish appearance. This ability to adjust one's image at will caused a wave of astonishment in the theater. The voiceover continued, "Apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, people can do anything they want in Oasis." "Yeah, you can do anything in Oasis." The same lewd voice was heard again. Leonard Hofstadter looked at Simon Helberg helplessly. Sometimes, he really wondered how his friend could be so blatantly lewd, yet maintain such a serious expression. Sitting next to Simon was a white girl who had come to the movie alone. She looked at Simon in disgust and shifted her seat further away from him. We live in Oasis, so we meet here, make friends here. The voiceover ended. Simon Helberg muttered again. If there were a game like this, I would never want to leave. What's so great about the real world? Then, the scene on the screen shifted. District 12, the Death Planet. A group of players was battling monsters on the Death Planet. Among them, a particularly burly man with a mechanical body was rampaging through the monsters. Well, okay, he wasn't just killing monsters. He was also taking out other players. Oh, another round of gasps filled the theater. For gaming fans, the immersion was incredibly strong. Even though Ready Player One came out 14 years earlier and lost some of its Easter egg references, its astonishing imagination still captivated all the audience, not just gamers, but regular viewers as well. As the story unfolded, the audience became completely immersed in this fantastical, exciting game world, imagining how thrilling it would be to one day, if technology reached this level, be able to do countless things in the virtual world that they couldn't or wouldn't dare to do in the real world. Simon Helberg had stopped muttering. He was completely absorbed in the movie, staring unblinkingly at the big screen. Leonard Hofstadter, with his ears now free of Simon's comments, was also engrossed in the movie. The white girl sitting next to Simon had successfully forgotten about the lewd man beside her, her attention entirely focused on the main character. Would he be able to find the 3 hidden keys and complete the game? As the plot progressed, the entire theater grew quiet, and the final battle didn't disappoint the audience. The emotional speeches, the grand panoramic battle scenes, the cool action fight sequences. The entire theater, except for the sound of the film playing, was completely silent. Although Spielberg's approach to making commercial blockbusters had become somewhat formulaic, as long as the old man was given a good script, he could still create universally appealing box office hits. Because formula also represents mature craftsmanship, Martin thought to himself. When the final battle ended and the main character successfully uncovered the hidden secret and proposed to share the reward with his teammates, the entire theater erupted into loud applause. It was clear, the movie was a success. Martin hugged Tobey Maguire. Congratulations, Tobey. Thank you, thank you. Tobey Maguire's eyes were slightly red, and this wasn't just for show. He was truly moved. Although he had once said he didn't care about box office numbers, what actor could really be indifferent to that? Who wouldn't want the movie they were part of and the character they played to be loved by more people? Saying they didn't care was just pride talking. Then came the customary routine, speeches and interviews with the press. When Spielberg was asked why he decided to make Ready Player One, the great director answered. Ingmar Bergman once said, "The only thing I fear, God knows how much I fear it, is not being able to create something full of life, something that touches the heart." Actually, my inner fear is exactly the same as Bergman's, especially when you media folks say that my inspiration has dried up and my talent has run out. I become even more terrified. Could it be that I really can't create something with vitality, something that moves people anymore? You know, I've always said, whenever I make a film, I feel as nervous as the first time. And it's a good script, a good story, that allows me to give my all, even when I'm in extreme fear, instead of letting fear hold me back. And that's exactly why I chose Martin's Ready Player One, a story filled with childlike wonder, fantasy, and friendship. When I first read the story, I was moved. The genius imagination in it simply made my heart race. So I thought, what would it be like to make it into a movie? I found Martin, and thank God, this genius kid was willing to believe in me, an old man approaching 60. He gave me the script, and I made the film. What makes me happy is that, from your reactions today, he didn't trust the wrong person. And this old man hasn't yet degraded into what you all say is someone whose inspiration is dried up and whose talent is gone. Looks like I can still do this for a few more years. The cinema is a unique space in human society, casting the audience into dark shadows, yet projecting an all-encompassing flow of images on the white screen. I hope my films are not the kind you forget after watching. I hope they can move people deeply and bring about a small, but meaningful change from thought to action. Just like what Krzysztof Kieślowski, the great Polish director known as the conscience of Europe, said, "If there's a girl out there who hugs her mother after watching The Double Life of Veronique, then my suffering wasn't in vain." So the values in my films will never change. to believe in the value of every individual, and to believe in the future of humanity. Cheers erupted. Everyone stood up, and applause filled the room. Leonardo, excited, turned to Martin and said, "That was great. Spielberg said it so well." Martin glanced sideways at him, clapping, and thought, "This guy still hasn't had enough of the motivational speeches. He's so easily influenced." The premiere was a huge success. The next day, Ready Player One was released in 3,264 theaters across the United States. This immediately sparked a movie-watching craze, because this movie was so fresh and imaginative. If this film, released 14 years later, had been just a standard commercial sci-fi movie, then at this point in time, the VR, lenses, drones, smart computers, and smartphones featured in the movie would still be relatively novel, many of them either not yet released or not widespread. Moreover, the film also paid homage to many old films. Therefore, although the movie was produced by Myers Studios and DreamWorks, Spielberg had inserted numerous Easter eggs and tributes, so he reached out to major film companies like Warner, 20th Century Fox, Disney, Universal, Paramount, and Sony for permissions. Whether it was because of Martin's influence, all the companies were very cooperative. As time passed, many movie fans went to watch the film repeatedly, just to uncover all the hidden Easter eggs in the movie. After the first weekend, Ready Player One grossed $67.5 million, and after 11 days, the box office surpassed $100 million. Ready Player One is undoubtedly a successful popcorn movie. It's nostalgic, but not overly sentimental. It's accessible, but not kitsch. It's sci-fi, but feels incredibly close to reality. Many of the sci-fi products featured in the film have been confirmed by scientists to be in development or are highly likely to be developed in the future. Each action scene in the film was enough to send your adrenaline through the roof and get your heart racing. The seamless integration of countless hidden Easter eggs also had fans of movies, games, and music going wild, enjoying every moment. Setting aside the sci-fi and virtual reality elements, the story still follows the typical Hollywood formula of personal heroism. The exaggerated behavior of people addicted to the virtual world as the real world decays might, perhaps, become a normal part of our lives in the future. After its global release, the film sparked an enormous wave of viewership. The innovative setting and exciting plot made the film especially popular among teenagers. Perhaps this movie will break the box office records for viewers under 30, some media predicted. But soon, they changed their minds. Just half a month later, a film related to Martin and even more popular with the youth audience was released. High School Musical. This teen musical film, starring Jessica Alba and Wentworth Miller, created an immediate viewing frenzy upon release. In the original timeline, the film set a record with over 60 million viewers in the United States and over 250 million viewers worldwide. In this timeline, it was even more successful. No, it was doing even better. After all, the film's female lead was more attractive and more famous than Vanessa Hudgens in the original timeline, and the male lead was more handsome and masculine than Zac Efron. More importantly, Martin personally composed and wrote the songs for the film, making the music and songs in the film not only of higher quality, but also more popular than those in the original timeline. So, the better performance was no surprise. This day, Simon Helberg was reluctantly dragged into the theater by Leonard Hofstetter. "Come on, I just learned a new tactic on the StarCraft forum. Can't you let me stay home?" Nope. Simon's complaints didn't stop Leonard, who was determined to drag him along. The problem was, Simon's strength was no match for Leonard's. Though they were both geeks, Leonard was a regular short guy, while Simon was a beanpole short guy. The kind who could be bullied even within the geek crowd. A geek getting bullied by another geek. Just how weak could this guy be? I really don't get what's so great about these teen musicals. I don't like singing, and I don't like... Well, okay, I like watching dancing, but it has to be performed by those sexy hot girls, not this stuff meant for elementary school kids. But soon, Simon Helberg ate his words. "Oh damn, Jessica is so hot. Go, 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 dance baby," Simon shouted excitedly, standing up and even shaking his A4 thick hips. But no one was going to say anything to him, because everyone in the theater was standing, swaying excitedly to the music and dance on the screen. "What's so good about a teen musical?" Leonard said. awkwardly swaying his body while mocking Simon. Simon seemed to completely forget what he had just said, looking surprised. Why do you say that? How could you be so harsh? Teen musicals are great. What? If Leonard had read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would definitely have said, there are actually such shameless people in this world. This movie is amazing. Oh my God. Dozens of people in the theater are dancing to the music. Dude, the feeling is indescribable. It's so cool. I just realized that I love dancing too. Normal dancing, not striptease. Leonard, I'm signing up for a dance class. On the way back, Simon chattered endlessly. Dance. Aren't you supposed to be studying your new tactics? Leonard asked. What tactics? Forget that. If I had known dancing could make someone so attractive, I would have had a girlfriend by now. Who needs to play games with a girlfriend? Look at Wentworth Miller in the movie. He's so cool when he sings and dances. Simon, don't you think you've got the logic wrong? He was already handsome, so of course, he's charming when he sings and dances, right? At this point, Leonard gave his friend a look, thinking that Simon must be overestimating himself. Unless he got plastic surgery and changed his body, there was no way he could become as charming as Wentworth Miller in the movie. Shut up. No one thinks you're a mute if you don't talk. Simon grumbled. Beverly Hills, at Martin's estate. Jessica was reading a newspaper, a sweet smile on her face. The latest issue of Los Angeles Times Entertainment section had dedicated a significant amount of space to review her movie. The headline read, The Coolest High School Musical Movie. After Step Up, starring Martin and Jessica, high school musicals began to dominate the film market, but few stood out until High School Musical came along. Still, starring Martin and Jessica, though this time Martin is the screenwriter and Jessica is still the lead actress, with newcomer actor Wentworth Miller's performance being a surprise. Unlike past American Teen Idol films, High School Musical doesn't feature modern city buildings or bustling shops, nor does it indulge in rebellious or outrageous content. Instead, it showcases the beautiful lakes and mountains of the American South and presents the vibrant and colorful life of high school students, attempting to portray their idealism, courage, and pure-heartedness. The lead couple's refreshing, unique image, energetic and exciting musical performances, along with catchy youth-oriented rock music, make the film endlessly enjoyable. High School Musical is a blend of diverse musical elements, combining hip-hop, basketball, dance, Broadway-style musicals, modern jazz, samba, lyrical ballads, and more. It even brings the concept of young people singing together at a party into the film. Despite lacking extravagant special effects, the film's consistent themes of chasing dreams and self-realization are carried throughout with touching songs and exquisite dance performances, adding much charm. Using the universal language of song and dance, it encourages teens to believe in themselves, express themselves, and relentlessly pursue their dreams. Giggling, Jessica put down the newspaper, unable to stop herself from laughing out loud, and the sound of her laughter almost resembled a chicken clucking when laying an egg. Scarlett, who was eating eggs nearby, suddenly spat them out. Stop, Jess, please don't laugh anymore. I won't stop. Jessica picked up another copy of California News and continued reading the film review. The film's appeal has exceeded expectations. Before watching, many might have been optimistic about the movie because Martin wrote the script, but no one expected it to be so outstanding. The film seems to have a strange magic, making the young viewers sway and sing along, releasing their youthful energy. We always say Martin doesn't seem like a young person. Maybe his extraordinary accomplishments have clouded our judgment, but from this film, it's clear that Martin understands what makes an excellent teen musical. A 17-year-old Martin is still a young person after all. Let's also talk about the male and female leads. Jessica Alba's charm is undeniable, and Wentworth Miller is a surprise. When he sweats it out on the basketball court, countless girls' hearts are undoubtedly stirred. Scarlett, unwilling to listen to Jessica's smugness any longer, turned on the TV and cranked up the volume. However, what came from the TV was, what team? Wildcats. What team? Wildcats. The TV screen showed a group of young boys and girls standing in line outside a movie theater, and it wasn't clear who started chanting the high school basketball team's slogan from the film, but soon countless people joined in, seeing their enthusiasm. The reporter who was preparing to interview seemed to be infected by the energy and shouted louder. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is the power of High School Musical. The youth are going wild for it. Shit. Scarlett turned off the TV amidst Jessica's laughter. High School Musical seemed to be creating a trend, with young people mimicking the dances, the songs, Wentworth Miller's basketball moves, and Jessica Alba's hair-flipping poses. It seemed that no matter where one went, people were talking about it. The box office reflected this craze, with the film earning $68.9 million in its opening weekend and $51.23 million in its first full week, easily surpassing $100 million. In North America, High School Musical even outperformed Ready Player One, though globally, Ready Player One still held the lead. Explosive growth for Myers Entertainment. The New York Times headlined with this. Since 2003, Myers Entertainment has invested in, produced, and distributed films including Mean Girls, The Matrix Reloaded, Step Up, Harry Potter 2, Bruce Almighty, Pirates of the Caribbean, Lost in Translation, The Devil Wears Prada, The Lord of the Rings 3, Ready Player One, High School Musical, and more. I can confidently say that, except for The Devil Wears Prada and Lost in Translation, every other film has been a box office bombshell. Mean Girls earned $120 million in North America, $180 million worldwide. The Matrix Reloaded earned $499 million in North America, $656 million worldwide. Step Up earned $223 million in North America, $382 million worldwide. The reactions for Ready Player One and High School Musical are not yet finished, but the box office situation is clear. North American earnings will not be less than $200 million, and global earnings are sure to exceed $400 million. The most astonishing is High School Musical. Its production budget was only $8 million. What kind of money-making magic is this? But even more terrifying, Myers Entertainment's explosive growth hasn't stopped. Its upcoming releases include The Hangover, The Matrix Revolutions, Harry Potter 3, and, oh yes, a low-budget horror film Saw, all of which are set to premiere soon. If they keep this up, it's not impossible for Myers Entertainment to become Hollywood's seventh biggest studio. Myers Entertainment was on fire. As the New York Times reported, by the second half of 2004, almost every month saw a new Myers Entertainment film being released. The Matrix Revolutions, Harry Potter 3 were already blockbuster series. The Hangover was a surprise. After its release in early August, it immediately swept the North American box office. The review from the Washington Post was particularly representative. Less than 2 minutes into the film, the theater erupted into laughter, and it didn't stop. By the time the audience walked out, everyone's facial muscles were sore from laughing. However, the most surprising film from Myers Entertainment this year wasn't The Hangover or High School Musical, but Saw, a low-budget horror film with a production budget of only $2 million. This was an old building where the elevator often malfunctioned, forcing the students living here to take the stairs frequently. Most of the residents were either children of middle-class families or foreign exchange students struggling financially. Harvey, buddy, I'm back. The elevator was out of order again. Luis climbed up to the 8th floor, pushed open the door, and entered the apartment he shared with his fellow countryman, Harvey. Both Luis and Harvey were from Mexico, studying in the United States. Their families had some money, but not enough to be considered wealthy. In a place like Mexico, the truly rich were either drug lords or high-ranking officials. Life in the U.S. was much better than in Mexico, but the cost of living was also significantly higher. So, the two Mexican students decided to rent an apartment together at Hedrick Summit. After returning home, Luis called out toward Harvey's bedroom, then put down his backpack, changed into comfortable slippers, and plopped onto the large sofa in the living room, leaning back into the thick cotton cushions. Top universities in the U.S. were known for being easy to get into, hard to get out of, with an intense academic workload. The exhaustion from a full day of studying left Luis looking drained. It took him a while to sit up straight, but he still felt irritable. America was far from a paradise. He muttered to himself, pulling his laptop from his backpack, ready to surf the web for a bit. Going online and watching movies were his best ways to unwind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure this place, filled with discrimination and pressure. Luis loved horror movies. The thrill of fear was the best way to relieve stress. His roommate, Harvey, had originally been a timid guy, but Luis had influenced him. The two of them even joined a horror movie enthusiast group at their university called Bloody Night. As usual, Luis logged into the Bloody Night forum on Yahoo. The forum was a gathering place for horror movie fans, with about 150 members, most of whom were UCLA students. Just watched Ju-On today. Not bad. No gore, just classic Eastern psychological horror. I saw it too, not my thing. I prefer Scream-style horror. Speaking of which, when is Scream 4 coming out? Scream is great, but The Exorcist is the real classic. That little girl scared the hell out of me. I heard Lionsgate is working on a new gory horror film, but I checked their website and found nothing. Anyone know anything? No clue. Never heard of it. At that moment, a post caught Luis's attention. It was from his roommate, Harvey. I just saw a preview screening of a movie. It was fucking incredible. I swear, it's the best horror film I've ever seen. Better than The Exorcist, Scream. Everything. No wonder Harvey hadn't responded earlier. He had gone to watch a movie by himself. Seriously? Is it that good? Is it a gore fest? I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. The gore level is moderate, but it scared the hell out of me. You're too soft. If a horror movie doesn't have buckets of blood, it won't scare me. Oh yeah? Let's see if you still say that after watching this one. What's the title? Someone finally asked the key question. Saw. A film by Myers Pictures. Whoa, a Myers Pictures film. I need to check it out. Is Martin in it? No, the director and actors are all unknowns. But trust me, the movie is absolutely worth it. I swear. This was the third time Harvey had sworn by this film. Luis had never seen him so hyped about a movie before, which piqued his interest. Saw, huh? He made a mental note of the title. The next day was the weekend. Luis headed out to watch the movie. He was joined by a few other horror movie enthusiasts from the Bloody Night Club. Harvey was among them. He was eager to watch it again. Seeing Harvey's excitement only made Luis anticipate the movie even more. An hour later, Luis, Harvey, and 4 others were seated in the theater. The cinema had a solid turnout, with an occupancy rate of over 60%. If most theaters showing Saw had similar numbers, this low-budget B-movie was bound to be a hit. Horror movie screenings rarely attracted solo viewers. Most came in small groups. Many people were chatting, wondering what made the film's ending so unexpected. What was so shocking about it? Soon, the movie began. In a pitch-black room, Adam awoke in a bathtub filled with water, gasping for breath. Moments later, he cried out in panic, "Help! Somebody help me! Is anyone there?" He fumbled through the darkness, calling out, but got no response. The surroundings were pitch black. "Shit! Am I dead?" he muttered. Then, suddenly, another voice echoed from the darkness, startling both Adam and the audience in the theater. "You're not dead. Who's there?" Adam called, moving toward the voice. "Turn on the lights," the person said. "Damn it, I'd love to," Adam replied. "What the hell is this place?" "I don't know," the unseen voice responded. "What's that smell?" Adam sniffed the air. "I don't know." Just then, the lights flickered on. Blinded by the sudden brightness, Adam squeezed his eyes shut. After a few moments, he adjusted and finally saw the person who had been speaking. It was a middle-aged white man with blonde hair, wearing a blue dress shirt. He had a few scratches on his face and looked around in terror. Then, the man saw Adam. Adam started walking toward him. The camera suddenly panned downward, revealing a bloodied corpse in the middle of the room, as if shot in the head. The body clutched a revolver in one hand and a cassette recorder in the other, appearing to have committed suicide. "Shit!" Adam cursed in horror. The middle-aged man stood up and approached the corpse. At that moment, both Adam and the man heard a metallic clatter. They looked down and realized that one of their legs was chained to the pipes. Adam turned away and vomited. As the film reached this point, the audience began whispering among themselves. "This isn't that scary so far. Yeah, I feel like we've been tricked. Let's keep watching." The movie continued with Adam and the middle-aged man introducing themselves. The man's name was Dr. Lawrence Gordon. Neither of them knew why they were there, who had imprisoned them, or who the corpse in the middle of the room was. The movie continued playing. The first 3 minutes of the plot were somewhat uneventful. Whispers could be heard in the theater. Then, Adam pulled a cassette tape from his pocket. one that he had no idea who had placed there. "What's that?" Dr. Lawrence Gordon asked. Adam remained silent. "I'm asking you." Dr. Lawrence Gordon spread his hands. Only then did Adam snap out of it and say, "It's a cassette tape." "Where did you find it?" "In my pocket." Dr. Lawrence Gordon then reached into his own pocket as well. He pulled out a piece of paper sealed in a plastic bag. The paper read, "Play it." Dr. Lawrence Gordon froze for a moment before tipping out the contents of the plastic bag: a cassette tape, a bullet, and a key. He immediately tried using the key to unlock the chain on his foot, but it was futile. Adam hurriedly called, "Out. Throw it over, let me try." Reluctantly, Dr. Lawrence Gordon tossed the key to him. However, Adam couldn't unlock his own chain either. After struggling for a while, their attention finally shifted to the tape recorder in the hand of the corpse lying between them. Because it was too far away, Adam tied the bathtub plug to his shirt to add weight and threw it toward the recorder, attempting to retrieve it. After several tries, he finally succeeded. He inserted the tape and pressed play. A hoarse, elderly voice emerged from the recorder. "The sun is shining on your ass. Time to wake up, Adam. Perhaps you're wondering where you are? Let me tell you. You're in the place where you might spend eternity. You've spent your life hiding in the shadows, peeping into others' lives. How does a voyeur see himself? You're a strange mix, angry yet indifferent. But mostly, you're just pathetic. So today, you will either watch yourself die or find a way to stop it." By this point in the film, the audience's curiosity was fully piqued. Dr. Lawrence Gordon then asked Adam to toss over the recorder, but Adam refused and instead told him to throw his own tape over first. At this moment, the audience began to feel something strange, almost as if Adam was wary of Dr. Lawrence Gordon. "Do they know each other?" Lewis turned to whisper to his roommate, Harvey. Harvey responded cryptically, "No spoilers, just keep watching." Dr. Lawrence Gordon threw his tape to Adam. "Dr. Gordon, let me wake you up. Every day, your job is to tell patients, 'I'm sorry, I've done all I can,' while you coldly watch them suffer, watch them die, and then watch their families grieve. But today, you will become the true bringer of death. We're going to play a game. The goal of this game is, you must kill Adam before 6 o'clock. Dr. Lawrence Gordon looked at the clock on the wall. It showed 10 p.m. The voice on the tape continued, "There is a third person in this room. His blood is filled with poison. The only escape for him is death. The key to survival is hidden around you. Remember, X marks the spot. You cannot refuse. You must play this game. If you don't, your wife, Allison, and your daughter, Diana, will die with you." By this point, the film's suspense had reached its peak. Who was the owner of the voice on the tape? Why had Adam and Dr. Lawrence Gordon been brought here? And why was Dr. Lawrence Gordon being forced to kill Adam? At the same time, many in the audience overlooked a small but chilling detail. The voice on the tape referred to the body on the floor as the third person in the room, not as a corpse. Adam and Dr. Lawrence Gordon began searching the room, eventually each finding a hacksaw. They tried using them to cut through the chains on their feet, but it was useless. Exhausted, Dr. Lawrence Gordon stopped, then spoke words that sent shivers down the audience's spines. "He doesn't want us to cut the chains. He wants us to cut off our feet." Gasps filled the theater. In the darkness, Harvey smirked. This was just the beginning. The truly shocking part was yet to come. Dr. Lawrence Gordon suddenly said, "I think I know who he is. I was actually a suspect." A montage of flashbacks followed. The first scene, a middle-aged, overweight man crawling through a maze of barbed wire. Sharp, jagged wires tore into his flesh, slicing through skin and fat. Blood poured out, mingling with torn tissue. The man's screams echoed through the theater like a pig being slaughtered. His body, covered in deep wounds, left the audience shivering with unease. But he had no choice. If he wanted to live, he had to keep crawling. Eventually, he could move no further, his body hanging limp on the barbed wire like a skinned lamb. The second scene, a naked man, covered in a flammable substance, stood in a pitch-black room. He had been poisoned, and the antidote was locked inside a safe at the center of the room. The code to the safe was written on the walls. The floor was covered in shattered glass. Each step he took drove shards deep into his flesh. A single lit candle sat on a nearby table. Its faint glow was not enough to illuminate the numbers on the wall. To see them, he had to bring the candle closer. But if the flame touched his skin, he would ignite. Desperate, the man called for help, but no one answered. He had no choice. He picked up the candle and stepped onto the glass, enduring searing pain as he searched for the code. But as the poison spread through his body, his strength and will weakened. Finally, his hand slipped. The candle fell onto his body. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames. At the crime scene, police found Dr. Lawrence Gordon's laser pointer and brought him in for questioning as a suspect. Then, a survivor appeared, a young woman. As she recounted her story, the terror on screen escalated. She awoke in darkness, a metal contraption locked onto her head, the taste of blood filling her mouth. A nearby TV flickered on, displaying an eerie puppet. The puppet told her that the metal device was hooked to her upper and lower jaws. When the timer ran out, it would tear her skull apart. Her only chance of survival was to use the scalpel on the table to cut open the stomach of the man lying on the floor and retrieve the key inside. But the puppet had lied. The corpse wasn't dead. He had only been heavily sedated. As the woman sliced into him, he woke up. For a brief moment, she froze. Then the ticking timer pushed her into a frenzy, and she continued slashing at his stomach, eventually pulling out the blood-soaked key and saving herself. Blood splattered across the screen. The woman's distorted screams echoed in the silent theater. The only sounds were deep, ragged breaths. Almost everyone in the audience could hear their own pounding heartbeat. "Oh shit, this is just sick," a young woman in front of Lewis whispered in horror. Normally, this would be the perfect moment for a boyfriend to comfort his date with a reassuring hug. But at this moment, the man beside her sat frozen, eyes glued to the screen, completely forgetting he wasn't alone. As the plot unfolded, gruesome and terrifying murder methods were revealed one after another, sending chills down the spines of more timid audience members. Many covered their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming out loud. At the same time, questions began to surface in their minds. Who was the mastermind behind all this? Why would someone resort to such twisted methods to kill? Lewis and his companions were whispering among themselves. Lewis speculated, "I think that guy Adam is highly suspicious. He's clearly hiding something from the doctor." Someone else disagreed. No, I think the least likely person is often the real culprit. That's how these kinds of movies work. The film keeps trying to clear the doctor's name, which makes me suspect that he's actually the killer. Wouldn't that be the biggest twist? A thin, dark-skinned man sitting in the middle chimed in. If we're talking about the least likely suspect, then it has to be the survivor, Amanda. Her test seemed way too easy. Everyone else had to harm themselves, but she hurt someone else instead. That's why I think she's the real killer. The person sitting to Lewis's right added, "Isn't it obvious? The killer is the orderly." Everyone had their own theories, but no one even considered the supposedly dead suicide victim lying on the floor of the locked room. Harvey, who had already seen the film once before, grinned in the darkness. This was a classic technique used in suspense films, misleading the audience by manipulating their natural assumptions through camera work. The movie deliberately emphasized Dr. Lawrence Gordon as a suspect, along with Adam, the voyeuristic photographer, and the suspicious orderly. This guided the audience's focus toward them, while the seemingly insignificant suicide victim remained nothing more than a background detail. This was a well-executed example of how cinematography could direct the audience's thought process. Although it was a common technique, few directors could truly master it. By this point, about 65 minutes had passed, yet no one in the theater had left for a restroom break, let alone walked out early. Even those who felt nauseous from the film's gore endured their discomfort, unwilling to miss a single moment. That was the key difference between Saw and typical slasher horror films. While Saw also used copious amounts of blood and devised grotesque murder scenes, it stood out for its suspenseful atmosphere and intricately woven puzzle elements. The film's logical consistency and clever setup made it shine. One look at the audience's rapt expressions was enough to prove its effectiveness. "Oh shit, I knew it. The killer is the orderly," the man sitting to Lewis's right exclaimed. Excitedly, the others remained silent, except for Harvey, who smirked and said, "Keep watching, buddy. The truth won't be revealed that easily." "What? You mean it isn't the orderly?" On the big screen, Adam was explaining how he came to know Dr. Lawrence Gordon. It turned out that a tall black detective named Tapp had hired Adam to follow Dr. Gordon and secretly photograph his every move. Dr. Gordon, however, snapped in anger. That guy Tapp isn't even a cop anymore. Ever since his partner died, he's lost his mind. He keeps harassing me, convinced that I'm his partner's murderer. He was discharged from the force long ago. And you helped him. You're just a paid snoop invading my privacy. This revelation sent yet another ripple of doubt through the audience. Some began to suspect that the former black detective might be the real killer. Adam and Dr. Gordon started arguing. Dr. Gordon called Adam a piece of scum. Adam retorted, "Are you angry because I spied on you, or because I caught you cheating on your wife?" Amidst their heated exchange, Adam suddenly said, "I took a picture of someone. Was there anyone else in your house last night besides your wife and daughter?" "No," Dr. Gordon replied. "Then look at this." Adam tossed him a photograph. Dr. Gordon picked it up and gasped. The image showed a man peeking out from behind his curtains. "I know him," Dr. Gordon exclaimed. "That's Zepp, the orderly from the hospital." At that moment, Adam pointed to the clock. "Look." The camera zoomed in on the clock face. Its hands now pointed to 6 o'clock. The orderly picked up a phone and called Adam. The phone, of course, had been found inside the room. "Time's up. You failed," the orderly said. Gunfire and the sounds of a struggle erupted from the phone speaker. "Hello? Hello?" Dr. Gordon shouted into the receiver, but there was no response. He had no idea that the orderly hadn't actually killed his wife and daughter. Instead, his wife had broken free and stabbed the orderly in the leg. He fled in pain, only to be pursued by the former detective. The two of them engaged in a brutal fight. Just as the audience expected the orderly to be taken down, the one who ended up dead was the detective. Dr. Gordon was then knocked unconscious by an electric shock. When he awoke, the psychological torment had pushed him beyond his limits. Like a camel crushed by the last straw, he completely broke down. He screamed and struggled wildly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free himself from the shackles around his foot. At last, he made a desperate decision. He took off his shirt, wrapped it around his lower leg, bit down on the sleeve, and picked up the hacksaw. "Oh shit. No way." A wave of gasps spread through the theater. Was he really going to saw off his own leg? That was exactly what happened. A man who had cheated on his wife, a man who had seemingly given up on his family, was now performing an act of unimaginable self-sacrifice for his family. Such was the contradiction of human nature. On the screen, Dr. Gordon frantically sawed away, grunting like a wounded beast. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The sound of the saw grinding against bone sent shivers down the audience's spines. It was like nails scraping across a chalkboard. A young couple in the front row clung to each other, not out of romance, but sheer terror. Somewhere in the theater, someone retched. Finally, Dr. Gordon severed his foot and pulled himself free from the chain. He then crawled toward the corpse on the floor, retrieved the revolver, loaded the single bullet from the plastic bag, and aimed it at Adam. "I'm sorry. I want to live. I have to save my family." Bang! The gun fired at point-blank range. Adam collapsed. Dr. Gordon fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Just then, the wounded orderly staggered into the room, pointing a gun at Dr. Gordon with trembling hands. "I'm sorry. Those are the rules." But before he could pull the trigger, Adam, who had been presumed dead, suddenly lunged at him, smashing him over the head with the tank lid from the toilet. Oh shit. The shocking turn of events left the audience stunned. It turned out Dr. Gordon had deliberately shot Adam in the shoulder, and Adam had been playing dead the entire time. Dr. Gordon crawled toward the door to get help, convinced that the orderly was the mastermind and that they had defeated him. But after he left, Adam searched the orderly's pockets and found a small tape recorder, identical to the one they had taken from the supposed corpse's hand. Trembling, Adam pressed play. "Hello, Mr. Enzo, also known as Zepp in the hospital. Let's play a game." The eerie voice, heard multiple times throughout the film, belonged to Jigsaw, which meant the orderly was not the real mastermind. Then who was? Could it be the former detective? The audience held their breath, their eyes locked on the screen, replaying previous scenes in their minds, searching desperately for the truth. Who was it? Who was the true mastermind? Who could the mastermind be? That was the burning question on every viewer's mind as they watched the film. It wasn't the black cop, it wasn't Dr. Lawrence Gordon, it wasn't Adam, it wasn't the orderly either. It seemed like everyone had been ruled out. Could it really be that female survivor, Amanda? Or was it the doctor's wife? The doctor had been unfaithful. Had his wife set up this twisted game to get revenge? That seemed plausible too. But soon enough, the true culprit appeared on the big screen. Just as a stunned Adam put down the tape recorder, a figure slowly sat up from the floor behind him. With a forceful tug, the person ripped away the disguise covering their head. Like a demon rousing from slumber, they opened their gray-blue eyes. The corpse was Jigsaw all along. Oh shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? A chorus of exclamations erupted. The audience stared at the big screen, completely blown away by the shocking twist. Harvey grinned. This was exactly why he had dragged his friends to re-watch the film for the 22nd time. The movie was great, sure, but the real treat was seeing his friends' dumbfounded expressions. Haha. On screen, flashbacks began to play, revealing all the hidden clues that had been right under the audience's noses. Damn it, how did I not see that? Shit, I totally overlooked that part. There were so many hints. The director was practically spoon-feeding us. Frustrated groans filled the theater. On the screen, Jigsaw pointed at the bathtub and told Adam, "The key to your chain is in the bathtub." It was pure mockery, a jab at Adam for unknowingly letting the key wash down the drain when he had pulled the plug. In a fit of rage, Adam grabbed the gun from the orderly's hand and aimed it at Jigsaw. But Jigsaw merely cast him a contemptuous glance and pressed the switch in his hand. A powerful electric current surged through the shackle on Adam's ankle, sending him sprawling to the floor. This also explained why the doctor had suddenly been electrocuted earlier. If he hadn't been knocked unconscious at that moment, he might have realized the truth from the phone call and abandoned the idea of sawing off his leg. Jigsaw didn't spare a single glance at Adam's writhing form. He simply strode toward the door, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. Most people are ungrateful for life, but not anymore. As Adam watched in utter despair, Jigsaw slowly shut the door, plunging the room into darkness once again. Game over, a voice intoned. The screen abruptly went black, and the end credits rolled. But no one in the theater moved. They were still immersed in the aftershock of the film. On the way home, Lewis and his friends were still buzzing with excitement. The lanky black guy said, "Who's the director of this film? He completely played us all." Lewis replied, "I checked the credits. Some guy named James Wan." James Wan. Harvey frowned. Never heard of him. Must be a newbie. Who cares? I'm buying a ticket for whatever he makes next. Same here. Me too. Actually, we just need to follow Myers' pictures. Martin's instincts have never been wrong. Oh, you got that right. Pop. With a crisp sound, a champagne bottle was uncorked. In the conference room of Myers' Pictures, a small celebration was underway. $26.4 million in the first weekend. James, Lee, you guys did it. Drew Barrymore personally filled their glasses with champagne. The two 28-year-olds were overwhelmed by the attention. Martin walked over, grinning as he slung an arm around their shoulders. Get used to it, guys. You're big shots now. And by the way, start thinking about Saw 2 and 3. A sequel? James Wan asked. Of course. Successful films always get sequels. James, do you want to direct again? And Lee, are you in for the script? We can increase the budget. The two of them exchanged a look and nodded without hesitation. Why the hell not? Martin laughed heartily. Perfect. Now grab your glasses. Let's toast. Cheers. Saw wasn't just a box office hit. It was a critical success too. Film critics loved this kind of mind-bending storytelling. Every plot twist in Saw toys with the audience, constantly defying expectations. The structure is full of layered twists and perfectly interconnected details. Sure, there are a few minor plot holes, but they hardly matter. The final 5 minutes are so shocking that they completely overshadow any script flaws. This film is a spiritual successor to Hitchcock's suspense techniques. The New York Times. This isn't your typical horror film. It's a blend of escape room, mystery, revenge, and plot twists. Blood, human nature, choices, hope, despair. It all seems like a test, but in the end, it's just part of the game. And that ending? It adds a philosophical touch that makes all the violence and crime land with purpose. A small yet masterful film. The Washington Post. James Wan, a newcomer to the horror genre, proves he has an instinct for suspense. He knows exactly when to hold back, when to reveal, and when to deliver a scare. Under his direction, the pacing never falters. From start to finish, the audience is engrossed in solving the mystery, playing the game alongside the characters, and even becoming part of the movie themselves. The fourth wall shatters, immersing viewers in the tension without the need for a literal chainsaw to terrify them. This clever and sophisticated storytelling doesn't just lure the audience into the director's traps. It also heightens the atmosphere by repeatedly subverting expectations. The truth was in plain sight the whole time, but no one saw it until the big reveal, leaving us speechless and marveling at Juan and Juanel's masterful script. The Los Angeles Times Online Saw was being hailed as an instant cult classic, one of the greatest horror films I've ever seen. The plot is full of unbelievable twists and turns. It's gripping, unpredictable, and not just another mindless gore fest. The best part? The storytelling. Halfway through, my palms were sweating like crazy. 5 stars, hands down. This movie gave me the same vibes as The Silence of the Lambs. That final twist? Absolutely insane. I freaking love it. Shit, this movie scared the hell out of me. So, naturally, I need everyone else to watch it too. Otherwise, it's not fair. That ending was brilliant. Those last 5 minutes took the entire movie to another level. Don't waste your life, or Jigsaw might come for you. This film sent chills down my spine. Especially the scene where the doctor saws off his own leg. I nearly threw up. Seriously, forcing people to harm themselves for redemption? That's next-level terrifying. As 2004 drew to a close, the box office earnings of several films invested in by Myers Pictures during the latter half of the year were finally revealed. The Hangover, $298 million domestically, $479 million worldwide. The Matrix Revolutions, $452 million domestically, $647 million worldwide. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, $272 million domestically, $793 million worldwide. Saw, $93 million domestically, $186 million worldwide. Such numbers would bring even the Big Six to tears. The New York Times published a summary report. If there is one word to describe Hollywood's 2004 film industry, storm seems the most fitting. On March 10, 2004, Martin Myers stepped onto the Oscar stage to receive widespread acclaim for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. However, that applause truly belonged to 2003. Even without the support of the Hobbits, the Lord of the Rings series, Hollywood's total box office for 2004 remained astonishing. Even excluding The Little Wizard, the Harry Potter series, Hollywood still shone brightly. This year, in addition to seeking ways to curb illegal online movie downloads, Hollywood produced a diverse array of films, continuously delivering classics. Aside from sequels like Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, The Bourne Supremacy, The Matrix Revolutions, and Spider-Man 2, standalone hits like Ready Player One, High School Musical, The Hangover, and Saw also secured impressive box office returns. But has anyone noticed a pattern? All these standout films were either invested in or co-invested by Myers Pictures. Well, except for Shrek 2. Excluding these films, Hollywood's primary weapons for global box office dominance became more singular, largely relying on action-packed blockbusters, particularly those in the superhero genre. In 2004, Hollywood leaned increasingly on the superhero formula and adapted numerous comics and video games, including Spider-Man 2, Van Helsing, Catwoman, Alien vs. Predator, and Resident Evil, Apocalypse. Yet, aside from Spider-Man 2, which starred Martin and was co-financed by Myers Pictures, earning a decent reputation, every other superhero film of the year was met with overwhelming criticism. Among the top 20 highest-grossing films, excluding those backed by Myers Pictures, Shrek 2 reigned supreme with over $430 million, followed by The Passion of the Christ at over $370 million. A noteworthy trend among these 20 blockbusters, 6 were sequels: Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, The Matrix Revolutions, Shrek 2, Spider-Man 2, The Bourne Supremacy, and The Princess Diaries 2. 4 of these even secured the first, second, fifth, and seventh spots on the box office chart, proving the strong audience appeal of sequels. However, this also raises concerns about Hollywood's future strategy. Will the industry simply keep recycling old successes? Besides sequels, remakes of past hits and foreign films might become the next big trend. Meanwhile, the performances of two epic films, Troy and Alexander, were nothing short of disappointing, with the latter grossing a mere $33 million. The Passion of the Christ and Fahrenheit 9/11 sparked enormous controversy upon release, making them major talking points of 2004 Hollywood. The Passion of the Christ, depicting Jesus' final 12 hours in an intensely graphic and realistic manner, was criticized for excessive violence under the guise of religion and was even accused of being anti-Semitic. Religious groups protested on opening day with banners, but their efforts seemingly backfired, fueling reverse marketing that led the film to break records for the highest pre-sale tickets and become the highest-grossing R-rated film of all time, raking in $370 million domestically and ranking third for the year. Fahrenheit 9/11 stirred just as much controversy. After winning the Palme d'Or at Cannes in May, the second documentary in history to do so, director Michael Moore announced that Disney had refused to distribute the film. However, Disney's withdrawal did little to hinder its success. The documentary, a scathing critique of President Bush, shattered multiple records upon its June release. It became the first documentary to gross over $100 million, had the widest theatrical release for a documentary, and topped all-time DVD sales for the genre. The film's overwhelming popularity suggested President Bush's approval ratings were not high among the public. How John Kerry still managed to lose the election remains a mystery. From this analysis, it's clear that Myers Pictures is on a meteoric rise, even showing signs of surpassing DreamWorks. This trend was already evident last year. Films such as Mean Girls, The Matrix Reloaded, Step Up, Pirates of the Caribbean, Bruce Almighty, and The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King all ranked in the top 10 at the 2003 box office. And this year, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was the top-grossing film. The Matrix Revolutions was second, Ready Player One ranked third. Myers Pictures claimed all three of the top spots in 2004. And it doesn't stop there. High School Musical was fourth, Spider-Man 2 seventh, The Hangover 8th, The Bourne Supremacy 10th. Myers Pictures accounted for 7 of the top 10 highest-grossing films worldwide in 2004, an astonishing feat. If Myers Pictures continues this trajectory, it might truly become Hollywood's 7th major studio. Let's wait and see. This New York Times report sent shockwaves through America. Only now did people realize that, almost imperceptibly, Myers Pictures had claimed a dominant share of Hollywood, perhaps even surpassing the Big Six. Of course, DreamWorks had also experienced a similar meteoric rise in its early days. So, while some speculated that Myers Pictures could become the 7th major, most remained skeptical. Martin, however, had no particular attachment to the idea of Myers Pictures joining Hollywood's elite. After all, filmmaking was merely a means for him to acquire magic. The wealth and power were just convenient side effects. But Drew was deeply invested in the prospect. Expanding into distribution? Martin looked at Drew and said, "That won't be easy. Just look at what happened to DreamWorks. Hollywood's resources are already tightly controlled by the Big Six. They won't let anyone else in to share the pie. Not even you." Drew countered. "You can't do it either?" Drew's words amused Martin. "Come on, I'm not their dad. So we really don't have a chance?" Drew was still unwilling to give up. Martin glanced at her. This girl had deep ambitions hidden in her heart. She was definitely not someone content with staying beneath others. "You want Myers Studios to become the 7th major that badly?" "Of course. Telling people I'm the president of one of Hollywood's Big 7 sounds way better than just president of Myers Studios." "Martin, you must have a way, right? Help me out." Drew started acting coquettishly. Her figure had grown even more voluptuous, making it hard for Martin to resist. "I'll see what I can do, but don't expect anything in the short term." Giggle understood. As she spoke, Drew wrapped her arms around Martin's head and kissed him, her breath intoxicating. As their lips parted, Martin froze for a moment before lowering his head and kissing her back. A romantic interlude began. Blue sky, white clouds, a yacht, bikinis. Martin was steering his new yacht out to sea. This was a 568-foot-long super yacht, delivered in June 2004 by the German shipyard Lürssen. The yacht had a beam of 24.97 meters and a draft of 6.75 meters. Its hull was made of special steel, while the superstructure was aluminum, with a gross tonnage of 5,034. Powered by a 690 horsepower Caterpillar engine generating 4,717 horsepower, it had a top speed of 18 knots, a cruising speed of 17 knots, and an estimated maximum range of 15,000 nautical miles. It could accommodate 36 guests in 16 cabins. The interior was designed by the renowned Albert Pinto, while the exterior was crafted by Espen Eno, giving the yacht a sleek, streamlined look like a giant blue dolphin. On the deck, Lindsay, Scarlett, and Jessica were learning Britney's latest dance moves. The four beauties, each with a stunning figure, made the scene an absolute visual feast as they danced, waves rolling, curves undulating, pure eye candy. Martin, watching from the upper deck, was completely mesmerized. Paris Hilton had initially planned to join in, but after taking 2 steps forward, she glanced down at herself, then quietly backed away. Natalie, standing nearby, smirked. "What's wrong?" Feeling insecure, Natalie and Paris never seemed to see eye to eye. Paris snorted. "Please, if anyone should feel insecure, it's you. I've got way more than you do." Natalie chuckled. "I'm not like you. I don't care about that kind of thing." "Oh, really? Then why aren't you up there dancing?" "I don't know how to dance." "Lame." "Excuse." Natalie shrugged and fell silent. Feeling victorious, Paris lifted her chin. Meanwhile, Miranda Kerr was quietly chatting with Adriana Lima. "That's right, the brand name is Miranda. For now, it'll focus on trendy women's fashion and footwear, but in the future, I plan to expand into jewelry. I need to establish a modeling agency for the brand. Would you be interested in running it?" "A modeling agency, huh? That's my territory. I can get involved, but what's in it for me?" Even though Martin had sown his seeds of affection among his collection, he hadn't erased their personalities. The girls still retained their original character and weren't just mindless followers. Adriana Lima wasn't the type to just say, "Sure, I'll help you," even if she and Miranda were good friends. Her upbringing and life experience wouldn't allow her to do something for nothing. Miranda wasn't offended by this. Business was business. She was well prepared. "I can't give you shares in the main Miranda brand, but I can offer you 20% ownership of the modeling agency. 20 is too little. I want 30%, and I'm willing to invest." Adriana held up 3 fingers. Miranda thought for a moment before agreeing. "Deal." She then asked, "Can you bring in some young, beautiful models with great figures?" "I have plenty of model connections. But when you say great figures, do you mean?" At this time, Western fashion still idolized ultra-thin models. Apart from Victoria's Secret, most models were expected to be extremely lean, strictly controlling their diets. Gaining even a little weight meant losing jobs. "I don't want the super skinny type. I want models like you Victoria's Secret girls, fuller figures, toned abs, healthy and fit." "No problem." On the yacht's aft deck, a few of Martin's more mature collectibles were chatting. "Nicole, I had no idea you were with Martin so early," Charlize said with a playful laugh. Lazily flipping onto her stomach, Nicole Kidman let her robe slip to the side, revealing a round, perfect backside and a pair of long, toned legs. "Honestly, I didn't expect it myself back then." How old was Martin at the time? 14? 15? Charlize shifted her position as she spoke, showing off her own equally stunning legs, perhaps intentionally. Jennifer Aniston, lying between them, grumbled bitterly. "Ugh, enough already. I admit my legs aren't as long as yours, okay?" Charlize and Nicole exchanged mischievous smiles. Then Jennifer added, "But my boobs are bigger than both of yours." The laughter froze. Charlize huffed. "That's only because I lost weight too fast." Nicole's eyes widened. "Since when does weight loss shrink boobs?" Charlize glared at her. "Whose side are you on?" In the captain's cabin, Drew and Ivanka stood like 2 guardians, one on each side of Martin. Drew, wearing nothing but a tiny bikini bottom, leaned against Martin, flashing Ivanka a smug smile. Ivanka muttered, "Bitch," but she wasn't bold enough to act like Drew. Instead, she lifted her hand and smacked Drew's ass. Smack. A ripple spread across the smooth skin. Martin's peripheral vision instantly locked onto the scene. Drew didn't mind at all and asked playfully, "Did you like that?" Martin calmly nodded. Loved it. Drew shot Ivanka a triumphant look. Ivanka pouted and silently cursed again, but she also leaned in closer to Martin, making a show of intimacy. Drew scoffed. Twig. Ivanka snapped. Who are you calling a twig? Humph, my body is well proportioned. And so, the two started bickering again. Martin just watched them with a smile, enjoying the show. It was a joyous, carefree voyage. They played for 3 days before returning, their stress and emotions released, feeling utterly relaxed. Then, Martin received a call from Leonardo DiCaprio. After returning from his trip at sea, Martin received a call from Leonardo. Martin, what's up with this Infernal Affairs movie? Scorsese reached out to me and said you recommended me. That's right. Director Scorsese wants to make this film, but I have the script. So, I secured a lead role for myself, and I got one for you too. A good movie? Absolutely. Once you do a few more films like this and build up your credentials, I promise I'll help you land an Oscar. Oh, really? Of course. Thanks a lot, my brother. No need to thank me, my brother. Hey, you fool. Oscar. All right, whatever you say. Gordon drove Martin to a lavish mansion in Malibu. This was Nicolas Cage's home. Well, one of them, at least. Nicolas Cage was infamous in Hollywood for his obsession with buying houses. Mansions, tiny houses, weird houses. It didn't matter where they were or how they looked. If he liked it, he would throw down a fortune to make it his. Just next year, he would spend $3.45 million on a haunted house, rumored to be the site where serial killer Delphine LaLaurie tortured and killed her slaves. Later, he would also buy a pyramid-shaped tomb in New Orleans, declaring that he wished to be buried there. Ironically, financial troubles would eventually force him to give up the tomb's usage rights in 2009. Guess he'd have to find a new place to rest in peace. But buying houses wasn't his only eccentric hobby. Nicolas Cage also loved collecting all sorts of bizarre and rare objects. As soon as Martin stepped through the door, Leonardo was already complaining. That bastard stole my dinosaur skull. What? Martin was baffled. Last month, we attended a secret auction. You know, one of those exclusive, invite-only ones. I had my eye on a dinosaur skull fossil, and then Nicholas spotted it too. Damn it, he outbid me with $300,000 and snatched it away. Wait, why the hell are you guys buying dinosaur bones? Martin was even more confused now. For collection, obviously. Leonardo seemed equally puzzled by Martin's confusion. Collecting dinosaur skulls? Now Martin understood why Hollywood was a magnet for all sorts of scammers and schemers. Sure, this place was filled with crafty people, but there were also plenty of rich idiots who had more money than sense. Auction houses and con artists loved Hollywood celebrities. They made money fast and spent it even faster, without a second thought. Leonardo himself had invested in a bunch of promising paintings from unknown artists. By 2023, not a single one had appreciated in value. Yes, this really happened. Haha, Leo, long time no see. That dinosaur skull is amazing, by the way. My prehistoric bear skull got smashed by accident, so the dinosaur skull fits perfectly in its place. Nicolas Cage strolled over, casually swirling a glass of wine. Yep, this guy had once spent $280,000 on a prehistoric bear skull, only to break it himself while playing pool. Nearly 300 grand down the drain. Leonardo shot him a glare, then pointed around at the scattered guests chatting in small groups. He deliberately complained, "Dude, this is your party? No girls at all. Boring as hell." Just then, the mansion's massive iron gates swung open. 2 stretch limos rolled in from outside. Nicolas Cage's eyes lit up as he pointed at the limos, grinning. "The girls are here." As he spoke, the limos came to a stop, and the doors opened. A swarm of beautiful women poured out, immediately causing a stir among the guests. Nicolas Cage reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a microphone. God knows why he kept one in there, then dramatically announced, "Gentlemen, we've got booze, women, and party favors. No paparazzi, no cops. Let's get wild." Yeah. A few guys cheered enthusiastically. Martin took a closer look. Turns out, the ones hyping it up were Nicolas Cage's usual crew, Johnny Depp, Keanu Reeves, and the like. Martin's gaze lingered on Johnny Depp for a moment. This guy was currently dating Vanessa Paradis, and they had a daughter, Lily Rose Depp, and a son, John Christopher Depp III. Later, though, Depp would end up separating from Vanessa Paradis because she was abusing him. Yes, you read that right. The one getting abused wasn't Vanessa, it was Johnny Depp. After that, he got involved with the stunning Amber Heard, and they even tied the knot. But Martin chuckled to himself. Amber Heard is definitely gorgeous, on par with Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron. But she also has a habit of pooping in bed. No matter how pretty she is, that's a deal breaker. Just picturing that scene made Martin feel nauseous. No matter how drop-dead gorgeous she looked in Aquaman, the thought of her bedroom habits instantly killed the appeal. Hey, Martin, why are you looking at Depp like that? Nicolas Cage waved a hand in front of Martin's face. Noticing his weird expression, he shivered involuntarily. Should he warn Depp to stay away from this guy? Then he remembered that Martin and Leonardo had just finished filming Brokeback Mountain, and suddenly, a suspicious look crossed his face as he sized up the two of them. Hey, what's with that look? Before Martin could say anything, Leonardo was already annoyed. That expression was way too damn creepy. Just looking at it made him want to punch someone. Nothing. Martin, do you want to meet Depp? Martin shook his head. Not really. I was just thinking about his movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico and how it reminded me of Salma Hayek. Oh, now that's a woman. Nicolas Cage's face immediately turned lecherous, clearly relieved. Leonardo, standing next to him, had the exact same expression. Disgusting old pervs. The Malibu Party was a celebration of Nicolas Cage's box office success with National Treasure. This movie was probably the most successful treasure hunting film series since Indiana Jones. Since the production was backed by Disney, Martin leveraged his status as a major shareholder to let his own Myers Pictures get a slice of the investment. The party started off as a huge success, especially after the girls arrived. But then, a group of party-crashing police officers ruined the atmosphere. They weren't here for the illicit substances in the house, but for Mr. Nicolas Cage. Did you purchase a dinosaur skull last month? Yes, I did. What? That dinosaur skull was stolen from a collector 6 months ago. It is considered stolen property, so we need to take it back. We also have a few questions for you and hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. What the F***? How did this happen? The guests gathered around, whispering amongst themselves after hearing the police's words. Leonardo DiCaprio grinned with schadenfreude. Ha ha. Good thing that idiot Nicholas snatched up that dinosaur skull first. Otherwise, I'd be the one in trouble now. Lucky me. Martin advised him. Luck like this isn't something you can count on. I suggest you stop attending those so-called secret auctions. Most of the items sold there have questionable origins, and the place is crawling with scammers. Honestly, I even suspect that at the last auction you and Nicholas attended, everyone else in the room was just a plant. Except for you two morons. Leonardo fell into deep thought. Thinking back to that auction, now that he considered it, aside from himself and Nicholas, wasn't everyone else a total stranger? Could they really have been plants? Martin didn't know if his words would make Leonardo change his ways, but he had at least fulfilled his duty as a friend. Besides, Leonardo wasn't as reckless as Nicholas when it came to collecting and investing. He had a plan, allocating only 30% of his annual income to purchases. Though this was still a hefty sum, at least he wouldn't end up bankrupt like Nicholas. Nicolas Cage's financial recklessness also gave his agent and accountant a golden opportunity. Instead of protecting his interests, these two conspired with outsiders to manipulate him into buying absurd, worthless collectibles at outrageous prices, taking a cut for themselves in the process. By 2006, Nicolas Cage had spent all his money on collectibles. Encouraged by the two leeches around him, he still believed these items were appreciating in value while the dollar was depreciating, making collectibles the best investment. In a frenzy, he even started taking on debt to keep buying. By 2009, Nicolas Cage was drowning in debt. He owed the IRS $6.3 million, and the 50 luxury cars and 15 mansions he once owned were all seized by the banks. This once superstar was now homeless, crashing in a friend's bar in Las Vegas, a vagabond. Eventually, after too many nights of mooching, his friend had enough and ordered the staff to kick him out. According to a witness at the time, Nicolas Cage wore leopard print pants and a black t-shirt. He looked noticeably thinner than in his films. He sat on the couch with a blank stare, barefoot. His shoes had been thrown aside. Another witness told the media, at first, I thought they were throwing out a homeless drunk who was making a scene. But to my shock, it was Nicolas Cage. That's how far he had fallen. Snapping back to reality, Martin watched as Nicolas Cage followed the police into the house, obviously to be questioned. The party guests lost interest in continuing their revelry and began to leave. Leonardo, seeing the girls also preparing to leave, sighed regretfully. Damn, Nicholas really knows how to pick them. Wonder which modeling agency they're from? I'll call him in a few days and ask. Martin said, I'm heading home. What about you? Leonardo quickly replied. No way. Man, it's only 10. The night's just getting started. I know a new club that's amazing. Let's go check it out. Martin nodded. All right. How'd you get here? I drove myself. Then I'll ride with you. And Gordon can follow in my car. Blue Beast. What kind of name is that? Standing in front of the club, illuminated by bright neon lights, Martin wasn't so sure this place was as great as Leonardo claimed. Come on, follow me. I'm a member. We can take the VIP entrance. Go. Leonardo was already hyped. The so-called VIP entrance was in a dimly lit alley, illuminated only by 2 flickering streetlights, one at the front, one at the back. The middle section was nearly pitch black. Leonardo expertly pulled out his phone for light and stopped at an iron door in the alley. Entering a code, he explained to Martin. The code changes daily. Members get a text message with the new one. As he finished speaking, the code was accepted, triggering an electronic chime of Edelweiss. Then, a small window on the iron door slid open, revealing a pair of eyes. Password. Taiwan is a country. Click. The door unlocked. Martin rolled his eyes. So dramatic. Beyond the door was a long corridor. After walking about 10 meters, a deafening wave of music crashed over them. Leonardo was already dancing, beatboxing as he moved. Seeing Martin's indifferent reaction, he patted his shoulder and said, Come on, man. You gotta enjoy yourself. I'm telling you, the girls in this club are top tier. A lot of up-and-coming models come here to party. After another turn, a massive dance floor came into view, roughly 2,000 square feet, packed with over 100 people grinding and whipping their heads around. At the DJ booth, a female DJ was wildly shaking her body, shirtless. The speakers blasted high-decibel electronic beats. Above the dance floor, multiple disco balls spun, casting beams of light that twirled and swayed across the room. You bitches ready for the blizzard? The female DJ suddenly screamed. A frenzied response erupted from below. Ready. Come on, bring it. I love the blizzard. The next second, snow machines started spraying artificial snow while fans howled, creating a simulated snowstorm in the club. As the snow machines and blowers roared to life, the entire dance floor transformed into a stormy, snow-swept wilderness. The crowd inside got even wilder. How is it? Huh? What do you think? Leonardo shouted over the noise. Martin, however, was distracted by something in the corner of his eye and responded absent-mindedly. Not bad. Not bad. In his line of sight, a girl with heavy smoky eye makeup was twisting wildly on the dance floor. Her slender waist moved with electric energy, as if powered by a motor, drawing the attention of several young men high on. Hormones. They whistled as they edged closer, shouting and cheering. Wait, wasn't that Avril Lavigne? Oh, right. She was already a Canadian pop princess by now. Get lost. Noticing the encroaching men, Avril Lavigne unceremoniously shoved one of them away as he nearly pressed up against her. The guy's friends immediately howled and jeered. The man who had been pushed seemed embarrassed and angry. He scrambled up, cursing under his breath, and charged at Avril Lavigne. Bitch! He raised a hand to slap her, only to have his wrist caught in a firm grip. Hey, that's no way to treat a lady. A voice rang out. That voice, Avril Lavigne, who had been prepared to kick him where it hurt, froze in shock. Then her face lit up with joy. The drunk guy, barely aware of his surroundings, didn't even bother looking at who had stopped him. Or maybe, in this dim and chaotic environment, he couldn't see clearly anyway. He swung a fist toward the man who held his wrist. The next second, he was sent flying as if launched by a catapult and crashed heavily onto the ground. His 3 drunken buddies, driven by alcohol and testosterone, howled and rushed in. 1.25 seconds later, all 3 were down. By the time Leonardo squeezed through the crowd to get a closer look, Martin had already finished his impressive takedown. Leonardo couldn't help but shout. Wow, that was awesome. You're a real fighter. A few nightclub bouncers had arrived by then, and Leonardo quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Soon, the four troublemakers were dragged out by security. Martin, it really is you. Only now did Avril Lavigne snap out of her daze, pointing at Martin with a surprised and delighted expression. Sure, I don't want people knowing I'm here, or I won't be able to have any fun. I get it. I've got a booth upstairs, want to join me? I'm with a friend. Fine. Martin realized that in the time they'd been talking, Leonardo had already melted into the dance floor. He even shot Martin a sly wink and made a crude hand gesture toward Avril. Idiot. Cursing internally, Martin followed Avril Lavigne up to the second floor. The brief fight had barely registered with the revelers still thrashing around on the dance floor. Fights in nightclubs? Totally normal. People drunk or high out of their minds had zero self-control. Upstairs, in a dimly lit booth tucked away in a corner, a half-finished bottle of beer sat on the table. Yours? Martin pointed at it. Yeah, mine. I'm 21 now. I can legally drink. Avril said, though she wasn't sure why she felt the need to clarify. She grabbed the bottle and lifted it to her lips, only for Martin to stop her. Martin, you? Avril frowned in confusion. First time in a club? Or first time coming alone? Martin asked. I've been a few times before, but always with friends, Avril answered instinctively. Martin nodded. If you're alone, never leave your drink unattended, even for a second. There are a lot of creeps around. Spiking women's drinks is common. Actually, even if you're with friends, you should still stay vigilant. Avril's eyes widened. Really? I had no idea. She stared at the beer bottle in her hand, suddenly picturing some sleazy guy slipping something into it while she was dancing downstairs. She imagined herself unknowingly drinking it, blacking out, and then a shiver ran down her spine. She hurriedly set the bottle down, not daring to think further. Martin chuckled and pushed the beer away, snapping his fingers to order another drink, for both of them. A beer for Avril. A juice for him. Yep, Martin wasn't of legal drinking age yet. In private, whatever, but in a public place, he had to stick to non-alcoholic drinks. Seeing the rich, fruity blueberry juice placed in front of Martin, Avril couldn't hold back a giggle. Go ahead and laugh, Martin said dryly, raising his glass. I admit it. I'm still a kid, okay? He took a big sip. Avril burst into laughter, doubling over so hard she nearly collapsed onto Martin. Actually, she did collapse onto him. Martin wasn't sure if it was on purpose or not, but in a moment like this, there was only one logical course of action: forward, not back. So he swiftly pecked her on the lips. Soft warmth? No. A faint, sour mix of beer and saliva. Avril was momentarily stunned. Then she grabbed Martin's face and kissed him back, hard. A moment later, they pulled apart. Martin glanced around and suddenly said, "Want to come back to my place?" Avril grabbed her coat without hesitation. Let's go. An hour later, Leonardo, exhausted from dancing, made his way upstairs, only to find their booth empty. After calling Martin, he realized his bro had ditched him for a girl. That bastard. Leonardo gritted his teeth, then turned back downstairs. Might as well find himself a one-night companion, too. Not his fault Bar Raffaele wasn't around. Yeah, that was a good excuse. Meanwhile, at Martin's Beverly Hills mansion, Bayou and Heather were already asleep. Martin carried Avril straight upstairs, not disturbing his two lovely maids. That night, Martin had a dream. In the dream, he and Avril were tangled together in bed. Just as things were reaching their climax, Avril's face suddenly morphed into another stunningly beautiful one. She flashed him a bewitching smile, parted her lips, and cooed. Oh, my dear Martin, do you want to watch me poop in bed? I'm gonna do it now. Come closer. Martin bolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. What the actual fuck? Why did I dream of her? Martin had a nightmare and couldn't fall back asleep. He simply picked up the sleeping Avril and started strumming his guitar. Avril murmured in her sleep, but didn't wake up. She must have been truly exhausted from the night before. The next morning, when Avril woke up, she felt that something was off with her body. She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why. When she tried to put on her clothes, she found them torn to shreds. So instead, she grabbed one of Martin's coats and went downstairs. Martin was having breakfast. Seeing Avril, he greeted her. Good morning, darling. Avril pounced on him. Martin, you won't believe it. I had the strangest dream last night. I turned into a guitar, and you were playing me. Martin. Then, Avril noticed Heather and Bayou, who were busy in the kitchen. She was stunned by their beauty. Who are they? Heather and Bayou, my women. Martin didn't say my maids, which made both Heather and Bayou smile happily. They didn't mind being called maids, but his thoughtfulness still pleased them. I'm Heather. Nice to meet you, Avril. What would you like for breakfast? We have eggs, 487 of them, ham, bread, and dumplings. By the way, dumplings are Martin's favorite. Bayou, a bit shy, simply greeted Avril. Hi, Avril, I'm Bayou. Actually, Heather and I are Martin's maids. Maids? Women. Avril immediately understood what was going on. She thought she'd be furious, but strangely, she wasn't. Hello, nice to meet you. After greeting Heather and Bayou in a calm yet friendly manner, Avril ordered some dumplings and sat next to Martin to eat. At first, she felt a little awkward because of Heather and Bayou, but soon, much to her own surprise, she relaxed and happily chatted with the two girls. Martin smiled slightly and continued enjoying his breakfast. After a short break, Martin returned to the Batman set. As the head screenwriter, he had to be involved in the filming. At the same time, he was also learning directing skills. In fact, he had started learning a year ago. London. Yang-mi sat in a CAF, sipping her mocha coffee with a bored expression, glancing around. Just then, the fitting room door opened, and Emma Watson stepped out, twirling in a pink dress, the hem fluttering. How is it? Does it look good? Yang-mi flashed a sweet smile and said, It looks amazing, but I still prefer the blue dress. It highlights your elegance even more. Yang-mi, a social expert, knew the art of flattery. You shouldn't just blindly praise someone. You had to offer your own opinion while making the other person feel good, just like she did now. She both complimented Emma and subtly asserted her own taste. This was why, in just a few months, Yang-mi had risen from being a mere tag-along to becoming Emma's close friend. The day after tomorrow, when Martin arrives, if you wear that blue dress, I guarantee he'll be mesmerized by you. He really? Compared to Yang-mi, Emma Watson, who had been pampered since childhood, was much less skilled in these social games. She giggled twice, but then gritted her teeth. That little B***tch Elizabeth called me the other day just to brag about how much closer she's gotten to Martin. Damn it. She's only ahead because she's physically closer to him. This time, when Martin comes, I have to make sure our relationship gets stronger. Western girls sure start competing for men at a young age, Yang-mi thought to herself. But she simply said, I'm sure you can do it. 2 days later, Martin arrived in London again. He first visited his beloved older sister, Diana, had a meal with his 2 nephews, and then, on the 3rd day, headed to the Harry Potter set. At that moment, they were filming the scene where Harry Potter first meets Cho Chang. In the original Harry Potter movies, Cho Chang didn't appear until the 4th installment. But Martin had made some adjustments, introducing a subtle hint of her character in the 3rd film, just like in the books, where Cho had smiled at Harry and performed brilliantly in a Quidditch match, leaving a deep impression on him. Yang-mi's smile was somewhat reminiscent of Drew Barrymore's. Eyes slightly squinted, sweet yet lazy, with a hint of allure. Of course, at her current age, Yang-mi hadn't fully grown into her features yet, so there was no real allure, just sweetness. But kids don't care about allure anyway. They prefer sweetness. Take Daniel Radcliffe, for example. He thought Yang-mi's smile was incredibly charming, pure and gentle, and her personality seemed much kinder than that little demon Emma Watson. What he didn't know was that the gentle girl before him was actually an Eastern little devil with a sharp tongue and a knack for teasing. She was just restraining herself in this unfamiliar environment. After a scene wrapped up, Daniel Radcliffe ran over again. Hey, Mimi, are you sure you don't want to have a romance with me off-screen? I think we'd make a great couple. No way. I don't like short guys. Now that she was more familiar with everyone, Yang-mi let a bit of her mischievous side slip. But compared to Emma Watson, she was still considered gentle by most of the boys on set. Hey, I'll grow taller. I swear. Daniel Radcliffe said anxiously. Well, come talk to me when you do, Yang-mi said, softening her tone, as if she realized she had been a little too harsh. She had no idea that her behavior was the classic push-and-pull tactic of psychological manipulation, making Daniel Radcliffe even more obsessed. Nearby, Rupert Grint jogged over and teased Daniel. Huh, you're really persistent. How many times has Mimi turned you down? Daniel rolled his eyes. You don't get it. This is called playing hard to get. I enjoy the process. Rupert snorted. Sure, sure. I think you just like being rejected, you masochist. Oh, by the way, Martin's here. He's in the director's office. Want to go see him? Daniel was excited at first, but after thinking for a moment, he said, Nah, let's not barge in. I bet Emma and the other girls are already there fawning over him. We wouldn't even get a word in. Yeah, good point. Let's just wait. He'll come to the set later anyway, Rupert agreed. This was the difference between boys and girls. As they grew older, boys became more rational about their idols, while girls became even more emotional, perhaps a fundamental contrast between logic and emotion. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, Youngmi coldly observed Emma Watson, dressed in a blue gown, squeezed into the center, chatting and laughing with Martin. She still found it ridiculous. Sure, Martin was handsome, rich, and talented, but he had way too many women. He was definitely not good boyfriend material. She really didn't get why all these girls were throwing themselves at him like moths to a flame. How embarrassing. And Emma Watson, always treated like a little princess on set, was still putting on such an obvious display of flattery in front of Martin. Disgraceful. And that producer lady. Hello, you're in your 30s already. What are you even doing here? So embarrassing. Mimi, come here. What are you standing outside for? Come chat with us. Just then, Martin spotted Youngmi standing on the outskirts and waved her over. The girls around him parted to make way, their gazes filled with envy. Oh, coming. Youngmi responded sweetly, catching the jealous glances around her from the corner of her eye. A sudden sense of triumph surged within her. Maybe dating Martin wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. So, like a fluttering butterfly, she gracefully ran toward Martin and instinctively stopped behind Emma Watson. Emma glanced at Youngmi, her expression somewhat complicated. Was this new bestie of hers about to turn into a romantic rival? Then again, she already had so many rivals. Maybe having an ally wouldn't be such a bad thing? Who knew what was going through her mind? But as soon as Youngmi got closer, Emma flashed her a bright and warm smile. So warm it nearly made Youngmi pee her pants. Emma's spoiled princess attitude was well known on set. She always carried a touch of arrogance, except when it came to Martin. Since when had she ever given someone such a warm and friendly smile? Fake. Too fake. Youngmi couldn't help but roast her internally. Seriously, girl? I was just a little excited and enthusiastic earlier. Did that really make you see me as a mortal enemy? Her smile stiffened. Yet, Emma took that stiffness as sincerity and friendship, nodding in satisfaction. Martin, watching the silent interaction between the two girls, immediately caught on to the complete disconnect in their thoughts. Finding it amusing, he chose not to expose it, instead waiting to see how things would unfold. How have you been lately, Youngmi? Are you getting used to everything? How's your English coming along? Martin asked. Youngmi was deeply touched, thinking that Martin genuinely cared about her. In a soft, doll-like voice, she replied, Everything's great. Everyone has been really nice to me, especially Emma. We've become besties. Good job, Emma. That's how it should be. Stick together and support each other. Martin casually praised Emma, making her beam with joy and even more pleased. With Youngmi, on the other hand, grew increasingly uneasy, feeling that Emma's smile carried some hidden meaning. The next day, after filming wrapped, Emma invited Youngmi to go shopping. Youngmi declined, using a stomachache as an excuse. The day after that, Emma invited her to Martin's house. Again, Youngmi refused with the same excuse. On the third day, Emma stormed into Youngmi's room, holding a box of pills. Mimi here. These are for menstrual pain. I've used them. They work wonders. Youngmi. After Emma left, Youngmi silently tossed the medicine into the trash. That stuff had to be poisoned, right? Later that day, as usual, Martin threw a party and invited the young actors from the cast. Emma found Youngmi hiding in a corner and lowered her voice, saying, Mimi, I've decided. I'm going to confess to Martin tonight. What do you think? Should I be bold or play coy? Youngmi stared at Emma's sincere expression, utterly confused. What kind of prank was this little b asterisk tch pulling now? But she didn't seem to be joking. Had she misunderstood Emma all along? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Emma continued, I'm a little scared to do it alone. Why don't we confess together? Come on, let's do it together, okay? To convince her, Emma even switched to a high-pitched, cutesy voice. Yangmi was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't going at all like she had expected. A trap, right? This had to be a trap. Seeing Yangmi's hesitation, Emma took her silence as agreement and grinned. Great, it's settled. After the party, we'll find an excuse to stay behind. Hee hee. Settled? When did I agree to anything? Wait, don't just leave like that. At 9 p.m., the party ended. Yangmi tried to slip away with the crowd, but Emma caught her, giving her an encouraging pat. Don't be scared. I'm here with you. If we succeed together. If we embarrass ourselves together. That's what besties do, right? Ah, hell no. We're not besties. I was wrong, okay? I never should have sucked up to you. I never should have befriended you. I don't want to confess to Martin. I'm still just a kid. Emma dragged Yangmi into the bathroom. Several times, Yangmi wanted to spill her true thoughts, but every time she saw Emma's little face, flushed with excitement and just a hint of madness, she hesitated. So scary. Emma's definitely lost it. If I say the wrong thing, she might kill me, right? Soon, the apartment emptied out. The young actors took taxis back to set, with Martin covering the costs. The place seemed empty. Martin glanced around, then smirked slightly, locking the door before heading to the bathroom. That smirk, it was the exact kind villains wore in fantasy movies. A mix of devilish charm and danger, like Lucifer himself. Emma, who had been peeking through the door crack, nearly had a heart attack. Her legs wobbled involuntarily. Martin went into the bathroom. Is he going to shower? Oh my God, he left the door open. Is it because he thinks no one's home? I can't take it. My heart is racing. Mimi, should we sneak a peek? Yangmi stared at Emma like she was an alien. This girl is definitely a pervert. How did I not notice before? Yet, despite herself, images of Martin showering popped into her mind. Toned muscles, perfect proportions, devastatingly handsome features. Gulp. Yangmi unconsciously swallowed, then immediately freaked herself out. Just as she was about to firmly reject Emma's insane suggestion, she saw Emma already sneaking out of the bathroom, dragging her along. In a hushed voice, Emma whispered, I hear water running. Ha ha ha, Martin is showering. We'll just take a quick peek. If we get caught, we'll say we were looking for him to say goodbye and accidentally stumbled in. As if possessed, Yangmi found herself unable to utter her rejection. Her feet moved on their own, following Emma, while images of Martin in the shower replayed in her mind. Gulp. Another swallow. In a luxurious apartment in London. Emma Watson's face was flushed, her heart pounding like a drum as she crept step by step toward the bathroom. The closer she got, the faster her heart raced, her cheeks burning hotter, her mouth inexplicably dry. Yangmi was even more nervous than her. Despite being a bit of a troublemaker, she had never gone further than mooching off others or egging boys on to fight for her. Something this daring? Never. Who was Martin? A world-class superstar, a billionaire, a globally celebrated genius. And she was about to see him naked. Holy crap, this is too much. I'm gonna die. Finally, the two girls, hand in hand, reached the bathroom door. Emma swallowed hard and glanced back at Yangmi. At the same time, Yangmi gulped, her eyes locked onto Emma's. Then, in unison, they nodded. The prize was right there, no turning back now. Let's do this. The bathroom door wasn't closed. The sound of running water echoed inside. Yangmi's hesitation vanished, her mind now singularly focused on mischief. Two small heads peeked around the doorframe, peering inside. Then, two pairs of wide, beautiful eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Inside the shower, steam swirled around a tall, well-built figure, water cascading over. Though the details were hazy, the sight alone was enough to shock the two inexperienced girls. Those long legs, those muscles, that everything. Gulp, gulp. They heard each other swallow at the same time. Mimi, Emma whispered. If we, went in there right now, do you think Martin would kick us out? Or would he, you get me? Yangmi nearly lost control of her bodily functions right then and there. She barely managed to hold it together, mostly. Why, you're serious? She stammered, barely stopping herself from cursing. Emma nodded. Dead serious. Don't you think this is the perfect opportunity? Or do you not want to? Yangmi wanted to say, I don't, but to her own surprise, the words wouldn't come out. Luckily, Emma backed down on her own. Ugh, forget it. He might think I'm easy. I should just confess properly first. Yes, confess first, confess first. Yangmi bobbed her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Just then, the water stopped. Martin had finished showering. The glass door slid open as he reached for a towel. The two girls yanked their heads back and scurried away, retreating to the nearby bathroom and leaving the door slightly ajar. Moments later, they heard footsteps in the living room, followed by the sound of the TV turning on. Emma bit her lip, then grabbed Yangmi's hand. Mimi, let's go out. Yangmi hesitated. See, can I not? Emma glared. What? Are you planning to live in Martin's bathroom? Good point. Yangmi had no comeback. Emma pushed the door open and put on her best, totally innocent act. Huh? Where'd everyone go? They left without me after I went to the bathroom. So fake. Yangmi cringed internally. Emma continued her terrible performance. Hey, Martin. Did they all leave already? Martin, playing along, turned with mock surprise. Yeah, they left a while ago. You two are still here. Emma forced a laugh. Mimi and I just went to the bathroom, and when we came out, everyone was gone. Heh. Could you at least try to make that sound convincing? Yangmi screamed internally, cursing. Emma's terrible lying skills. Martin smirked. Really? How long were you in there? Emma faltered. Stomachache. Took a while. Martin's grin widened. Stomachache? So, business. Emma nodded frantically. Yangmi, meanwhile, looked like she wanted to bury her face in her chest, if only it were big enough. Both of you? At the same time. Martin raised an eyebrow. We, took turns. Yeah, besties do that, right? Totally normal. Emma's desperate excuse had Martin's stifling laughter, while Yangmi wished the floor would swallow her whole. Then, suddenly, Emma straightened up, her expression serious. Fine, I'll be honest. We stayed because Mimi has something to tell you. Right, Mimi? With that, she shoved Yangmi forward. Yangmi yelped. Mimi. Martin's eyes sparkled with amusement. What did you want to say? Yangmi realized Emma's little game was completely transparent. Martin was just toying with them. So she blurted out. Martin, Emma wants to confess her feelings for you. Emma gasped. Martin turned to her. Oh, is that true, Emma? For a second, Emma wanted to bolt. But the emotions she'd bottled up for so long forced the truth out. Yes, Martin. I like you. No, I love you. A surge of intense desire flooded into Martin, instantly converting into magical energy. Damn, she's really got it bad. Having finally confessed, Emma felt a weight lift off her chest, only to immediately glare at Yangmi. Martin, Mimi wants to confess. Too. She's just shy. Oh. Martin's gaze shifted. Yangmi's face burned, her cheeks so hot it felt like her blood was boiling. She wanted to deny it, but why should Emma get to be Martin's girlfriend when they'd both snuck in to peek at him? And this was Martin. Suddenly, her earlier complaints about Martin having too many girlfriends didn't seem to matter anymore. But actually saying the words out loud? The innate shyness of her upbringing left her stammering. Martin chuckled, his blue eyes locked onto hers. In flawless Mandarin, he murmured, Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. If you don't say no, I'll take that as a yes. Yangmi's eyes shimmered, but she stayed quiet. Martin understood. He stood, gently pulling both girls into his arms. Then, his fingers began to dance, playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on an entirely different kind of instrument. In the crew's dormitory. Hey, Daniel, I just thought of something, Rupert said. What? Daniel, half asleep, sounded annoyed. Emma and Mimi didn't come back with us, did they? Ugh, is that all? Maybe they caught another ride. Or took a taxi. Yeah, it's not like they stayed at Martin's place too. Sleep over. Heh, heh heh. The two shared a knowing laugh. Morning. Yangmi woke up from a deep sleep. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before suddenly widening her eyes. This wasn't the ceiling of the crude dormitory. Wait a minute, yesterday. Memories of last night flooded back, and her face instantly flushed red. How? How could I have done something so shameless? She sneakily turned her head to the side, catching a glimpse of the man sleeping next to her. Martin's peaceful face carried an almost childlike innocence. Who would have thought that the man behind this face possessed such wild strength and astonishing endurance? She remembered that Emma had been the first to surrender last night. I won. No, wait, what am I even thinking? This is so embarrassing. Yangmi pulled the blanket over her face, her cheeks burning, her heart racing. I'm Martin's woman now. She had never imagined that what started as a whim, a trip to London for an audition, would turn into this. It was simply unbelievable. She felt the urge to use the bathroom and tried to move her legs. Hiss. Ouch. You should rest here for the day. I'll call in for you too. Martin's gentle voice reached her ears. You're awake. Can you tell them that Emma and I went shopping last night, and because it got too late, we decided to stay at a hotel? If you want that excuse, I can't be the one making the call. Oh, right. Then I'll do it myself. Sure. Don't worry, it's just a small thing. It won't cause any trouble. Martin chuckled, rubbing Yangmi's head before giving her a light kiss on the tip of her nose. Yangmi's face turned red again. I'll go make breakfast for you too. Rest a little longer. With that, Martin slipped out of the blanket and started getting dressed. Just relax here today. Tomorrow, I'll take you both back to the set. Yangmi hid under the blanket, but she peeked out just enough to watch Martin's body as he moved. Yangmi, you're such a pervert. She scolded herself internally, but her eyes refused to close, as if wanting to etch Martin's figure into her memory forever. She only stopped staring when he was fully dressed and left the room. Emma, stop pretending to be asleep. I noticed a long time ago. As soon as Martin left, Yangmi's demeanor changed. After what happened last night, she no longer felt the need to accommodate Emma. Who's pretending? I just woke up. Emma opened her eyes, her face still slightly flushed, and immediately began arguing with Yangmi. TCH, still trying to deny it? When I was talking to Martin just now, I saw your eyeballs rolling under your eyelids. You were definitely awake. Says who? People's eyes move when they dream too. Keep acting. What were you dreaming about, huh? Don't tell me it was a wet dream. So what if it was? At least I wasn't the little b asterisk TCH moaning all night. Emma raised an eyebrow. And who was the little b asterisk TCH screaming last night? Now that Yangmi had adjusted to her new situation, her sharp tongue was back. Just as they were bickering, Martin walked in carrying 2 plates. What are you two talking about? Breakfasts. Ready, eggs and sausage. Hope you like it. Emma immediately put on a sweet smile. Oh, we weren't arguing, just chatting. Yummy wasn't about to lose either. That's right, just chatting. We're best friends. Why would we fight? The two of them exchanged a look, smiling warmly at each other, but in their hearts, they both called the other a b asterisk TCH. After breakfast, the two girls, who had just been at each other's throats, shared Emma's phone to call Director Columbus and request a day off. Their excuse? They'd gone shopping, got too tired, and Yangmi accidentally twisted her ankle and tripped, dragging Emma down with her. Both suffered minor injuries. The way they alternated speaking, coordinating perfectly, was seamless. Little did they know, Director Columbus had already been informed by Martin. Martin returned to New York a week later. For that entire week, he enjoyed the company of both girls, sneaking them out every night and sending them back at dawn. He never got tired of it. And after overcoming their initial shyness, the two girls started to revel in it as well. On Martin's last night in London, the reluctant girls tried their best to exhaust him before he left, but they failed. How could mere mortals compete with an incubus? After Martin left, Yangmi suddenly had a lot of free time. After all, she wasn't the lead actress, so her scenes weren't that many. And so, she wanted to write to Louis Fay again. Dearie Fay, something amazing has happened to me recently. But I can't tell you exactly what it is. I can only say that it's something wonderful, something involving Martin. I'm absolutely thrilled, but also a little nervous. Though, honestly, I'm mostly just happy. Am I rambling? I think I am. Oh, by the way, my relationship with Emma has become kind of strange, competitive yet close. As for why, I still can't say. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. Daniel Radcliffe, you know, the guy who plays Harry Potter, has been trying to pursue me lately. But I turned him down, firmly. I told him I don't like short guys. He seemed really upset. Rupert Grint, who plays Ron, still feels like a kid. Well, he is a kid. He loves playing pranks on set. His antics are only second to Emma's. Filming is progressing slowly. I might not finish all my scenes until March. If they shot my scenes all at once, it'd only take a month, but director Columbus insists on filming in sequence. Nothing I can do about it. Oh, right. When Martin came to London this time, he asked about you. He said, that signed photo last time, was that girl named Louis Fay happy with it? I answered for you. I told him you were over the moon, your eyes practically sparkling. He laughed so hard when he heard that. Anyway, that's all for now. Let's have a proper get-together when I'm back. It's my treat. Sincerely, Youngmi. Louis Fay giggled as she read the letter. Sitting beside her, her mother couldn't help but ask, what's so funny? What's that little Youngmi bragging about this time? Mom, you're always like this. Youngmi is my good friend. Don't talk about her like that. Louis Fay pouted. All right. As long as she's not scheming against you. I have no problem with her, Lu Xiaoli said. She would never do that. Mimi and I are really close, Louis Fay said, furrowing her beautiful brows. Is that so? I hope so. Lu Xiaoli secretly pursed her lips. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to write back to Mimi. Louis Fay ignored her mother and picked up her pen. Leaving aside the mix of playful scheming and genuine innocence between Youngmi and Louis Fay. Martin had just flown back from London to Los Angeles and returned to his Beverly Hills home when he found himself surrounded by a group of girls. Lindsay Lohan, Scarlett Johansson, Rachel McAdams, and Amanda Seyfried encircled him. Martin, Lindsay said, hands on her hips, you made Jessica a huge star with Step Up and High School Musical. You can't play favorites. We want to be just as famous. Since High School Musical, Jessica had skyrocketed to become America's teen idol, landing endless endorsements and film offers, her paycheck now hitting $8 million. Seemed like the other girls in his collection, around Jessica's age, weren't too happy about it. But Martin noticed Lindsay's evasive gaze as she spoke and immediately guessed she'd been pushed forward by the others. Rachel, McAdams and Amanda Seyfried were probably just accomplices, but Scarlett? That little minx was definitely the mastermind. Martin's eyes locked onto Scarlett. Unfazed, she straightened up, accentuating her ample curves, and declared, Martin, no favoritism. TCH, spare the rod, spoil the child. Martin wasn't about to indulge her. In a few strides, he hauled Scarlett over his knee, flipped her face down, and delivered a sharp smack to a certain uncooperative area. Scarlett shrieked, someone save me. But the other girls just giggled, making no move to intervene. You traitors. Wretched little bitches. Scarlett cursed. Lindsay smirked. We're not traitors. You're not the empress here. We never swore loyalty to you. Rachel added with a grin. Exactly. Martin's our emperor. If anything, we're his most loyal subjects. MHM. Amanda nodded, her face flushing. Why was she blushing? Well, because Martin was fingering Scarlett in front of them. Scarlett's jeans had already been tossed aside, leaving the girl red-faced. Her protests soon melted into other kinds of noises. After disciplining his rebellious ringleader, Martin indulged the girl's wishes and tossed 2 scripts onto the table. Happy Death Day and The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants? The girls huddled together, poring over the scripts while Martin went to wash his hands. Oh my God, this is amazing. I love the Groundhog Day-style time loop. Scarlett snatched up Happy Death Day, instantly dismissing the other script. She clung to it like a lifeline. This one's mine. After what I just went through, I get first pick. Fine, Lindsay said magnanimously. There's still the other script. We'll figure out who suits what. It's not like Martin's running out of ideas. Rachel bit her lip in disappointment. She'd loved the Groundhog Day premise too, but since Lindsay had spoken, she'd let Scarlett have this one. The 3 turned to The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, while Scarlett, grinning triumphantly, skipped over to the couch and nestled into Martin's lap the moment he returned. This script is perfect, she cooed. I can star in it, right? Of course. Seeing the young future Black Widow in his arms, Martin barely restrained himself. You're the best. Scarlett planted a loud kiss on his cheek, then dashed off to her room with the script, eager to study it. But the moment she flopped onto her bed, she froze. Wait, did Martin just? She scrambled up and bolted to the bathroom. The sound of running water followed. Back in the living room. The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants is an ensemble piece, so wholesome. We could all be in it. Lindsay said. I love this script, Amanda admitted sincerely. But it needs 4 girls. We're one short, Rachel pointed out. What about Kira? Lindsay suggested. She called me yesterday, saying she's free and planning to visit us in LA. Kira's perfect. Great look, great acting. Amanda agreed. Rachel nodded. February 27, 2005, Oscar night. The 77th Academy Awards ceremony unfolded at the Kodak Theater in Hollywood. Hosted by Chris Rock, the night belonged to $1 Million Baby, which swept Best Picture, Best Director, Clint Eastwood, Best Actress, Hilary Swank, and Best Supporting Actor, Morgan Freeman. Leonardo DiCaprio, meanwhile, found himself empty-handed yet again. The Aviator had scored 10 nominations but only won 4. Best Supporting Actress, Cate Blanchett, Best Cinematography, Best Editing, and Best Costume Design. The big prizes, Best Picture, Director, and especially Best Actor, slipped away. Leo's disappointment was palpable. The night's other standout was Jamie Foxx, who took Best Actor for Ray. Myers Studios, despite dominating the box office the previous year, left the Oscars with nothing. But Martin wasn't bothered, saving up luck for next year. Back at Myers Studios, Drew perched on Martin's desk in a deliberately tempting pose. Martin, we secured the film rights to Aaron Ralston's memoir Between a Rock and a Hard Place. $800,000. Martin, unfazed, asked, any conditions? Aaron wants to review the script. Doesn't want his story butchered. Drew tilted her head. But seriously, you're directing this? Yes. Directing and starring. Simple premise, minimal locations. Perfect for a first try. Who was Aaron Ralston? An avid mountaineer. In April 2003, while canyoneering in Utah, he became trapped when a boulder pinned his right arm. For 5 days, he survived by bracing against the canyon wall until his water ran out. His only way out? Amputating his own arm with a dull multi-tool. 6 hours later, rescued by helicopter, doctors warned. 1 more hour, and he'd have bled out. In 2004, Ralston published Between a Rock and a Hard Place, recounting the ordeal in brutal detail. Now, Martin would bring it to the screen. March 2005. Friday. Jean lounged comfortably on the sofa, turned on the TV, and switched to the Fox channel, waiting for the primetime drama at 9 p.m. to begin. The sci-fi classic The X-Files had just concluded. What would Fox air next to fill the slot of this hit show? John wondered curiously. After the commercials ended, the new show began. Prison Break. John frowned. Not his type. Would it be something like The Shawshank Redemption? Why couldn't they just continue making sci-fi shows like The X-Files? Still, he was too lazy to change the channel. Habits were a scary thing. Sigh, I'll just watch it casually. 5 minutes later, he had shifted from slouching against the sofa to sitting upright. 15 minutes in, his body leaned forward unconsciously, fists clenched. Half an hour later, his beer bottle sat forgotten on the table, his eyes glued to the screen, unable to look away. Only when the credits rolled at the end of the first episode did he finally let out a long breath. Fuck, that was amazing. Is there a second episode? He stayed on the sofa for a while longer, waiting in anticipation, but once he confirmed there was no follow-up episode, he reluctantly turned off the TV and stretched. The next Friday, John was already seated in front of the TV, eagerly waiting for Prison Break to start. Fox Network, Ratings Monitoring Department. What's the number? Did we hit 4.17? A bald, middle-aged man asked loudly. Over 10 million viewers. Ratings broke past 4. Huh, we're number 1. Fantastic. The entire office erupted in cheers. Prison Break was a smash hit. Not only were the ratings through the roof, but critical reception was also overwhelmingly positive. Online audiences even gave it an astonishing 9.8 rating. This is a show that demands brain power, tightly woven, full of twists, and no matter how well planned, there's always an unforeseen variable. Will the escape succeed? Let's wait and see. After playing minor roles in Mean Girls and starring in High School Musical, Wentworth Miller has finally exploded into the mainstream. His performance in Prison Break is breathtaking. He completely embodies Michael Scofield's cool-headed intelligence, high IQ, and slight obsessive tendencies. I just saw in the credits that the production company is Myers Entertainment and the screenwriter is Martin Myers. So this is another Martin masterpiece. Good news, Prison Break will be released as a novel next month. Get your copies while they last. Myers Entertainment. Celebration Party. Cheers. Myers Entertainment was hosting a small party, with the guest of honor being none other than Wentworth Miller. Congratulations, Wentworth, you made it. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'm really grateful. Martin thought to himself, that's not entirely true. You would have made it big anyway, just with a few more struggles along the way. Wentworth Miller had no idea that even without Martin's involvement, he still had a shot at Prison Break, which was why his gratitude toward Martin was completely genuine. And of course, having such a powerful connection, he intended to hold on tight. Martin patted his shoulder. Keep up the good work. There are plenty more opportunities ahead. Wentworth Miller beamed. You got it, boss. I won't let you down. The younger generation of the Myers family was finally thriving, and Martin's empire was only continuing to grow. Martin Scorsese's office. Mr. Scorsese, Mr. Myers' script is ready. Here's a copy. A middle-aged man handed a script to an elderly gentleman with neatly combed, light golden hair, who was sitting behind a large office desk. Leave it on the table, the older man said without looking up. Once the man had left, Martin Scorsese picked up the script and started reading. Across from him sat another Hollywood legend, Jack Nicholson. A while later, Scorsese sighed and set the script down. Nicholson raised an eyebrow. No way. Is it? Bad? No, it's not bad. It's too good. Scorsese shook his head. Then why the hell are you sighing? Nicholson was baffled. Scorsese explained. Because Martin insists on playing this role himself, and I'm worried he won't be able to handle such a complex character. Buddy, you're worrying over nothing. Nicholson shrugged. Martin's acting chops are top-notch. He's pulled off even more complex roles before. And he agreed to audition, didn't he? If he doesn't measure up, just tell him straight up. Scorsese nodded. You're right. Boston Police Department. By the time Martin arrived, Leonardo had already spent a month shadowing the Boston police on patrol. Fuck, you're finally here. I was dying of boredom. Being a cop isn't as exciting as I thought. It's just patrol, patrol, and more patrol. Buddy, that's literally what patrol officers do. You're here to learn how to be a cop, not to chase thrills. If I threw you into the major crimes unit, sure, it'd be exciting, but I'm afraid you'd end up with PTSD. Martin smirked. Then he added, Don't worry, I'm done with my other business. From now on, I'll be patrolling with you. Fine, fine. But seriously, why'd you set the story in Boston? Wouldn't LA have been a better choice? Because Boston's mob scene is way more famous. Especially South Boston. It's practically the birthplace of organized crime in the Northeast. Martin's arrival drew significant attention from the Boston PD. Commissioner Thompson personally gave him a tour of the station, lavishing him with compliments as if words were free. In America, major city police departments, like the NYPD, LAPD, and BPD, have dedicated PR divisions to maintain their public image. And having A-list celebrities like Martin and Leonardo visiting and speaking positively about the department, that was worth more than any million-dollar PR campaign. So, Commissioner Thompson's enthusiasm was hardly surprising. After all, by the time someone reaches the position of police commissioner, they're more politician than cop. Leonardo grumbled. Damn, Thompson's compliments for Martin sound way too familiar. Shit, he used the exact same words when he was praising me. Handsome, talented, dedicated. Not even the keywords changed. After the tour, Martin didn't head straight to patrol duty. Instead, he did something Leonardo hadn't thought of. He invited Commissioner Thompson and several patrol supervisors out for dinner. The venue? Amrine's, a historic Boston restaurant dating back to 1890. Housed in a grand red brick Victorian building, the restaurant's vintage decor and wood carvings made it a favorite spot for Boston's old money elite. Over a pleasant meal, Martin smoothly secured permission to use the police department's shooting range. Leonardo protested. Fuck. Why didn't I get this kind of treatment? When I asked for a place to practice shooting, they sent me to the most expensive gun range in Boston. That's just unfair. 3 days later. What the fuck? How did you pick up a Boston accent so fast? What the fuck? How is your shooting so accurate? What the fuck? You memorized all the Boston gang slang. Leonardo felt like he had been hit with a 10-ton blow. Martin learned things way too fast. And it wasn't just Leonardo who felt this way. The rookie officers who had graduated from the police academy around the same time and joined the patrol team were just as shocked. Now, whenever these newbies got scolded by their superiors, the most common phrase they heard was, "Why are you all so damn useless? Look at Martin. Even an actor is doing a better job than you." After a week as a patrol officer, Martin was transferred to the plainclothes unit. Leonardo was transferred as well. The difference was that Martin was moved because he had learned too fast. There was nothing left for the patrol team to teach him. Leonardo, on the other hand, was transferred because, well, time was running out. He had to move on to learn new things in the plainclothes unit. But that wasn't a problem. The film crew would hire experienced Boston police officers as consultants later, so anything he didn't know, he could learn while filming. To get a more comprehensive understanding, Martin and Leonardo even followed the plainclothes detectives to a few real crime scenes. Martin went voluntarily, while Leonardo was dragged along. During an armed robbery case, Martin used his sharp observational skills to spot a key clue, helping the police solve the case quickly. "Hey guys, Officer Martin Myers is buying drinks tonight. Don't leave after your shift. Let's grab a round together." Right before the shift ended, Martin jumped onto a chair, waving a handful of crisp green bills. It was the reward money he had earned for solving the case. "Oh, Martin, Martin, Martin." The entire office erupted into cheers, with the plainclothes detectives chanting his name in unison. Leonardo couldn't help but feel a little envious. Lately, he had been trying to win people over like Martin by throwing money around, and while it had helped him get closer to the officers, it still wasn't the same. It was like they had already accepted Martin as one of their own, while he was still just some rich guy hanging around. Of course, Leonardo had to admit, Martin had an undeniable charm. Every move he made, every word he spoke, had a unique magnetism that naturally drew people in. That day, Martin Scorsese arrived at the Boston Police Department with two assistants. Commissioner Thompson came out to greet him. Scorsese and Thompson were old acquaintances. They had known each other since Thompson was just a captain, so there was no need for pleasantries. "Thompson, where are my boys?" Scorsese asked directly. Thompson chuckled. "You mean Martin and Leonardo? They're out on a call. No idea when they'll be back. Come on, buddy, let's go to my office. For a coffee. How long has it been since we last caught up? 3 years, I think." "All right, coffee it is." Scorsese turned to his assistants. "There's a CAF to the left outside. Go have a seat and grab a coffee. I'm buying. If I need you, I'll call." Inside Thompson's office, Scorsese relaxed into a chair as Thompson poured them each a cup of coffee. Taking a sip, Scorsese asked, "So, how are my two boys doing?" Thompson smiled. "I can only say this. Leonardo is working hard. He's doing great and improving a lot. And Martin?" Scorsese found it odd that his friend had only mentioned Leonardo. Thompson replied, "He's already a cop." "Huh? What do you mean?" Scorsese was taken aback. "I mean, Martin has fully become a Boston PD officer. If you didn't recognize his face, you'd never guess he's a Hollywood star, a billionaire, or a genius writer." "You're serious?" "Very. I used to hear about how great his acting was, but now I understand. This isn't acting. He becomes the character he plays." "Wow. Now I really have to see this for myself." Scorsese was instantly intrigued. Jack Nicholson's words echoed in his mind. "You don't need to worry about Martin's acting. Could he really be that good?" Along dark alley, Daisy walked briskly, regret creeping in. She should never have taken this shortcut. The eerie surroundings made her uneasy. She didn't notice the figure emerging silently from behind a dumpster, slipping into her shadow while pulling a switchblade from his pocket. Nor did the figure notice the police car passing by the alley's entrance just as he drew the knife. "Stop the car." Martin's sharp voice rang out. Paul, the driver, slammed the brakes. "What's wrong, Martin?" "There's something off about that guy in the alley." "You sure?" Paul asked. "What alley?" Leonardo, seated in the back, only just snapped out of his daze. "I'm sure. I saw the reflection of a blade. I'm going to check it out." By then, Paul had already stopped the car. Martin threw open the door and dashed toward the alley. Paul was so caught off guard that he forgot to stop him. Leonardo's heart clenched. "Shit. We can't let Martin go alone. What if it's dangerous?" Before he could finish, Paul smacked his forehead. "Shit. I forgot. He's not actually a cop. Meanwhile, Martin had already slipped into the alley. Damn, how is he so fast? Paul cursed, jumped out of the car, and turned to Leonardo. Stay put. Don't move. You hear me? I'm going after Martin. Cursing himself under his breath, he sprinted toward the alley, one hand instinctively resting on his holstered gun. Please, let nothing happen. Please, let nothing happen. Please, let nothing happen. Paul prayed silently as he ran. Inside the alley, the shadowy figure was now just 10 meters behind Daisy. She suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning her head, she saw a hooded man, black, face obscured, following her. Her pulse spiked. She quickened her pace. The footsteps behind her sped up too. Faster. Closer. Wearing low-heeled shoes, she had no chance of outrunning him. She nearly twisted her ankle trying. Panicking, she reached into her purse, fumbling for something. Just then, the man lunged forward, the blade of his switchblade gleaming under the dim alley lights. He pressed the knife to her chest and muttered in a low voice, "Don't move, sweetheart. Hand over everything valuable." Daisy's face went pale. "Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you my money. Then hurry up. Toss the bag over. No tricks. Hurry up, throw the bag over. No tricks." Daisy had just reached into her shoulder bag when the black man suddenly said, "Hey, wait a minute." The next second, he grabbed her arm, snatched the bag, and overturned it onto the ground. Various small items scattered out. A wallet, a makeup compact, tissues, and a small round bottle, which was clearly pepper spray. The man sneered, picked up the wallet, and kicked the pepper spray aside before sizing Daisy up. "Not bad, girl. Now, go over there and lie down." He pointed toward a corner piled with cardboard boxes. "No, I gave you my money. Please don't hurt me." Daisy's legs went weak. She knew exactly what this man wanted. She didn't want to be assaulted, and this homeless-looking man, who knew what kind of diseases he might have. Enough talk. Come with me, or I won't be so nice. Cooperate, and nothing bad will happen. The man flicked open a switchblade in front of Daisy's eyes and dragged her toward the pile of boxes. As she nearly collapsed, he shoved her down and reached for her clothes with a disgusting grin. Tears streamed down Daisy's face. "No, please. No." Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. "Boston P.D. Hands in the air." "Fuck. A cop? In this dump?" The man looked shocked. "This is your final warning. Hands up. And no, don't shoot." The man slowly raised his hands and stood up. Martin didn't rely on his formidable combat skills. Instead, like a real police officer, he held his gun steady with both hands, standing a few meters behind the man. "Now, get down on the ground, face down, hands behind your back. Move it." "Sir, you've got this all wrong. She's my girlfriend. We were just having some fun," the man tried to explain. Daisy had struggled up from the boxes, shaking her head frantically, though she was too terrified to speak. Standing in the shadows, Martin wore jeans and a jacket, making it hard for Daisy to see his face. But she could clearly see the police badge clipped to his jacket, and a wave of relief washed over her. "Miss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. He robbed me and was about to." Daisy pointed at the man, shaking with anger. "Hey, bitch, don't make shit up. We just had a little argument, and now you want to send me to prison?" "Officer, don't listen to her. She's lying." "I am not." Daisy snapped. Martin ignored the man's lies. Instead, he barked, "Shut up. Eyes forward. No sudden moves." With his gun in his right hand, he reached for his handcuffs with his left, pressed his knee against the man's back, and cuffed his hands behind him. Then, he yanked the man's pants down to his knees. Martin then smoothly recited the standard legal warning. "You have the right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the court will provide one for you. Do you fully understand these rights?" In the U.S., if a police officer restrains a suspect but fails to read them their Miranda rights before questioning, the suspect can petition to have their case dismissed. After finishing the warning, Martin hauled the man to his feet. As the suspect turned his head and caught a glimpse of Martin's face, he suddenly gasped in shock. "What the fuck? It's you. You're that big-time movie star. You're not even a real cop. Let me go, or I'll sue your ass." Daisy, who had finally gotten a clear look at Martin, stood frozen in a state of disbelief. No, he is a cop. At that moment, Paul arrived, gave Martin an approving nod, and flashed his badge at the suspect. Martin has a signed 1-month contract with the Boston Police Department. Until the contract expires, he has full police authority. So, kid, don't cause trouble. Holy shit. A real crime just happened, and Martin stopped it. Holy shit, you're like Spider-Man. A voice exclaimed. Excitedly. It was Leonardo. He had followed them here, whether out of concern for Martin or because he was scared to sit alone in the car was unclear. Probably both. Miss, are you sure you're okay? Martin asked Daisy again, as she still seemed dazed. Oh my God. Martin saved me. I was saved by a superstar. Her lingering fear was instantly replaced with sheer excitement. As Officer Paul led the handcuffed suspect past Daisy, the man grumbled. So what? Fuck my life. I just got arrested by Martin. This famous bastard handcuffed me himself. This world is insane. Martin, you really are a cop now, Paul said as he passed. Martin nodded and was about to say something when his phone rang. He answered, exchanged a few words, then hung up and smiled at Paul. Looks like my time as a cop is about to end. And this, he gestured toward the suspect, is a great way to wrap it up. I don't think so, the suspect muttered. Leonardo asked, what's going on? Martin Scorsese just arrived, Martin replied. All right, let's head back to the station. Miss, you're coming too, Paul said. Wait, please. My stuff? I need to pick it up. Daisy gestured at her scattered belongings. I'll help you, Martin offered. Me too, Leonardo chimed in. Oh my God, Martin and Leonardo are helping me pick up my things. This has to be a dream, an amazing dream. Back at the car, Leonardo was about to hop into the back seat when he suddenly hesitated. Oh, where's the suspect sitting? He asked. The back, Paul replied. Then can I, maybe? Leonardo struggled to find the words. All right, you can take the front seat, Martin cut in, saving him. Oh, thanks. You're the best. Leonardo sighed in relief. Leo, you're such a coward. The suspect is already cuffed, Paul teased. Hey, who knows? Maybe he'll break free mid-ride. That's how it happens in the movies. Leonardo insisted. And so, Daisy, Martin, and the suspect piled into the back seat, with Martin sitting in the middle to separate them. Leonardo took the front passenger seat, and Paul drove them away. So, Martin not only participated in the entire investigation process, but also provided key clues. In Commissioner Thompson's office, Martin Scorsese looked astonished. Yes, this young man has an exceptional eye for detail. If he were a cop, he'd make a great one, Thompson replied. Like Detective Hunter? Martin Scorsese chuckled. Yes, just like Detective Hunter, Thompson nodded seriously. Just then, a sudden cheer erupted from outside. Thompson raised his head in confusion. What's going on? Old friend, stay here, I'll go check it out. Okay, Martin Scorsese responded. A moment later, Thompson returned with a look of shock. Old friend, you'll never guess what just happened. Oh, then I won't even try. Just tell me. Martin Scorsese smiled. Martin Myers stopped an armed robbery and attempted assault while on patrol. Thompson waved his hands excitedly. I told you, if that kid went into law enforcement, he'd be phenomenal. Is that true? Martin Scorsese was equally astonished. Come on, let's go see for ourselves. Not only did he catch the suspect, but he's also sitting in on the interrogation. He says he wants to leave his police career with a perfect ending, Thompson said. Let's go check it out. Martin Scorsese was intrigued. Outside the interrogation room, a few officers were watching through the one-way glass, and Leonardo was among them. Seeing Martin Scorsese and Thompson arrive, the officers quickly looked away and dispersed. Getting caught slacking by the commissioner was never a good look. But Leonardo didn't have to leave. He greeted Thompson before sharing a brief hug with Martin Scorsese. Mr. Scorsese, long time no see. Long time no see, Leo. The two were longtime collaborators, having worked together on Gangs of New York and The Aviator. Their attention then shifted to the interrogation room. Inside, Officer Paul and Martin were questioning the suspect. Martin's posture, expressions, and gestures all resembled those of a seasoned detective. What do you think? Doesn't he look like a real cop? Thompson asked proudly. Watching Martin's rapid growth gave him a sense of accomplishment, as if he had personally nurtured a prodigy. Even though Martin was already a genius, and Thompson hadn't actually done much, the feeling was still immensely satisfying. Martin. Scorsese didn't answer. He simply kept his eyes fixed on Martin in the interrogation room. Though the conversation inside was inaudible, the body language spoke volumes. At first, the suspect, a black man, was slouched and indifferent. But as Martin continued questioning him, the man gradually sat upright, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Soon, he began speaking. The middle-aged officer sitting beside Martin initially chimed in occasionally, but before long, he fell silent, watching in growing surprise as Martin took full control of the interrogation. Moments later, Paul and Martin stepped out. Seeing Thompson, Paul excitedly said, "Commissioner, you won't believe what just happened. Martin's interrogation skills are incredible. He has a natural gift for making people spill the truth. You should have heard him. Every sentence was a carefully set trap." In no time, the suspect completely caved. Not only did he confess to this crime, but he also admitted to several past cases. "We can finally close a few cold cases from the archives." Paul then patted Martin on the shoulder. "Buddy, you're in the wrong profession. You should be a cop, or maybe even FBI." Martin laughed to himself. "Come on, I have the LAPD Hollywood Division Commissioner and the FBI New York Bureau Chief as my subordinates. Why would I ever become a cop or an agent?" Paul seemed to realize Martin's true status, mogul, celebrity, and awkwardly added, "I mean, just saying, your talent for solving cases is unreal." "Thanks, that's the highest compliment I could ask for," Martin replied, patting Paul's shoulder. He then turned to Scorsese. "Director Scorsese, hello. Mr. Myers, hello. Just call me Martin." They spoke in unison, then exchanged looks before bursting into laughter. "Two Martins. Now that's interesting." Leonardo laughed. "Then I'm old Martin?" Scorsese joked. "And I'm young Martin." "Huh." The two Martins shook hands. At the restaurant, Commissioner Thompson was enthusiastically singing Martin's praises. "This kid learns insanely fast. He's already speaking fluent Bostonian, picked up Irish mob slang, and thoroughly understands police procedures. He's been to crime scenes, studied regulations, and familiarized himself with numerous non-classified organized crime and narcotics cases. He's also mastered the use and regulations of police firearms. Honestly, in just 1 month, he's learned what most cadets spend 2 years studying at the police academy. The guy's a genius. P.S. Different police academies in the U.S. have different training durations. Some are 2 years, some 3, and some just 6 months. The Boston Police Academy is a 2-year, full-time, residential program, including both coursework and field training. Cadets must complete the full program to graduate. But what impressed me the most is Martin's shooting skills," Thompson continued, shrugging. "You won't believe it. His stance is more textbook perfect than our best officers, and his accuracy rivals, if not surpasses, FBI shooting instructors." After a pause, he added, "Actually, scratch that. Saying accurate isn't enough. Martin is not only precise, but also ridiculously fast." Turning to Martin, Thompson asked, "Seriously, kid, how do you hit a moving bullseye without even aiming?" "It's just talent," Leonardo thought to himself. Sure enough, Martin grinned smugly. "It's just talent, Commissioner Thompson." "Huh." Thompson and Martin Scorsese both laughed. Before leaving, Martin handed out gifts to every colleague at the precinct. Leonardo felt a bit annoyed. He had completely forgotten to prepare anything. Fortunately, Martin included Leonardo's name on the gifts, saving him from embarrassment. The officers at the Boston Police Department were reluctant to see Martin go, especially the female officers. As for Leonardo, wait, he trained here too? Okay, that might be a little unfair. Some people did remember him, like Paul. During their farewell, the burly officer gave Leonardo a bear hug and patted his back. "Hey, buddy, toughen up. Act like a real man." Leonardo muttered, "I am a real man." "Paul, what?" Leonardo, "Oh, I said I will." Martin's brilliance was too dazzling. No matter how outstanding someone was, they would pale in comparison beside him. That was Leonardo's conclusion. However, this only fueled his competitive spirit, making him determined to go head-to-head with Martin in the film. Through their acting, Martin, compete in acting against a succubus? You're asking for death. Evening, Boston Hyatt Hotel. Inside a conference room. "Martin, which role do you want to play?" Martin Scorsese asked. "Colin Sullivan." Martin replied without hesitation. Scorsese was slightly surprised. He had assumed Martin would prefer Billy Costigan, the clear protagonist of the film. Although The Departed was a dual protagonist film, there was still a hierarchy. Billy Costigan had slightly more screen time than Colin Sullivan. Why this role? Scorsese couldn't help but ask. Maybe because he swears more? In reality, I'm Martin Myers, American genius, billionaire, teen idol. I don't get many chances to swear, so I want to try it out in the film. Martin's response made Scorsese chuckle. Then, he suddenly glanced at Leonardo and thought to himself, is he doing this for Leonardo? What a beautiful friendship. Leonardo seemed to think the same, looking at Martin with newfound gratitude. But in truth, Martin just really wanted to experience swearing. P.S. The Departed is basically a dictionary of American profanity, which also highlights how simplistic Western curse words are. It's all just FK and SD the entire way. Scorsese then discussed Martin's interpretation of Colin Sullivan's character. He noticed that throughout their conversation, Martin spoke in a fluent Boston accent, as if he were a native. Their discussion eventually turned to the Hong Kong film Infernal Affairs. Martin said, Hong Kong's Infernal Affairs carries a strong sense of romanticism, very poetic. But that style only works in the East. If you bring it to the West, it would feel out of place. After all, for audiences here, there's nothing mysterious about cops. Everyone knows what they're like. They're just regular folks with minimal training. They don't have amazing hand-to-hand combat skills. Their shooting is mediocre. Anything beyond 10 meters, and they start missing. They swear constantly, act rough, love making dirty jokes, and frequently resort to violence in investigations. As for gangsters, especially their bosses, they're nothing like the generals issuing orders in Infernal Affairs. They're just smart thugs, cunning, ruthless, foul-mouthed, often perverted, just as crude as the cops. So if we're doing a remake, it's best to go with a realistic approach instead of glorifying these people. We can't really romanticize what everyone already knows is reality. Scorsese stared at Martin in amazement and blurted out, Martin, do you have some kind of psychic ability? How is it that everything you just said is exactly what I was thinking? Martin burst into laughter. No psychic powers, just an old saying from the East. Great minds think alike. I guess that's what's happening between us, old Marty. Great minds think alike. Scorsese repeated the phrase a few times, as if etching it into his memory. Then, he nodded and said, Eastern wisdom, I like it. Leonardo, meanwhile, found himself unable to join the conversation. His education simply wasn't enough to keep up. For the first time in his life, he regretted not studying harder. After graduating high school, Leonardo had completely lost interest in academics, dedicating himself entirely to his acting dreams. Besides, the high school he attended, John Marshall High School in Los Angeles, was a public school focused on performing arts. And as everyone knows, public schools often lag behind private schools in educational resources, so they have to develop specialties to attract students, whether in sports or the arts. John Marshall High School specialized in training young performers. Being right next to Hollywood, film crews frequently used it as a shooting location, giving it a natural advantage. Their admissions website even boldly displayed classic black and white Hollywood movies, with a proud tagline below, Old Hollywood belongs to us. Of course, that was just boasting. Back to the main topic. Just as Leonardo was about to doze off, Martin and Scorsese finally wrapped up their conversation. Hey, buddy, wake up. Huh? Oh yeah, I wasn't sleeping. You guys finished talking. Leonardo jolted awake and gave an awkward smile, only to find two pairs of amused eyes staring at him. Buddy, if you're going to claim you weren't sleeping, maybe wipe the drool off your mouth first, Martin teased with a grin. What? Leonardo quickly wiped his mouth, only to find nothing there. Damn it, you tricked me. Ha ha ha. Both Martins, young and old, burst into laughter. Then, Scorsese said, All right, Leonardo, I've finished Martin's audition. Now it's your turn. Okay, starting now. Leonardo had prepared extensively for the role and was more than ready. Which scene? The surveillance scene. No problem. Leonardo took a brief moment to get into character, then launched into his performance. When he finished, Scorsese nodded in satisfaction, saying only, Very good. That settles it. The two leads are set. At that moment, Martin suddenly said, Old Marty, I have a recommendation for the role of Dignam. Of course, it's just a suggestion. The final decision is yours. Oh, who do you recommend? Scorsese asked. Matt Damon, Martin replied. Okay, have him come in for the final round of auditions. I saw his work in The Bourne Identity. His acting is solid. Scorsese nodded. With that, the three wrapped up their discussion and returned to their hotel rooms to rest. Meanwhile, at WBZ-TV's news studio in Boston, Daisy was recounting her daytime experience in vivid detail. When the sharp blade was pointed at my chest, I was terrified. And then I heard a voice. Boston PD. Hands in the air. Oh my God. You have no idea how I felt at that moment. It was like hearing an angel's voice. That's right. Daisy was a field reporter for the station. Her storytelling skills were top-notch, making the entire event sound thrilling, while portraying Martin as a heroic, unstoppable force. The next day, news of Martin apprehending the robber spread like wildfire. The Boston Globe reported, Martin Myers has been secretly undergoing police training at the Boston PD, reportedly in preparation for a role in Martin Scorsese's new film. However, what surprised everyone was Martin's exceptional aptitude as a law enforcer. It's not just about being able to fight. We all know Martin can fight. But becoming an outstanding officer also requires mastering and understanding various laws and regulations. After interviewing Officer Paul, who had worked alongside Martin at the Boston PD, we learned that Martin excelled in theoretical studies, firearms training, and driving simulations, even breaking historical records at the Boston Police Academy. And he accomplished all of this in just 7 days. During his time in training, Martin fully immersed himself in the role of a real officer, patrolling with his squad, responding to calls, and investigating crime scenes. In one instance, he successfully identified crucial evidence at a crime scene, and during a routine patrol, he even prevented a robbery and attempted assault before it could happen. As Boston Police Commissioner Thompson put it, if Martin ever became a cop, he'd be the best one out there. Why didn't this article mention me? I was there too. Leonardo grumbled as he tossed the newspaper aside in frustration. Martin, who was busy flirting with a flight attendant in first class, chuckled. Maybe it's because your excellence is too well hidden? The flight attendant giggled at the remark. Leonardo thought for a moment before narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Damn it, are you mocking me? Martin feigned surprise. Was it not obvious enough? You bastard. Thank you for the compliment. After the flight landed, Martin and Leonardo went their separate ways. Martin got into Gordon's car. On the way, he received a call from Matt Damon. Mr. Myers, thank you for recommending me, Matt said sincerely over the phone. Buddy, if we're on the same side, call me Martin next time. No need to thank me. Just do your best, Martin replied. Maybe it was because he was getting older and more powerful, but people like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, who used to call him Martin, had started addressing him as Mr. Myers. Martin didn't like that. It made him feel isolated, so he always reminded his close circle to drop the formalities. I will, Ma Martin. Meanwhile, in his Beverly Hills mansion, Tom Cruise was on a call. So I got the role? Yes, the role of Balian is yours. You won. Apparently, Brad Pitt was so furious when he got the news that he lost the role, he threw a fit on the spot, said his agent, Brian Kyle, sounding smug. Brian had pulled a lot of strings to make this happen. Tom Cruise smiled slightly, but his expression quickly darkened. Martin doesn't think this movie will do well. That thought lingered like a shadow in his mind. Tom swore under his breath. What? Brian, on the other end of the line, sounded annoyed. He had just landed Tom the role, and now he was getting cursed at? Tom didn't bother explaining. That was just his personality, arrogant and private, condescending to those he looked down on. It wasn't until he turned 50 that he started mellowing out. But what was done was done. There was no point dwelling on it. Tom buried his unease. With The Departed settled, Martin suddenly found himself with free time. The movie was scheduled to start filming in late March, giving him almost 2 weeks of rest. He considered flying to New York to check in on the new Batman production and help Nolan on set. But then a phone call disrupted his plans. It was from Campbell Oil Company. Boss, there's trouble at the Iraq oil field. David Scott's voice sounded anxious over the line. What happened? Martin asked. David replied, I got a call from Goodman Hall yesterday. Someone's stealing oil from our field. Who's behind it? Don't tell me it's our own station troops. Martin's expression darkened. No, no, not the military. It's a group of Kurds. They're siphoning oil from the pipelines. They work in small, agile teams, so every time our security gets there, they've already vanished. How much have we lost? So far, over 30 tons of oil. The loss isn't huge, but if this continues, it'll add up. The bigger problem is that these oil thieves don't care about leaks or pipeline damage. Of the 30 tons stolen, a fifth was wasted due to leaks, and we've already spent close to $1 million repairing the pipelines. These bastards don't give a damn. Martin frowned. These kinds of losses were tolerable once or twice, but over time, they would drive up operational costs and eat into his profits. More importantly, he wasn't about to let these thieves steal from him right under his nose. As a charm demon, Martin was incredibly petty when it came to personal loss. Even worse, if he didn't deal with this problem quickly, it could trigger a domino effect, attracting more oil thieves and causing even greater damage. There was no way Martin was going to let that happen. After ending his call with David Scott, he instructed Gordon to make another call, this time to Africa. The next day, a plane took off from Africa, heading straight for Iraq. Saturn, what's the mission this time? On board, a lean white man chewed gum as he asked the question. Ram, stop asking. You'll know when we get there, replied Saturn. Ram grumbled, but shut his mouth. 3.5 hours later, the plane landed at Baghdad airport. Hey, Gordon. Hey, old buddy, how've you been? Gordon and Saturn exchanged a firm, familiar hug. The two had served in a special unit together. Not bad. I heard the big boss is pissed this time. Yeah, someone's been stealing oil from his fields. So our mission is, get in the car. We'll talk on the way. Our oil pipelines are equipped with automatic alarm systems, exactly 309,800 of them, covering nearly every possible vulnerability. These are simple temperature sensors linked to the main control room's computer. If a pipeline is damaged and starts leaking oil, the signal is immediately transmitted to the computer, allowing our monitoring staff to pinpoint the exact location of the issue. Inside the control room, a technician was explaining to Martin with a tense expression. Pointing to the computer screen, he said, Mr. Myers, do you see these green dots? Each one represents a temperature sensor. If a dot turns red, it indicates a problem. Either the sensor itself is malfunctioning or the pipeline is leaking. In either case, repair teams and security personnel must be dispatched for an inspection. There is also another scenario, he continued. If oil thieves don't cause significant damage but instead drill small holes to let the oil trickle into specially designed containers. In such cases, the temperature sensor doesn't turn red but yellow, signaling a minor temperature fluctuation. This doesn't require an immediate response, but the nearest patrol team can be alerted to check the situation on their route. If we have this system in place, why haven't we caught the oil thieves before? Martin asked, puzzled. Davis Scott glanced at Goodman Hall. Hall looked around, ensuring they were surrounded only by their own people before saying, I suspect we have informants within our security team. These thieves always manage to escape before our security forces arrive. It's too suspicious. Oh, how many security personnel do we have, and what's their background? Martin asked. Hall replied, about 1,500 in total. 600 are retired soldiers we hired from our home country, while the rest were recruited locally. Iraqis? Martin frowned. Yes, hiring locals reduces costs. We anticipated security risks, so we chose individuals with families living in Baghdad or nearby towns. Such people are usually more reliable, as they have families to support. But clearly, Hall shook his head in shame. Clearly, some of them think differently. I apologize, Mr. Myers. This is my responsibility. Martin waved his hand dismissively. Accountability can come later. First, we need to root out this traitor, or traitors. Have you devised a plan? Yes. Hall was about to explain when Gordon entered the room and whispered something into Martin's ear. Martin nodded. Finding the traitor wouldn't be difficult. It was simply a matter of planting false information. If necessary, Martin could even expend some magic to identify the culprit. The real challenge was locating the Kurds' stronghold and wiping them out, along with their buyers. These thieves didn't have the equipment to refine crude oil themselves, so there had to be a buyer financing there. Operations from the shadows. Ilham was a 20-year-old Kurdish youth. not particularly tall, but strong and agile. His entire family had perished in gang wars, so he took up arms and joined the Komala gang, operating within Turkey. The Komala gang and the Turkish Didika gang were sworn enemies. In the world of organized crime, the Didika gang and the Kurdish Komala gang were relatively obscure compared to infamous global syndicates. But their deeds and the chaos they caused were no less significant than any of the more well-known crime organizations. During the first half of the 20th century, Turkey provided the raw materials for most of Europe's and the Americas' heroin production, at one point, accounting for as much as 60% of the total supply. At the time, poppy cultivation was legal in Turkey, much like how Native Americans in the Americas used marijuana and coca leaves for medicinal purposes. Poppies were widely regarded as a universal remedy. Turkish crime syndicates would refine raw opium into morphine, transport it to Corsica, and have it processed into heroin under the control of the Corsican mafia before shipping it to Europe and the Americas via the port of Marseille. During this period, Turkish poppy farming villages even formed cooperatives, and all poppy-derived products in the country were managed by a single individual known as babas, Turkey's equivalent of a drug lord. The Didika gang served as Baba's paramilitary force, tasked with eliminating rival factions. In the 1970s, under pressure from the United States, Turkey was forced to outlaw poppy cultivation. However, Babas didn't abandon this lucrative trade. Instead, they began purchasing poppies from Pakistan and Afghanistan, refining them into opium before selling them to the Corsican mafia, or even producing heroin themselves. Thanks to European immigration policies at the time, Turkey had a large diaspora scattered across various countries. Babas exploited this network, distributing drugs to Turkish immigrants, who either supplied the Corsican mafia or ran their own distribution operations. The profits from the drug trade were astronomical. But instead of hoarding the money, Babas used it to infiltrate Turkey's government, extending his influence over the military, national security, and other key sectors. By the late 1970s, Turkey's Kurdish community, including the Kurdistan Workers' Party and other left-wing militants, set their sights on this booming business. Coincidentally, a significant number of Kurdish refugees had also immigrated to Europe. In order to fund their armed movements and terrorist organizations operating in the Middle East, they sought to claim a share of the drug trade, emulating Baba's business model. Ethnic, religious, political, territorial, and historical conflicts had already fueled deep-seated animosity between Kurds and Turks. With billions of dollars in illicit profits at stake, open warfare erupted between them. In major European cities where both groups had significant populations, London in England, Berlin in Germany, Milan in Italy, waves of assassinations and shootouts destabilized local communities. Unlike ordinary gang wars, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. Even if one side claimed victory, the conflict wouldn't end. It had long transcended the realm of organized crime and evolved into an ethnic struggle. It was during this period that the Komala gang was established, a force dedicated to opposing the Didika gang. The battle between Kurds and Turks, which began in the 20th century, carried over into the 21st. Eventually, the Turks, backed by government forces, emerged victorious. Many leaders of the Kurdistan Workers' Party were assassinated, captured, or turned traitor. Kurdish influence within Turkey waned significantly. The remnants of the Komala gang, relentlessly hunted by the Didika gang, had no choice but to flee into war-torn Iraq in a desperate bid for survival. Iram's family had all perished in the war against the Turks. Only he remained, following the remnants of the Komala gang to Iraq. War-torn Iraq was far from an ideal place to survive. Even with aid from the local Kurdish guerrillas, the Komala gang struggled, with members constantly deserting. Until 3 months ago, the gang seemed to have found a major benefactor. This mysterious backer provided them with weapons and vehicles, asking only that they steal oil from a site called the West Kurna, one oil field. Even better, the benefactor would pay for the stolen oil. To Iram, it was a great deal. Since they had started stealing oil, life for the gang members had significantly improved. They could eat bread and milk again, occasionally even meat. The abandoned village they occupied had even begun housing permanent women. Last week, for the first time in his life, Iram had tasted the company of a woman. an Iraqi girl named Aiken. She was only 17, not particularly beautiful, but docile. Iram liked her very much. Sometimes, he even fantasized about making enough money to buy her freedom from the brothel and start a family with her. Well, deep down, he probably knew it was unlikely, but a man needed something to hope for. Lost in thought, Iram glanced at the gauge on the tanker. In about 25 minutes, it would be full. Just then, he heard a strange noise, seemingly coming from the sky. Instinctively, he looked up and saw 3 small black dots rapidly approaching in the distance. What was that? Before he could react, Behnam, who was on the tanker, suddenly shouted, "Helicopters! Those are real helicopters! Damn it, why didn't we get a warning? Run, run!" As he spoke, he started the truck and floored the gas pedal without waiting for Iram. The hose connected to the tanker was violently torn off, spilling black liquid everywhere. "Wait for me! Wait!" Iram frantically waved his arms and ran after the departing tanker. Without Behnam, who knew the terrain, he had no idea how to get back. At that moment, a strange howling sound reached his ears. Boom! The tanker exploded in a massive orange fireball. A huge wall of flame roared toward Iram, debris from the blasted tanker hurtling through the air. Terrified, he immediately dove to the ground. Whoosh! A scorching gust of wind passed over him. He curled up, covering his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. According to his training, he should be pulling out his AK and firing at the helicopters right now. But the sheer horror of the explosion had left him paralyzed, unable to react. A gust of wind spiraled downward, followed by the rapid thuds of approaching footsteps. "There's a live one here." A soldier pointed his rifle at Iram. Iram didn't understand what he was saying, but he prayed the man wouldn't kill him. "Don't kill him. We don't know how the other raids went. We need at least one captive to find out their hideout." Iram was quickly disarmed, his hands cuffed behind his back, and a black hood thrown over his head. Then, 2 soldiers hoisted him up and dragged him onto the helicopter. Iram had no idea how much time had passed when the darkness was suddenly lifted. Instinctively, he squinted against the brightness. It took nearly 10 seconds before his eyes adjusted. Stealing cautious glances, he saw several men with military bearing watching him intently. He shrank back in fear. "When's the boss arriving?" "Soon." "The other?" "Raids went well. We captured 5 in total." Iram stared blankly at the 2 towering men conversing nearby. At that moment, the door swung open, and an unbelievably handsome young man walked in. Iram noticed how everyone in the room immediately straightened, their demeanor becoming more respectful. This man was their leader, his expression filled with disbelief. How could someone so young, who didn't even look particularly formidable, command the respect of these wolves? He didn't understand, because he had never witnessed the power of wealth. And the man before him was far from weak. The young man, Martin, sat down, drumming his fingers on the table. "What's your name?" Iram, who had been secretly observing him, looked up in shock. This man spoke fluent Kurdish. Standing beside Gordon, Satan was equally stunned. "I personally saw the boss learning Kurdish with a translator just 5 days ago, and now he's fluent. This is insane." Gordon wore a peculiar expression. "I've always thought, the boss is a god incarnate." "You're overhyping him," Satan scoffed, then chuckled. Gordon shook his head. "I'm not exaggerating. You haven't been with him as long as I have. You don't know the bizarre things he can do." Then, he gestured toward Iram with his chin. "Take this interrogation, for example. Do you think the boss will get any information out of him? Not likely, unless he uses torture. Then just watch." A mysterious smile appeared on Gordon's face. Meanwhile, Iram, hearing Martin speak Kurdish, inexplicably felt a surge of warmth. Before he even realized it, he found himself wanting to answer honestly. "My name is Iram. Where are you from?" "Komala gang." "How many members do you have?" "About 500, maybe more." "I'm not sure." "Where is your hideout?" "In an abandoned village, 300 kilometers from Baghdad." "Which direction?" "Northwest, I think. Behnam mentioned it once." "Do you know the exact coordinates?" 3.8. "No." The man across from him stopped asking questions and spoke to the 2 towering figures behind him. Iram suddenly snapped back to reality. Why? Why had he answered those questions? A wave of terror crashed over him. This man, was he a devil? The other prisoners have been interrogated, and the answers match up. The enemy is in an abandoned village northwest of Baghdad, about 300 kilometers away. Roughly 600 men, all armed. These are just small-time foot soldiers. They don't know who the real backer is. We need to capture the higher-ups of the Kamala gang. No time to waste. We move now and finish this quickly. Yes, sir. Satan snapped to attention, responding loudly. 2 modified armored personnel carriers rolled out from the base at Sigurna Oil Field No. 1. Trailing behind them was a modified bulletproof Maybach. Martin was in that Maybach. Gordon was driving and said with some concern, "Martin, you really don't have to. Go in person." Martin shook his head. "Only by seeing it with my own eyes can I feel at ease. Waiting idly just makes me more anxious. Besides, the situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. If necessary, I can jump in myself. You know my skills and marksmanship. I could easily be a king of soldiers." Gordon replied helplessly, "Martin, don't get personally involved unless absolutely necessary. Just stay back and watch from afar." "Don't worry, I know. I value my life more than any of you," Martin said with a laugh. Ishak. This was the stronghold of the Kamara gang. Rather than calling it a village, it would be more accurate to call it a small town. The buildings covered a large area, clearly once a bustling place. Based on the prisoners' confessions and the maps Martin had secured from the military, Satan and his men quickly pinpointed the target location to this town. The vehicles weren't moving quickly. Satan wasn't planning a direct assault. He was aiming for a night raid. So they had calculated the timing, driving steadily down the dust-covered highway, aiming to reach the outskirts of the oasis around 7 or 8 p.m. That time frame also coincided with the usual return of the oil-stealing convoy. As night slowly fell, the convoy approached the outskirts of Ishak. All 3 vehicles came to a halt. One of the armored personnel carriers began to circle the perimeter of the town. A moment later, Vehicle 1 reporting, "We've completed a full circle. Within a 5-kilometer radius around Ishak. No sign of the enemy. We're clear to advance." I repeat, no sign of enemy activity. Clear to advance. Over. Satan quickly checked the GPS. They were still about 9 kilometers from Ishak. One of the town's entrances was just ahead. The other entrance was to the southeast. Satan spoke gravely into the radio. "Vehicle 1, approach from the southeast entrance, but don't engage yet. Wait until you hear gunfire from our side. Then wait 5 more minutes before launching your attack. Stay alert for anything unusual. Report immediately if anything happens. Keep yourself safe. Over." Vehicle 1 copy. Over. After finishing with Vehicle 1, Satan patted the driver's seat in front of him and said to the soldier behind the wheel, "Let's move in. We'll disembark a kilometer from the entrance. If I remember right, there's a small hill there on the satellite map. Park the vehicle behind it." Then he turned to the team in the back of the vehicle. "Everyone, check your weapons. Be ready to disembark." "Understood." Several voices responded. Then the vehicle went quiet, everyone silently checking their gear. After a quick check of his own equipment, Satan grabbed the radio again and contacted Gordon in the trailing Maybach. "Once the fighting starts, you and the boss stay in the vehicle. Park it behind the hill with us. If anything unexpected happens, pull out immediately." Gordon's helpless voice came through the radio. "The boss says he'll be watching the battle from the hill. He wishes you success, Yura." Note. Yura isn't exclusive to Russian troops. It's widely used among many Western special forces. Simple and easy to unify, it's also popular among the diverse ranks of mercenaries. The armored vehicle stopped behind the hill. Satan quickly jumped out and shouted, "Ram, take your team to the town's entrance and establish a defensive perimeter. Big Dog, you and your team follow Ram and prep the rocket launchers." Ram's squad had 8 members, mainly snipers and marksmen. Big Dog was a burly Slav. His team specialized in heavy firepower, and he himself was a machine gunner, a weapon that required real strength to wield. At Satan's command, Ram led the snipers toward the town entrance and swiftly set up a watch line. Big Dog had his men unload the rocket launchers from the vehicle. For safety, the launchers were preloaded with rockets, but the fuses hadn't been installed yet. Now, under Big Dog's instructions, the soldiers were attaching fuses to the warheads. While they worked, Martin walked over to Satan and pointed at 2 red circles on the map in Satan's hands. "You're planning a pincer assault? Let them focus on your front attack while the southeast group sneaks in. Satan was impressed by his boss's sharp insight and didn't deny it. He nodded. We're short on manpower. The town has 3 exits, but we can only hit 2. So we have to push in quickly and reach the center. Otherwise, the higher-ups of this Kamara gang might slip away. He glanced at the sky and cursed. Damn it, it's 8:30 p.m. in Iraq and still this bright. Want to wait a little longer? It'll be completely dark by 10, Martin suggested. Satan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, we timed everything around this hour. It's when their convoy usually returns. If we delay and they realize something's wrong, they might get suspicious. Then it'll be even harder to catch them off guard. All right, your call. You're in command, Martin replied smoothly. Soon, Satan and Big Dog also brought their teams to the edge of the town. Ram was scanning the area through his sniper scope. Well, Satan asked. Defenses are a joke, Ram scoffed. Don't get cocky. This gang's been fighting the Turks for over 30 years. Don't assume they don't have elite fighters, Satan warned. Yeah, Ram replied lazily. I'll take some men to eliminate the sentries at the entrance. You and your guys find sniping positions and wait in ambush, Satan continued. Already spotted 2 4-story buildings with great elevation. Good lines of sight, Ram said. Satan turned to Big Dog. Once we're inside, you follow us. If we hit any hardened strongholds, use the rockets to blow them open. Got it, Big Dog rumbled. Satan gave a few final orders to the team covering the other entrance. Then he checked his watch and took a deep breath. We attack at 8:45 sharp. Sync your watches. At exactly 8:45, with everything ready, Satan turned to his squad and made a hand signal. Crouching low, using the sparse shrubs for cover, he crept toward the entrance of the town. Once he and his team were a short distance ahead, Big Dog waved his hand, signaling his assault squad to follow. Ram and his men, meanwhile, had their scopes trained on their pre-selected targets, ready to eliminate anyone who spotted Satan or Big Dog's team. Satan and his squad were all elite soldiers. With them clearing the way, the people from Big Dog's team could focus on advancing. The entire unit marched silently in combat formation. Though there were fewer than 30 of them, the team exuded a chilling aura of violence as they crept toward Ishak. At the top of the hill, Martin held a night vision scope, silently observing. Just as Ram had said, the town's entrance was practically undefended. For sentries were posted, 2 on the upper levels of the small buildings on either side, and 2 below. But the 2 upstairs were just squatting and smoking, not even bothering to glance down. As for the 2 on the ground, they were standing apart, chatting across the gap. Anyone who understood Kurdish would know they were arguing about which brothel had the hotter girls. Satan halted, raised a hand, and gestured forward. 2 soldiers slipped past him, crouching low as they crept toward the sentries. After a silent count to 3, they lunged forward simultaneously, attacking their targets. The sentries did spot the soldiers rushing toward them, but it was too late to call out. Thud, thud. 2 soft, almost imperceptible bursts like water bags popping echoed in the night, and the sentries fell. The 2 soldiers regrouped and moved quietly upstairs. Moments later, the upper sentries were also neutralized. Seeing Satan's hand signal through his scope, Ram closed the dust cover on his sniper rifle's sight, slung the rifle over his shoulder, and said to his team, "Let's move." Before long, Satan, Big Dog, and Ram's groups had all converged beneath the building. Without wasting words, Ram began directing his men to spread out and find sniper positions. Satan and Big Dog crawled up onto the rooftop of the building to the left. Pointing toward the town, Satan said, "Too many people. It's hard to sneak in. We'll have to go in hard. Big Dog, see that machine gun nest? I didn't expect a gang to have this kind of firepower. Get your men to take it out with rockets." Big Dog checked the distance and grinned. Piece of cake. Moments later, at his command, several RPGs whooshed through the air, slamming into the enemy's machine gun position. All but one struck true, obliterating the nest. Fuck, Big Dog cursed under his breath, shooting a glare at the soldier who missed. Explosions rocked the night. When the dust settled, the machine gun nest was in ruins. There weren't many casualties, though. Most of the Komala gang members manning it had already wandered off into town to entertain themselves. Only 2 unlucky bastards on shift got killed in the blast. But the sudden explosions plunged the town into chaos. "Attack!" Satan bellowed, leading his troops in a skirmish line, crouched low, sprinting toward the now-destroyed machine gun nest, which offered solid cover. Just then, some Kamala gang members inside the town spotted Satan's group. A few who were carrying guns pulled them out, ready to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Shots rang out, but not from the gang. It was Ram's precision shooters who had opened fire. The gang members trying to aim at Satan's squad were dropped one by one. Suddenly, Satan, who was leading the charge, shouted, "Down!" His men didn't know why, but they instinctively dropped to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a group of around 20 armed men burst out of a flat-roofed building near the machine gun nest. They were wielding AK-74s. Yes, not a typo, and began spraying fire towards Satan's squad. Had Satan's men not dropped when they did, the casualties would have been brutal. "Ram!" Satan roared. A voice crackled back in his earpiece. "On it!" Sharper, more focused gunfire rang out as Ram and his snipers began shooting. It was like roll call. Every shot meant a dead enemy. With Satan's team returning coordinated fire, the 20-man squad was quickly wiped out. Suddenly, two vehicles burst from a corner 30 meters to Satan's right. Without hesitation, they opened fire on the building where Ram's team was stationed, tracer rounds streaking through the darkness like fiery chains. The machine gunners on the pickups adjusted their aim using the tracers, shredding the building with a hail of bullets. Armed pickups, heavy machine guns. Two of them. "Big dog, take them out." Even as Satan shouted, his men had already started firing back at the trucks. "Copy," came Big Dog's reply. 2 RPG, 7 rockets whooshed out. The leading pickup exploded into a fireball. 2 more rockets followed. The second truck was blasted into the air, flipping before crashing down in flames. "Beautiful work," Satan praised, then led his men forward again, heading for the machine gun nest. Big Dog and his team followed close behind. Once there, they discarded their spent launchers and set up light machine guns, opening fire on the incoming gang members. The nest was located in front of 2 L-shaped rows of flat-roofed houses, requiring defense in only 2 directions. Satan and Big Dog each took a side with their squads. Satan then sent 2 men to check the buildings for any hiding enemies. But it turned out the gang members inside had already stormed out earlier. The 2 soldiers quickly returned and reported, "All clear." Big Dog's heavy firepower laid down crisscrossing streams of bullets, mowing down enemies like harvesting wheat. But these Kurdish fighters were fearless. Even under fire, they crawled forward across the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A machine gunner screamed and went down. Xiaoyu's hit. "Medic, over here," Big Dog shouted. But the injury didn't rattle the team. For these mercenaries who lived in danger year-round, wounds, and even death, were routine. "Ram, take out the streetlights near us. Everyone else, get your night vision on." "Copy." Pop, pop, pop. Gunshots echoed. One by one, the streetlights in the town went dark, plunging the area into darkness. Satan gave a silent hand signal. Soldiers equipped with night vision goggles vaulted over the barricade and crept toward the disoriented, blind enemies lying on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire and screams filled the night. Just as Satan led his men out of cover, calling out and executing the gang members lying on the ground one by one. From the 3rd-floor window of a small building ahead, the barrel of a machine gun quietly extended, aiming downward. But before the gunner could fire, a bullet had already pierced his forehead, splattering red and white everywhere. A voice crackled in Satan's earpiece. It was Ram. "Satan, stay alert." There was a machine gunner upstairs across the way. Looked like he was ready for indiscriminate fire. "I took him out." "Shit, these bastards don't even spare their own." "Brutal." Satan spat on the ground, then rolled aside to dodge incoming fire. He drew his pistol and fired 3 rounds at an enemy who had sat up on his knees. The man dropped. Satan's team was made up of elite infantrymen. After every shot, they executed tactical movements to avoid being targeted by return fire, tracking their muzzle flashes. Big Dog and his team coordinated by switching from suppressive crossfire to precise single shots, covering Satan's squad. Ram's people, meanwhile, continuously scanned the area with scopes, looking for any would-be ambushers. Each crack of a shot was followed by an enemy collapsing. With the three squads working in perfect sync, the Kurds crawling on the ground finally cracked. Many leapt to their feet and fled toward the rear. Most of them were picked off by the snipers. Only a few managed to escape into the darkness. Moments later, gunfire erupted from another direction. Clearly, 253's team that had been lying in ambush at another exit had joined the assault. Ram, send in the precision marksmen. Let them operate freely. Big Dog, blow up that building in front. I'm not wasting time sweeping it. Roger. Got it. 2 voices responded. 6 rockets whooshed out, then another 6, and 6 more after that. They swept the 3-story building floor by floor. Crash. It's unclear which rocket did the trick, but half of the building, which was suspected to house the machine gunners, collapsed in a heap. It was almost impossible anyone inside survived. Even if someone did, they were likely stunned by the explosion and no longer a threat. Satan and his team used the opportunity to push past the ruins and move toward the center of town. Just then, Ram's voice came through the headset. Satan, we've got a live one. He says 4 days ago, he saw a group of about 30 men arrive. White and black soldiers, well-equipped. I suspect they're mercs. Fuck, even a fleeing gang can afford mercenaries? No, this has to be someone backing the Kamara gang footing the bill. Satan's tone grew serious. The Kamara gang's fighters were decent, sure, but compared to real mercs, they were outclassed. Gang combat and military ops were 2 different beasts. Gangs were good at assassination, ambush, and terrorism, but not head-on warfare. But another group of mercenaries? That was a whole different ballgame, an opponent on equal footing. Of course, even among mercenaries, there were levels. Who knew how skilled these ones were? It's the unknown that makes things dangerous, isn't it? Right then, Martin's voice cut into Satan's comms. Satan, 30 meters ahead, on the street, there's an ambush waiting. They've got night vision too, likely the same mercs Ram mentioned. Since they were on the same channel, everyone could hear Ram's earlier report, including Martin. Satan didn't have time to wonder how Martin knew this. There's no room for hesitation on the battlefield. Maybe it was that magical mechanism Martin planted in his brain acting up again. Satan barked an order. Everyone, ditch the night vision goggles. On my mark, throw flashbangs together. 1, 2, 3, toss. Several flashbangs arced into the pitch-black, empty street. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dazzling white flashes lit up the entire street like daylight. Screams came from houses on either side of the road. What's it like to have your night vision goggles hit with a flashbang? In a word, excruciating. Satan's squad split into groups of 3, sweeping buildings room by room. Gunfire erupted again and again. Soon, 2 soldiers came running up to Satan, dragging a mercenary with swollen, red eyes. The clearing team leader reported. There were 10 in the ambush. All cleared. We caught one alive. Satan fired off a few quick questions. Who are you? Who sent you? How many of you are there? The captured white male mercenary stayed silent. Satan didn't waste time. He pulled the trigger and shot the man in the head. Bang! The merc fell straight to the ground. While Satan had paused to interrogate the merc, Big Dog and his squad had already pushed ahead. Ahead were 2 more small buildings, both stone structures with decent defenses. Big Dog used the remaining rockets to blow up one, but was halted by fierce fire from the other. Satan, the enemy, fires intense. I think the remaining mercs are holed up here. These guys have serious individual combat skills. I've tried storming them twice already. We got pushed back both times. Why not use rockets? We're out. I'm coming. Satan and his squad crept forward, taking cover behind a bungalow. Satan pulled out his night vision binoculars and observed the small building. After a while, his expression turned to surprise. This level of firepower? Definitely not a small-time outfit. Typically, small mercenary teams lacked heavy weapons, but had strong individual fighters. Only major mercenary companies like EO or the Armored Group had the means to field heavy weapons. Other than those, there were also smaller mercenary groups backed by deep-pocketed patrons, like Satan's own team, funded by the wealthy Martin, who could afford to buy heavy weapons. The mercs holed up in this building didn't seem like they came from a major outfit, so they probably had a big money backer footing the bill. And whoever that backer was, might just be the real mastermind behind the Kurds' oil theft operation. Satan, The ones in the small building are mercenaries, about 20 of them. There are 2 snipers on the rooftop, covered in camouflage. Take them out as soon as possible, and make sure to leave 2 alive for me. Martin's voice came through the earpiece once more. This time, Satan had no doubts about the accuracy of his intel. There were snipers, yet they had refrained from shooting even when Big Dog and the others launched their assault. The only explanation was that they were fishing for a bigger catch, themselves. And the big fish they wanted was clearly him, the commander of their side. Satan sneered and spoke into the earpiece. Goat, you heard the boss. 3 minutes to take out the snipers. Goat, ever nonchalant, replied lazily. 3 minutes? Satan, you're underestimating me. The boss basically spelled it out for us. 20 seconds is plenty. Not even 20 seconds later, 2 gunshots rang out. Done. Goat's voice came through the earpiece. Upon hearing that, Satan immediately began assigning attack tasks. Big Dog, lead the charge and draw their fire. Goat, have your men ready to pick them off. Anyone who sticks their head out, shoot them. Fry, where's your team at? Big Dog and Goat went about their tasks without hesitation. Meanwhile, there was no response from Fry. Just as Satan was beginning to wonder if he had been taken out, Fry's voice finally came through. Boss, I spotted 2 vehicles heading for the northeast exit. I hijacked one and am in pursuit with my team. Okay, handle it as you see fit. Who's in command of the rest of your men? It's me, Aviator, Satan. Aviator. 2 voices answered simultaneously in the earpiece. Aviator, where's your team at now? Satan asked. Almost at the town center. We just took out a small squad of black mercenaries. Any casualties? 2 unlucky bastards got hit, but nothing fatal. One of them might have to retire, though. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets a generous retirement package. He won't have to worry about life after service. Martin's voice chimed in. Thanks, boss. Appreciate it, boss. Boss, you're the best. Wow, I love a generous employer. Hey. Chorus of gratitude filled the earpiece. Even Big Dog and Goat, in the middle of their assault, joined in. It was clear that morale was sky high. All right, guys, that small building ahead should be the enemy's final stronghold. Take it down, and this fight is over. As Satan rallied the troops, he led his squad in a skirmish formation, advancing towards the building. Goat's snipers and marksmen were elite forces. It was almost unheard of for a small mercenary group like Martin's to have nearly 10 of them. With their suppressive fire, the enemies in the building barely had a chance to lift their heads. All Satan and Big Dog had to do was clear the rooms one by one. By this time, Martin had left the hillside and had climbed to the rooftop of a building at the town's entrance. From there, he overlooked the battle at the town center. Then he spoke. Gordon, don't you think it's time we set up a proper mercenary company? We could base it in Guinea, Africa. Our guys are already handling the training for the Guinean National Defense Forces. We could easily plant some of our own men in the military. And those mines in Guinea, since their government can't exploit them properly, why not cooperate with them ourselves? Gordon was taken aback. Right now, we have 10 mercenary units operating in Guinea, including Satan's. That's around 500 men. If we want to control all the mines, we'll need to recruit more. Then recruit more? In a place as poor as Guinea, there's no shortage of people who can't even afford food. Manpower isn't a problem. I'll have James Hendricks send over some FBI experts to handle indoctrination, and I'll check in personally from time to time. That'll take care of any loyalty issues. A place as rich as Guinea shouldn't be left in the hands of illiterate warlords. Guinea was one of the least developed countries, but its land was a treasure trove of natural resources, often referred to as a geological miracle. It had massive deposits of bauxite and iron ore, with some of the highest grade reserves in the world. Guinea held the largest confirmed bauxite reserves on the planet. Additionally, it had diamonds, gold, copper, uranium, cobalt, lead, and zinc. Its abundant water resources made it the source of 3 of West Africa's major rivers, earning it the nickname Water Tower of West Africa. If we can secure those mining resources, forget a few thousand troops. We could easily support tens of thousands, even 100,000 soldiers. However, the African warlords were inherently undisciplined, free-spirited, and rebellious by nature. Martin figured he'd need to go to Guinea personally to handle their government officials, and, while he was at it, he did a quick mental check. His magic reserves were sufficient. This soul capture formation could be deployed, at least 3 of them. At some point, the gunfire in the town had ceased. "They're coming," Gordon suddenly said. Looking down, Martin saw Satan's men escorting 2 dejected white captives toward him. He waved his hand. "Over here. Take them to a room on the 1st floor. I'll be right down." "Boss, these mercenaries aren't ordinary. I just interrogated them a little, and their loyalty runs deep. Whoever's behind them has a strong grip on them," Satan reported seriously as Martin arrived. Martin chuckled. "Leave it to me." He entered the room where the captives were being held, with Gordon following close behind. Satan was reminded of how Martin had interrogated those Kurdish prisoners before. Every single one of them had spilled their guts. "Looks like the boss really has some magic tricks up his sleeve." As if to confirm Satan's suspicions. Inside the room, Martin's voice rang out with questions, followed by the captives' answers. 10 minutes later, Martin and Gordon emerged, both looking bewildered. Satan frowned. "Did they refuse to talk?" Gordon shook his head. "No, they talked. But the mastermind behind this is way more shocking than we expected." Martin's expression shifted unpredictably, clearly unsettled. He had considered many possibilities. Maybe it was Little Bush, the Texas oil cartel, the military, the new Iraqi government, or even the British Petroleum Group. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect the one stirring up trouble to be an African warlord. What the F***? I don't remember crossing that guy. Martin combed through his past memories, but found no reason why this warlord would have a grudge against him. His expression quickly turned cold. "A incubus does not take a hit without striking back." "Gaddafi, huh? You brought this on yourself." Martin never expected that the troublemaker who had come all this way to stir things up for him would turn out to be an African warlord. Omar Muammar Gaddafi, the current ruler of Libya. He racked his brain, but couldn't figure out when or how he had offended the man. That, however, didn't mean he wouldn't retaliate. Of course, retaliation required strategy. He only had 500 men in Guinea under his command. There was no way he could march into Libya for revenge. After all, his adversary commanded a legitimate army of 100,000 troops. But Martin recalled that in 2011, Gaddafi's Libya was about to face an assault from the combined forces of England, France, the United States, and other nations. 8 months later, Gaddafi's government would be overthrown, and the once formidable African leader would be brutalized before being executed. Naturally, Martin intended to settle his own grudge, but NATO's offensive could certainly be leveraged to his advantage. Word had it that Gaddafi's underground vault contained over 100 tons of gold, just the thing to compensate for Martin's losses. Still, he needed to figure out why this guy was targeting his oil field. If he had to keep dealing with endless harassment, it would become a major headache. Logically speaking, Libya was an oil-rich country. It wasn't lacking in oil fields. Sending people to steal from his operation didn't seem like a move motivated by profit. It felt more like pure spite. It didn't take long for Martin to uncover the reason. Because Fry had returned. And he hadn't come back alone. He'd brought 2 truckloads of prisoners and $8 million in cash. Among the captives were 6 bodyguards, a leader of the Kamara gang, and a man with deep-set eyes and dark skin, someone who immediately caught Martin's attention. The man's features bore the distinctive traits of a Libyan, an Afro-Arab mixed heritage. Though Libya was a North African country, its dominant ethnic group was the Libyan Arabs, a Mediterranean European-type people. Between the 7th and 11th centuries, waves of Arabs migrated to Libya, most of them descending from the Banu Sulaim tribe that arrived in the 11th century. After settling in Libya, these Arabs intermingled with the indigenous Berbers and also absorbed elements of Phoenician, Jewish, Greek, and Roman ancestry, eventually forming the present-day Libyan ethnic composition. Martin had Fry dispose of the 6 bodyguards before taking the Kamara gang leader and the Libyan man into a private room. About 10 minutes later, Martin walked out, speechless. He turned to Satan, who was waiting outside, and said, "Those captives are useless. Get rid of them. Oh, and split the 8 million among yourselves." Then he headed straight for the car. Gordon followed in silence. From the Libyan man, Martin had learned that the one using the Kurds against him wasn't Gaddafi himself, but rather Gaddafi's 5th son, Matassim Billah Gaddafi. As for why Matassim Billah Gaddafi had targeted him, It all came down to a diamond mine in Guinea. Matassim had set his sights on it, but the mine was now under Martin's control. So, he attempted to purchase it at an outrageously low price. Martin's appointed business representative in Guinea had firmly refused the offer. Matassim, holding a grudge, decided to retaliate, except he did so by launching an attack thousands of miles away in Iraq. Was this guy suffering from some kind of mental illness? Martin frowned, at a loss for words. Little did he know, the Gaddafi family seemed to have a streak of madness running through its lineage. Take Gaddafi himself, for example. In his youth, he was a desert warlord who had led Libya from devastation to prosperity. But after taking power as Libya's supreme leader, he seemed determined to self-destruct. On the international stage, he managed to offend all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. At home, he lost the people's support. Let's go over a few examples. On September 15, 2009, Gaddafi swaggered into the UN General Assembly wearing his traditional Arab robe. Prior to that, U.S. President Barack Obama had just finished his speech. The U.S. had a habit of exceeding time limits, and this occasion was no exception. Obama had droned on for a full 35 minutes. As a staunch anti-American figure, Gaddafi took the stage and immediately turned his fire on the U.S. He cordially referred to Obama as the son of Africa and praised him, saying he hoped Obama would remain president of the U.S. forever. Obama, seated below, responded with a polite yet awkward smile. Gaddafi then lashed out at former President George W. Bush, calling him a butcher who had personally slaughtered Iraq. In his fervor, he even exposed America's rescue missions as mere pretexts for war. He accused the U.S. of being responsible for global warming and even claimed that viruses were deliberately manufactured by the Americans. Growing more agitated, he tore up the UN Charter right then and there. If he had limited himself to bashing the U.S., the other Security Council members might have just sat back and enjoyed the show. China and Russia might have even found it amusing. But no, he didn't stop at America. He proceeded to lambaste the entire UN and every other Security Council member. From Russia to France, from England to China, he cursed them all. His speech lasted a staggering 96 minutes, earning him the title of the fighter jet among ranters. That first UN appearance also turned out to be his last. The following year, the Security Council voted to strip Libya of its UN seat. Gaddafi had also spent years playing both sides between the US and the Soviet Union. He first gained power in Libya with the help of the US and Britain, then tricked them into withdrawing their troops by swearing he wouldn't infringe on their interests. Thinking they had secured an ally, the US and Britain even funded Libya's national infrastructure projects. But as soon as they left, Gaddafi turned on them. He shut down Western oil operations and even confiscated British assets. Watching the furious reactions from the US and Britain, Gaddafi was even more delighted. He immediately cozied up to the Soviet Union. If he had just maintained loyalty to the Soviets, that would have been one thing. But no. In 1976, he contacted the Soviet leader, promising to fly over that evening for a meeting. The Soviets, eager to welcome him, sent their foreign minister to greet him at the airport and even rehearsed a welcoming ceremony. But Gaddafi never showed up. The Soviet officials ended up shivering in the freezing winter night for hours. It happened again in 1981. During an official visit to the USSR, Gaddafi was supposed to attend a grand military exercise that had been months in preparation. On the day of the event, he refused to leave his room, solemnly telling Soviet officials, "Last night, I looked up at the sky and didn't see 3 stars. That means it's bad luck for me to go out today." The baffled Soviet officials could only nod along. Single-handedly, Gaddafi managed to cool relations with the USSR. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia hoped to inherit its influence in Libya. But no sooner had the USSR disbanded than Gaddafi pivoted back to the US, shaking hands with his former enemy. Russia, caught off guard, held a grudge ever since. The most ridiculous part? Just 4 years prior, Gaddafi had supported the Irish separatists in bombing a nightclub in West Berlin, killing 229 people, including many US soldiers. The US was furious and placed him on a kill list. 2 years later, in 1988, a plane over Lockerbie was blown out of the sky, killing everyone on board, including American officials. The mastermind? a Libyan intelligence officer, Abdelbasset al-Megrahi. At the time, U.S. President Reagan called Gaddafi a mad dog. Yet despite it all, after the USSR collapsed, the U.S. had no choice but to re-establish ties with Libya because they needed its oil and its strategic position in Africa. Continuing from the previous chapter, Gaddafi's spectacle was far from over. Having regained America's recognition, he became even more inflated, perhaps because he'd been riding high for decades. This time, he set his sights on France. Gaddafi had always proclaimed himself the King of Africa, but he felt the title was somewhat hollow. As the King of Africa, shouldn't he also unify Africa's currency? Not only did he entertain this idea, but he acted on it. To be honest, there was nothing inherently wrong with his ambition. He was a power-hungry man, and unifying the wealth of Africa seemed natural. But he failed to consider whether his strength was sufficient for the task. Before World War II, most of Africa was a French colony. Even now, the primary currencies in circulation there were the franc and, later, the US dollar. By 2013, the Chinese yuan had also begun circulating in Africa. What Gaddafi was attempting was nothing short of replacing the franc and the dollar. Of course, France wouldn't stand for it. At the time, France was still primarily composed of proud Gauls, untainted by external influences. These haughty Gauls would not tolerate Gaddafi's defiance. But Gaddafi thought, I'm not even afraid of America or Russia. Why would I be afraid of a mere France? Determined to make France understand his power, he orchestrated a plane crash in Nigeria. Gaddafi was experienced in such matters. This disaster claimed the lives of 176 passengers, the majority of whom were French citizens. Having now antagonized Britain, the US, France, and Russia, Gaddafi surveyed his surroundings and realized he had yet to challenge one more permanent member of the UN Security Council, China. So, he stirred up more trouble. Gaddafi demanded nuclear technology from China, threatening to support Taiwan's independence if refused. Naturally, China rejected him outright. Unwilling to accept defeat, Gaddafi stubbornly believed that money could solve anything. To demonstrate his sincerity, he traveled to China for the first time, accompanied by his squad of female bodyguards. However, his arrogance remained unchanged. He altered his flight path without authorization and arrived 3 hours late. Originally, the meeting was meant to discuss trade cooperation, but Gaddafi brought up nothing but nuclear weapons, completely ignoring economic matters. Once again, China firmly rejected him. China does not sell nuclear weapons. Our nuclear arsenal exists solely for self-defense and peace, to break the monopoly and blackmail of nuclear powers. TL/N. What a fucking joke. What is this then? This shit was from BBC News and Washington Post. China, link to Libyan nuke design. Investigators have identified China as the origin of some nuclear weapons designs found in Libya last year, the Washington Post newspaper reported. It said the international inquiry found that Chinese designs probably supplied to Pakistan in the 1980s were sold on to Libya by Pakistani-led smugglers. It quoted officials as saying that some of Libya's documents were in Chinese. The findings raise questions as to whether similar Chinese designs were supplied to Iran and North Korea. This was Gaddafi, a man who never stopped talking, never stopped challenging. Whether his actions were for Libya's benefit or not, his ultimate fate was sealed. When he was finally overthrown, not a single major power came to his aid, not even with a mere statement of support. That is the cost of arrogance and isolation. As the saying goes, weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Gaddafi's sons inherited his arrogance. Among them, one stood out, Matassim Billah Gaddafi. Born in December 1977, he was 27 years old. To compete with his older brother, Gaddafi's second son, for Libya's succession, he aggressively invested in various ventures, amassing wealth to build a loyal faction within the military. In Europe, his methods were relatively mild. In Africa, they were outright brutal. Gaddafi watched his sons compete, but did not intervene. He believed that true strength arose from rivalry, forgetting the damage such internal strife inflicted on the nation. In the original timeline, Matassim defeated his older brother in 2007 and secured his claim to Libya's leadership. Unfortunately, for years later, he, his father, and his brothers were executed by NATO-backed rebels. Martin obtained a phone number from a captured Libyan prisoner. Without hesitation, he dialed it. Zayed, why are you calling me at this hour? It's already 10:30 at night. A deep voice answered in Arabic. Martin responded in Arabic as well. Matassim Bila Gaddafi? This is Martin Myers. A moment of silence. Then, a chuckle. Zayed got caught, huh? And he gave you this number? How did you manage that? Martin said calmly. Simple. I asked and he answered. Is that so? Well, if you don't want to tell me, so be it. Matassim clearly didn't believe him. Martin continued. I don't quite understand something. Just because you failed to buy a mine, you resorted to such extreme measures against me? Are you really trying to make an enemy of me? Matassim chuckled again. An enemy? A powerful enemy? I must admit, I didn't expect you to eliminate the Kurds and find me so quickly. But I'm curious. What exactly do you plan to do about it? Martin smirked. I hear you have a girlfriend in Italy. What's her name again? Vanessa Hessler. So what? Are you trying to use a hostage to threaten me? You're a superstar, a billionaire. I don't believe you'd stoop to that level. Matassim's voice remained casual, but Martin detected a faint trace of unease beneath that veneer of calm. So Zayed was right. Matassim did care about that woman. Martin instantly relaxed, genuinely this time. He said, Of course, I wouldn't be so foolish. But tell me, if international superstar and billionaire Martin Myers were to pursue Miss Hessler, do you think she'd say yes? The other end of the line fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. Martin did not hang up. He was patient. After a long moment, a heavy breath came through the receiver. Matassim spoke, his voice no longer lighthearted. What do you want? A sentimental fool. For a fleeting second, Martin almost felt a sliver of goodwill toward him. Or perhaps Matassim was simply afraid of losing face, especially in such a crucial moment of his power struggle. But that momentary sympathy vanished as quickly as it had come. Let's meet, Martin said. This August, I'll be at the Venice Film Festival. Matassim replied. Okay, we'll meet there. And until then, don't cause any trouble. Do not cross my line again. Matassim didn't respond. He simply hung up. But Martin could sense the frustration and reluctant agreement in his silence. He smiled in the dark. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, in Turkey, Matassim Bila Gaddafi furiously smashed the disposable phone in his hand. Martin Myers. His eyes flashed with a vicious light before he quickly concealed it. So, no one's going to steal oil anymore. Upon waking up, Goodman Hall was greeted with this good news. At the same time, he caught the scent of gunpowder on the mercenary who had been following Martin around. After giving the man a deep look, Goodman Hall didn't ask further questions or say much. Instead, he simply smiled and said, That's great news. Don't let your guard down. We have more than one enemy, David Scott reminded him. I won't. Thanks for the warning, Goodman Hall replied. With the issue at Sigurna Oil Field No. 1 resolved, Martin didn't return to Los Angeles immediately. Instead, he took a trip to Guinea, inspecting several mines and touring some of the country's most populous cities. Before leaving, he discreetly set up 3 soul ensnaring arrays in key locations, Conakry and Kankan. Conakry, the capital of Guinea, is located along the Atlantic coast. It serves as the political, economic, and cultural center of the country and is the most populous city. Kankan, a major city in eastern Guinea, is the capital of Kankan province. Situated on the left bank of the Milo River, a tributary of the Niger River, it is a hub for both land and water transportation. The city is relatively prosperous, densely populated, and serves as an economic center. The final soul ensnaring array was placed in a Guinean military camp. Martin's mercenaries had infiltrated the government's forces under the guise of military instructors. During training sessions, the array would continuously brainwash the Guinean soldiers, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to Martin. By the time all 3 arrays were in place, Martin had nearly drained his magical reserves. Looking pale, he boarded a private jet and returned to the United States. The filming of The Departed was about to begin. Meanwhile, as Martin left, 2 new companies quietly began taking root in Africa: Hellfire Mercenary Company and Guinea Mining Corporation. Back home, Martin collapsed into bed, exhausted. He had never felt this drained before. His condition worried Lindsay, Jessica, Scarlett, and Miranda, who were gathered at the estate. Gordon, what happened? Lindsay asked. The boss is just tired. He'll be fine after some rest, Gordon reassured her. Oh, that's good. Lindsay patted her well-endowed chest in relief. Jessica was surprised. This is the first time I've seen Martin this exhausted. Yeah, in my memory, he always seemed to have endless energy, Miranda said. Mid-sentence, her cheeks suddenly flushed, as if she had thought of something. Scarlett chimed in. I'm going to check on him in the bedroom. I'll go too. Me too. And me. Lindsay, Jessica, and Miranda all echoed in agreement. When Martin woke up, he felt completely refreshed. A gentle, steady flow of desire seeped into his body, replenishing his energy. His magic hadn't fully recovered yet, but the fatigue was entirely gone. Then, he noticed that he wasn't alone in bed. Four sleeping beauties lay beside him, each in different positions. Martin chuckled, leaning in to kiss each of them lightly on the cheek. He murmured to himself, "My good girls." With a new week ahead, Martin had everything in place and started his new work. The Departed had completed its pre-production phase and was ready to begin filming. On the first day of shooting, Martin arrived in Boston. Scorsese has gone mad. Right now, all he sees is that golden Oscar for Best Director. Anyone who disrupts his work or gets in the way of his award is his enemy. Matt Damon reported the latest crew gossip to Martin. Yesterday, one of the assistant directors mixed up the extras' costumes, and Scorsese tore him apart. It's hard to believe that such a small old man can unleash such a terrifying aura. I was genuinely scared. Matt Damon shuddered as he recalled Scorsese berating the assistant director. Oh, and then there's Jack Nicholson. That guy is weird as hell. Do you know what's inside his trailer? A whole collection of toys, bizarre outfits, whips, candles, handcuffs. It's basically a miniature adult store on wheels. That old man also loves playing pranks. Damn it, he's tricked me twice already. Just then, another voice chimed in. Hey Matt, are you bad-mouthing Jack Nicholson behind his back? I'm going to tell him. Matt Damon nearly jumped in fright and turned to see Leonardo DiCaprio standing there with a mischievous grin. Martin patted Matt on the shoulder. Ignore him. I'll back you up. If Jack asks, we'll say Leo was the one talking trash. Hey, that's slander. Slander? No. The truth is whatever people believe. Just like the moon landing. TL/N. The moon landing was fake, and China was the first country to walk on the moon. They did it when immortals were around and young masters were still a thing, although they still exist. What moon landing? Another voice interrupted. It was Jack Nicholson himself. Matt Damon instinctively shrank back, clearly traumatized by Nicholson's pranks. Martin burst into laughter and quickly changed the topic. Hey Jack, long time no see. Did you hear? The Lakers are bringing back Phil Jackson next season. Jack Nicholson shrugged. Of course I know. I sent Dr. Buss 16 threatening letters, telling him that if the Lakers didn't improve next season, I'd stop attending their games. He wrote me back, outlining their entire team-building plan. Phil Jackson's return was part of it. As the Lakers' most famous mascot, Nicholson indeed had that kind of pull. Rumor had it that he even played a role in the team acquiring Gary Payton for the 2003-04 season. Once the conversation turned to the Lakers, everyone became excited. In Hollywood, 90% of people were Lakers fans. What? The Clippers? Please, they were just leftovers from the trash heap. Kobe's leadership skills aren't enough. Without Shaq, this season has been a disaster, Matt Damon complained. Leonardo had a different view. Kobe's not the problem. He just doesn't have the right teammates. Even Shaq didn't win a championship until Kobe matured. I agree with Leo. Kobe needs support. Phil Jackson alone isn't enough. I'll keep pushing Dr. Buss to bring in some solid teammates for him, Jack Nicholson added. Then, the old man turned to Martin and said, Martin, Dr. Buss still has his eyes on you. Are you sure you don't want to play a few games in the NBA? He said he'd sign you to a short-term contract, and it wouldn't interfere with your schedule. Martin stroked his chin, considering the possibility. After a moment, he shook his head. Not happening for now. Too busy. For now, Jack Nicholson murmured thoughtfully. As they chatted, the group made their way to the conference room. Leonardo glanced at Jack Nicholson, who was arguing with Matt Damon over whether Kobe should be the Lakers' leader, and suddenly slowed his pace. Martin caught on, and also fell back a few steps. What's up? Kate asked me about. You. Buddy, she's getting married. What do you think? Me? I wish her the best. Wow, You really are a heartless bastard. Leonardo flipped Martin the middle finger. Come on, Kate and I just had a one-night fling, no feelings involved. I'm sure she thought the same. Yeah, well, she hasn't gotten over you. So tell me, just how fun was that night? Because even after accepting Sam Mendes' proposal, she was still hesitating. She told me she kept waiting for your call, but since you never reached out, she decided to give up on some unrealistic fantasy and marry reality instead. Martin knew about Sam Mendes, the director of American Beauty and a solid producer. He chuckled. Kate and I are just good friends. Well, now she can finally move on. Leonardo shifted gears. Honestly, I never agreed with Kate getting caught up in your whole king and his harem situation. She's insecure. She needs a marriage, a family. If she stayed with you, you'd just keep her hanging forever, and she'd end up stuck with you for life. What's so bad about being stuck with me? Martin thought to himself. Out loud, he said, You're right. Kate should find her own happiness. I can't give her a family, only a life of wealth, freedom, and thrilling adventures. I feel like you're showing off. Leonardo stroked his chin and squinted at Martin. Martin nodded with a grin. I am, but my blessing for Kate is still sincere. When they arrived at the conference room, Martin noticed that the walls and windows were completely covered with thick black cloth, leaving the room in total darkness. A long conference table stood in the center, with candelabras on top. The flickering candlelight barely illuminated the space. Holy shit, what's going on? Are we about to perform some kind of cult ritual? Martin looked genuinely surprised. Matt Damon and Leonardo, however, seemed completely unfazed. Leonardo pointed at Jack Nicholson. It's all his doing. Jack Nicholson, unbothered, smirked. Doesn't this kind of setting help with focus? Matt Damon muttered. More like it makes people want to pee. The four of them sat down, and the rest of the cast and crew trickled in. No one seemed to find the eerie setting unusual. Director Scorsese entered last. He took one look at the pitch-black room and sighed. Jack, I told you to take this stuff down. Relax, relax. Martin just got here. He hasn't been baptized yet. Tomorrow, I'll take it down. Jack Nicholson grinned mischievously. Baptized? Martin was confused. Leonardo smirked. You'll see soon enough. All right, just hurry up. Scorsese clearly knew he couldn't argue with his old friend. I will. The next second, a piercing, eerie scream erupted from beneath the table. Jia 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 jia. In this creepy atmosphere, such a sudden sound would startle anyone. In fact, Matt Damon nearly peed himself. Everyone turned to Martin, eager to see the genius filmmaker get spooked and embarrassed. But Martin wasn't just any normal person. He wasn't even human. Completely unfazed, he reached under the table, fumbled around for a moment, then yanked out a speaker that had been taped to the underside. He casually tossed it to Jack Nicholson and scoffed. That's it? Lame. Jack Nicholson's eyes widened in shock. Scorsese burst into laughter. Jack, looks like you miscalculated this time. Martin's got more guts than you thought. Jack ignored him and turned to Matt Damon. Did you warn him? Matt quickly raised his hands. I didn't. I swear. Though inwardly, he thought, I may have dropped a tiny hint. Jack then turned to Leonardo. So it was you. Leonardo looked innocent. Come on, I was the one who gave you this idea in the first place. I wanted to see Martin get scared even more than you did. Then what happened? Jack rubbed his chin and studied Martin suspiciously. Are you really that fearless? All right, enough with the pranks. Show's over. Scorsese chuckled. Martin's faced armed robbers and serial killers. Your little trick won't scare him. Martin flashed Scorsese a thumbs up. See, old Marty knows me well. Unlike these two. He shot a disdainful glance at Jack and Leonardo. Before long, the black cloth and candles were cleared away, and the room was restored to its normal brightness. Jack Nicholson sulkily tossed the speaker to the floor. Clearly, he wasn't happy that his prank had failed. Scorsese didn't bother with him. Having known Jack for nearly 30 years, he understood that while Jack loved messing around, he never let it interfere with work. He stepped up to a whiteboard. All right, script reading session begins. I'll start by breaking down the character relationships. For a man his age, memorizing an entire script was no small feat, but Scorsese had done exactly that. Without glancing at any notes, he began listing characters on the whiteboard and drawing flowcharts to illustrate their connections. As he spoke, the actors jotted down notes, recording his analysis of their roles and their own thoughts. Only Martin and Jack Nicholson remained relaxed in their seats, listening but not taking notes. Jack nudged Martin's arm. "Why aren't you writing anything?" "I wrote the script. Every character's story is already in my head." Martin tapped his temple, looking smug. Then he turned the question back on Jack. "Why aren't you writing?" Jack grinned. "I like to improvise. Marty's analysis is useless to me. I heard you often have parties with Leonardo. Can I join?" Jack Nicholson asked Martin with a mischievous grin, winking at him. Martin looked at him in surprise, then glanced down. "You? Can this old guy still keep up?" Jack Nicholson's face darkened. "Who are you looking down on? The things you all do now are just stuff I did ages ago. One day, I'll throw a party and show you how it's done." "All right, it's a deal." Martin smiled. "I'll let everyone know the good news." Jack Nicholson was taken aback. Wasn't he planning to crash their party? Why did it suddenly turn into him paying to host it? Scorsese, who had been speaking, noticed the two misbehaving guys whispering to each other but didn't say anything, as if they weren't there at all. After Scorsese finished speaking, it was time for everyone to analyze their roles. As usual, Scorsese skipped over Martin and Nicholson, making it clear to everyone that two people in the crew had special privileges. After the meeting, everyone scattered. However, Martin, Leonardo, Nicholson, and Matt Damon stayed together. "Guys, Nicholson just said that we're all playing with stuff he's already tired of, so he's planning to throw a party to show us how it's done," Martin said. "Tired of it?" Leonardo laughed. Oh. Then let's see how much fun this old guy can have." Matt Damon then said, "I heard you and Marlon Brando were neighbors. Did you really play a party relay for 22 straight days, with you hosting one party and him hosting the next? Is that true?" Matt Damon's emotional intelligence was impressive, and this question hit a sweet spot for Jack Nicholson. The old man showed a nostalgic look and said, "Yeah, I was still under 40 at the time, just starting to get some fame and money, so I moved to the Hollywood Hills on Mulholland Drive. Then I found out the guy next door was that bastard Marlon Brando. We hit it off immediately and turned the place into a party. Haven, money, alcohol, beautiful women. We never lacked beautiful women, and we never lacked girls willing to spend the night with us. That was a fun time." As Nicholson reminisced, he got more excited, continuing, "At the parties, I met many like-minded friends, including Roman Polanski, a guy you both love and hate. You might not know this, but he really knew how to party. A lot of the stuff Marlon and I did, we learned from him. But this guy's a bit twisted. You all know about that case that made him a fugitive. He brought a 13-year-old girl to my house, drugged her with mind-altering substances, and then got her drunk on champagne before. You know what he did. Damn it, some media even said I was involved, but I didn't touch any little girls. I went skiing at the time and gave the keys to my friends so they'd have a place to party. Did you know I also attended the trial for Polanski's wife Sharon Tate's murder? That Charles Manson guy really had an incredible gift for gab. No wonder he attracted so many followers. When he talked about killing Sharon Tate, his cold, indifferent eyes brought up a fear in me that I couldn't shake. From then on, every night I had to put a hammer under my pillow before sleeping." At this point, Martin could feel the fear buried deep inside Nicholson. Over time, it seemed that fear hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had been built up by Nicholson with layer after layer of imagination, making it even more obscure and deep. Maybe this old guy's eccentricities, his habit of scaring people, stemmed from that fear, Martin thought. Matt Damon and Leonardo were engrossed, as they had never experienced the Hollywood of that time. It existed only in the stories of these old-timers, who described it as strange and fantastic, which only made them more fascinated. That night, Martin saw a woman enter Jack Nicholson's room. From the back, she looked a lot like Meryl Streep. Rumor had it that these two were old bedfellows, and it seemed true now. But wasn't Meryl Streep married? This is Hollywood. Martin chuckled at his occasional silly thoughts. Fuck, can you be quiet for a minute? Leonardo was unable to sleep due to the noise coming from the next room, banging on the wall angrily. Jack Nicholson's smug voice came from the other side. Little guy, now you know if an old guy like me can keep up, huh? Fuck, it was Martin who doubted you. Why are you torturing me? Leonardo yelled. Is that so? I forgot. I suggest you call Martin over to listen. I need to show that kid what I'm made of. Nicholson showed no sign of stopping, and the banging grew louder. Leonardo rubbed his chin, seemingly considering Nicholson's suggestion. It was that guy's fault, so why should I suffer? Just as he was about to take action, he finally remembered Martin's exceptional strength and stopped his impulsive thoughts, avoiding a potential beating. The banging continued. Leonardo glanced at the clock on the wall. Has it been this long? That old guy must be on something, he thought. It's the only explanation. Then, Nicholson's voice rang out again. Hey, did Martin come? Did he hear about my bravery? Is he impressed now? Does he still dare to look down on old men? Fuck, it's just me here, no Martin. Fuck, fuck. Leonardo cursed loudly. Then it's your bad luck. I told you to call Martin. Jack Nicholson was also annoyed, feeling like he had shaken the bed for nothing. Meryl Streep, sitting on the couch by the bed, lit a cigarette, silently watching the old man shaking the bed, then said, If Martin's not here, are you still going to keep shaking? Shake? Leonardo's definitely going to tell Martin everything he heard tonight. I need to let him know how powerful I am. I can't let that kid look down on me. Meryl Streep glanced at the time, joking. So you only lasted 4 minutes with me, but you've been shaking the bed for over 10 minutes. It looks like you're more interested in the bed than in me. Fuck, what 4 minutes? It was 6 minutes, and I had to cut it short because I had something to do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten out of bed. Meryl Streep put out the cigarette in the ashtray, walked behind Nicholson, grabbed him by the crotch, and said, Stop shaking it. While you still have the energy, let's have another round, so I can't get out of bed. Fuck, no more shaking. But if you're ready, let's go. Nicholson's little buddy perked up. 3 minutes later. Shit, I must have shaken the bed too much just now. Really, Meryl, believe me. The next day, Leonardo arrived at the set with a black eye. Martin, surprised, asked, Hey, did you sneak out and party all night? You didn't sleep, did you? Yeah, I didn't sleep at all. It's all that old bastard, Jack Nicholson's fault. No, wait, it's your fault. Leonardo snapped. Martin, confused, asked, What does this have to do with me? What did Jack Nicholson do? That jerk was screwing around next door and kept me up all night. Leonardo was furious. What he didn't mention was that he didn't stay awake the whole night. After Nicholson finished, Leonardo finally fell asleep, only to have a nightmare that sent chills down his spine. In the dream, he was happily playing with beautiful, sexy models on the beach with water guns. Just as he captured one and tackled her to the ground, she suddenly started speaking in Jack Nicholson's voice. Call Martin, call Martin, call Martin. The dream shifted, and he found himself on a yacht, surrounded by his favorite blonde models with long legs. But as he walked from the yacht's cockpit to the deck, the models all turned in unison. Their beautiful faces morphed into Nicholson's old one, and they all shouted, Call Martin, call Martin, call Martin. The dream shifted again, and he was back in his mansion. His current girlfriend, Barbara Lefferley, was busy in the open kitchen. As he approached her to greet her, Barbara suddenly turned around, and her face transformed into Martin's. She said, Darling, I heard Nicholson wants you to call me. Sweating profusely, Leonardo woke up from the nightmare, swearing he'd never close his eyes again. Wait, Nicholson was screwing around with Meryl, and you're blaming me? Martin asked, still confused. That old bastard made sure you could hear him. Damn it, he even told me to call you. I ignored him, but you owe me one, Leonardo replied. Leonardo paused suddenly, then caught on. Wait a minute. You said Nicholson was screwing Meryl? Meryl Streep? Looks like the rumors are true. These two must have been at it for over 10 years. Martin stroked his chin, clearly intrigued by the gossip. Yep, I saw Meryl Streep walk into Nicholson's room. But why the hell did he want to make sure I heard them? What's his point? Martin was still puzzled. It's because of your comment. Can the old guy still get it? You started this, and now you owe me. Leonardo smirked. Martin groaned. Fine, so what do you want as repayment? We'll swap rooms tonight. You sleep in my room, and I'll sleep in yours, Leonardo suggested. Martin, Drew's here to visit, a staff member called out. Martin paused for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Okay, let's swap rooms. Tonight, I'm giving that old bastard a lesson. Leonardo followed with a devilish chuckle, clearly knowing what Martin had in mind. Hey, Meryl, don't rush off. Let's continue. Later tonight, Jack Nicholson called as Meryl Streep was about to leave. I have work to do, Jack, she replied. Just one night, please. I heard Leonardo wants to swap rooms with Martin. I need to make him respect us old folks. Nicholson pleaded. You're the old guy? I'm not old. Can't you handle it? It's just shaking the bed, Meryl responded. That won't do. Martin's a clever guy, and unless he sees you walk into my room, he won't believe it. Please, Meryl, Jack persisted. Meryl finally relented. Fine, just for one night. It won't take long. Jack was thrilled. Before we go into the room, I'll introduce you to Martin. Our relationship isn't exactly a secret in Hollywood. Meryl was intrigued. She'd heard about Martin's PR skills. He had helped Nicole win 2 Oscars for Best Actress and Charlize Theron once as well. Clearly, he knew his way around the Academy. At 9 p.m., there was a knock on Martin's room door. Who could it be? Drew, who was about to take a shower, wondered. I'll get it. Martin grinned. Opening the door, there stood Jack Nicholson, the old guy who refused to grow up, and Meryl Streep, standing beside him. Hey, little Martin, Jack greeted. Hey, Jack. Martin, let me introduce you to. No need. The famous Meryl Streep, of course I know you. Your performance in The Silence of the Lambs was stunning, Martin replied. Meryl smiled. Martin's compliment made her feel good. That was her proudest film, even though she lost the Best Actress Oscar to Jodie Foster. Still, her performance in that movie was widely admired. Meryl Streep's acting skills were beyond reproach. I'm glad to meet you, Martin. I also really liked your performance in Pirates of the Caribbean. Your dramatic, over-the-top acting was stunning. Meryl added. Meryl had a good relationship with Harvey Weinstein and knew he and Martin didn't get along, but that didn't stop her from wanting to get along with Martin. They chatted for a while, making Jack Nicholson feel a little jealous, especially when Meryl's eyes would occasionally fall on Martin's handsome face. Jack couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. So what if he was handsome? Back in the day, I was, well, never mind, I wasn't that handsome. Old Jack was feeling a little down, but quickly remembered why he was there. Martin, you should have figured out the situation with Meryl and me. So tonight, Jack made a well-known gesture. I heard from Leonardo that the walls in the room are thin, so if it gets noisy tonight, don't mind it. Jack gave a proud look, causing Meryl to chuckle. Martin laughed inwardly, but managed to keep his expression calm. He grinned mischievously. Well, Jack, since you put it that way, you also know Drew's visiting me tonight. We might get loud too, so don't mind us. Jack's face immediately changed. Are you challenging me? Martin smirked, adopting an even more arrogant expression than Jack's. Well, not really. The strength difference is clear. Humph. Jack snapped, pulling Meryl Streep away. Back in his room, Jack Nicholson immediately let go and urged, Quick, go take a shower. We need to start right away. I'm going to teach that little brat Martin a lesson he won't forget. How dare he look down on his elders? After showering, the two lay in bed. Meryl Streep suddenly said, You don't mind if I imagine you as Martin, do you? Ha ha ha. What? Of course I mind. Damn it. No wonder you've been sneaking glances at that kid. So this was your plan all along. You can imagine me as a young Audrey Hepburn. I know you've fantasized about her before. That photo book of hers you own is covered in your... Stop. Fine, I agree. Meryl laughed. 5 minutes later, Meryl wasn't laughing anymore. F***CK? Didn't you take your pills? Jack Nicholson chuckled awkwardly. Not my best day. I was too focused on shaking the bed. Too focused on beating Martin. Just then, noises came from the next room. Oh, here we go. Martin, you little punk. Watch how a real man does it. Jack started vigorously shaking the bed, slamming the headboard against the wall with rhythmic thuds. Meanwhile, Meryl had an idea. She pressed her ear against the wall. Moments later, flushed and breathless, she let her hand wander. Damn you, Martin, you little bastard. Who do you think you are? Tonight, old man Jack's gonna make you feel inadequate. Jack kept muttering as he rocked the bed, completely oblivious to Meryl's activities. The cursed competitiveness of men. But as time passed, something felt off. Why hadn't they stopped? How long had it been? He glanced at the clock on the wall, and his jaw dropped. This kid's a machine. No way he'd admit defeat. Switching arms, he kept shaking the bed. From the other side, Drew's voice rose in ragged cries. Even with her eyes closed, Meryl could feel the relentless, pounding rhythm through the wall. In her mind, she replaced Jack with Martin, and her movements sped up. Just the fantasy alone was enough to make her want to scream. Of course, Meryl didn't notice Jack's struggle either. FCK, I'm exhausted. Wheezing, Jack switched arms again, his fourth or fifth time. His limbs were practically waving goodbye. Motherfucker, is this kid a damn stallion? Asterisk. Time blurred. The noises next door never let up, though Drew's voice grew hoarse, exhaustion creeping into her frenzy. Turns out, even the most fertile field tires if the plow never stops. Jack's arms had gone numb. Now, he was using his knees against the footboard to keep the bed shaking. Meryl, I can't do this anymore. Sweetheart, help me out here. Finally remembering his partner, Jack turned, only to freeze. Meryl was slumped on the floor, drenched, her body still trembling faintly. What the hell happened? His brain short-circuited. Then it hit him. Was this betrayal? His aging mind struggled to process it. Forget it. I'm old. Gotta accept it. Why compete with some kid? Meryl was clearly out of commission. If he kept going, his knees would give out next. Defeated, he gave up. Arms useless, he wriggled onto the bed like a worm, collapsing onto the pillows. Staring blankly at the ceiling, the relentless thud-thud-thud from next door pounded in his ears. Jack Nicholson had a nightmare. He dreamed he was a soldier in battle. They were losing. Everyone was retreating, him included. A deserter sprinted past him, then turned back, revealing a face eerily like Martin's. Too slow. Old man, he taunted before running off. Soon, another deserter passed him. Same handsome face, same mockery. What's wrong, old-timer? Can't keep up. Then a third. Endurance matters, you know. A fourth, strength, old man. You've got none left. Jack did feel weak. His arms and legs were leaden, throbbing with pain. I can't feel my limbs. The dream shifted. Now he was a tiny tadpole, desperately wriggling forward. He didn't know why, but all the other tadpoles were swimming ahead, so he followed. Suddenly, the ones ahead turned back. Their round heads morphed into Martin's face, chanting in unison. Nicholson, you good for nothing. Nicholson, faster, faster. Nicholson, fall behind and you lose. Shut up, Jack roared. But the voices continued, a relentless chorus of faster, faster, faster. Then, a massive orb loomed ahead. Jack stared in horror. An egg? So I'm AA. Sperm. What the F asterisk CK? Just then, an exceptionally buff tadpole surged ahead, piercing the orb. The others wailed. It's Martin. Martin won. We're doomed. Losers die, die, die. The chant of die, die, die echoed in Jack's skull, suffocating him. Shit, it's just a dream. Wake up. With a gasp, Jack jolted awake, only to find Meryl's arm draped over his throat, the real culprit behind his breathlessness. Shoving it aside, he sat up, drenched in sweat. Martin is a goddamn nightmare. It was as if Martin had replaced Charles Manson as the ultimate demon in his mind. A sudden urge hit him. He needed the bathroom, but his arms and knees screamed in protest. He couldn't even get out of bed. Meryl, roused from a very pleasant dream, Meryl opened her eyes to Jack's wrinkled face. Give me back my handsome fantasy. Give me back Martin. Before she could snap, her old partner spoke in an awkward whisper. Meryl, could you help me up? Early the next morning, Meryl left the hotel with a grin plastered across her face. That joke from last night, she'd mock Nicholson with it for the rest of his life. Hell, she'd even write it down and slip it into his coffin after he died. Too damn hilarious. Shaking the bed so hard he couldn't walk. H.A. Too weak to even lift his own dick. Ha. Dreaming he turned into a sperm. Bah. Meryl couldn't stop laughing, even on the plane. Passengers shot her odd looks as she kept bursting into giggles. Damn you, Jack Nicholson, making me look like a lunatic, haha. On set. God damn it, Jack. What's wrong with your hands? I told you to grab Leo by the collar, not his damn belt. Fuck. Lift your arms, you idiot. Martin Scorsese roared, sparing no mercy for his old friend. This was already the third time Nicholson had made the same mistake. Nicholson grimaced internally. I'd love to lift my fucking arms, but they won't goddamn listen. Uffed. Martin, watching from the sidelines, barely stifled his laugh. Thanks to his demonic senses, he'd seen the old man shaking that bed half the night. Gotta admit, the guy had stamina. Of course, he'd also witnessed all of Meryl's mischief. After several more failed attempts, Nicholson finally surrendered. Sorry, Marty, he muttered to Scorsese. Pulled a muscle in my arms. Might need a day off. Pulled a muscle? Scorsese blinked, then recalled Merrill's visit and scowled. One day. Yeah, just one. Turns out, Nicholson severely overestimated his recovery speed. 3 days later, his arms still ached with every movement. God only knows how he survived those 3 days, especially meals and bathroom breaks. Soon, hotel staff leaked whispers to the press. Jack Nicholson can't take care of himself? Requires female staff for everything, even toilet duties? Is he dying? Paparazzi stampeded to the hotel like vultures, fearing they'd miss Nicholson's funeral. Imagine their disappointment when Nicholson stormed out, very much alive and livid. I'm fine. Who the fuck said I was dying? My arms are injured, that's all. Sexual harassment? Bullshit. I paid them to help me piss. Male staff? Fuck no. I ain't letting some dude touch my junk. God damn it, this isn't a prank. Ask Martin, he'll vouch for me. Martin, where'd that little shit go? Given Nicholson's notorious history, most reporters dismissed it as another of his stunts. Their articles spun it as a hoax, and infuriatingly, the public bought it. Cheer up, Jack, Martin Myers clapped him on the shoulder. At least the departed got free publicity. Leo added, your sacrifice will be remembered by the entire crew. Matt Damon solemnly nodded. Rest in peace. I'm not dead, you assholes. The entire cast, including Scorsese, dissolved into laughter. Scorsese grinned. You delayed us for 3 days, Jack. Least you can do is be our marketing stunt. What could Nicholson say? Fine, but only this once. He jabbed a finger at Martin. This is your fault. You little demon. Martin feigned solemnity. Actually, I've been pondering a question. Nicholson took the bait. What? Why does nobody believe you? Why? Let me tell you a story. It's called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Martin, ever the masterful storyteller, courtesy of his incubus charms, soon had the entire crew, including Scorsese, hanging on his words. Nicholson listened most intently of all. On the outskirts of the crowd, Scorsese's assistant Alan whispered, Sir, how does Nicholson get along so well with Martin? The age gap, the pranks, especially after Martin stood him up at the press conference. Scorsese sighed. Because Jack's a bastard who loves other bastards. Just look at Nicholson's inner circle. Marlon Brando, Hollywood's original legendary asshole. Roman Polanski, a fugitive sex offender. Martin Scorsese. Okay, they're friends, but Jack never hangs out with him for fun. Martin Myers, a literal incubus in human skin. When he leans into bastardry, he outbastards all of Hollywood combined. And so, the boy's entire flock was eaten. Martin concluded. Now, what's the moral? Ooh, me. Nicholson shot his hand up like an eager schoolboy. It means if you lie and prank people too much, eventually no one believes you. Just like me. Holy shit. Even Martin, a literal demon, was floored by Nicholson's shamelessness. The man delivered the line with the enthusiasm of someone completely detached from the just like me part. Truly, Nicholson was a legend in lack of shame. No wonder he'd mooned an entire stadium. Flashback, 1985 NBA Finals, Celtics vs. Lakers. When Boston fans taunted Nicholson with Jack Go Home shirts, the unhinged legend dropped his pants and bent over to present his bare ass to the crowd. The clip became a cult classic. As veteran commentator Lance later said, if Jack ever reenacts that, I'd pay to see it. After Jack Nicholson's little episode, the film crew's shooting got back on track. Although Jack Nicholson was an old rogue, his acting was absolutely undeniable. During the shoot, his scenes with Martin went the smoothest, and the two hardly ever had any NGs. Leonardo, on the other hand, had some issues. Scorsese didn't like his repetitive little gestures and had to retake multiple times to correct them. He was practically the NG king of the crew. Even Matt Damon performed better than him. Of course, the importance of the roles was also a factor. On the side of the road stood an old phone booth. Martin, looking a bit nervous, walked quickly inside. This scene was where Colin Sullivan and Frank Costello had a secret phone conversation. Martin portrayed the complicated emotion of Colin Sullivan, who wanted to escape but felt powerless, perfectly. This monologue was performed so naturally by Martin, with full emotional tension. Leonardo frowned as he watched. Damn it, Martin is acting too well. If this goes on, am I going to be overshadowed as the real lead? The next day, Leonardo, looking furious, was swearing at people. His constant stream of fucks was like a machine gun, firing off rapidly. Standing next to Scorsese, Martin asked in surprise, "This isn't the script I wrote. Did this kid change the lines?" Scorsese replied, "Yes, but he did a good job. It was a smart choice, because his expressions and body language are weaker than yours and Jack's. So, Leo chose to express his emotions through the lines. Although there's more swearing than necessary, it works well here, doesn't it?" When Leo finished his performance and didn't hear Scorsese shout, "NG," he was immediately overjoyed. He then proudly looked at Martin, raised his chin, and said, "Buddy, how's that modification?" Martin didn't like others changing his script, but he had to admit, Leonardo's performance was indeed impressive. "Damn it, you've stolen the most swearing title in my film. But, very nice. Ha ha, I found my groove. From now on, I'm the king of swearing in The Departed." Leonardo laughed heartily. After 6 weeks of shooting in Boston, the crew returned to New York to continue filming. Yes, even though this film was set in Boston, most of the shots were filmed in New York. This was because New York offered a 15% tax rebate, which was a substantial sum. Martin had finally persuaded Scorsese. When it came to persuasion, the succubus was definitely #1 in the world. Cut. Little Martin and Jack, you guys did great. Scorsese genuinely praised them loudly. He then continued, "But I think you guys can do even better. Let's try it again. Bring out all your emotions and states. I believe you can push even further from where we just were." It wasn't clear if the filming had been so smooth, or if the 2 lead actors, Martin and Leo, and 1 major supporting actor, Jack, had delivered such an impressive performance, but Scorsese's standards for the film kept rising as he sought perfection. Scorsese felt this movie was coming together beautifully, reminding him of when he filmed Taxi Driver. Returning to his strengths in crime films was clearly the right choice. This also fueled Scorsese's growing expectations. As he got older, he could clearly feel his inspiration dwindling, and his filmmaking methods becoming more formulaic. This film seemed like a final burst, and if it couldn't win the Golden Statue, he might never get another chance, and he would likely end his career with a Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a final shot at glory. So, his demands on the actors became even higher. Having found his groove, Leonardo began to NG again. Unable to resist, he pulled Martin and Jack aside privately. "How do we manage to handle our roles so naturally?" Martin said arrogantly. "Colin Sullivan is a simple character, just a two-faced man. You simulate 2 emotions and let them collide, and then Colin's struggles and wavering will naturally come through." Leo stared at him, speechless. What was the difference between this answer and "it's just a gift"? He then turned his hopeful gaze toward Jack. Jack shrugged and said, "To be honest, Frank Costello is an easy character. There's no room for much performance. I just played it casually." "Damn it." Leonardo cursed silently. Jack's answer was even worse than Martin's. But Martin, ever so tactful, said, "Buddy, you've already performed great. Scorsese just wants to draw out your full potential. No need to undermine yourself." "But why do you guys NG so little?" "Well, that's because of talent." Martin fell back into his usual routine. Jack then spoke up. "Kid, don't compare yourself to us. There are some people in this world who don't need to try hard to surpass 99% of people. We call these people geniuses, like Martin, like me." This old bastard shamelessly categorized himself as a genius. Martin glanced at him without saying anything. But deep down, he had to admit, in terms of acting, Jack was indeed a genius. Jack continued, "Leo, compared to other actors, your performance has been outstanding. When old Martin shot Mean Streets, Robert De Niro got far more scolding than you." "Really? So, even though my talent doesn't match yours, I've surpassed Robert De Niro? Wow, I didn't expect that. I feel confident now. Ha ha, I have more talent than Robert De Niro." Leo's spirits lifted again as he quickly walked toward Scorsese. "Director, I'm ready. Let's do it again." Scorsese glanced at Martin and Jack in confusion, wondering what kind of potion these 2 had given Leo. But that was a good thing. "Okay, let's do it again." Jack, however, asked Martin with a confused expression, "Did I say his talent surpassed Robert De Niro?" Martin replied, "Doesn't matter what you said, he understood it that way, and it worked well." Jack dropped his confused look, stroked his chin, and said, "Well then, I guess I really do have a talent for persuasion." That day, at 2 in the afternoon, Leonardo and Jack Nicholson were filming a scene together. Martin watched from the sidelines. The scene was about Billy Costigan getting into a bar fight, catching the attention of Costello, who intended to bring him under his wing. But before that could happen, one of Costello's men needed to search Billy to ensure he wasn't carrying a wire or anything suspicious. In terms of lines, Leonardo and Nicholson delivered without issue. However, when the actor playing Costello's henchman smashed Billy's injured arm in a cast with full force, director Scorsese called cut. "Leon, your expression is off. It shouldn't be anger. It should be a natural reaction to intense pain. Let's do it again." Moments later, "Leon, still not right. One more time. Leon, the eyes. There's no feeling in your eyes. Again. Leon, one more time. Leon, again." After 7 or 8 takes, Scorsese sighed and said, "Take a break, everyone. Leon, you think about it some more. You need to convey that sharp, searing pain and layer in a bit of fear. Fear that your cover's about to be blown." Leonardo nodded. "Got it, director. I'll think it through." During the break, Leonardo sat in a chair by himself, his expression constantly shifting as he muttered under his breath. "How long do you think it'll take him to figure it out?" Nicholson sat down next to Martin, glancing toward Leonardo as he spoke. Martin looked over at Leonardo, responding calmly, "He'll get there eventually. I tease him all the time, but Leo's got talent. He really does. It's just that he got famous too young, didn't have time to hone his craft, so he fell into a pattern. The question is when he'll break out of it." Nicholson raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you also get famous young? But you don't seem to fall into that trap. Your performances never feel forced. How'd you manage that?" That question had been lingering in Nicholson's mind for a while. Pride had stopped him from asking, until now, when the topic of Leo gave him a perfect excuse. Martin just chuckled. Nicholson's gut twisted. "Fuck," he thought. "I walked right into that one. Gave this punk a golden opportunity to show off." And sure enough, "You already know the answer, Jack," Martin said with a grin. "You said it yourself last time. I'm a genius. Goddamn it. Shouldn't have asked." Nicholson shut up immediately. Just then, Leonardo walked over to the two of them and made a startling request. "Martin, I want you to hit my arm. Hard." "What?" Martin and Nicholson looked at him, stunned. Leonardo explained, "I want to feel that intense pain of getting my arm smashed. For real." Nicholson stood up solemnly, clapped a hand on Leonardo's shoulder, and said seriously, "Kid, you may not be a genius, but you're a damn good actor." Martin, still surprised, asked, "You sure?" Leonardo hesitated briefly, then gave a firm nod. "I'm sure." "Okay." Martin agreed without a moment's pause. Leonardo immediately got flustered. "Fuck, as a friend, shouldn't you have hesitated at least a little?" All right, Martin said with a straight face, pretending to think for a second. "Okay, oh shit, I'm already regretting this." Leonardo muttered miserably. Nicholson chimed in. "If you don't trust Martin, I can do it. I've got experience. I'm from the generation where actors used to fight for real, for the role." No thanks. I'll stick with Martin." Leonardo flatly rejected him. "Don't worry, Leo. Compared to me, Jack's got way less fight experience," Martin said reassuringly. Nicholson glared at him, ready to argue, then remembered Martin's impressive fight history and thought better of it. Martin added, "I can make it hurt, but I won't injure you." "Really? Of course. All right, let's do it." Leonardo laid his arm out on a chair, wearing the expression of a man walking to the gallows. Martin raised his hand high, just as it was about to come down. "Wait!" Leonardo suddenly shouted. "What is it? You're sure it's just going to hurt and not break anything?" "Yes, I'm sure." "Okay then, do it." Martin raised his hand again, just about to strike. "Wait." Again, just to confirm. "Pain, no injury?" Yes, just pain, no injury." "Okay, I'm just making sure. Let's go." For the third time, Martin raised his hand high, just as it was about to fall. "Wait. Just. Shut up." Wham! Martin's fist came down hard on Leonardo's arm. A woo! Leonardo let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded more animal than human. Clutching his arm, he jumped around on the spot, shouting a string of expletives. Fuck, 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 fuck. It's broken, It's broken. It's broken. How hard did you hit him? Nicholson asked in disbelief, inching a little farther away from Martin. Damn, this guy's brutal. Martin, perfectly composed, replied, relax. I had full control. His arm's fine. Sure enough, after hopping around a bit, Leonardo flexed his fingers and moved his arm. Other than the intense pain, there was no real damage. Eyes wide, he said, fuck, it really isn't broken. Martin reminded him. Bro, did you lock in that pain sensation? Want to go again, just to be sure? No, I got it. I swear I got it. Never again. Still holding his arm, Leonardo focused hard, trying to imprint the pain in his memory. After a short while, a spark lit up in his eyes. Director, I'm ready. Let's go again. You sure? Very sure. But we've got to move fast. I don't want to forget the feeling. No worries. I'm happy to help again, Martin chimed in. Leonardo shivered. No thanks. Director, let's roll. I've got this, he said with unwavering determination. All right, places everyone. Scene 20, take 16, let's go again. This time, Leonardo's performance was flawless. Especially in the moment when the cast was smashed, he portrayed that sharp agony and the subtle panic of being exposed with stunning realism. Martin whispered smugly to himself, see? What a great friend I am. Standing silently to the side the whole time, Matt Damon shuddered involuntarily. He'd seen that punch firsthand. Evening. Martin, Nicholson, Leonardo, and Matt Damon went out for drinks together. Of course, Martin still could only have juice or milk. The one footing the bill was, as usual, the guy with the most NGs that day, undoubtedly Leonardo. In fact, ever since filming began, it was mostly Leonardo and Matt Damon taking turns to pay, with Leonardo picking up the tab more often. This isn't fair. Matt has way fewer scenes than I do. Of course he messes up less. The world was never fair to begin with, said Nicholson. Pay up, buddy, or else. Martin raised his fist threateningly. Thanks for the drinks, Leo. Matt Damon lifted his glass. F***ck you guys, you bastards. Under the trio's pressure, Leonardo obediently paid up. Not that he really minded the money. This was just guys messing around. That's how brotherhood grows. Through roughhousing and banter. As Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson grew more in sync, the filming pace picked up significantly. That day, the crew was granted a rare break, 3 days off. Martin, Leonardo, and Matt Damon crowded around Nicholson. Martin asked, Hey old man, where's the party at? Nicholson replied, On a yacht, of course. Only at sea can we avoid those pesky paparazzi and gossip hounds. I borrowed Spielberg's mega yacht for this one, and I've invited over 50 sexy female models. Just as 4 guys. Buckle up, fellas. Hope you can keep up. At that, Nicholson instinctively glanced at Martin and thought, 3 days off. Could this kid actually manage to conquer 50 in one go? Then he shook his head. No way. Not even a stud horse could pull that off. Yeah, he seriously underestimated Martin. Jack, what's the party theme? Leonardo asked. Haha, since we're at sea, naturally the theme is pirates and their slave girls. Nicholson grinned wickedly. Bet none of you have tried that one before, huh? TCH. Martin and Leonardo each flipped him off with a middle finger. Only Matt Damon, the honest guy, blurted out, Never tried it. Nicholson immediately slung an arm over Matt's shoulders and said warmly, Matt, you're a good kid. Uncle Jack will show you the ropes. Matt Damon gave a big, wholesome grin. The guy's got a face that screams, nice guy, which makes it all the more deceptive. Spielberg's yacht was a far cry from Martin's modest boat. This beast cost $230 million, stretched 109 meters long, and burned 700 liters of fuel per hour, with a carbon footprint that could give the whole Green Party a heart attack. Ironically, Spielberg always calls himself an environmentalist. At the moment, the yacht was teeming with gorgeous women. Though it was spring and the waters near New York were still chilly, the girls wore skimpy outfits like they didn't even feel the cold. The 4 men were already dressed in pirate attire. Nicholson had gone full pirate, complete with a rusty black iron hook on his right hand. He cackled maniacally, swiping the hook everywhere he went. Wherever he went, the girls squealed and scattered, giggling. Ladies, lovely ladies, don't run. Come receive your punishment from the great Captain Jack. There's treasure, endless treasure. First come, first served. he hollered while prowling the deck, dead set on capturing a beautiful slave girl. Leonardo, meanwhile, was dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. Yes, that Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean, with heavy eyeliner and flamboyant gestures. And he actually pulled it off. He didn't need to chase anyone. Just standing there was enough to draw a crowd. That's the magic of Jack. Matt Damon had gone with a one-eyed pirate look, wearing an eye patch and a plastic dagger at his waist. At the moment, he was making out with a hot girl. Martin's pirate look was the most unique. Just blue board shorts, fearlessly showing off his ripped upper body to the chilly sea breeze. Like a god from Mount Olympus surveying the mortals below. In one hand he held something like a royal scepter, and on his head was a plastic crown. He sat regally on a deck chair on the yacht's second level while a line of subjects queued up for an audience with their king. "My lord, your most loyal subject, Karina, greets you." "Hello, Karina. You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Karina stood and gazed at Martin, seated in majestic stillness, sunlight glinting off him like golden trim on his form. My God, he's so handsome. Karina was sure she was looking at the sun god Apollo. The yacht cut through the waves. The wind picked up. The ship began to rock. Seagulls cried overhead. A dolphin leapt from the water, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Amid the rising cries of surprise and excitement, Martin closed his eyes halfway and used magic to check his body. He could clearly feel it. As this marathon went on, his mana was steadily increasing. His magic reservoir was gradually filling. Soon, word of Martin's exploits began to spread among the girls. One after another, curious and disbelieving, they joined the line to see for themselves. Why do I feel like the crowd's thinning out? Nicholson wondered aloud as he continued playing chase with the girls. But gradually, he noticed fewer and fewer were around. What the hell? Just then, he saw Matt Damon hurrying along the outer deck with a look of shock on his face. "Guys, you won't believe what I just heard. Martin's in the middle of a marathon. A full-on F***ing marathon star. He's..." As Matt explained, Nicholson and Leonardo's jaws dropped. The nearby girls looked at one another, exchanged knowing glances, and began quietly slipping off toward the front deck, one by one. "No way. He's got to be pulling some kind of stunt." Nicholson refused to believe it. "Yeah, no frickin' way," Leonardo agreed. "But that's what all the girls are saying." Matt insisted. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Leonardo asked. No, not really." Matt admitted. Nicholson shouted. "You totally got duped. I don't know how he pulled it off with the girls, but they're obviously in on it." "Well, let's just go see for ourselves," Leonardo said. The other two nodded. But where the hell is everyone? That's when the three realized. In the time they'd been talking, all the girls on the rear deck had vanished. Only the three of them remained, standing there, all alone. Now that was going too far. Nicholson, Leonardo, and Matt Damon made their way to the front deck. There, they saw a long, winding line of girls stretching from the second floor down to the first, buzzing with excitement as they chattered nonstop. The three lonely guys sidled up to eavesdrop on a few snippets. "Martin is really that amazing? He can make someone fly in just 10 minutes? No way, I don't buy it." "You better believe it." Nana and the others experienced it firsthand. It didn't even take 10 minutes. "I just asked. 5 minutes tops, even for the longest one. How the hell does he do it? He must have some secret technique. Is he seriously planning to take on all 50 of us by himself today? Wow, that's got to be a Guinness World Record, right?" The girls up front are making bets, seeing who can get Martin to come out, you know. What I mean. This is getting interesting. I want to see just how good Martin really is. Nicholson, Leonardo, and Matt Damon were left dumbfounded. This has to be fake. It has to be fake. They're in on it with Martin. "Yeah, that must be it." Nicholson muttered to himself in a daze. "Let's go check it out." Leonardo's curiosity was off the charts. The three climbed up the gangway to the second level of the yacht. All along the way, the girls they passed were eagerly chatting about Martin's miracle. Not one of them noticed the three A-list stars walk by. No, maybe they did notice, and just didn't care. After all, what's a movie star compared to a god? When they reached the second floor, they saw the deck was absolutely packed with women. Aside from the partygoers, there was another group of women standing in a protective ring, feet apart, hands behind their backs, like bodyguards, tightly encircling a certain area on the deck. Strange sounds were coming from inside that circle. The three men tried to squeeze in to see what Martin was up to, but were stopped by the circle of women. His Majesty is in the midst of conquest. No outsiders allowed. One of the women declared sternly. Nicholson froze, then pointed to his nose. Were the outsiders? I paid for this whole damn party. The woman remained stone-faced and repeated. His Majesty is in the midst of conquest. No outsiders allowed. Is this part of the game too? Matt Damon muttered. Nicholson cursed. Shit, there was no such scene in my game. Then suddenly, he broke into a wicked grin and said, if this is some new game Martin cooked up, then what are we waiting for? Let's go, boys. With that, he charged toward the crowd. Matt Damon and Leonardo laughed and followed suit. But, even though they were men and technically stronger, they were outnumbered. Worst of all, Nicholson was already 65 and out of steam. After 2 feeble shoves, he was completely exhausted. Then, he watched in disbelief as the women effortlessly lifted him up and tossed him straight into the second-floor swimming pool. Oh, fuck you traitors. I'll punish you. I will punish you. I'm docking your pay, he shouted, flailing in the pool, though he made no effort to climb out, since the strong women at the poolside were eyeing him like hawks. Just then, from the middle of the crowd came a sharp cry, like a nightingale crying blood. Voices burst into discussion. Whoa, Jenna's done. How long did she last? For minutes. No way, Jenna's built like a tank. Martin's even more built. Did you see those muscles? Like flowing water. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. I hope they finish up quickly. Haha. I wish I could join Martin's Royal Guard too. You only qualify once you've been conquered, sis. Please, let it be my turn soon. While the women were chattering, Martin's voice rang out. Docking pay? Huh. Whatever that old man deducts, I'll double it for you. Protect your king's privacy. At your command, your Majesty. The women encircling him replied in unison. Another woman joined their ranks. It was Jana, who had just finished the game with Martin. Old Nicholson was utterly disheartened. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Martin had made these women obey his every word. Then, he saw Matt Damon and Leonardo getting picked up by the female guards and tossed into the pool beside him. Nicholson burst out laughing. Huh, you guys didn't do any better. At least I lasted longer than you, old man, Leonardo retorted. This is not fair. Matt Damon shouted at the women on the poolside. This is very fair, Martin's voice called out, followed by another odd moan. These angels are just expressing their gratitude for the bliss I've given them. What now? Leonardo asked. I got nothing. There's too many of them, and they're all in character. They really think they're Martin's royal guards. Matt Damon said, thoroughly frustrated. How about we dress up as women too? Nicholson offered a terrible idea. No. Leonardo and Matt Damon rejected him in unison. Then what do you suggest? Nicholson spread his hands. Matt Damon's eyes lit up. After scanning the area, he leaned in and whispered, Isn't this yacht 3 or 4 levels high? If we head up to the 3rd deck, we can look down and see what's going on. Hey, great idea. Not bad, kid. Nicholson patted him on the shoulder. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Leonardo urged, his burning curiosity nearly impossible to contain. The 3 swam to the other side of the pool and climbed out. Thankfully, the guards didn't stop them. They quietly slipped away, waited until the women lost interest in them, and then sneaked to the gangway leading to the 3rd deck. Once there, the 3 of them scrambled for the front rail, leaning over to peer down. What the fuck? Shit. Damn you, Martin. They cursed in unison. Why? Because not only had Martin surrounded himself with layers upon layers of female guards, he also had a massive sun umbrella, 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, completely blocking the area where he was stationed. They couldn't see a damn thing. I'm gonna complain to Spielberg. Who the hell puts a sun umbrella that big on a yacht? Can't see a thing. Not a damn thing. Leonardo stretched his neck, craning for a better view, but it was no use. All he could make out were 2 blurry shadows tangled together. From morning till dusk, Leonardo, Nicholson, and Matt Damon tried every possible way, but none of their methods could get past the blockade of female guards. In the end, exhausted and frustrated, the trio gave up. These 3 lonely men wandered into the dining hall on the 1st floor and asked a waiter to bring them something to eat. That's when they heard a group of crewmates at a nearby round table chatting animatedly. It's true. I saw the girls go in one by one, then come out flushed and radiant, immediately joining the ranks of the female guards. Martin must have some kind of secret technique. Shame we can't see what's going on in there. Yeah, some kind of special skill. That's what I think too. If only I could learn it. You're too skinny. Even if there is a special technique, you'd need a strong body to handle it. I think I could manage. Hey, what do you guys think? If I asked Martin to take me as a disciple, would he agree? Disciple? Leonardo, Nicholson, and Matt Damon exchanged glances, clearly seeing the temptation in each other's eyes. Leonardo rubbed his chin, thinking, I heard Martin likes Europe culture. Maybe I could try the whole tea ceremony thing. Do I need to kneel? Should I go for it? Nicholson's eyes gleamed as they darted around. I wonder if Martin's technique is something an old man like me can even handle. But if it is, I wouldn't mind becoming his disciple either. Matt Damon mused. I'd better start working even harder for Martin. Maybe one day, when he's in a good mood, he'll teach his ultimate move to his favorite subordinate. Yeah, sounds totally possible. Meanwhile, the crew at the table kept chatting. What about the captain? Why is the first officer at the helm? Taking a break, apparently. Heard his heart condition flared up. The bridge is on the 4th floor, after all. Martin must have pushed the old man over the edge, even though we can't see what's actually going on in there. Just watching one beauty after another go in and come out is enough of a tease. Not to mention the sounds. Poor old Bruce. After dinner, the trio couldn't help but wander to the foredeck, then up the gangway to the 2nd floor. Seeing more and more female guards, and hearing that strange chorus of wild and varied noises, the same thought popped into all three minds. Yeah, even just listening is pretty damn exciting. No wonder the old captain's heart gave out. They lingered there for a while, and all three were practically trembling with excitement. At last, the day-long marathon reached its finale. 50 female guards lined up into 2 neat rows, forming a pathway that led to the end, where Martin lounged lazily on a deck chair. He wore beach shorts, a fake crown, and a red silk cloth. Who knows where he got it? Draped around his shoulders like a royal cape. He pointed at Leonardo, Nicholson, and Matt Damon, his expression suddenly serious. Bring these 3 intruders before me. Yes, Your Majesty. Several female guards stepped forward. For some reason, Leonardo felt a sudden pang of fear, as if he really were facing a king and his loyal guards. The atmosphere was on point. One glance to either side confirmed it. Both Matt Damon and Nicholson looked just as tense. Fuck, this roleplay Martin cooked up really feels legit. Way more fun than my pirate and slave girl games. Despite the nerves, Nicholson couldn't help but wonder what Martin was going to do with them next. The 3 didn't resist and let the female guards lead them before Martin. Martin eyed them with a regal air. Intruders, where do you come from? Leonardo and Matt Damon were dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Luckily, Nicholson had experience. He quickly stepped up. We come from Azure Blue Star. Our spaceship ran out of energy, and we had no choice but to make an emergency landing in your nation. We mean no harm. Martin nodded. Very well. But since you've entered my kingdom, you are now my subjects. You will obey me, or suffer the consequences. Nicholson immediately picked up on Martin's hidden meaning. This game was getting more and more interesting. And if we obey, you will be rewarded. What kind of reward? Matt Damon jumped in. He caught on too. These women, Martin said, gesturing to the guards beside him. The women were eyeing the trio like hungry wolves. Leonardo jumped in too. Your Majesty, what would you have us do? My guards and I are hungry. I'll get the kitchen to prepare dinner right away, Nicholson said. We'll also need fine wine to go with it. I'm on it. I'll find the ship's bartender, Matt Damon offered. Food and drink are nice, but what about some dancing to spice things up? Leonardo froze, just about to speak, but suddenly choking on his words. Swish. 53 pairs of eyes snapped toward Leonardo. He suddenly felt a chill. He didn't even know what death by staring was, but instinctively he stammered. Should I offer my enchanting dance to entertain His Majesty? Good boy. Martin stood up, extended his right hand with royal flair, and pointed forward. Let us proceed to the dining hall. Matt Damon, caught up in the act, immediately bowed low and hurried to Martin's side, offering his arm. Allow me to assist your majesty. Damn it. That bastard beat me to it. Nicholson cursed internally. Leonardo didn't even care about any of that. All he could think about was, what kind of dance should he do later? He'd figured it out. If he didn't impress Martin tonight, there'd be no meat on his plate. At the dining hall, Nicholson and Matt Damon ran off to alert the chefs and bartender, while Leonardo sidled up to Martin and whispered, "Fuck, man, this whole thing's insane." Martin whispered back, "Yeah, but tell me, does it feel real or not?" Leonardo nodded. "Too real. When you guys were staring me down earlier, I actually felt like I was about to get executed for defiance. Way better than that old man's pirate maid routine, huh? Hell yeah, no contest. In that case, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be off preparing your royal dance performance for me?" "Ugh, yes, your majesty. Right away." As Leonardo retreated, he couldn't help but wonder, damn, is this guy's ability to switch moods on a dime the secret to his ridiculous acting talent? That night's dinner was a blast for Martin. Not only did Nicholson and Matt Damon wait on him hand and foot, but he also got to enjoy Leonardo's ahem flamboyant dancing. TL/N gay. And in the end, all three men were granted Martin's generous reward. 3 stunning women each to take back to their rooms. Yes, you read that right. 3 per person. The next morning, Nicholson's legs were still shaking. Well, the man was getting on in years. The 3 days on the yacht were wild, to say the least. On the first day, Matt Damon, Nicholson, and Leonardo all submitted themselves to Martin, earning themselves beautiful women as rewards. On the second day, Nicholson tried to overthrow Martin's reign, only to be ratted out by Matt Damon and punished severely. Yes, the punishment was being completely drained. By the third day, Nicholson couldn't even get off the boat. Still defiant, he shouted, "Come on, keep punishing me if you've got the guts." Martin actually thought about it for a moment, but eventually decided to let the old man live, denying him another blissful demise mid-climax. That day, Matt Damon, having exposed Nicholson, tried to use the trust Martin had in him to slip him a little blue pill. Martin caught him, and he received the same punishment, being drained dry. Only the most loyal subject, Leonardo, made it to the end. To reward his loyalty, His Majesty Martin graciously gifted him 10 stunning babes. So yes, Leonardo was also drained dry in the end. By the time the yacht party ended on the evening of the third day, Martin was the only one still standing tall and energized. Even though those gorgeous women's ultimate goal was to drain him, in the end, they were all conquered one by Martin. The women were reluctant to part with the 4 men. No, more accurately, they were reluctant to part with Martin. As for Leonardo, Nicholson, and Matt Damon, well, they got their goodbyes too. Sitting in the car, Nicholson, who had rested the entire previous day and recovered a little, said, "Fuck, that was the craziest party I've ever been to. I actually became Martin's subject and got executed for rebellion." At the word execution, Nicholson instinctively winced from the ache in his back. He glared at Matt Damon and snapped, "Fuck you. You little bastard, you betrayed me." Matt Damon grumbled, "Come on, wasn't that part of the plan? I betray you to gain Martin's trust, then drug him. But you failed. Useless piece of crap. You probably didn't control your expression well, or didn't crush the pill enough." Nicholson ranted furiously. Leonardo rubbed his lower back and said, "Next time, I want to be the king." Martin chuckled. "If you're willing to be my son, I'll pass the throne to you. In your dreams." Leonardo rolled his eyes. "Next time, I'll throw the party. I'll be the king." Martin stroked his chin. Sounds good to me." In his head, he was already planning a little coup of his own. After the 3-day break, the bond between the 4 had clearly grown stronger. Leonardo and Matt Damon slept like babies that night, closed their eyes, opened them again, and it was morning. Turns out, moderate exercise really does help with sleep. As for Nicholson, unconscious was probably a better word than asleep. But since he had passed out several times on the yacht, he was used to it by now. So, no problem. The next day, on set, Martin had a scene with Nicholson. Scorsese noticed Nicholson's energy wasn't quite there. He paused the shoot a few times, but Nicholson just couldn't get into character. Martin, on the other hand, was full of energy, delivering a performance that absolutely dazzled. "Jack, what's going on? Don't waste Martin's momentum." Nicholson couldn't help muttering. That guy's a machine. Fuck, am I really getting old? Give me a few minutes. He walked over to his trailer, opened the door, and went inside. A short while later, he came back out. I'm good now, he told Scorsese. Martin could smell the strong scent of alcohol on him. Relying on booze to stir up emotion? Martin wasn't surprised. Plenty of actors in Hollywood pulled this stunt, like Marlon Brando and Al Pacino. And it worked. The next take went off without a hitch. Old man, already losing steam? Martin teased Nicholson after the shoot. Nicholson snorted, didn't respond, and suddenly said, Kid, drinks are on me tonight. Martin blinked. I don't drink. Not going out. Just in my trailer. Martin eyed him suspiciously. What's your angle, old man? Ha ha ha. Nicholson grinned sycophantically. Martin, how the hell do you manage to wrap things up with a chick in just a few minutes? Martin got it now. He shook his head and said, So it's about that. You can't learn this. It's a gift, man. Leonardo and Matt Damon, who had wandered over, both looked incredibly disappointed. Bullshit gift, Leonardo muttered. Martin basked in the glory of showing off again. Nicholson, Leonardo, and Matt Damon were all a little bitter. Especially Nicholson. He was once proud of being the ultimate playboy, but even in that department, he had to admit defeat to Martin. The morning shoot went smoothly. Thanks to the alcohol, Nicholson's performance improved and didn't hold anyone back. During the lunch break, the four of them gathered under the awning outside Martin's trailer to eat. Matt Damon noticed the envious stares of people passing by and felt a little smug. Not everyone had the privilege of dining with a big shot like Martin. You had to either be on his level or someone he personally approved of. Matt Damon, having been through the war with Martin, confidently considered himself the latter. Nicholson pulled a beer from Martin's trailer fridge, popped it open, and placed it on the table. He casually grabbed a newspaper from who knows where and started flipping through it. He skimmed through the politics section, then sports, and finally the entertainment section. After a quick glance, he suddenly burst out laughing mischievously. Ha ha. Leo, listen to this headline. Recently, our reporter spotted supermodel Gisele Bündchen, ex-girlfriend of Leonardo DiCaprio, on a romantic date with New England Patriots superstar quarterback, the one and only Tom Brady. Our paparazzi even caught the two sharing a passionate kiss in Brady's car. It seems Gisele has moved on with a new love. As Nicholson read the article, Martin caught a flicker of gloom in Leonardo's eyes before he masked it with a look of indifference. Martin knew full well that Leo had genuinely loved Gisele. They had even talked about marriage. But Leo's inability to resist temptation eventually cost him the relationship. They parted ways quietly and with regret. Sure, he dated plenty of women after that, but Gisele always had a special place in his heart. Still, there was no going back now. Martin didn't say anything. He just clinked glasses with Leonardo, then turned to tease Nicholson. Hey, Jack, you're totally out of date. These days, who doesn't have a few ex-girlfriends besides me? Nicholson stared. Wait, why don't you have any ex-girlfriends? You don't seem like the loyal type. Martin grinned. Because none of my women ever leave me. You couldn't even imagine the size of my harem. Damn it, he showed off again. Nicholson was depressed. And he couldn't help but picture those women lining up on the yacht again. Chapter 543, First Time Directing. In the darkness of the movie theater, Colin Sullivan, Martin, sat in his seat, eyes constantly scanning his surroundings with vigilance. This was an extremely rundown cinema, filthy and tattered, trash strewn everywhere as if casually discarded. On the big screen, one of those San Fernando Valley films was playing. Just then, Frank Costello, Nicholson, wearing a trench coat and hunched over, walked in and sat down in the row in front of Colin. Colin didn't recognize him at first, but soon heard the unmistakable sounds of the guy in front of him jerking off. Startled, he looked over, only for the man to suddenly leap to his feet and pretend to draw a gun. Colin was shocked. He sprang up, bent over, and reached for his waistband. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Gotcha, Colin. Colin looked up to see the guy had pulled out a fake dildo, waggling it at him. And that shameless bastard was exactly the man Colin had been waiting for, Frank Costello. A string of fucks burst from Colin's mouth. Then came the scene where Colin and Frank exchange intel. Both actors performed brilliantly. After this, it was Leonardo's turn to enter. Billy was tailing Colin, trying to uncover the identity of the rotten apple hidden within the police department. In a dark alley, Colin lowered the brim of his baseball cap and quickened his pace, as if sensing someone behind him. Billy matched his steps, speeding up. Suddenly, Billy's phone started ringing in his pocket. Startled, he darted behind a wall, yanked out his phone, and silenced it. Colin, too, slipped around a corner and pulled out a knife. Footsteps echoed again, drawing closer to where Colin was hiding. Colin's expression visibly tensed. His chest heaved. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes. Behind the monitor, Scorsese was muttering nonstop. Just one more beat, one more beat. The footsteps got closer. Colin struck. He burst from hiding like lightning and stabbed the figure in the chest, then bolted out of the alley. Billy almost simultaneously drew his gun and gave chase, only to see the figure vanish into the bustling street crowd. A trace of frustration and confusion flickered in Billy's eyes. Brilliant. Scorsese slapped his thigh in excitement. He'd noticed that since Leonardo's last break, his acting had improved by leaps and bounds. While he still couldn't match the raw, effortless presence of Martin or Nicholson, he was finally starting to hold his own. Leonardo himself had no idea what had changed. Could being completely drained really have that effect? Leonardo's acting breakthrough accelerated the entire production of The Departed. Worried that Leo might lose his momentum, Scorsese intentionally moved up the scenes between him and Martin, especially the ones where they faced off. This way, even if Leo's form waned, he wouldn't be completely overshadowed by the other two. By mid-April, all the major scenes for The Departed were wrapped. Martin then rushed straight to the Pirates of the Caribbean set for some reshoots. In this life, Martin had condensed the 5-film Pirates saga into a trilogy, shooting all 3 back-to-back, saving considerable time. However, during post-production for films 2 and 3, director Gore Verbinski wasn't satisfied with some of the footage, so Martin, Orlando, and Kira had to come back for reshoots. When Kira saw Martin, she lit up with joy. "Hey, Martin, I missed you." Kira nightly leapt into Martin's arms, and he caught her by the butt. Orlando, also present on set, pretended not to see anything and kept chatting with the director. Martin bounced Kira a little. She was light, with barely any meat on her chest. Martin said, "You're too skinny, Kira." Kira replied, "Hey, are you complaining? I may be flat up front, but I've got a great ass." Martin laughed. "That's true." He set her down and asked about the sisterhood of the Traveling Pants crew. "Great. Lindsay and I get along really well. Oh, and Amanda's nice too. But Rachel? That bitch. I don't like her. I heard Lindsay calls you Daddy Martin. I want to call you that too. Daddy Martin, Daddy Martin, Daddy Martin." As she kept repeating it, Kira broke into giggles, clearly amused by the nickname. But Martin said sternly, "Girl, you just broke one of my taboos." Kira tilted her head playfully, not the least bit scared. "So what's my punishment, Daddy Martin?" "You'll find out tonight." Martin smirked coldly. That evening, Martin brought Kira to the hotel. The punishment began. Kira let out a series of blood-curdling screams, her earlier smugness completely gone. After wrapping the Pirates reshoots, Martin flew back to New York to visit the set of The Devil Wears Prada. This was also a project backed by Myers Pictures. It starred Anne Hathaway and Meryl Streep. Martin, you came to see me." And Hathaway squealed with delight and threw herself into Martin's arms. Then she dragged him around the set, eagerly introducing him to everyone, with a not-so-subtle air of showing off, grinning from ear to ear. Martin let her have her fun, but when they got to Meryl Streep, he noticed she seemed a little off around him. No wonder. Ever since she'd accidentally overheard Martin and Drew doing things behind a wall, Meryl had been secretly fantasizing about Martin during lonely nights, purely to aid herself. She didn't want to, but she couldn't help herself. That night, Meryl tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about how Anne Hathaway was staying right next door and couldn't stop imagining what Martin and Anne were doing. Are they fucking? Images surfaced in her mind. Eventually, Meryl couldn't take it anymore. She slipped out of bed, crept to the shared wall, and pressed her ear against it. Soon, her cheeks flushed red. Though the sounds were muffled, it was clear what was going on next door. Meryl quietly rushed back to her nightstand, grabbed a glass, and returned to the wall. She pressed the glass to the wall, then her ear to the glass. The sounds came through much clearer now. The next day, when she saw Martin on set again, Meryl couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. Martin noticed something was off. He discreetly sniffed the air and smiled faintly to himself, though he maintained a calm expression. After visiting Anne Hathaway, Martin went to Grace, Jennifer Aniston. Then he made stops at the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants and Happy Death Day sets to see Scarlett, Lindsay, and the rest. Then he swung by the V for Vendetta crew to check in on Natalie. And then he went to the sets of On Flux and the Stepford Wives to visit Charlize Theron and Nicole Kidman. After making the rounds and checking in on all his collectibles, Martin was finally ready to embark on the first directing journey of his life. Chapter 544, Finn's Treasure. Blue John Canyon. Martin's directorial debut would be filmed here. This was also the very place where Aaron Ralston, the protagonist of the autobiographical Between a Rock and a Hard Place, became trapped and ultimately amputated his own arm to escape. A plane slowly decelerated and landed at Moab Airport in Utah. Martin and his team disembarked and immediately boarded 6 off-road vehicles that had been waiting outside the airport. They drove along Highway 78 until they reached a small town called Apes. There, they met up with Aaron Ralston. Despite losing an arm, the young man showed no signs of being worn down by his disability. He appeared energetic and full of vitality. The moment Martin saw him, he understood how someone like Aaron could survive such a desperate situation. Positive, optimistic, and always hopeful about life. Abe's wasn't their final destination. Their goal lay west of the town, Canyonlands National Park. Blue John Canyon, where Aaron had been trapped, was located within this very park. Guided by Aaron, the convoy entered Canyonlands. After passing through a narrow gorge, the landscape opened up into a vast expanse of wild terrain. Under the sunlight, the reddish-brown sandstone ground shimmered with a strange, mystical glow. Scattered shrubs dotted the scene like flecks of light in a halo. It felt like stepping into another world. At this point, vehicles were no longer permitted, for several reasons. To preserve the natural terrain, due to the impassable canyons and lack of roads, and because of the area's hazardous topography, riddled with pits and crevices. The group left their vehicles in the park's designated parking area, shouldered their backpacks, and followed Aaron into the park on foot. As they hiked, Aaron explained the route he'd taken during his ill-fated solo trek. As he spoke, he became reflective and turned to Martin with a hint of nostalgia. Coming back here is such a strange feeling. You know, Martin, I didn't come here just for the landscape. I was also following a treasure map. A treasure map? That caught not only Martin's attention, but also piqued the curiosity of the bodyguards and film crew walking with them. Have you ever heard of Finn's Treasure? Martin shook his head. So Aaron began to explain. Finn's Treasure was the brainchild of a man named Forrest Fenn. And no, he wasn't some ancient figure. He was a modern man. A former U.S. Air Force pilot, Fenn retired in the 1970s with a military pension. He used the money to open an art gallery with a partner, which unexpectedly became a massive success. Later, he and his wife opened another gallery in Santa Fe, New Mexico, specializing in Native American artifacts, paintings, and sculptures. This business brought in around $6 million annually. By the 1980s, Forrest Fenn had become a multi-millionaire. But good times didn't last forever. In 1988, he was diagnosed with cancer, and it looked like it might be terminal. After a period of despair, Fenn came up with a wild idea. Rather than quietly fade away, why not create a real-life Indiana Jones treasure hunt? He gathered the best of his personal collection, gold bars, rare coins, antique jewelry, and gemstones, and placed them in bronze chests. Then he buried them across the United States, hoping someone would discover them one day. There were 6 chests in total, each filled with treasures. At the time, each chest was valued between $400,000 and $1.8 million. Now, with the dollar's inflation, the value had risen to over $3 million per chest. His friends and family thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He took the 6 chests, boarded his private plane, flew across the U.S., and personally buried each one. Only he knew the locations. But just hiding the treasure wouldn't make for a very exciting game. It would be far too difficult and not much fun. So Forrest Fenn decided to open the game up to the public. He commissioned a writer to help him pen a memoir titled The Thrill of the Chase, recounting his life stories of war, treasure hunting, and collecting. One chapter, titled Gold and More, included a 24-line poem with 9 clues. By following those clues, one might be able to locate the hidden chests. To dispel suspicion that he was just trying to sell books, Finn pledged to donate all royalties to charity. He also published the list of items inside the chests, along with photos. Once the media got hold of the story, public interest exploded. This wasn't like buying a lottery ticket. It didn't rely on luck. Anyone who could crack the clues had a shot at the treasure. Professional and amateur treasure hunters alike, along with opportunists dreaming of a windfall, began scouring the U.S. using clues from the book. They even built a dedicated website to share updates and discuss interpretations of the clues. Aaron Ralston was one of those treasure hunters. So you found a clue? The treasure's supposed to be in Canyonlands National Park? Asked Gordon, intrigued. Aaron nodded. Yes. I cracked 2 clues and found a box in the Rockies containing a treasure map. I followed that map here, and then he held up his amputated arm. Then I lost an arm instead of finding the treasure, he said with a calm, almost humorous resignation. Martin had been quietly observing him all along. He was clearly an optimistic, resilient man with a true spirit of adventure. Is this Forrest Finn still alive? Asked one of the crew. Yes, he's still alive. Aaron's response surprised many. Didn't any of the treasure hunters try to track him down and ask where the treasure is? Another crew member asked. Of course they did. Some even went to his house and threatened him to reveal the locations. Aaron said, shaking his head. I don't get it. Where's the fun in that? Forrest Finn even had to move because of it. The FBI suspected him of fraud at one point and raided his home, but they didn't find any of the chests or the supposed treasures. That only convinced more people he was telling the truth and had really hidden them. Editor note: this is a true story. The author simply shifted the timeline of the treasure hunt slightly. Later on, Finn gave an interview where he explained why he created the treasure hunt. Because there are too many people in this world who live in poverty and despair. It reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he was diagnosed with cancer. He hoped this treasure hunt would give people a reason to hope, especially those who'd lost faith in life. Chapter 546, 545, The Mystery of the Treasure. May I take a look at the treasure map? Martin asked. Aaron Ralston shrugged. Of course, no problem. In my current condition, there's no way I can go treasure hunting. If you're interested, Martin, I'll give it to you. I only have one request. If you really find the treasure, I'd like to pick one item from it as a keepsake. As he spoke, without waiting for Martin's reply, Aaron pulled a plastic bag from the inside pocket of his jacket. Inside was a piece of parchment, neatly folded. He handed it to Martin. Martin didn't look at it immediately. Instead, he carefully put it away. Their destination was just ahead. The surrounding terrain grew rugged, and the cliffs on both sides rose higher and higher, stretching out in uneven, jagged lines. There were many holes and indentations on the rock face, resembling insect-bored tunnels, but they were actually the result of long-term erosion by wind and rain. Everyone be careful. Watch your heads. This area is prone to falling rocks. The sandstone here can shift or collapse at any time. The temperature difference between day and night is huge. Even in summer, it can exceed 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which makes the sandstone quite brittle. In this kind of environment, and you survived 5 days and 5 nights. Aaron, you're one tough guy, Martin praised. Aaron just laughed casually. Maybe in that situation, all I could do was focus on staying alive. There wasn't anything else I could do. After climbing a slope of about 30 degrees, the group arrived near the exit of Blue John Canyon. We're here. This is the place. Aaron stopped and pointed to a 60-foot deep crevice ahead. After I recovered, I came back here and scattered the ashes of my arm on this land. Martin and several crew members peered over the edge. From where they stood, the canyon looked incredibly deep. It was hard to imagine someone trapped here for 5 days and nights without food or water, who had just severed his own arm with a dull knife, managing to rappel down from such a height, then trek 5 miles alone to be rescued. The crew began taking photos and recording video, documenting the terrain in detail. Then, Aaron led Martin and part of the crew down the canyon by a sloping path on the side. He pointed to a small pit they passed. There used to be a puddle here. When I landed, the first thing I did was stick my head in. Being that thirsty was unbearable. Aaron guided everyone around the bottom of the canyon while the crew continued taking pictures. Martin, meanwhile, took out the parchment treasure map. The parchment had been artificially aged and had the look of an ancient artifact passed down through generations. Seeing Martin studying the map, Aaron chuckled and said, "From my research, the final location of the treasure isn't clearly marked on the map. You have to look at the writing on the back to find more clues. I managed to decode part of it. For example, start where warm water halts, then carry it into the canyon. This is John's home, where blue and red intertwine. That clearly refers to this place, Blue John Canyon. But then there's this last line. At the place where the road ends, where today and yesterday meet, the sun's nightlight shines through a tunnel. It will guide you to the treasure." I never figured out what that means. What does where today and yesterday meet refer to? And how can the sun give off nightlight? What tunnel? I had thought about continuing my search based on the terrain here in the canyon, but it seems now that task falls to you. Martin smiled and said, "Aaron, it's a clear night. Maybe by tonight, I'll be able to put the treasure chest right in front of you." "What? Are you serious?" Aaron's eyes widened. That night, under a sky bright with moonlight and scattered stars, the team had set up camp atop the canyon. By 11:30 p.m., everyone was already asleep. Martin, however, brought Gordon and Aaron back down to the canyon floor. As they walked, Martin explained, "Where today and yesterday meet likely refers to midnight. And the sun's night light must be moonlight, since the moon reflects the sun's light. As for the tunnel," he paused mid-sentence. The three of them had now reached the far eastern end of the canyon. Martin pointed to something. "Look." Aaron and Gordon looked up and saw a deep, round hole about the size of a baby's fist. It pierced clean through the canyon wall like a tunnel, angled upward toward the sky. "I get it," Martin said. "This line means that at midnight, moonlight will shine through this hole. And wherever the light lands, that's where the treasure is buried." Aaron let out a gasp of delight, then fell silent again. Martin simply smiled. A moment later, Aaron frowned and said, "No, wait. That can't be it. If the hole points to the treasure's location, then we wouldn't need to wait for moonlight at all. Even in daylight, we could just follow the line it points to and dig. Why emphasize midnight moonlight?" He turned to Martin. Martin smiled. "Why don't we wait and see? We'll know what happens at midnight." Gordon checked his watch. 15 minutes to go. "All right, let's wait," said Aaron. Time ticked by. At 11:55, a faint glimmer of moonlight shone through the hole. It was so subtle that one might miss it entirely without paying attention. Strangely, the light didn't shine straight ahead in the direction the hole pointed. Instead, it refracted inside and angled off to hit the rock wall behind them. What was going on? Aaron, curious, moved closer to the hole and shone his flashlight into it. After a moment of inspection, he found the answer. Inside the hole were two small mirrors. One of them was set just below the exit, redirecting the moonlight with precise refraction, thus creating the unusual light path. Ingenious. Aaron silently praised the design. Those mirrors must have been placed there by Forrest Fenn himself. Then Martin's voice rang out. "Aaron, feel like digging up the treasure with your own hands?" Aaron's spirits lifted. Of course. Martin handed him a folding shovel. Aaron grabbed it with one hand and began digging where the moonbeam touched the rock wall. The stone here wasn't hard bedrock. It was more like a red clay that became sticky when wet, mixed with sand. It was surprisingly easy to dig through. Soon, clang, the shovel struck something solid. Chapter 546. Wow, what a perfect match. The next day, the staff at the camp finally learned that Martin had deciphered the treasure map and found one of the caches hidden by Forrest Fenn. Now, that treasure, worth around $3 million, was just casually displayed inside one of the tents at the camp for everyone to view. Just a bit of pocket change. Although Aaron Ralston had said he was giving Martin the treasure map as a gift, Martin, being the generous man he was, still transferred him $3 million and let him pick one item from the chest as a keepsake. Aaron Ralston declined a bit at first, but soon accepted Martin's generous offer and took a single gold coin, the most common item in the chest. These were Spanish gold coins, supposedly dating back to 1588, from the era of King Philip II, certified antiques. Of course, because they were relatively abundant, their value wasn't astronomical. Besides the coins, the chest also contained a golden mask, a Chinese jade carving, and around 20 gem-encrusted golden crucifixes, probably excavated from the ruins of some church. Martin counted them. Not only was there enough to give each of his collectibles one, but there were extras. News of Martin discovering Forrest Fenn's treasure soon spread like wildfire. Forrest Fenn, in an interview, said, "Thank God, someone finally found it. This proves I wasn't bluffing." By that time, Martin was already back in Los Angeles, using footage and topographical references of the canyon to begin construction on a film set. Martin has purchased the film rights to Aaron Ralston's memoir Between a Rock and a Hard Place. He's not only planning to star in the lead role himself, he'll also be directing. This will be Martin's directorial debut and his first self-directed, self-acted film. It's finally happening. Martin Myers is stepping into the world of directing. We've been waiting for this. Actor, musician, dancer, novelist, fighter, entrepreneur. Our super genius is finally adding director to his ever-growing resume. Let's see what he brings us this time. Why did Martin choose to make his directorial debut a biopic? What's so special about Between a Rock and a Hard Place? Maybe we should take a look at the author's legendary story, Aaron Ralston. I'm sure everyone's excited about the movie, but let's be honest, people are even more fascinated by Martin finding Forrest Fenn's treasure. Recently, we interviewed a crew member who accompanied Martin to Blue John Canyon. He said, Between a Rock and a Hard Place was blowing up. Aaron Ralston was blowing up. Forrest Fenn's treasure? Even bigger. Over time, as no one had managed to find the treasure, many hunters had started to suspect the whole thing might have been a hoax, just a prank by Forrest Fenn. The treasure hunting craze had been cooling off. But then Martin stirred the pot again, and the craze exploded anew. More and more hopefuls joined the ranks, dreaming of overnight riches. Inside the studio, Martin stood surveying the finished, giant, Blue John Canyon set and turned to the set designer beside him. "Is it sturdy enough? I'll need to hang off of it, you know." "Don't worry, we ran tests. This canyon wall model can support over 4 tons. Okay, what about the boulder that's supposed to pin me down? How heavy is it?" "Super light. About 15 grams. It's foam, coated with 3 layers of paint and dusted with rock powder. Looks totally real." "Hello, Martin." Just as Martin was talking with the set and prop designers, a voice called out. He turned around to see a big-smiled beauty beaming at him. It was none other than Cameron Diaz, Drew's good friend. "Hey, Popo, how've you been?" "All right. Just got back to being single again." "You and Justin Timberlake broke up?" Martin looked surprised. "Yep. That bastard was too timing. He was seeing Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas behind my back. So I kicked him to the curb." Cameron Diaz didn't seem too bothered by the breakup. She answered casually, then began checking out the studio set. When she saw the scaled-down replica of Blue John Canyon, she let out a soft whistle. "Damn. Impressive. The real one's even more spectacular," Martin said with a grin. "Really? Then I'll have to check it out sometime," said Cameron. "If I bring Drew along, you won't mind, right?" Martin shrugged. "Of course not. Drew's been in full-on workaholic mode lately. I'd love for you to rescue her from drowning in projects. I may be her boss, but I don't want to see her drop dead on the job." Martin was beginning to understand why Drew succeeded in the original timeline, and in Hollywood, of all places, where misogyny ran deep. The woman was simply relentless. A model employee, truly. That'd be great. "By the way, where's Gwyneth?" "She's not here yet. She said she'd be here today." "Should be any minute now," Martin said, glancing at his watch. Cameron Diaz and Gwyneth Paltrow, Drew Barrymore's 2 close girlfriends, were set to make cameos in Martin's directorial debut, playing the 2 hiking girls. Cameron even had a love scene with Martin. Gwyneth Paltrow had reportedly expressed discontent about this, but Drew and Cameron teamed up to shut her down. In Drew's words, "I trust Cameron. But you little bitch, I'm worried you'll get too into it and turn fiction into reality. Plus, you're married, and you just had a baby last year." Just as they were chatting, Gwyneth Paltrow arrived. Her looks weren't exactly stunning by Hollywood standards, but she had that classic Western beauty, timeless and elegant. "Hello, Martin." "Hello, bitch." Gwyneth Paltrow greeted both Martin and Cameron Diaz. Cameron flipped her the middle finger, then said to Martin, "This little bitch is still salty. I took the love scene with you." "Fuck off. That's not jealousy. It's just that I can act better." Gwyneth fired back immediately. Cameron nodded. "Yeah, Sure, you are better at love scenes. I'm sure Chris Martin would back that up. Gwyneth's current husband. You jealous bitch. Gwyneth snapped, then turned to Martin. Let me do the scene. I swear I won't seduce you. Martin thought to himself. Aren't you seducing me right now? Gwyneth Paltrow was famously known in Hollywood for stamp collecting. And so was her husband Chris Martin in the music world. Honestly, the two of them really were a perfect match. Lighting? Fuck. I asked for orange lighting that mimics sunrise, not this white glare. Filming for Between a Rock and a Hard Place had begun, and Martin finally understood why directors were always in a bad mood. Managing a film crew was like running a company, except with 100 more complications. Crew members came together from all corners of the world and dispersed just as quickly once the shoot wrapped. Every new production was a fresh round of trial and error. And with that came a flood of trivial issues and unexpected problems, one after another. Sorry. I'll adjust it right away. Hurry up, and don't let this happen again. I swear it won't. The lighting chief, Carter, patted his chest and added, this was just a fluke. Let's keep rolling. Martin gave a nod to the assistant director, Danny Boyle, who immediately called out, action. Inside the studio, all the lights went out. A single orange-red light gradually flickered on, like a rising sun at the horizon. Night gave way to dawn. Warm sunlight slowly illuminated the cold, gloomy canyon. The orange-red hue bathed the rust-colored rocks. The darkness, like a fading shadow, slowly receded, and light crept toward the trapped Martin. Martin slowly lifted his head, revealing a face worn and grimy. He looked ahead, toward the light. His breathing grew quicker. The camera zoomed in on Martin's eyes. The despair in them slowly dissipated, replaced by a spark of hope. What he saw wasn't just light, it was the promise of freedom. Danny Boyle's eyes lit up. Martin's performance was perfect, but at the same time, he felt a pang of regret. If only he were directing this film. With what they had so far, he was starting to believe it could win awards. At this point, Danny Boyle hadn't yet won the Oscar for Slumdog Millionaire, but he was already a prominent name in Hollywood. His Shallow Grave had won Best British Film at the 48th BAFTA Awards and Best Director at the 42nd San Sebastian International Film Festival. Trainspotting had won Best Director at the Seattle International Film Festival. The Beach was nominated for the Golden Bear at the 50th Berlin International Film Festival. 28 Days Later earned him a Saturn Award nomination for Best Director. This Between a Rock and a Hard Place, aka 127 Hours, was originally his film too, though it wouldn't be made until 2010. If Martin hadn't called him personally, no way would a director of his caliber take on a deputy role. But Danny was not only experienced, he loved this script. With his help, Martin kept improving, both as a director and as an actor. Scene 46, Take 11, Action. Today's scene was when the protagonist, Aaron Ralston, encounters two beautiful hikers, Megan and Christy, played by Cameron Diaz and Gwyneth Paltrow. The camera swept across on a cable rig, capturing Martin and the two girls as they leapt off the cliff into a pool below, splashing around in a flurry of carefree fun. Then came the intimate scene between Martin and Cameron Diaz. Cameron suddenly found herself getting nervous. She chewed 2 sticks of gum, but it didn't help. You're such a wimp. Want me to take your place? Shut it. Cameron shot Gwyneth a glare, then turned to Martin. I'm ready, director. Martin was still in deep discussion with Danny Boyle about how to frame the next shot. He nodded at Cameron, exchanged a few more words with Danny, then turned around and noticed her slightly flushed cheeks. He smiled. No need to be nervous. Just follow my lead. Okay. Sure. Cameron nodded instinctively, her heart thumping in her chest. She didn't even know why. This wasn't her first intimate scene. Why did it feel like a teenager's first love? The lights took on a soft glow, like moonlight spilling across the underground pool. Martin gently placed his hand on Cameron's pale, delicate foot, slowly trailing upward. She leaned back, supporting herself with her hands, her upper body arching as her body trembled uncontrollably. Martin's touch felt like magic. Even just grazing her skin sent her body into hormonal overdrive. All non-essential personnel had cleared the set. Well, except for Gwyneth Paltrow, who had insisted on staying. She stood nearby, watching Martin and Cameron's interaction with a gulp, her eyes fixed on them without blinking. Martin wasn't completely naked. He was in shorts. Cameron too. But her upper body was bare, with Martin carefully positioned to shield her from the camera. That was pre-planned. After all, this wasn't that kind of film. What wasn't planned was how into it Cameron got. She seemed to forget they were acting. One hand wrapped tightly around Martin's back, pressing her chest flush against his. At the same time, her other hand began to. Gwyneth's eyes widened. She's losing it. She's really losing it. And she had the nerve to accuse me of getting too into character? This bitch is the one trying to blur the line. I've got to tell Drew. She needs to see Popo's true colors and realize who her real friend is. The remaining crew stared at the scene, hearts racing, like they were about to witness something scandalous. But just then, Cameron snapped out of it. What am I doing? She looked down at what she was grabbing, quickly let go, pulled her hand back, and looked up, right into a pair of deep, teasing blue eyes, and got lost again. When she came to, the scene was over. She was already dressed. She looked down at her clothes, puzzled. That's when Gwyneth's voice chimed in, dripping with jealousy. Don't flatter yourself. Martin dressed you. You should have seen yourself, like a rag doll, totally under his spell. Lucky for you he's not interested. Otherwise, he'd have had you wrapped around his finger. Cameron blinked. Then realization dawned. This bitch was throwing shade. She shot back. I know exactly how Martin reacted. I had him in the palm of my hand, okay? He's not uninterested. He's just responsible. Unlike someone who can't stop sleeping around. Police, you're the one who sleeps around. The two women launched into a heated spat. Meanwhile, Martin stood by the monitor, watching the footage they'd just shot. Think we should do another take? Danny Boyle asked with a sly grin, obviously teasing. This sort of thing was normal in Hollywood. Some actors used mistakes as excuses to reshoot love scenes over and over. Like when Michael Douglas filmed Basic Instinct. He and Jean Triplehorn redid one scene 11 times. Triplehorn later complained that her boobs got bruised by the end. June arrived. The filming of Between Life and Death was nearing its end. 2 months earlier, Warner Brothers' new Batman had already completed post-production and was gearing up for release. This was Warner's ambitious reboot of the DC comic book universe. Especially after the failure of the Black Catwoman film, the studio had pinned high hopes on the new Batman. It was a project that could not afford to fail. At the same time, it was also a passion project for Christopher Nolan. If it succeeded, he would gain more resources and opportunities. If it failed, it could mean a devastating blow to his career, falling out of favor with major studios and returning to the world of indie filmmaking. Because of this, both Warner and Nolan held extremely high standards for the film. During editing, even the slightest dissatisfaction meant scrapping everything and starting over. Even Martin, still shooting Between Life and Death, was frequently pulled in to offer his input. Fortunately, the post-production timeline for the new Batman was generous. With Warner, Nolan, Martin, and others meticulously polishing it, they didn't miss the scheduled media preview. The day after post-production was completed, Warner Brothers held an internal screening. Executives and professional screeners alike were blown away by what they saw. AMC's senior screening consultant, Mark Blum, summed it up best. This movie floored me. Martin's writing paired with Nolan's direction. Together, they've fused commercial appeal and artistic vision perfectly. Everyone present wholeheartedly agreed. Alan Horn let out a partial sigh of relief. Partial, because the film had yet to face the real test, the box office. The first installment of what would become the Batman Dark Trilogy was officially titled Batman Begins. Promotional efforts began ramping up immediately. Trailers, posters, media interviews, bits of information about the film began trickling out, gradually stoking anticipation among fans. Wow, a new Martin Penn movie. So hyped. Who's Christopher Nolan? This director's pretty solid. Memento and Insomnia were both great. Ben Affleck as Batman. Really? He doesn't have that aristocratic vibe like George Clooney. What aristocratic vibe? Isn't Batman just supposed to be tall, strong, and handsome? Besides, the Clooney version flopped at the box office anyway. Saw the trailer. It's definitely dark, but not that gothic Tim Burton dark, more grounded and realistic. Soon after came the media screening. Over 100 media outlets sent reporters to attend. During the screening, the theater was dead silent. Sitting in the last row, Martin leaned toward Ben Affleck and said, "Buddy, Get ready to be famous." Affleck, visibly nervous, replied, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Myers, for this opportunity. Just call me Martin." Martin chuckled. On his other side, and Hathaway leaned in, blowing softly into Martin's ear before teasing, "Martin, what about me? Aren't you already famous? If you want to take it to the next level, forget Batman. Wait until The Devil Wears Prada drops." "Huh? You really think that movie'll blow up? Isn't it just some fashion office drama?" And asked, puzzled. "Trust me, it will," Martin said quietly. "Because the feminist wave is about to explode," he added silently. Once the media screening concluded, critics and outlets alike began showering the film with praise, though most of the credit went to Nolan. There was still a degree of skepticism around Martin. A bold and outstanding superhero film. Batman isn't even the highlight, it's Nolan. Nolan imaginatively fills in the journey of Bruce Wayne, heir to a vast fortune, as he transforms into the dark savior Batman. The film departs from the previous exaggerated, cartoonish takes, adopting a more realistic tone. Details like Batman's early clumsy combat skills and the crude, primal designs of his first suit and vehicle all add credibility. The film knows when to go big with explosions and car chases. It's highly entertaining. Nolan faithfully captures the gritty, daring realism of Frank Miller's 1986 The Dark Knight Returns, and his use of IMAX film adds the operatic scale he was aiming for. In an interview, Nolan said the film focuses on Batman's origin, completely discarding what Tim Burton and Joel Schumacher had done before. The timeline goes back to Bruce Wayne's childhood, charting his emotional journey from pampered rich boy to Gotham's guardian. Of course, Martin wasn't completely left out of the praise. Warner-owned media outlets launched a coordinated campaign emphasizing the immense impact Martin had as the screenwriter. Everyone knew this young man had a massive fan base, across film, music, and literature. Within just a few days, thanks to a media blitz across TV, radio, newspapers, and magazines, even casual moviegoers with no interest in comics knew one thing. This summer, Batman is coming back. Throughout May and early June, no matter where you turned, TV, newspapers, the radio, or even on the street, new Batman was everywhere. Billboards advertising Batman begins over highways. Even Martin, who had started pulling back from public appearances, was now actively promoting the film. If this first installment succeeded, the next two would shoot back-to-back, and Martin's long-awaited Joker would finally hit the screen. He had been waiting a long time for that role. As promotional efforts grew more intense, fan anticipation for Batman begins hit fever pitch. And so, amid all the noise and hype, the calendar rolled forward to June 15th. The premiere of Batman Begins was held at Hollywood's TCL Theater. Unlike previous launches, this time the premiere was accompanied by 2,450 advanced screenings. Nationwide on Thursday night, June 15th, 2005, the Hollywood TCL Theater was packed to the brim. Helen Isabel squeezed into the press zone with her longtime photographer partner, George, watching the hordes of frenzied fans flanking the red carpet. Over 20 security personnel had already been deployed, yet it still wasn't enough to contain the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd. Batman fans had always been a sizable group, but what was up with all these fans holding posters of Neo, Legolas, and Captain Jack Sparrow? Wasn't this supposed to be the premiere of Batman? Fortunately, there were still plenty of fans waving Batman posters in the crowd, or it would have been truly awkward. Upstairs, the owner of the Chinese theater glanced down at the surging sea of people and couldn't help but ask his assistant, "Did you call the police yet? When are they getting here?" "They're on their way," said the glamorous assistant. "Hurry them up. Martin's about to arrive. I don't want to see this situation spiral out of control." "Got it. I'll call again." At that moment, a massive cheer erupted from below. It was the arrival of the leading man and lady. And Hathaway, holding Ben Affleck's arm, looked radiant, while Ben maintained a textbook one-fist distance from her, playing the role of a gentleman to perfection. In reality, Ben Affleck was well known in Hollywood as a notorious playboy, but it all depended on who he was dealing with. Sure, he could mess around with small-time models and actresses, but Martin's woman? He wouldn't dare. That'd be asking for trouble. He was walking the red carpet as carefully as if he were treading on glass, terrified that a misstep might anger the powerful patron he'd finally managed to cozy up to. Helen Isabel tugged George forward, hoping to snag an interview with Ben Affleck and Anne Hathaway. George cleared the way in front. Photographers were all burly men and shielded Helen behind him. Around them, other reporters and cameramen were doing the exact same thing. A journalist ahead snapped, "Quit pushing. There's no more room." Security near the front was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the police arrived. "Shoot. Shoot now. See if Ben Affleck's hand is on Anne Hathaway's ass." Helen Isabel shouted as she finally squeezed up front. Ben Affleck's face darkened, nearly losing control of his expression. Fuck, how long ago was that scandal? Back during the Shakespeare in Love premiere, when his hand had accidentally landed on Gwyneth Paltrow's. Fuck, he already said it was an accident. Why do people keep bringing it up? Still, he instinctively glanced down at his own hand. Good. Perfectly positioned. Proper. Not wandering. Helen Isabel noticed too, and looked disappointed. This playboy had actually behaved himself? How boring. After that, Gary Oldman, Michael Caine, and others walked the red carpet, but didn't stir much excitement. It wasn't until Leonardo DiCaprio arrived, with Bar Refaeli, that the crowd exploded again. Leo's popularity spoke for itself. Then came another wave of deafening cheers as Tobey Maguire appeared. Thanks to Ready Player One, this guy had finally ascended to Hollywood's A-list and was enjoying the sweet taste of megastardom. Next came someone no one had expected. Tom Cruise. The Hollywood superstar stepped onto the red carpet with his new girlfriend, Katie Holmes, drawing an even louder cheer than Leo's appearance. Looks like the old-school, fresh milk faction's grandmaster was still more popular than his supposed successor, even if neither of them would admit they belonged to that label. At the interview zone, Helen Isabel raised her uniquely sharp voice above the crowd and fired off a bold question to Tom Cruise. Tom, it's rumored that you and Martin don't get along. Why are you attending his movie premiere today? Are you here to finally bow your head to him? Once she spoke, the rest of the reporters fell silent, waiting for Tom's response. This question had bite. Tom Cruise, however, didn't show any anger. Smiling at the press zone, he replied, "Martin and I never had a conflict. That's just made-up nonsense from you reporters. Besides, Martin was only the screenwriter for this film. This is a Warner Brothers film, a Nolan film, not Martin's film." Indeed, Tom had come at Warner's invitation, but he also harbored a lingering desire to ask Martin face-to-face why he'd been so dismissive of Kingdom of Heaven. Even though Kingdom of Heaven had already wrapped and was set to release in late June, that comment from Martin still stuck in his craw. He just couldn't let it go. Tom wanted to hear Martin's opinion in person, to refute it, to prove that box office success wasn't up to Martin's whims. It had become something of an obsession. Unsatisfied with his response, Helen threw out another sharp jab. "Tom, what's your take on your ex-wife Nicole Kidman confessing her feelings to Martin?" The surrounding reporters looked at Helen Isabel with admiration. This woman was fearless. Nicely done. Tom's face darkened, but he quickly composed himself and replied coolly, "Miss Kidman and I are divorced. I have no right to interfere in her choices. She can profess love to whomever she likes. And besides," he tightened his grip on Katie Holmes' slender waist, pulling her a little closer, and added, "I found my true love too." But Helen wasn't about to let up. "Rumor has it that this Katie Holmes was chosen for you by the Church of Scientology. Is that true?" Holy crap, this woman really didn't hold back. Reporters around them were practically applauding Helen Isabel at this point. Tom Cruise finally lost control of his expression. He glared at her and snapped, "What the hell is wrong with you? What's your name? What outlet are you with? I refuse to answer any more of your questions." Helen Isabel didn't flinch. Smiling, she said, "Does your refusal to answer mean you're tacitly admitting the rumor is true?" F***K. Tom couldn't hold back anymore. He cursed loudly and stormed out of the interview zone with Katie Holmes in tow. Helen quickly turned around. "George, did you get Tom Cruise swearing on camera just now?" George gave a proud pat on his camera and said, "When do I ever let you down? Got it all. Brilliant work. Grand theater." In the interview area, Helen Isabel, who had just bombarded Tom Cruise with a series of sensational questions, suddenly noticed that her fellow reporters were looking at her with an odd mix of awe and fear. Puzzled, she asked her cameraman George, "What's with them?" George, an honest man, replied. They were scared by the tough questions you threw at Tom Cruise. I mean, that's Tom Cruise. He's a global superstar. Helen Isabel scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. TCH. He's just an old guy who only knows how to act cool on screen and is practically washed up. You think I'd be afraid of him trying to blacklist me? Her confidence stemmed from Paramount, or more precisely, from Paramount's new CEO, Bob Bakish. As an entertainment reporter for CBS, which is under the Paramount umbrella, it was only natural for her to go on the offensive when her boss's boss was targeting someone. Indeed, Sherry Lansing had been dismissed from Paramount earlier that year. And ever since Lansing's departure, Paramount's honeymoon phase with Tom Cruise had ended. The studio demanded a renegotiation of the Mission Impossible series contract. Naturally, Tom Cruise wasn't having it. He had already locked down the franchise. There was no way he'd let it go. Tensions between the two sides had been high lately. Even the president of Paramount's parent company, Viacom, Sumner Redstone, said in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, due to a series of recent inappropriate public actions by Tom Cruise, who was once nominated for 3 Oscars, our company's Paramount Pictures is considering terminating its 14-year partnership with Cruise/Wagner Productions, co-owned by Tom Cruise and Paula Wagner. The Wall Street Journal quoted Redstone as saying, "Though I personally still like him, both I and our shareholders believe continuing this partnership is a mistake. Paramount can no longer tolerate his recent behavior." And what were these so-called inappropriate actions of Cruise's? They were none other than the infamous couch dance and cable climbing incidents that had stirred quite the media storm. The couch dance refers to an incident earlier in the year when Tom Cruise appeared on Oprah Winfrey's talk show. In a fit of wild enthusiasm, he jumped onto the couch, danced around, and professed his love for Katie Holmes in an over-the-top display. When Oprah tried to stop him, he even swore at her on live television. His bizarre antics shocked North America. Many speculated he was on drugs. Some even suspected he'd gone insane under the influence of Scientology. But the man didn't stop there. 2 months later, at a Kanye West concert in Los Angeles, Cruise went wild again when Kanye started performing one of his favorite songs. Caught up in the excitement, he started chatting with nearby people about his faith in Scientology. Then, mid-show, he staggered out of the VIP box, repeatedly ranting, "All these people are driving me insane. This is too much." And just when the crowd thought they'd seen it all, he climbed a venue cable. That's right. He scaled the venue using the electrical cables and, once up high, started waving his arms dramatically. He stole the show, completely overshadowing Kanye West. Afterward, Kanye jokingly said, "Tom was just paying tribute to me in his own way. I've got to say, I got the message loud and clear." These 2 incidents dealt a major blow to Cruise's public image. People widely speculated that he was either a junkie or mentally unstable. Paramount seized the opportunity to pressure Cruise into changing the terms of his contract. But Paramount's executives clearly misjudged Tom Cruise's personality. As Sherry Lansing said in her farewell interview, "Tom is a stubborn man. He won't bow to pressure. They won't succeed." Back to the present. After Tom Cruise entered the venue, a few more celebrities passed down the red carpet, triggering varying levels of cheers. Until Martin arrived with Drew. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and Martin stepped out in a sharp black suit, followed by Drew in a stunning red evening gown. Martin, Martin, look over here. Ah, Legolas. Neo. The noise from both sides of the red carpet suddenly exploded to the highest level of the day. Fans screamed themselves hoarse, surging madly against the wall of police officers keeping them back. Seeing the line of officers on the verge of collapse, Martin had no choice but to stop and calm the fans down with a few loud words. It worked like magic. The fans settled down a little. The sweating officers wiped their brows and looked at Martin with admiration. In the press area, the reporters buzzed with discussion. "It's crazy. Why do the fans listen to Martin so well? Even Tom Cruise or Michael Jackson couldn't handle crowds like this." Maybe it's because Martin isn't just a celebrity. You mean because he's an energy tycoon? I doubt that. Bill Gates has had eggs thrown at him. President Bush got hit with a shoe. Even Rockefeller got pelted with lettuce. When people lose it, they don't care who you are. Whatever the reason, Martin has the strongest charisma I've ever seen in a star. Hey, What do you guys think? If Martin ran for state senator or even governor, how would he do? Definitely better than Schwarzenegger. If that big lug could do it, no way Martin couldn't. What about president? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Even Reagan started as a governor. After calming the fans, Martin took Drew's hand and continued down the red carpet. He even stopped midway to sign autographs for a few lucky fans. Then, as they reached the press zone, a shrill voice rang out. Martin, how do you feel about stealing Tom Cruise's wife? Martin raised an eyebrow and looked toward the source of the question, only to see a large, bear-like, female reporter surrounded by stunned colleagues. She was clearly the one who had asked the question. Drew frowned and was about to step forward to speak, but Martin held her back. He took a step forward and said to the woman, Your question insults 3 people. Me, Tom Cruise, and Nicole Kidman. My relationship with Nicole started after she and Tom divorced. How can you prove that? Of course, the reporter was none other than Helen Isabel, pressing him relentlessly, just like she had done with Tom Cruise earlier. How do you prove that? Helen Isabel's persistent questioning amused Martin. He lightly adjusted his collar, gave the female reporter a charming smile, and replied calmly, Why should I have to prove anything to you? His actions were clearly courteous and his smile warm and friendly. Yet the moment those words left his lips, they carried an air of supreme authority, as though he stood above all others, gazing down on mortals. Helen Isabel was suddenly struck by a pressure she had never felt from Tom Cruise. It was like a god looking down upon an ant, oppressive and awe-inspiring, forcing one to the ground. Martin had seen through the reporter's ill intentions. While speaking, he deliberately exerted a mental pressure on her. Helen Isabel just barely resisted the urge to kneel and worship. She opened her mouth to ask another question, but due to that brief pause, her opportunity was snatched away by another reporter. Martin, can you talk a bit about your new Batman screenplay? No problem. Martin's smile remained, but the divine pressure from moments ago had completely vanished. This is a story about protection, protecting the city, protecting kindness, protecting one's inner self. In this film, Batman is no longer a lofty god. He's just an ordinary person like the rest of us. He feels fear, terror, helplessness. That's all I'll say for now. The rest, you'll have to discover in the film yourselves. There was still an hour to go before the movie started. This period was typically for socializing. Everyone mingled with drinks in hand, jumping into interesting conversations or approaching people who caught their attention, provided they didn't run into someone untouchable. Tom Cruise looked at Martin standing before him and couldn't help feeling a wave of emotion. When he first met this kid, Martin had just been a child. Now, he'd become someone even Tom had to treat with caution. In terms of capital, Tom Cruise was but a flickering firefly compared to the brilliance of Martin's full moon. Hello, Martin. Got a moment to talk? Tom Cruise asked with a professional smile. Martin's polite, fake smile was no less convincing. Of course, Tom. The two of them moved to a corner. Drew Barrymore and Katie Holmes stood nearby, chatting and subtly preventing others from interrupting the two men. Drew was quite curious about Katie Holmes. Or rather, she was interested in Tom Cruise's bride selection process. When she cautiously brought up the topic, she was surprised that Katie Holmes showed no intent of hiding anything. Yes, they, Scientology, approached me, saying I had a chance to get close to Tom Cruise. What could I say? Refuse? Unless I was insane. There were 9 of us girls at the time. We were brought to a lavish club in Los Angeles. Believe it or not, Tom didn't even choose me first. He picked an English actress named Nazanin Boniati. Unfortunately, they only lasted 2 months. Want to know why they broke up? Without waiting for Drew to answer, Katie continued. Tom took Nazanin to the Scientology headquarters to meet one of their leaders. They call them high ecclesiasticals. She was clearly hesitant about joining. She froze up. Tom felt humiliated. He screamed at her, demanding to know why she embarrassed him. 2 weeks later, the rest of us, those not chosen, along with some other Scientologists, were gathered to watch Nazanin get punished. Amid the mocking of the members, she was ordered to clean all the toilets with her own toothbrush. This is a true story. Oh God, Nazanin cried so hard. Such a beautiful woman. Tom was ruthless. And you still chose to be with him? Drew asked, baffled. I needed his resources. I needed work. I needed money, Katie Holmes said, shaking her head. When they held the second selection, Tom picked me. I learned from Nazanin's lesson. I obediently joined Scientology and acted more submissive than the most loyal dog. I passed. I became Tom's official girlfriend. Drew was reeling from the extent of Scientology's control over Tom Cruise, but even more puzzled by why Katie was telling her all this. Katie seemed to read her mind and chuckled. Surprised I'm telling you all this? Drew blinked. Very. Katie lowered her voice. Because I'm scared. That church, it's terrifying. I don't know why Tom willingly lets them control him. He hasn't seen his own child in 10 years, because the high ecclesiastical forbade it. I'm under immense pressure. Every time he brings me to meet that leader, I'm terrified I'll lose it. Or worse, get fully brainwashed. They're already beginning to control me. They made me give up Catholicism to convert, and now they're forcing me to drop any movie roles involving religion. Tom even warned me that if I'm to have his child, I must use Scientology's silent birth method, no sound at all during labor. He gave me a rigid schedule of Scientology activities, forced me to attend their so-called purification rituals, cut me off from all my friends, and surrounded me with only church members. Drew, I'm so scared. I needed to tell someone, but I didn't know who. Then I saw you. You're backed by Martin. He's not afraid of Scientology. If something ever happens to me, please. Katie paused, her voice soft. At least get the truth out there. You could still walk away, Drew said. If you're scared, I could ask Martin to help you. But Katie shook her head. It's too late. I've already made my bed, left my family, abandoned my friends, changed my beliefs. If I walk away now, I'll have nothing. Drew had no response. This was the road Katie had chosen. And the truth was, Katie Holmes really could endure. The following year, she gave birth to Tom Cruise's daughter using that infamous silent birth method. She didn't make a single sound during labor. It wasn't until 2012, when their daughter Suri was 6 years old, that she filed for divorce, claiming she could no longer tolerate Tom's efforts to indoctrinate their child with Scientology's beliefs. She submitted all the evidence she'd collected over those 6 years to the court and won custody of her daughter. So, even though Tom and Katie had signed a prenuptial agreement, because she had custody, Katie still received $400,000 a year in child and spousal support. In the end, it's hard to say whether she won or lost. Martin, give it to me straight. What's your honest take on Kingdom of Heaven? The moment he dragged Martin into a corner, Tom Cruise cut straight to the chase. Does it still matter? At this point, Tom, didn't you already finish shooting? Martin looked at him, a little confused. Tom Cruise said, That's not the point. I just really want to hear what you think. Martin paused, then said, Same as before. The script for Kingdom of Heaven is terrible. This film won't make much at the box office. Tom Cruise frowned. But I had several script doctors go over it. They all said it was decent. Script doctors? Martin chuckled. Those people wouldn't dare offend William Monahan. He's the vice president of the Writers Guild, for God's sake. Fuck. Tom cursed inwardly. Why hadn't he thought of that? Still unwilling to give up, he added. But even Ridley Scott, a top-tier director, thought the script was good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it on. Martin shook his head. Tom, you should know, there are two types of films, director-driven films and audience-driven films. One emphasizes the director's artistic vision, the other, the viewing experience of the audience. And the script for Kingdom of Heaven is clearly the former. So many plot threads, so many crisscrossing storylines, such an overwhelming historical backdrop. It's tailor-made for a director to indulge himself. No disrespect to Ridley Scott, but he relies heavily on the script. Give him a strong commercial script, and he'll make a blockbuster. Give him an art house script, and he can make an award winner. But give him a chaotic, messy script that lets him do whatever he wants. What kind of film do you think that'll end up being? Martin's words left Tom Cruise speechless. He had come hoping to find flaws in Martin's critique, something to boost his own confidence. But now he was almost convinced. And truth be told, he had seen the final cut. It really was dragging, and a lot of the scenes felt choppy and poorly connected. Word was that Ridley Scott's cut ran over 190 minutes, which was then forcibly trimmed down to 2 hours, leaving it disjointed and awkward. Tom Cruise left, full of regret. Why had he jumped into it on impulse? He suddenly found himself missing Pet Kinsley. At least she dared to challenge him when he was being rash. Not like that idiot Brian Kyle, who had no spine or opinions of his own. Brian Kyle. Even so, Tom Cruise still held onto a sliver of hope. What if audiences actually liked it? It's not impossible. Hollywood had a history of films that were panned by professionals but went on to crush the box office. Star Wars, Independence Day, for instance. But he was forgetting. Those were solid commercial blockbusters. Star Wars even kicked off the era of film as big business. Kingdom of Heaven couldn't even compare. With tangled thoughts, Tom Cruise followed the crowd into the screening hall. The film was about to begin. Drew was still whispering to Martin. Martin, seems like you've got high hopes for this film. Of course, director Nolan is taking commercial films to an entirely new place. This isn't your typical popcorn flick. I'd say Nolan's production philosophy is at least 5 years ahead of the average Hollywood blockbuster. Martin responded in a low voice. Drew drew in a sharp breath. You rate Christopher Nolan that highly? She didn't say more, but mentally, she was already plotting how to convince Christopher Nolan to shoot a few films for Myers Pictures. Martin fell silent as well, eyes on the big screen. The murmur of voices in the theater gradually faded as the audience and media settled into their seats. The lights began to dim, one by one. The invited celebrities also turned their focus to the upcoming film. When the theater went completely dark, a dazzling beam of light shot from the projector high above the audience. The opening animation was the ever-familiar Warner Brothers logo, old-school studio buildings below, a classic shield-shaped WB emblem above, accompanied by the iconic piano music. The theater became deathly quiet. Hundreds of people fixed their gaze on the massive screen ahead. A few seconds later, the animation disappeared. The screen went black. Then, boom boom, 2 enormous, metallic DC letters crashed onto the screen. Next came 2 stark lines of text, heavy with gravity and darkness. Above, a film by Christopher Nolan. Below, written by Martin Myers. Same size, same font, same weight, equal billing. Martin blinked. He hadn't seen that in the test screening. Clearly, Warner Brothers was trying to use him as a major part of the marketing push, but wasn't that kind of disrespectful to director Nolan? He glanced over at Nolan, who sat 1 seat away, separated by Drew. The director seemed to sense his gaze and looked back. Chris, I didn't know about this, Martin whispered. Nolan smiled slightly. Don't mind it, Martin. I asked for it. I think it helps with the marketing. Martin let out a soft, ah, and nodded, saying no more. He had nearly forgotten. On the original timeline, Nolan was a master of marketing. Every film he shot came with some kind of gimmick for promotion. Like in The Dark Knight, when Joker presses the detonator, nothing happens at first. When he presses it again, boom. The startled reaction from Heath Ledger wasn't acting, it was real. Actually, that was in the script. God of Reader. Yup, it's actually in the script, or to be precise, they rehearse it 12 times, and the late detonation was planned. Or when Heath Ledger died of an overdose. It was Nolan who spun the tale that he was so immersed in the Joker role, he couldn't escape it, needing heavy drugs just to sleep, which ultimately led to his death. Or the top that never stops spinning at the end of Inception. The first cut didn't even have that scene. It was Nolan's idea to add it later as a promotional hook. This guy wasn't just a successful director. He was a successful producer, a marketing genius of the highest order. Batman Begins was Christopher Nolan's first mainstream blockbuster. He couldn't afford to fail. By putting Martin's name alongside his own as equals, he was creating buzz, drawing in fans. The more Martin thought about it, the more he realized it was genius. And he should be thanking Nolan. A master, truly a master. Just as Martin was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the darkness on the giant screen suddenly faded. The screen lit up faintly, and the movie officially began. Against the pitch-black backdrop of the screen, a twilight scene after sunset appeared. The camera angle abruptly lifted. The audience's perspective was suddenly pulled into the sky along with the camera. In the dusky sky, swarms of bats flapped across the scene. As they converged, they formed a massive bat-shaped shadow. Batman's iconic logo appeared boldly before the audience. Moments later, the bats dispersed into the distance, revealing the film's title, Batman Begins. The scene shifted, opening with young Bruce Wayne and Rachel Dawes, 2 childhood friends, playing together in a garden. Unfortunately, Young Bruce accidentally fell into an old, abandoned well, dropping into a dark underground cavern. The pitch-black cave terrified him. As he cried out for help, a swarm of startled bats suddenly burst forth and flew directly at him. In the next second, the screen flashed, and a close-up of Ben Affleck's handsome face appeared. The timeline had jumped forward. Bruce Wayne was now an adult. As the film progressed, Christopher Nolan employed his signature nonlinear editing style, constantly interweaving flashbacks, to clearly convey how Bruce's childhood trauma of falling into the Batcave, being terrified by darkness and bats, left a profound psychological scar. This childhood fear, juxtaposed with scenes from Bruce's adulthood, powerfully illustrated his path to becoming Batman and his process of overcoming fear. There's no denying that Christopher Nolan's editing is masterful. He doesn't present the story in a simple linear fashion. Instead, he invites the audience to think, to guess, and ultimately to uncover the truth themselves. That's Nolan's signature. His films give viewers a sense of participation, and he strikes just the right balance. Enough mental engagement to be interesting, but not so much as to feel overwhelming, leaving audiences with the satisfying illusion that they are smart. This is why, even though Christopher Nolan makes commercial films, his work always feels elevated. Unlike generic popcorn flicks that are juvenile and dumbed down, where even saving the world feels like a kiddie roleplay. The film continued. Through interwoven flashback montages, the audience was gradually drawn into Bruce Wayne's inner world. When Thomas Wayne lifted his terrified son out of the Batcave, he spoke the words that would shape Batman's destiny. Why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. With that line, the score grew somber. Many comic-savvy viewers sensed it. This was the turning point in Bruce Wayne's transformation into Batman. Sure enough, the next flashback followed. Young Bruce went to the opera with his parents. The camera split into two perspectives. Inside the opera house, everything was lavish and opulent. The people dressed to the nines. It felt like paradise on earth. Outside the opera house, the alleys were dark, cold, filthy, and run down. Vagrants wandered the streets. It was hell on display. As the opera continued, the two perspectives began to merge. Frightened by the bat-like shadows on stage, Bruce begged his parents to leave early. The family stepped out of the Grand Opera House and into a shadowy, desolate alley. Suddenly, the sharp sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A few rats scavenging in trash squeaked and fled, as if sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Two gunshots rang out. A broken pearl necklace scattered across the ground. No! Young Bruce dropped to his knees before the lifeless bodies of his parents, overwhelmed with grief. In that moment, he became an orphan and the heir to Wayne Enterprises. A billionaire. As Bruce grew up, he became Gotham's infamous playboy, but beneath the facade, he was consumed by pain. Because he had insisted they leave early, he believed he had caused the tragedy. He believed he had killed his parents. He carried that unshakable grief and trauma with him. The horrific memory, entwined with his deepest fears, became a shadow that never left him. Simply put, the present day. Bruce Wayne was just a lonely orphan drowning in hedonism to cover the cracks in his soul. His heart was full of fear. Fear of darkness, fear of bats, fear of cold alleys, fear of gunfire, fear of every lonely night. As the plot progressed, the theater grew quieter. The audience was drawn deep into Bruce Wayne's abnormal inner world. A psychologically broken superhero, muttered Tom Cruise as he stared at the screen. Then he glanced at Martin and Nolan nearby. One dares to write it, the other dares to film it. And the result is somehow incredible. A flicker of envy crept into Tom Cruise's heart. Envy of Martin's talent. Envy of his vision. Envy of how he always managed to create or contribute to timeless works. Without a doubt, this unusual Batman would become a classic. For a moment, Tom thought of Kingdom of Heaven, the movie he had starred in, and couldn't help sighing. Why is the gap between people so wide? God really is unfair. He seems to have given this kid everything. The film continued. Bruce Wayne finally grew tired of hiding behind a life of drunken indulgence. He left Gotham and wandered the world, even spending time in prison. Eventually, he met a man named Henri Ducard. It was the destined meeting of master and disciple. This mentor, Bruce's spiritual guide, taught him that discipline and a clear goal would make him stronger. Thus, Bruce joined the League of Shadows and became Duckard's apprentice. But he had no idea what the League truly was. Under Duckard's persuasive words, Bruce believed he was pursuing justice by following him. From this point, the film shifted into full action mode. After repression comes release. The audience's adrenaline began to surge. That's what makes Nolan a smart director. He knows what a commercial film needs. Had he stuck to the first third's tone, this new Batman might have been an Oscar contender, but would have flopped at the box office. But Nolan understood that if he wanted to survive in Hollywood 3.2, he had only one choice: make money for the investors. So he decisively accelerated the pace of the second half, rolling out a series of fight scenes, car chases, and explosions. Yet even then, Nolan kept control. He didn't let the tension peak too early. Instead, he steadily built it up, slowly guiding the audience's emotions. Until the final half hour of the film, Bruce Wayne finally donned the cape, the mask, the very symbols of Batman, and resolved to save Gotham City. This man, who had walked such a long path and conquered so many fears, finally became Batman. He defeated the maniacal Scarecrow. He foiled the League of Shadows' plan to destroy Gotham. And when the bat signal lit up the night sky, Gotham's criminals, it was time for you to tremble. Bruce, why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. As Bruce Wayne, wearing the bat mask, murmured this line on screen, the screen faded to black and the credits began to roll. The next moment, inside the Hollywood TCL Chinese Theater, the crowd erupted in applause, cheers, whistles, and shouts of approval. The movie had run for over 2 hours, yet hardly anyone left their seat for a restroom break during the entire screening. Throughout the showing, the theater was nearly silent. Only the occasional suppressed gasp could be heard from the audience. Everyone, absolutely everyone, was engrossed in the film, including the celebrities, directors, and critics who had come to support it. It was clear, the film was a resounding success. Leonardo stood up, clapping as he turned to Tobey Maguire. "Fuck, that Batman was too damn cool. I can't believe Martin didn't cast me, damn it." Tobey clapped too and bluntly replied, "You couldn't have played him. You're not tall or built enough, and action scenes aren't really your thing. Fuck, aside from the height, everything else can be trained. And even for height, I can wear lifts." Leonardo grumbled. "By the time you're in shape, the next Batman movie would be out next year. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio, damn it. I'm worth the wait." Leonardo said smugly. "Then go complain to Martin. Tell him you want to fuck him." Tobey chuckled. Leonardo's expression froze, and his bravado deflated instantly. On second thought, never mind. The next day, theaters across North America saw massive lines forming. A chubby cameraman lugging his equipment muttered while filming the crowd, "Casey, these people are insane. It's just a movie." "Hey, what do you know? This is Martin's Batman movie," said Casey, dressed in professional attire, rolling her eyes at her cameraman. "Just listen to those keywords. Martin, Batman. If I weren't working, I'd be in that line myself." It was clear, Casey was also a Martin fan. "All right, let's go do some interviews." Casey dragged her reluctant cameraman along. At Warner Brothers headquarters in Burbank, in the conference room, top Warner executives, including Alan Horn, Christopher Nolan, and Martin, were gathered to discuss the just-released Batman Begins. Just then, the door opened and a strikingly attractive female assistant walked in with a stack of documents. But none of the men in the room looked at her body. They were all staring at the documents in her hands. Well, except for one. Martin, that rascal, was blatantly admiring her curvy figure. Once he channeled his inner magic into his eyes, her form-fitting business outfit might as well have been invisible. But soon, he withdrew his gaze, muttering internally, "Ugh, silicone implants. Boring." The assistant didn't notice Martin's stare. She turned to Alan Horn and said, "Mr. Horn, I've compiled the advanced screening data from last night." "Read it," Horn instructed. The assistant stood at the head of the table, opened the folder, and began reading. First, audience ratings. According to the third-party data agency we hired, they randomly distributed 3,200 surveys at over 300 theaters last night and received more than 2,600 responses. Among those who watched the film, 88% gave it an A rating. Most felt the film was excellent, an instant classic. The remaining responses were mostly in the B range. Smiles lit up around the conference room. This level of scoring meant the film was receiving stellar word of mouth. And the box office? Horn asked. The room immediately fell silent again, all eyes returning to the assistant. She swallowed nervously and continued. Batman Begins had 2,450 advanced screenings. Based on rough estimates from the Theater Alliance, the total box office from last night came to about $16.2 million. Whoa, that high. Unbelievable. The atmosphere in the room suddenly lightened as gasps of excitement rippled through the group. Martin once again congratulated Nolan. This result even surpassed the performance in the original timeline. Martin figured his presence had played no small part in boosting the numbers. Meanwhile, at the 20th Century Fox office building, inside another conference room, Ridley Scott, Tom Cruise, William Monahan, and other members of the Kingdom of Heaven team, along with Fox executives, were present. President Alan Ladd Jr. stared at the box office report for Batman Begins, his expression sour. Can someone tell me why we decided to release Kingdom of Heaven just 1 week after Warner's Batman? Didn't anyone think the close timing would affect our box office? A senior executive quickly responded, Mr. Ladd, we actually locked in our release date first. Alan Ladd Jr. shot him a glare. What? Never heard of adapting to the situation. You need me to teach you that too. The executive shrank back. Apologies, sir. Ridley Scott stepped in to ease the tension. It's too late to change the date now. And our film's been getting great early reviews. It might still hold up against Batman. Critics, Alan Ladd Jr. sneered. Ever since Martin publicly clashed with critics, film studios had drastically reduced their reliance on them. Because, as Martin had pointed out, the rise of the internet had greatly diminished critics' influence over audiences. Even without Martin's confrontation, studios would have eventually realized this themselves. By 2010, the industry would abandon critics altogether. In fact, after 2010 in the original timeline, few studios were still spending large amounts on critic-focused PR. At this point, Kingdom of Heaven screenwriter William Monahan finally spoke. He was confident in his work. He told Alan Ladd Jr., if our North American box office can surpass $170 million, we'll break even. The overseas and DVD markets can gradually turn a profit. We definitely won't lose money. I'm confident Kingdom of Heaven will reach $170 million. Look at Troy. Terrible reviews, but still cleared $200 million in North America. Then he added, at least a third of Batman Begins' box office is thanks to Martin's influence. And we've got Tom. His draw should bring in at least $50 million. Alan Ladd Jr.'s expression softened a bit. Let's hope so. But Tom Cruise felt a twinge of unease. His mind drifted back to what Martin had said at the premiere. The executives at 20th Century Fox spent the entire week in a state of anxiety and unease. With the arrival of the summer blockbuster season, no film company wants to miss this golden window for box office explosions. Every studio releases their big-budget productions, with investments often ranging from tens of millions to over $100 million. Even for a company like 20th Century Fox, backed by Murdoch's media empire, a major flop could still deal a serious blow. Big-budget, high-production commercial films thrive best in the summer season. They grab attention and rake in huge profits. This much is common knowledge, even beyond the entertainment industry. What outsiders don't see, however, is that behind every Hollywood blockbuster that smashes the box office, there's always at least one heartbreaking failure lying in its wake. Everyone at the Big Six remembers how MGM went under. Those lessons have not been forgotten. So, every summer season is both a carnival and a trial by fire. Warner Brothers. Batman Begins had clearly passed its trial. Their executives could finally breathe easy for a while. But for 20th Century Fox, their moment of reckoning was fast approaching. A week had passed, and Batman Begins was still holding strong at the box office, having surpassed $50 million in ticket sales with a relatively steady decline. What's more, both audiences and critics were showering it with praise. Here are a few snippets. He grew alongside evil. He understands the people's suffering. Evil stole Gotham's hope, so he brings it back. Save a city, start with a person. Save a person, start with belief. Belief is hope. Batman Begins is well worth watching. This is a superhero movie unlike any other. Batman is no longer some godlike being who flies and fights with flashy effects or snaps his fingers to defeat an army. He is a man who feels fear, who flinches at loss, who doubts himself in the face of strong foes. He stumbles in his attempt to redeem others and the city. What the film is really saying is, any one of us can be Batman. Christopher Nolan, remember that name. He's destined to become one of Hollywood's greatest directors. In Batman Begins, Nolan uses his unique style to elevate Batman beyond the realm of mere superheroes. On the surface, it's a dark, brooding epic, rich with social commentary. But in truth, it's an enthralling commercial film that carries profound spiritual resonance. That same day, at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles, the premiere of Kingdom of Heaven was underway. Cruise. Tom Cruise walked the red carpet hand in hand with Katie Holmes, greeted by thunderous cheers on both sides, a testament to the enduring star power of this 15-year Hollywood veteran. William Monahan and Alan Ladd Jr. stood by the banquet hall entrance. Watching the scene, Monahan couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Ladd, do you see that? That's Tom Cruise. His popularity alone guarantees box office returns." Ladd nodded, though inwardly he wasn't so convinced. If Tom Cruise were truly invincible, Pearl Harbor wouldn't have nearly sunk DreamWorks. Still, he had no choice now but to bet on Cruise's fanbase pulling in loyal viewers. Based on his sense of the final cut of Kingdom of Heaven, the film was destined to be a one-wave wonder. Grab a quick box office haul, and then drop off a cliff. 2.5 hours later, the screening ended. The creators took the stage, faces clearly grim. During the screening, several people had actually walked out. Others left for the bathroom, whispered among themselves, or munched loudly on popcorn. Clearly, the film had failed to fully capture its audience's attention. It was a stark contrast to what Cruise had witnessed at the Batman Begins premiere. The next day, reviews of Kingdom of Heaven hit the papers. Like Batman Begins, the film received glowing praise from mainstream media. Kingdom of Heaven is a solid production. Ridley Scott's signature approach of portraying personal heroism remains as sharp as ever. The actors all give strong performances, and the script and dialogue are layered with depth. The Crusader standoff with the Muslims in Jerusalem and the 3-day battle sequence are grand in scale, and the romance between the leads is watchable. Chicago Sun-Times. An epic historical film. Director Ridley Scott uses his lens to tell the story of Jerusalem under Crusader rule and its fall before the legendary Muslim leader Saladin. Tom Cruise delivers a stellar performance, bringing his character to near perfection. New York Times. Kingdom of Heaven presents a modern perspective on a 1,000-year-old city. Through historical reconstruction and character-driven narrative, it attempts to offer a peaceful solution to today's cultural and religious conflicts. Entertainment Weekly. However, public opinion online painted a very different picture, polarized and skewed heavily toward the negative. The visuals were decent, but the story dragged endlessly. Even the battle scenes pale in comparison to the grandeur of The Lord of the Rings or the gritty realism of Saving Private Ryan. The emotional impact just didn't land. Lifeless characters, disjointed plot, zero credibility. It wears the skin of an epic, but is hollow inside. Honestly, I nearly fell asleep. Yes, there were battles, lots of them, but they all blurred together. Beyond the ragged clothes and greasy hair, don't expect anything else from this film. A total misfire from Ridley Scott. No hook, no soul. All I saw was a bare-bones plot stretched into a tedious, flavorless mess. Online word of mouth is the truer reflection of audience sentiment. After pulling in $27.4 million in its opening weekend, Kingdom of Heaven suffered a massive drop in its second week, grossing only $9.6 million. A furious Tom Cruise tore into screenwriter William Monahan over the phone. Meanwhile, 3 people who had dodged this bullet were quietly rejoicing. Leonardo DiCaprio and Orlando Bloom each called Martin to express their gratitude. "Oh my God, the drop in Kingdom of Heaven's box office is terrifying. Thank heavens you stopped me. Just thinking about how close I came to starring in that train wreck gives me chills. Thanks, Martin. You saved me. I can't believe the film did so poorly. Tom Cruise couldn't even save it." One more man was silently relieved. Brad Pitt. "Fuck, thank God Cruise snatched the role from me. Otherwise, I'd be the one taking the hit now." Born with a silver spoon in its mouth, Kingdom of Heaven still failed to dominate the summer box office. After its release, both its reputation and box office plummeted. The acclaimed director Ridley Scott ended up with egg on his face, and the screenwriter William Monahan was blacklisted by many film companies. However, according to an insider in the entertainment industry, Martin had expressed doubts about Kingdom of Heaven as early as the project's inception. His good friends Leonardo DiCaprio and Orlando Bloom both dropped out of auditions one after another. As it turns out, Martin's judgment was laser-precise. He helped his friends dodge a bullet. That said, director Ridley Scott doesn't believe the film's failure was due to his direction. Yesterday, he told the media that the movie's runtime was too short, which caused a sense of fragmentation, with many plot points and background details cut out. Meanwhile, 20th Century Fox also stated that the film's failure was linked to its editing length. They announced plans to release a 192-minute director's cut for the home video market, hoping audiences could see the true Kingdom of Heaven. Putting down the newspaper, Miranda Kerr asked in surprise, "What's Fox trying to do?" Slap themselves in the face. Martin picked up the paper, skimmed it, and chuckled. They're just trying to squeeze out one more round of profit to reduce their investment losses. Martin had seen the 192-minute version of Kingdom of Heaven in the memories of his counterpart in China. It was all right, slightly better than the theatrical cut, with a few more details added, like Balian's backstory, or the subplot where Sibylla kills her leprosy-stricken son. But it still couldn't cover up the film's sluggish pacing and chaotic storytelling. P.S. After watching the 192-minute director's cut, the author was only impressed by two things: Eva Green as Princess Sibylla of Jerusalem and Edward Norton as the Masked King. Everything else felt average. As for the much-praised visual composition, it was just Ridley Scott's usual level, nothing particularly stunning. With the summer movie season officially underway, the failure of Kingdom of Heaven naturally pushed more movie-going teens to spend their allowance on Batman. As a result, Batman Begins saw a slight bump in ticket sales 2 weeks after its premiere. Benjamin Imre was a high school student. His father, a dentist, had enrolled him in a strict private school, one with heavy coursework and tight discipline. His schedule was packed daily, leaving no time for parties or dating. The only way he could relieve stress was by counting down the days to summer vacation and to the release of Batman Begins. He was a comic book geek, and his favorite superhero was DC's Batman. At the same time, he was also a Martin fan. He'd started watching Martin's films back in elementary school: The Parent Trap, The Sixth Sense. In middle school, it was The Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, Pirates of the Caribbean. He also loved Martin's books, like Harry Potter and Ready Player One. In short, he grew up on Martin's movies and novels. Finally, summer break arrived, and after months of waiting, Batman Begins hit theaters. Benjamin couldn't wait. He called up a couple of close friends from school and rushed to the AMC theater at the Santa Monica Shopping Center to catch the film. But as soon as the three of them walked into the cinema, they were stunned by the crowd in front of them. Whoa, this many people. The ticket counters had long lines. Everyone was buzzing excitedly about Batman, about Martin, about Nolan. Clearly, they were all here for Batman. Benjamin grinned smugly, pointed at the line, and said to his friends, "See? Good thing I said we should book tickets in advance. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck today." The three of them squeezed toward the ticket window. Benjamin had specifically booked the 9 a.m. screening, worried there might be too many people and no good seats. But it was only 8:30 now, and already there was a long queue. More people were pouring in through the entrance. "Hi. 3 tickets for the 9 a.m. Batman showing. We booked in advance. Benjamin Imre, reservation number." The clerk pulled up the booking system, verified Benjamin's name and number, and after a quick operation, the machine spat out 3 tickets. She handed them over. As the trio walked away from the ticket window, they overheard a tall, lanky white guy behind them say, "Hi, I'll take 2 tickets for Batman, 9 a.m. showing." But the ticket clerk checked the system and didn't take the Franklin bills he handed over. Instead, she said with a troubled look, "Sorry, sir, the 9 a.m. Batman showing is sold out." "What? Then give me the 9:30 or 10 o'clock showing." "Sorry, sir, all morning Batman showings are sold out. The earliest available showing now is 1:30 p.m. If you'd like, you can purchase tickets for the 1:30 or later screenings." The lanky guy swore. What the fuck? Are you serious? Can you check again? Nothing all morning. After triple checking and confirming it was true, the tall white guy reluctantly bought tickets for the 1:30 p.m. showing. As he left, he grumbled. Now Annie's going to nag me again. Why didn't you book ahead? Why didn't you book ahead? Benjamin and his friends couldn't help but laugh at the guy's muttering. Even the ticket clerk thought to herself, Batman is too hot right now, and Kingdom of Heaven is dead. Might as well give Batman its time slots. No point wasting screens. In fact, several North American theater chains were already planning to do just that. What? Reduce the screenings for Kingdom of Heaven. The head of distribution at 20th Century Fox was stunned when he got the call. You can't do that, he said immediately. Sorry, Kurt, this isn't a request, it's a notification. The decision has already been made. You know the attendance rates for Kingdom of Heaven. We're not going to waste theaters. An hour later, Tom Cruise got the news as well. Fuck. Another phone smashed to pieces. Drew Barrymore knocked on the door. Come in. Martin's voice rang out. Drew pushed the door open and walked in. Good news, Martin. Batman is getting even more screenings. Ugh, too bad we didn't invest in it. All right, Drew. That's the nth time you've said that. Sure, we didn't invest in Batman, but we do have Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Brokeback Mountain, and Harry Potter 3. You can't expect to pocket all the profits. That's a major no-no in this business. Yeah, I got it. Drew cooed in a sultry voice, then casually closed the door behind her and locked it. She sauntered up to Martin and wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? We're still at work, you know. Pleasing you is my most important job, Drew giggled flirtatiously. Those little bitches probably never imagined it, but this position gives me the most access to you. Come on now. And besides, you were the one seducing me just now. I was seducing you. Martin blinked. You totally were. The way you just got all serious and started lecturing me about business, that's totally your seduction mode. You know I can't resist when you do that. Just give in to me already. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock on the door. Who is it? Drew snapped impatiently. It's me, came Ivanka's voice from outside. Damn it. Did that little bitch sniff her way here or what? Annoyed, Drew got up from Martin's lap and went to open the door. Ivanka strode in, her heels clicking with purpose. She eyed Drew and Martin suspiciously and subtly sniffed the air. But both Martin and Drew caught her little move clearly. Drew smirked inwardly. She really did sniff her way here. That bitch's nose is too sharp. Martin played it cool. Something you need, Ivanka? Yes, Ivanka said with a straight face. Brokeback Mountain is coming out in September. If we want to compete for the Oscars, we need to start PR right now. I need to know which categories you want to prioritize. Martin straightened up and thought for a moment. Best Director, Best Picture, Best Actor, I mean my role. As for Leo, his team can handle that on their own. Director, Picture, Actor, 3 categories is a bit much. Can you rank them by priority? Ivanka asked. Then Best Picture and Best Actor. As for Best Director, I'll talk to Lee and have him push on his end too. Okay, that works. Click. The sound of the door locking again. Martin and Ivanka both looked over in surprise, only to see Drew grinning mischievously. Now that the serious talk is over, she said, let's get started. Started with what? Ivanka blinked in confusion. Having fun, obviously. Lucky you, bitch. Drew stepped forward, scooped Ivanka up in her arms, and tossed her onto the couch, then began undressing her. As she tugged at Ivanka's clothes, she turned and called to Martin. Well, what are you waiting for? Martin chuckled and walked over. He picked up Drew and tossed her onto the couch too, then turned to Ivanka. Hold her down. Freed up, Ivanka immediately pounced on Drew. Help, help. Drew meowed in a strange voice that was somewhere between a cat's purr and a squeaky toy. It was less a cry for help and more of an erotic tease. Even Ivanka felt her heart flutter a little just hearing it. And thus began the war. Santa Monica Commercial Center. The AMC multiplex was bustling with excitement. People pouring out of the screening rooms were animatedly discussing Batman. Some curious fans waiting in line tried to ask them about it. But most moviegoers were careful not to spoil the experience for others. At 12:30 sharp, Benjamin Imre and his 2 friends emerged from the screening room. All 3 were visibly thrilled. So what did you guys think? Benjamin exclaimed. I love the style. Martin didn't let me down. That final battle. absolutely pumped me up. His buddy Turner waved his arms excitedly. Oh my God, this is hands down the most unique superhero movie I've ever seen. It was so damn cool. Did you see that Batmobile? Freaking awesome. Their friend Kyle chimed in. Totally badass. And the Batsuit. And all that high-tech gear. Let's hit the merch store. I want a full Batman setup. Me too. Let's go, let's go. Their mood reflected the reaction of most young viewers who had just seen the film. As soon as the credits rolled, these eager fans had swarmed the merch store right next to the theater. The hottest seller? Batarangs. Next up, Batman masks. But the biggest showstopper was parked right in the center of the shop, a matte black Batmobile. Crowds were gathered around it, snapping photos from every angle. Benjamin squeezed his way in and checked the price tag. F*****, 200 grand. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. Benjamin's family wasn't exactly broke, but his dad sure as hell wasn't giving him $200,000 to buy a movie car. Nearby, people were chatting. This thing's way too expensive. Even a Porsche 911 is only like $150,000. You don't get it. This is a real prop from the set, made by Lamborghini just for the movie. There's only one in the world. So you're saying Batman himself drove this? You could put it that way. Whoa, Benjamin was amazed. Batman himself had driven this car. He turned around, eager to discuss it with his friends, only to see both of them already on the phone. Turner, Dad, I'd like to cash in all my future allowance. Yes, including my next life's. Can you lend me $200,000? Ha 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 ha. Kyle, hey Mom, remember that college fund you set up for me? If you could give it to me early, I swear I'll get grades good enough to win a Harvard scholarship and waive all my tuition. Are these guys crazy? Benjamin slapped a hand to his forehead and then found himself reaching for his own phone. Hi, Dad. So I wanted to talk to you about something. Unsurprisingly, all three got flat out rejected, and a good scolding to boot. Just then, a store clerk called out, Ladies and gentlemen, if you really love the Batmobile, we also have scale models available. Not $200,000, just $29.90, and you can take the Batmobile home today. The three friends exchanged a look. I'll take one. Same. Me too. Warner Brothers. The conference room was abuzz yet again. Another meeting was underway, attended by Warner's top executives and Christopher Nolan. A middle-aged white man was speaking. According to our surveys, 40% of moviegoers bought tickets because of Batman, and at least 30% came solely because Martin was the screenwriter. The rest were drawn in by word of mouth. This proves Martin's immense pull with audiences. Even as just a writer, his name alone sells tickets. His fan base spans all age groups, from middle schoolers to middle-aged adults, with career women and homemakers making up a significant portion. At this point, the man glanced at Nolan with admiration, which is why, Director Nolan, your suggestion to center the marketing around Martin was brilliant. Who would have thought a screenwriter could become a selling point? Nolan waved a hand modestly. Credit goes to Warner's research team for providing Martin's fan data. Besides, Martin is an exception. This strategy isn't something we can standardize. Alan Horn nodded. Nolan's right. Since the new Batman's first installment succeeded, we should fast-track the sequels, especially the second one. Martin's request to play the Joker is another major selling point. His first villain role? That's gold. Nolan added. I've already spoken with Martin. He's wrapped up between Life and Death, the film he directed. Aside from attending Pirates of the Caribbean 2's premiere in July, he has 3 months free. What about Brokeback Mountain? When's that releasing? Horn asked. September, reportedly, another executive chimed in. Then we can't miss that one, Horn said with a chuckle. The room erupted in laughter. Someone joked, true, Martin's first on-screen love scene, and it's with a man. Another added, too. Be fair, Leonardo DiCaprio is prettier than most women. I heard Between Life and Death has a steamy scene too. With Cameron Diaz, right? She's a stunner. Martin's never short on beauties. From what we privately know, there's Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Scarlett Johansson, Lindsay Lohan, Jessica Alba, and Hathaway. All knockout stars. Weren't a few of them childhood friends? Seriously? Is he playing some long-game harem builder? Rumor has it Britney Spears, Natalie Portman, and Paris Hilton are in the mix too. Don't forget Kate Blanchett and Liv Tyler. They've been linked to him before. God, is this guy a celebrity black hole? Nolan could only marvel. That kid really knows how to live. Enough, Horn cut in sternly. Keep this chatter in-house. If any of it leaks, you're on your own. Remember, Martin isn't just some ordinary star. The room fell silent. Back home, Nolan recounted the day's gossip to his wife, Emma Thomas, and his brother, Jonathan Nolan. Both listened with rapt attention. Emma sighed. So the rumors are true. I don't get why these women would share a man. Jonathan shrugged. It's Hollywood. Even A-list actresses struggle to maintain their lifestyles. Cosmetics, jewelry, designer clothes, cars, mansions, the costs are insane. Being with Martin at least guarantees financial security. It's why so many starlets have sugar daddies. Their paychecks vanish fast. Without a benefactor, half of them would be bankrupt. But why don't male stars face the same pressure? Emma pressed. They do. Just differently, Nolan explained. Men spend on their teams, stylists, managers, but no one cares if they dress like slobs. Look at Keanu Reeves. Meanwhile, if an actress loses her glamour, her career tanks. Jonathan sighed. Women have it rough here. No wonder Hollywood's elite feminists are so vocal. He then mused. Wonder if my producing career will ever take off. Nolan grinned. Don't worry. I've already secured you a co-producer credit for Batman sequels. And Jonathan, you're on as a script assistant. Jonathan brightened. Wait, so I'll be working with Martin? Uh-huh. Mr. Myers in person, Nolan corrected. Right. Any idea what he likes? Trying to suck up? Damn straight. Nolan pretended to ponder. Well, he loves women, but only those he's known for years. He's into writing, so that's a talking point. Music, acting, and combat sports. Wanna be his punching bag? Hard pass. Jonathan realized his brother was messing with him. But Nolan turned serious. Martin doesn't care for flattery. If you want his respect, bring your A-game as a writer. Meanwhile, the very man being discussed was otherwise occupied. Cameron Diaz gripped Martin's wrist. Martin, this feels wrong. Drew's my friend. I don't want to lose her. Martin paused, studying her flushed face. Then he smirked. Drew knows. Cameron blinked. Oh, well then. With that, she guided his hand. Back to her thigh, voice turning sultry. Daddy, heard you like being called that. Let's do something fun. Slowly, she let her clothes slip away. Martin picked up the script on the table. It was the script for the second installment of the new Batman series, The Dark Knight. Although he had written the script himself, he still had to delve into the character. The Joker. This character, already immortalized by that old bastard Jack Nicholson, was no easy feat to surpass. To make it stand out even more, to truly surpass him, was no simple task. Honestly, in the original timeline, while Heath Ledger's performance was brilliant, to say it surpassed Jack Nicholson's would be an overstatement. If he hadn't died, Ledger's Joker wouldn't have been elevated to the legendary heights people claim it reached. In Martin's eyes, however, there was one actor in Hollywood who was perfectly suited for the Joker, Jim Carrey. He had played the Riddler in Batman Forever, 1995. Though the film flopped at the box office, Carrey's performance was the standout. Later, when Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix portrayed the Joker, their intense immersion into the madness, the almost grotesque manipulation of facial expressions, was directly influenced by Carrey's interpretation of the Riddler. This guy was able to manipulate his face and body with complete abandon, using nearly deranged expressions and movements, pushing the boundaries of what audiences expected from a performance. And wasn't that the perfect style for a character as wildly chaotic as the Joker? Moreover, the Joker was the embodiment of the idea that comedy is tragedy in disguise. Of course, Martin wasn't about to let Jim Carrey take this role, because he was confident that he could bring this character to life in a way that would surpass all expectations. He was a succubus, after all. Buzz, buzz. His phone on the table vibrated. Looking at the caller ID, Martin saw it was that old bastard Jack Nicholson. He answered. A smug laugh came through the receiver. Haha, I hear you're playing the Joker, huh? Need me to give you some acting tips? Even through the radio signal, Martin could sense the smugness in the old man's voice. So this old man thought no one could surpass him, huh? Martin calmly replied, no need. After I finish this movie, people will forget all about your Joker. That confident, huh? Nicholson sounded surprised. It's not confidence. I'm just describing something that's bound to happen. I'm very calm about it. Martin replied coolly. Nicholson wasn't happy. The Joker was only the second most satisfying role he'd ever played, the first being Jack Nicholson's portrayal of McMurphy in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But he truly believed no one could surpass him in the role. Not because of media hype, but because the Joker was truly the pinnacle of his acting career. Although he admitted Martin was a genius, writing, acting, music, and even fighting, Nicholson didn't believe that Martin could surpass him in acting. Because, after all, he too was an acting genius. I don't believe it. Haha, you're just talking big. How about a bet? If your Joker truly surpasses mine, I'll throw 3 parties to celebrate your victory. If you fail, you'll throw the party. Best food, best drinks, best theme, best women. What do you say? A calm voice from the other end answered. Sure, sounds good. It's settled then. You'd better get ready to pay up, kid. Nicholson confidently hung up the phone. In truth, Christopher Nolan had some doubts about Martin playing the Joker. Although Martin had played many roles since his debut, he had never portrayed such an evil, mad, and philosophically complex character. Even though the script was written by Martin himself, even though Martin had shaped the Joker into such a layered character, Nolan couldn't be certain that Martin could truly pull it off. Of course, Nolan hadn't voiced his doubts to Warner Brothers. He was a smart man and knew that if he questioned Martin, the one to get replaced wouldn't be Martin. So now, he could only pray that Martin would find the right state of mind for the role, and also be ready to help Martin become the Joker during filming. But he clearly underestimated Martin. When he saw Martin again, it was on set. Holy shit, not just Nolan, but the entire crew stared in shock at the thin, melancholic, yet somehow manic man standing before them. This was Martin? The tall, strong, handsome, and sunny Martin? Hello, everyone. Martin greeted them softly, a twisted, almost psychotic smile tugging at his lips. Several people involuntarily shivered. No, this was the Joker. Goddamn, that's the Joker. Even the composed Nolan couldn't help but curse. It seemed Martin hadn't noticed the strange stares. Walking over to a long bench where 2 crew members were sitting, he smiled and gently said, Hey, that's my seat. The 2 crew members were so terrified by his eerie smile that their scalps went numb, quickly vacating the spot. Martin casually turned around, sitting in a bizarre, entirely uncharacteristic pose, arms spread across the backrest, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Then, suddenly, he grinned wide. Ha 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 ha. The laugh was soft, yet it somehow felt incredibly unsettling, and the upward curve of his lips exuded cruelty and madness, like a freak. The entire crew fell into a strange silence, staring at Martin in stunned disbelief. Jonathan Nolan, who had been about to greet Martin, found his feet glued to the floor, too scared to move. It was terrifying. Was he playing himself? Many on set thought the same. Martin unleashed the full allure of his succubus-like aura, pulling everyone into the atmosphere he had created. It was magnificent. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the silence. Hurry, hurry, get him in makeup, get the Joker. Makeup on him. It was Nolan. After seeing Martin, his mind was buzzing with inspiration. Now he finally understood why Martin had set up the script this way, because The Dark Knight wasn't some story of justice defeating evil. It was a 2-hero movie. The Joker wasn't just a sidekick to Batman. He was a co-lead, and arguably the more compelling one. Goddamn, this sly son of a bitch. But well done. This movie was going to be a classic in film history. Damn, I'm so lucky. Lucky to meet Martin, lucky to work with his script, lucky to see his Joker. Damn, damn, damn. After finishing his makeup, Martin waddled out with a strange gait that resembled a duck's, swaying side to side. Before even uttering a word, he broke into a string of high-pitched, bell-like laughter that made everyone's skin crawl once again. When it came to scaring people, Martin was a pro. A succubus is still a demon, after all. Nolan, ever the master of marketing, turned to the cameraman and asked, Is the camera rolling? It is, the cameraman replied. Good. Keep filming, Nolan said, then walked up to Martin. Martin, let's try a little scene. Martin glanced at the camera and instantly understood Nolan's intentions. Marketing genius, indeed, he thought. Let's do it, director, he replied in a slightly deranged tone. This will be a monologue. Improvise freely, okay? Nolan looked at the Joker. No, Martin, and spoke. No problem, Martin nodded. Then let's begin. The crew silently gathered around them. They were terrified, but equally curious. Even Ben Affleck, the actor playing Batman, joined the circle. Then, fully dressed as the Joker, Martin curled his lips into a grin. A sudden surge of evil and madness emanated from his body. His lips, painted a bright blood red, looked as if they'd just licked fresh blood, or like a gaping maw ready to devour, compelling everyone to instinctively back away. Neither the relatively familiar Ben Affleck nor the newly acquainted Jonathan Nolan could detect even a hint of the usual Martin in him. He had become someone else entirely. Martin leaned forward, the red scars slashing across his pale face, stretching his grin to his ears. His smile grew more brazen and wild by the second. He stuck out his tongue, pressing the tip to one corner of his mouth, revealing part of his gums. His eyelids drooped as if lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He swept his gaze across the onlookers and, raising a finger to tug at the corner of his mouth, spoke in a warped voice. "Gentlemen, you're so rich. Yet out there, people are starving. Isn't that unfair?" He moved his finger to the center of his lips. "Chill. Don't make a sound. I'm the agent of chaos. You know what chaos is? It's fairness." Then, Martin slowly removed his jacket, then the suspenders of his overalls, and finally, the t-shirt underneath. A wave of stifled gasps rippled through the crowd. Martin's frame was gaunt, skin, hugging bone. It wasn't the result of some rapid weight loss regime, but the effect of magic. Martin would never destroy his body for a role. He twisted his body into a contorted pose, eyes locking on Ben Affleck in the crowd. "Batman, to them, you're just a freak. Like me. Right now they need you, but once they don't, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. Their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They'll only be good when it's easy. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people will eat each other. You see, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve." Ben Affleck shuddered under Martin's gaze. In those deep eyes, he saw nothing but bottomless chaos. Martin burst into maniacal laughter, twisted, unhinged, and unrestrained. And when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, this is what happens. You don't want me to die, do you? He. Ben instinctively took a step back, as though Martin's stare had stripped him bare and left him freezing in an Arctic wasteland. Nolan broke out in goosebumps. He wanted Martin to keep going, but had no choice but to stop him. He couldn't have Batman traumatized by the Joker. They had a whole film to shoot. "That's enough," Nolan called out. But Martin didn't seem to hear. His voice grew even more deranged as he continued. "You won't kill me, because of some misguided sense of self-righteousness. And I won't kill you, because you're just too much fun. I think you and I are destined to do this forever." F***CK. Ben Affleck tried to step back again, but at that moment, Martin's eyes shifted from chaotic to calm, and Ben stopped in his tracks. Then Martin said softly, "Remember this feeling of fear. Conquer it, and you'll become Batman." Nolan looked contemplative. Indeed, Martin had done it on purpose. He didn't want this to be a one-man monologue. Sure, he could completely dominate the scene, but he hoped Ben would show a bit of resistance. That tension would make the film truly shine. His true monologue wouldn't be in The Dark Knight, but in the real Joker movie. "God, you're incredible." Nolan walked up and gently draped Martin's clothes over his shoulders. Seeing his ribcage, Nolan's eyes filled with admiration. At Martin's level, there was no need to go this far for a role. With baggy clothes and a stand-in, they could achieve similar effects. But he still went for it. That spoke volumes of Martin's dedication, and how seriously he took the Joker. "What do you think is the core of the Joker?" Nolan asked curiously. Martin looked at him with calm eyes and thought for a moment before answering. "The Joker's distortion stems from inner chaos. No, actually, it's his own order. He robs, but not for money. He kills, but not out of bloodlust. He does it all to rebel against society's rules. He's not some caricature. His uncontrollable laughter isn't just creepy. It carries his rage at the world, and a sorrowful disdain for people's ignorance. This character shouldn't only frighten the audience. They must also feel the extreme anguish buried in his heart. He operates by his own logic. Everything he does, he believes is in pursuit of his own sense of justice. His repression, his pain, his madness, his recklessness, and his obsession with turning Batman into someone like him. Those are just surface level. He's like Don Quixote, charging forward recklessly toward an unattainable dream. That's the Joker's allure. In this society, far too many people are burdened by education, children, family, work. Everyone has a part of them that wants to lose control and go mad. And the Joker, he resonates with them. Because he does what they want to do, but don't dare to. As Martin finished, Jonathan Nolan, who had unknowingly drawn close, couldn't help but break into passionate applause. Wow, that was amazing. Absolutely amazing. He felt as if Martin had spoken straight to his soul. When he first read the script for The Dark Knight, he'd had similar thoughts. What Jonathan Nolan didn't know was that everything Martin had just said was originally his own damn vision in the first place. In the original timeline, he had poured his heart and soul into crafting the Joker's character. Jonathan, you did great today. Back home over dinner, Christopher Nolan praised his younger brother. What? Jonathan blinked in confusion at his brother's words. Nolan continued. I'm talking about you applauding Martin today. Perfect timing. I could tell. Martin was very pleased. No, that wasn't flattery. I honestly thought Martin's take on the Joker was incredible. Jonathan tried to explain. Nolan nodded. Good. Keep that self-hypnosis going. Convince yourself that every bit of bootlicking is heartfelt praise. That way, no one can see through you. Huh? I wasn't flattering him. I swear. Jonathan was left speechless. Self-hypnosis? Come on. I was being genuine. New York. On the set of The Dark Knight. In the middle of the soundstage, Martin sat high atop a mountain of cash like a solitary king. Casually, he picked up a few bills, tore them into scraps with a shoo, and let the colorful shreds flutter down like celebratory confetti after a successful heist. A few of his henchmen approached, dousing the pile of bills with prop gasoline. Click. Martin flicked open a lighter, then closed it. Opened it again. Closed it again. Over and over. This reeking, festering city makes me sick, he muttered, rising to his feet atop the cash pile. He kicked a bundle of bills aside and spread his arms like a deranged preacher. It's so boring. Let me give it a little fun. Just then, the mob boss stormed in from outside and shouted, You promised me. You said you'd return the money. Relax. I'm a man of my word, Martin said with a crazed laugh, pointing at the mountain of cash. Half of it's mine. The other half's yours. Go ahead, take it. The mob boss lunged forward, desperate to reclaim his fortune. With a flick of the wrist, Martin's lighter turned into a gleaming silver revolver. He raised his other hand, wagging a finger as he said lightly, You know, I have one virtue. I never lie. The mob boss glanced up at Martin, then at the mountainous heap of cash, his eyes glinting with greed. Martin leapt down, sliding along the cash pile like a child on a playground. The money cascaded like a waterfall beneath him. I don't care about your half, the mob boss snarled. But my half, you will return it. Martin broke into a wild, manic laugh, completely unrestrained. Then, abruptly, the laughter stopped. His gaze locked onto the mob boss like a predator eyeing its prey. The actor playing the mob boss felt a chill down his spine, as if something monstrous had fixed its sights on him. In his ears, he heard Martin's warped, mocking tone. Yes, half of it's yours. Of course I'll give it back my way. I'll use it to cleanse your soul. Cleanse all the filth this rotten city has smeared onto you. The mob boss tried to move, but the revolver was now aimed squarely at his head. What are you doing? I already told you. Weren't you listening? Before the man could react, Martin slammed the butt of his gun into his head. The mob boss crumpled into the pile of cash. He struggled to rise. Bang, bang. 2 bullets to the legs pinned him down. Martin's voice was giddy with madness, almost joyful. Relax. I said I'd keep my word. I'll make sure you and your half of the money are together, forever. Yes, forever. The silver revolver vanished, replaced once more by the lighter. You know what I love? Fire. Fire cleanses everything. It makes the city shine again. The fireworks of an explosion, that's the sound of freedom. I'm going to raise this city's taste level. Ha ha ha. His laughter was chilling, cold enough to make your blood run cold. With a flick of his wrist, Martin tossed the lighter. Flames burst to life, consuming both the mob boss and the cash in a blazing inferno. His laughter grew wilder and more frenzied in the blaze. "Cut!" Nolan shouted, astonished. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Martin." With Nolan's call, all the dark energy around Martin seemed to evaporate in an instant. "I need to make a call," Martin said casually. He walked to a corner of the set and dialed Drew. "Drew, keep a close eye on 127 hours during editing. Don't let the editor get too creative. Stick to my storyboard. Let me see the rough cut before you start the final polish." And the voice work. The 127 hours had entered post-production. Martin wasn't editing it himself, but he had to stay involved at every step. He was still wearing the shabby costume from the shoot, too busy to change, perched quietly on a wooden crate like a man at peace. But the way the crew members gave him a wide berth said it all. That mad monster he'd just played, he hadn't vanished. He'd merely buried it deep for now, ready to unleash it again the moment the cameras rolled. Meanwhile, Nolan was working with Ben Affleck. Lately, Batman hadn't been performing well. Every time he shared a scene with the Joker, he was completely overwhelmed. It seemed Affleck had developed a genuine fear of Martin's portrayal. "Ben, you know how much Martin cares about the Dark Knight, and especially about the Joker. Just look at what he's done to himself for this role. He's made huge sacrifices. Now imagine, if you ruin this movie's potential, have you thought about what that might lead to?" Nolan had tried countless ways to motivate Ben Affleck. Nothing seemed to work. So today, he went all in, a shock therapy of sorts, fight fear with more fear. And it seemed to be working. Ben Affleck imagined Martin obsessing over the role day and night, destroying his once perfect body to become the Joker, sacrificing so much. And if the film flopped because of him, a shiver ran down Ben's spine. That wouldn't just be a disaster, it would be the end. A surge of anger and frustration swelled in his chest. "No way. I've worked too hard to land this role. Martin finally brought me into the inner circle. I'm starting to make real money. Women are throwing themselves at me. I'm not losing all this. No way in hell." With a jolt, Ben Affleck stood up so suddenly that he startled Nolan. "Wait, he's not going to punch me, is he?" At 6 feet 3 inches, Ben Affleck was already imposing. And now, bulked up for the Batman role, he looked even more formidable. Nolan wasn't sure he could survive a punch from him. Probably not, right? "Ben, I was just..." Nolan started to explain that it was all just psychological motivation. But Ben Affleck cut him off. "I won't let this movie fail. I swear it. I'm Batman." The moment he said that iconic line, something clicked. He stepped fully into the role. His whole aura shifted. Nolan's eyes lit up. Finally, the clown image originates from the Joker in opera, an ancient form of performance dating back to the Middle Ages, where the character amused audiences by playing tricks. Later, the Joker made its way into playing cards. Thus, in the screenplay, Martin often uses playing cards as the Joker's prop. Take this scene. For example, Martin sits on a sofa, grinning ear to ear in wild laughter. Then he picks up a glass of red wine and downs it in one gulp. The liquid trails down the corners of his mouth, vivid red like blood. In his hand, he fiddles with a playing card. The Joker's head on the card has been gouged out. He flicks the card, sending it flying to land at the feet of the mob boss opposite him. "Sorry, my aim was off. Could you pick it up for me?" "Yes, that's right. Now line your eye up with that hole." Yeah. Pointed at my face. "Perfect. Now you should know who I am, right?" "Still don't." His expression starts to take on a manic edge. Even his tone becomes more high-pitched. "Look at the card in your hand. Then look at me. That's my business card." As he speaks, the blood-red wine drips from the corner of his mouth. Drip, drip. That grotesquely wide mouth twists upward in a deranged grin, twitching ever so slightly. His eyes are brimming with madness and malice. The actor playing the mob boss looks like he's seen a ghost, heart pounding in terror. He's acting. This is just a shoot. It's not real. Fuck, he's not acting. He's really a lunatic. A total psycho. Cut. Perfect. The mob boss lets out a sigh of relief, trembling as he steps aside to quietly lick his wounds. He's pretty sure he'll need a therapist by the time this movie's over. Feeling a little thirsty, Martin spots Nolan's assistant Tina passing by and quickly calls out, "Tina, got any water?" He even flashes her a friendly smile. Tina backs away in fear, staring at Martin's wide, blood-stained grin. A chill shoots down her spine. I'll get you water, just don't kill me. Then she bolts like the wind. Martin blinks in confusion, then remembers. Ah, he forgot to turn off his incubus aura. Poor girl. Not far away, Nolan's eyes are gleaming. He turns to the cameraman next to him and asks, "Did you get that? Did you get all of it?" Ever since the last film successfully used Martin as the centerpiece of a viral marketing campaign, Nolan had decided to double down. This film would also center its promotions around Martin. And what better bait than Martin's bizarre behavior once he enters character, or everyone else's terrified reactions around him. So, even during breaks, there's always a camera trailing Martin. Of course, all of this is done with Martin's full consent. So whether Martin actually forgot to disable his incubus aura just now, or deliberately left it on, well, hard to say. Poor girl. It's not real. It's not real. It's all just acting. Tina mutters to herself for courage as she shakily hands the bottle of water to Martin. But as she looks up, there's that warm smile again. Ah. Her hand trembles, the water bottle slips, but Martin catches it smoothly. Tina, you need to be more careful. That smile only grows more warm, terrifying. Tina can't take it anymore. She turns and runs for her life. Only then does the mischievous devil turn off his incubus aura and start drinking the water in peace. The cameraman who caught that moment gives Martin a close-up. A pair of icy blue eyes stare straight into the lens, nearly making him drop the camera in fright. He seriously suspects Martin might actually be a real madman. Off to the side, Nolan exclaims in excitement, "Amazing! Martin's in perfect form." The cameraman edges away ever so slightly. Another lunatic. What is with this film crew? A crazy director, a psycho Joker, and some spooky, enigmatic Batman. Then, the next scene is another face-off between you and Martin. Ready? Ben Affleck, mumbling to himself, lifts his head. There's a fire burning in his eyes as he mutters, "I can do this. I've got this. I'm Batman. I'm Batman." Then louder, "No problem," followed by a low, gravelly, "I'm Batman." The entire street has been blocked off. Up next is a high-speed chase between Batman and the Joker. Martin's face is painted a ghostly white, with that massive, blood-red grin curling into a creepy smile. His head tilts forward under the weight of his oversized suit. The whole look is, frankly, horrendous. Honestly, if you didn't know ahead of time, you'd never guess this guy was once Martin. In this scene, our female lead finally makes her appearance. Truth be told, her screen time isn't all that much. And Hathaway arrives on set and looks around, then grabs a crew member and asks, "Where's Martin?" The crew member opens his mouth to reply, then suddenly goes wide-eyed in horror, shakes her hand off, and bolts. What the hell? And Hathaway touches her face in confusion. Do I really look that scary? They're afraid of me. A creepy voice comes from behind her. Holy shit. And Hathaway jumps. She spins around, and is met with a ghastly, white-painted face and that freakish smile. She actually leaps into the air in fright. A ghost! The scream bursts out from deep within her chest, through her vocal cords, throat, and mouth, echoing through the air. I'm not a ghost. It's me, Martin. Martin Myers. What? You're Martin? And Hathaway, still shaken, gives him a second look. Holy shit, it really is you. What the hell happened to your face? I'm playing the Joker, remember? Yeah, I remember. But this is so not what I imagined. Still trembling, and Hathaway clutches her chest, head bowed slightly, not daring to look at that face again. Not far off, the camera faithfully captures the whole exchange. Jonathan Nolan, standing beside the cameraman, is already drafting the headline. And Hathaway fails to recognize Martin. The sudden appearance of the Joker gives her such a scare, she can't even look at him. Yep, our director Nolan had handed the job of writing the behind-the-scenes captions to his dear brother. The official reason? He's too busy. The real reason? He's seen too much of Martin's Joker and keeps having nightmares. In truth, Nolan isn't the only one on the crew having Joker-induced nightmares. Still, our dear Nolan is terrified and thrilled. He can already imagine how many people Martin's Joker will terrify once the film hits theaters. Martin doesn't doubt it either. His incubus aura doesn't just work in real life. It's just as effective through the silver screen. Martin stood face to face with Ben Affleck. This scene was the one where Batman, driven by rage, violently interrogates the Joker. Martin asked considerately. How about it, Ben? Can you go through with it? Don't worry, just hit me as hard as you need. I can take it. As he spoke, he unconsciously licked his lips. Ben Affleck shuddered inwardly, frantically chanting to himself, I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. After a while, his eyes regained their determination, and he gave a firm nod. I'm good, Martin. Scene 22. Take 16. Action. Martin sat quietly in a chair, thin and composed, like a student listening to a morning lecture. If you ignored his face, that is. Ben Affleck, clad in full Batman armor, stepped forward one stride at a time. The shadow cast by his imposing frame fell over Martin, engulfing him in darkness. His face was obscured by the cowl, only his jaw visible beneath the mask. And yet, even with most of his face hidden, his expression was solemn. This was just a fight scene, and yet Ben Affleck looked like he was heading to an execution. The closer he got to Martin, the more hesitant his steps became. The intensity he had just summoned through self-hypnosis was rapidly unraveling. Martin seemed to notice this and suddenly looked up, flashing Ben a devilish smile. For some reason, a surge of fury welled up in Ben's chest. This guy, humiliating him, suppressing him, overshadowing him for so long. Wasn't this the perfect moment for revenge? Whoosh. Veins bulged under the mask. His fists clenched and swung out. Martin watched the berserk Ben Affleck lunge toward him and slowly withdrew his smile, face returning to calm. Even a full-strength punch from a human. Yes, even someone as physically powerful as Ben Affleck felt like a tickle to him. Now, Christopher Nolan stared at the monitor. On screen, Ben Affleck stormed toward Martin, arms swinging, muscles tense, eyes blazing with fury beneath the cowl. Whoa! He let out a low whistle. Today, Ben's acting was on fire. This was the first time he wasn't totally overshadowed by Martin in a scene. Was this a breakthrough? Excellent. Glorious breakthrough. Ben's gloved fist came down like a hammer, slamming into Martin's face. Under Martin's influence, that punch wasn't just for show, it was the real deal. No pulling back, no faking. Martin didn't dodge, didn't flinch. He simply let the blow land. The cinematographer sensed something was off and whispered to Nolan, "It looks like Ben's really hitting him. Should we stop the take?" Nolan hesitated, glancing at Martin, just in time to see the Joker lying on the ground looking calmly back at him. He understood immediately. Keep rolling. Ben's fully in character. Martin hasn't called a stop either. Keep shooting. Then he added, admiringly, Martin is such a professional. Behind him, Jonathan nodded subtly. Clearly, that line was going in the press kit. Under the flurry of violent blows, Martin's face wore a calm smile. Only a faint twitch in his cheek revealed the pain he was enduring. Professional, so incredibly professional. That's what everyone on set thought. Meanwhile, Ben Affleck was screaming inside, "Stop! Stop! What the hell am I doing?" But he couldn't stop himself. It was as if that strange rage had split his mind in two. Finally, cut. The moment the director yelled, Ben found control over his body again and stopped immediately. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Nolan was trembling with excitement as he watched the monitor, the Joker taking the beating with eerie calm. This, he felt, might become the most extraordinary superhero film in history. Immortalized in film history, film history. He muttered the words under his breath. "Chris, call a doctor. Let's get Martin checked," Jonathan whispered. Snapping out of his trance, Nolan called out, "Doctor, doctor, I'm fine." Martin stood up with a grin. "I can really take a hit." At that moment, he moved everyone on set. Their fear of the Joker was melting away. "I'm so sorry, Martin, truly sorry." Ben Affleck was pale with panic. "I didn't mean to. I don't know what happened. I just couldn't stop myself." Martin patted him on the shoulder, smiling. "It's all right. You were in character. That's a good thing. Keep that energy up. Really, don't worry about it. I loved what you did back there." "Oh, really?" Ben lowered his head. Martin's generosity filled him with both shame and admiration. Before the doctor arrived, Martin had already calmed Ben down. The examination results brought a collective sigh of relief. Other than some bruises and swelling, Martin was completely fine. "See? Told you. I can take a beating," Martin said with a smile. Everyone looked at him like he was a saint. At that moment, in their eyes, Martin was nothing short of heroic. Later, in Martin's New York apartment, Anne Hathaway lay breathless, tugging the covers around herself. Suddenly remembering the rumors she'd heard that day, she asked, "Martin, did Ben Affleck really beat you up?" She hadn't been on set at the time. Martin smiled. "Yep. He what?" And sat up in outrage. And Nolan didn't stop him. Martin said, "It's fine. I've got a body of steel. There's no way he could really hurt me. Besides, I saw he'd fully immersed himself in the role, so I signaled Nolan to keep rolling." "You're really okay?" And asked, eyes wide. "Of course. Didn't my performance just now prove it?" Martin replied with a wicked grin. Anne's cheeks flushed. Thinking back to how she'd just begged for mercy moments ago, she felt suddenly shy. She slipped into Martin's arms like a fish, whining and purring in a fit of playful affection. The next day, when Martin returned to the set, he noticed everyone's attitude had changed. Even after he got back into his Joker makeup, their warmth didn't fade. Clearly, yesterday's performance had earned their respect. Everyone knew Martin had once beaten Ben Affleck in a real fight. They also knew just how terrifying his combat skills were. And yet, just for the sake of a good scene, Martin had let an out-of-control Ben Affleck beat him up, without striking back, without dodging, just to make sure they got the shot. What a noble spirit that was. It seemed Ben Affleck had finally had a breakthrough. Ever since that day he lost control, his performance had improved day by day. While he was still getting overshadowed by Martin, at least now he was starting to put up some resistance when it happened. Nolan was ecstatic. The atmosphere on set was electric, and filming progressed more and more smoothly. By July, Pirates of the Caribbean 2 had been released. Martin took some time off to attend the premiere. Compared to the first installment, the second one had a faster pace and heightened drama, particularly the Cannibal Island sequence and the wheel fight. The action scenes were incredibly flashy and visually striking. The wheel fight, in particular, delivered a massive sensory punch. And the second movie was far funnier than the first. As the New York Times put it, a tangle of complex character relationships, a wildly unpredictable plot, vivid personalities, and a fantastical, riotous pirate world. The sequel is chaotic yet coherent and surpasses the original. Even the critics seemed to have surrendered to Martin. This time, there was no smear campaign. Take this review from the Chicago Sun-Times 01. "You can't talk about Pirates of the Caribbean without talking about Martin Myers. In my view, it wasn't Pirates of the Caribbean that made Martin Myers. It was Martin Myers who made Pirates of the Caribbean. This wildly talented, distinctive star has turned Captain Jack into a true classic. His interpretation of this uniquely eccentric captain holds a kind of magnetic power that draws everyone in and is destined to be etched into the minds of an entire generation." If that wasn't a bootlicking review, nothing was. And there were plenty more like it. Clearly, the critics had mastered the art of, if you can't beat him, join him. The popularity of Pirates of the Caribbean 2 showed clearly at the box office. Pirates of the Caribbean 2 pulled in a staggering $58.5 million on its opening day, setting a new record for both opening day and single-day box office in movie history. Los Angeles Times. And that record-breaking debut was just the beginning. 2 days in, the box office passed $100 million. By day 16, it had passed $300 million. In the end, it grossed $501 million domestically and $1.12 billion worldwide, all in US dollars. But that's a story for another time. After attending the Pirates of the Caribbean 2 premiere, Martin returned to the Dark Knight set in New York and resumed filming. Cut. That's a wrap on this scene. In the studio, Nolan stood up from behind the monitor and walked onto the set. He turned to Anne Hathaway and said, "And thank you for your performance. You were essential to this production." The surrounding crew applauded her warmly. This was Anne Hathaway's final scene. Everything for Rachel was now complete. The female lead officially exited the stage today, having picked up her lunchbox, and bid a reluctant farewell to everyone, and even gave each crew member a small gift, not expensive, but heartfelt. This ditzy girl clearly had better emotional intelligence in this timeline. Must have been trained well by Martin. August arrived. New York entered its summer heat, and the city grew sweltering. The crew moved to the suburbs of New York, where an abandoned large-scale sanatorium stood. It had now been transformed into a hospital set. A soon-to-be iconic scene was about to be filmed here. The crew arrived early in the morning. The actors started getting their makeup done. Nolan, meanwhile, was directing the crew workers as they arranged the props. The special effects team, in charge of the explosions, went into the hospital to plant custom explosives at key points. They were preparing to set off a major firecracker. An old vehicle, refitted into an ambulance, was dragged to the parking lot near the hospital building. Several real ambulances and fire trucks also arrived on standby outside, fully staffed with professionals in case of emergencies. Inside the makeup trailer, Martin had finished applying grease paint, changed into a white nurse's uniform, and put on a nurse's cap. That's right. The next scene was none other than the legendary Joker blows up the hospital sequence, destined to be played again and again in film schools everywhere. Unlike the fairy scene that left a moral imprint, this one would deliver a direct visual shock. Jack Nicholson stood idly by the trailer, staring at the hospital ahead. In a few moments, the whole building would be blown up, for real. Damn, they were going all out. He glanced over at Nolan and thought, Martin wasn't kidding. This guy really is obsessed with practical effects. Who even does real explosions anymore? Everything's done with CGI these days, and no one can tell the difference anyway. Just then, he heard the makeup trailer door creak open beside him and turned to say, Martin, what do you think of this hospital? Holy sh**t. He was cut off mid-sentence. Half a figure had slumped out of the trailer door, leaning sideways. A deathly pale face split into a wide, blood-red grin stared directly at him, with an eerie, bone-chilling smile. Jack Nicholson's heart skipped a beat. He nearly dropped dead on the spot. He had never seen a smile that terrifying in his entire life. No, what was truly terrifying wasn't the smile, but those eyes. Cold, indifferent, staring at him like he was a bug that could be squashed at will. Martin, you scared the hell out of me. Wait, you are Martin, right? He. A string of disturbing giggles came from the red mouth. The figure slowly withdrew back into the trailer as the door gently slid shut, leaving just a crack through which a pair of glinting eyes continued to watch Jack silently. The old man's scalp tingled. Then slam. The door burst open, and out leapt the Joker in full nurse uniform. He rattled off an manic blur. I'm Martin. No, I'm the Joker. Yes, I'm the Joker. Of course I'm the Joker. The madness radiated off Martin as he waddled forward with a duck-like gait, stopped in front of Nicholson, bent over, tilted his head back, and just stared at him. Nicholson was now pretty sure this guy was Martin. But even as he felt the weight of that realization, deep inside he regretted making that bet. This lunatic was completely obsessed with acting. No way he could win this. Damn it, this wasn't acting the Joker. This was the Joker. Even knowing full well this was Martin, Nicholson still found himself rattled by the twisted posture and chilling gaze. He deliberately changed the subject and said, Hey, little Martin, that outfit's not bad. Add some black stockings and heels, and you could turn tricks in the red light district. Martin let out a series of sinister chuckles and replied, Sure, want to join me? We can lure those cheating scumbags into dark alleys and cut off their balls. As he said that, Martin's gaze slowly dropped. Nicholson instinctively clamped his legs together, feeling a chill shoot right through his crotch. Martin, we're rolling. Nolan's voice came from afar. Coming. Watching Martin's back disappear into the distance, Jack Nicholson suddenly felt a bit of admiration. For a mega-rich superstar, Martin still treated acting with deadly seriousness. What a dedicated little lunatic. Martin, we've only got one shot at this scene. You must get into character quickly, or the whole explosion goes to waste. Do you need a few practice runs? No need. Easy peasy. No sooner had he finished speaking than Martin slipped into Joker mode. The shift in his demeanor was instant and dramatic. Nolan nodded. He trusted Martin completely. This guy could get into character faster than anyone on Earth. Though, to be fair, he could drop out just as fast. Martin glanced at the IMAX cameras set up on both sides of the street and asked in his signature Joker tone, Nolan, these IMAX cameras any good? Nolan shuddered involuntarily before quickly nodding. Very good. Fantastic, actually. These IMAX cameras are perfect for capturing large-scale scenes. Martin had been the one to introduce Nolan to these IMAX cameras, and Nolan had fallen in love with them almost instantly, especially since they were provided rent-free. Author's note. In an effort to promote their IMAX projection system, Canada's IMAX Corporation initially lent out their cameras to major directors free of charge. If they're working well, then great, Martin thought. At least this helped pave the way for James Cameron. All right, let's get started, Nolan said. He then added, be sure not to miss your marks. Follow the guidelines laid on the ground. Once you cross the safety line, you can press the detonator. The pyrotechnics team will trigger the explosions in sync with you. Martin repeated the instructions with a grin, then added, actually, you could give me a real detonator. I could control the explosion myself. No way in hell. Nolan flatly refused. If Martin accidentally pressed the button mid-walk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Action. Outside the hospital, Martin, dressed in a nurse's outfit, waddled down the steps with exaggerated duck-like steps, swaying comically. Halfway down, he casually plucked the white nurse's cap from his head and tossed it aside. Then he pulled a remote from his pocket, licked his lips, and let out a he. He could hardly contain his glee. After crossing the safety line, he suddenly extended a finger and pressed it down gleefully on the detonator. Boom. A loud explosion. One corner of the hospital collapsed. Then, silence. Martin's face showed visible confusion. He turned to glance behind him, looked at the remote, then began hopping and smacking it in frustration. Then, boom, boom, boom. A cascade of explosions erupted. The massive hospital building came crashing down in a thunderous collapse. Martin leapt into the air as if genuinely startled. Nolan nodded in satisfaction and said to Jonathan behind him, note this. Remote malfunction caused a delay. Martin's reaction wasn't acting, it was real. Then, through a loudspeaker, Nolan announced the shot was a success. Fast forward to August 7th, 2005. Martin arrived in Venice with the Brokeback Mountain crew to attend the Venice Film Festival. August 8th. Brokeback Mountain had its world premiere at the festival, and it caused a sensation. The jury president, renowned producer Dante Ferretti, said after watching it, to me, Brokeback Mountain is a phenomenon. It portrays a deeply sincere and taboo love between two men. The tragic conflict at its core reveals the societal constraints and oppression faced by those with different orientations and modes of expression. It profoundly reflects the tension between personal emotions and social expectations. Ennis and Jack are full of love for each other, yet they cannot be together freely and must bury their feelings deep within. The film's tragic conflict forces viewers to reflect on societal repression. One of the only two female jurors, Icelandic musician and actress Emiliana Torrini, offered a different perspective. What captivated me most wasn't the passionate scenes between those two incredibly handsome men, but the music. That crystal-clear guitar, set against skies, grasslands, and snowy mountains. It truly cleanses the soul. Long after the credits rolled, that guitar still echoed in my heart. If both life and cinema are judged by their lingering resonance, then Brokeback Mountain is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Oh, and I heard the soundtrack was composed by Martin Myers? A musical genius indeed. The Venice Film Critics Daily also gave a balanced review. Brokeback Mountain explores the complexity of human nature by presenting the protagonist's moral dilemmas and inner turmoil. Ennis and Jack, upon realizing their deep love, find themselves violating societal norms. They're forced to teeter between repression and self-denial. This moral tension urges viewers to contemplate ethical choices and internal conflict. Their story reveals how homosexual individuals lose their true selves under societal pressure and denial, challenging audiences to reconsider morality and social norms. In short, Brokeback Mountain exploded in Europe. A massive hit. Showings were completely sold out. Fujoshis from all over Europe flocked to Venice, eager to witness the breathtaking love story of two impossibly handsome men. Online. Oh my God, I'm obsessed. I have to own the DVD for this movie. Martin Myers and Leonardo DiCaprio, two flawless beauties. My dream came true. I paid 5 times face value for a scalp ticket, but it was worth every cent. I cried so hard. After seeing this film, I finally had the courage to come out to my family. I told them I'm gay. They were shocked, but my dad hugged me, and my mom was sad but said she'd try to understand. God of Reader. Yup, fiction will remain fiction till the end. To the commenter above, I'm gay too, but I don't have the courage to come out. I admire you. This film is bold, tender, and pure. It tells us that love knows no boundaries. I cried too. Damn that director. Why couldn't Ennis and Jack just be together? It wasn't that cruel, though. At least in the end, Jack's mom accepted Ennis. But Jack still died. Poor Jack. No, it's Ennis who suffers the most. He has to keep living. Did anyone else notice? Leonardo has played 2 Jacks, Titanic and Brokeback Mountain, and they both died. So what are you saying? Leonardo is cursed as Jack. Hey, it's just a fun coincidence. Don't overthink it. The winner of this year's Venice Film Festival Golden Lion is Brokeback Mountain. As the figure on stage spoke, the Brokeback Mountain crew below erupted in cheers. Martin and Ong Lee went up to the stage together to receive the award. During the acceptance speech, Ong Lee was overwhelmed with emotion and especially mentioned how Martin had saved his career. After the failure of The Incredible Hulk, I thought, it's over for me. Ong Lee, your career is over. With a heavy heart, I called Mr. Martin, and his words deeply moved me. He said, Ong, the director position for Brokeback Mountain has always been waiting for you. Thank you, Martin. You saved me. The Venice Film Festival came to an end. While the crew members flew back to the United States, Martin stayed behind. He had someone to meet. In a luxurious estate in the northern suburbs of Venice, a rather inconspicuous black Mercedes-Benz drove in. The car stopped by a fountain near the estate's entrance, and the driver, Gordon, got out. He quickly scanned the surroundings with caution before heading to the back seat and opening the door. Martin got out of the car, adjusted his clothes, took a look at the building in front of him, and smiled. The decoration seems a bit too extravagant. Quite the opposite, a voice responded from the steps. I think it's still too plain. There should be more gold used for decoration. Martin turned to see a tall man with brown hair, a high nose, and brown eyes descending the steps. This man was Mutassim Bilal Gaddafi, the 5th son of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Welcome to my home in Venice, Martin Myers. I admire your courage. I honestly thought you wouldn't dare to come. Mutassim walked toward Martin, extending his hand. Martin met him halfway, and they shook hands. Mr. Gaddafi. Mutassim interrupted him. Call me Mutassim. I'll call you Martin. The tone was forceful. Martin shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, Mutassim. Wait, let's go inside to talk. Your bodyguard can stay outside. Once again, Mutassim interrupted Martin. It was clear that he wanted to establish dominance and control the conversation. But he had miscalculated. Martin showed no anger or impatience. He calmly told Gordon, Gordon, you stay outside. Don't worry. Then, Mutassim led Martin into the living room, where a beautiful woman stood up from the sofa. Her eyes lit up when she saw Martin. Mutassim shook his head helplessly and pointed at Martin. Vanessa, you wanted to meet Martin, and now he's here. Martin turned his gaze to the woman. She was young, probably around 17 or 18, with brown hair, brown eyes, and perfect,